A young man was meant to wield his sword beneath the endless sky, yet somehow, he ended up transmigrated into the body of a useless villain doomed to die. Deep within the residence of the outer disciples of the Danran sect lay countless courtyards and buildings stretching far and wide. Among them, the most luxurious mansion stood out. Jade tiles paved the floor, beams inlaid with gold and stone, carved railings polished like jade, all shimmering under the light. In such an opulent room, one that would intimidate any ordinary outer disciple, there suddenly came a voice that felt completely out of place. "I've actually transmigrated?" Before a dressing table, Fang Chen stared blankly into the bronze mirror, his eyes locked on the young face reflected back at him. It was so familiar that it sent chills down his spine. Slowly, he glanced around. A tasseled palace lantern hanging above, walls adorned with precious calligraphy and paintings, crystal-clear elixir bottles on the desk, and rare treasures scattered throughout the corners, all testifying to the owner's extravagance and extraordinary status. Yet in the depths of his memory, scenes from his former life remained piercingly clear, working late into the night, dragging his exhausted body off duty. Under the dim street lamp on a bridge, a drunk driver barreled recklessly in a luxury car, smashing into him and throwing both body and soul into the river below. Death was instantaneous. The bone-crushing pain, the choking cold water filling his lungs, lingered deep in his consciousness, as if about to pull him back to the brink of death at any moment. But when he opened his eyes again, he had inexplicably arrived in a completely unfamiliar world of cultivation. Even colder was the flood of new memories pouring into his mind, one life flashing by after another. In this world, he was still called Fang Chen, his face identical to before, but his status was worlds apart. This Fang Chen was a notorious troublemaker in the Danran sect's outer disciples. Arrogant and overbearing, temperamental and twisted, bullying the weak and merely occupying a position without merit, talentless and weak in cultivation. Yet thanks to a terrifyingly powerful family background, he could take whatever he wanted in the sect. Pills were delivered on demand, spiritual herbs and rare materials were casually used as snacks, treasures that others might see once in their lives were his everyday supplies. Still, such wealth couldn't make up for his lack of innate ability. After more than a decade of bitter struggle, his cultivation stalled stubbornly at the third grade of qi refining, unmoving and petulant embarrassment among the outer disciples. Anyone with ordinary origins would have been kicked out long ago for lack of talent and unworthiness, unable even to re-enter the sect's outer gates. His only saving grace was the overwhelming strength of his family, which forced the sect's tolerance to keep him around. Now, many of his peers had long entered the inner sect, enjoying superior inheritance and resources, and even new outer disciples who had just joined surpassed this so-called sect noble son in cultivation. Seeing all this ruthlessly laid bare before him by these memories, Fang Chen's heart settled on one brutally honest thought. This guy really isn't cut out for cultivation. He roughly calculated from memory that the pills, spiritual herbs, and rare treasures he had received over the years, if piled onto a pig, would likely have already firmly established a foundation and may even be advancing further. But the original owner was unwilling to accept fate, stubbornly insisting on defying heaven and changing his destiny. He was determined to take a crooked, forbidden path forward. Amidst repeated cycles of healing, recuperation, and wasted resources, he secretly uncovered a dark magical technique. Using the spinal marrow of a demon beast as a catalyst, combined with the life essence and blood of fellow disciples, or even close relatives as ingredients, to refine a demonic pill. Consuming this pill could cleanse and reconstruct the bones and muscles, reversing innate talent and transforming a worthless individual into a prodigy. Though this method seemed to defy the natural order, it was in fact cruel and sinister. But the original owner of this body didn't care. He only saw the possibility of enhancing the bones and muscles and ascending to greatness in a single step. It was because he craved power desperately, because he refused to accept mediocrity. Yet reality never indulged such reckless ambitions. The original owner's cultivation was far too low. When he attempted to obtain the first ingredient, the demon beast's spinal marrow couldn't even withstand the force of a single claw strike from the target beast. He was severely injured on the spot. His meridians shattered, his dantian ruptured, and his cultivation crumbled like a breached dam. He clung on stubbornly for several days out of sheer unwillingness to die, but in the end, his soul dispersed, and he passed away. As Fang Chen reached this memory, he paused in silence, quietly summing it up with cold clarity. Weak skills and strong craving leads to a short life. But soon, he couldn't dwell on this judgment. A wave of icy terror suddenly gripped him. No, in this body there was only silence. Not a single trace of spiritual energy remained. He quickly looked inward. The dantian resembled shattered porcelain, cracked in every direction. The spiritual sea was bone dry. His meridians were ragged and broken, as if sharp blades had ravaged through his body. What once was cultivation simply no longer existed. This is bad. Not only had the original owner suffered severe physical trauma from the demon beast strike, but his cultivation had been completely wiped out in that instant. Now Fang Chen had inherited a broken body, his dantian destroyed, meridians shattered, essentially no different from a cripple. And on top of that desperate reality, an even harsher truth awaited him. The original owner had already agreed to a death match with another outer sect disciple. At the moment Fang Chen had just pieced together this memory, his vision nearly went black. The opponent who had set this life-or-death battle with him was named Xiaoqing. From the memories, Xiaoqing was much younger, over a decade younger than Fang Chen, but carried the disgrace of being labeled the absolute worst among the outer sect. By the sect's standards, his innate bones and muscles were even worse than Fang Chen's own, a laughingstock after 10 years of cultivation as a third-grade qi refiner. The worst among the worst, a true bottom feeder. Xiaoqing's family had once been Famusa clan full of powerful experts, known as a prominent noble house. But now the family was broken and decimated by demon beasts, reduced to ruins and desolation. Both once adored and revered, both now met with scorn, but one was a spoiled wastrel still backed by his family, and the other a lone, flickering candle with no path of retreat. Identical falls from grace, yet completely different personalities emerged. As Fang Chen sifted through the original owner's memories, he clearly felt that twisted mindset. Precisely because Xiaoqing was so pathetic and miserable, having fallen from the clouds to the mud, he relished the false superiority he felt when bullying him mercilessly. Every cutting remark, every public humiliation, felt like slapping a cheap sign onto his crumbling dignity. 3 days ago, at the outer gate training ground, Xiaoqing suffered yet another devastating blow in his life. His childhood sweetheart publicly broke off their engagement, declaring, "You're no longer worthy of me." In front of everyone, she crushed their marriage contract into pieces and threw it on the ground. The onlookers' eyes, their barely suppressed smirks of schadenfreude, stabbed at the boy's last shred of self-respect like needles. Xiaoqing's face went deathly pale, his eyes bloodshot, as if his entire being had been torn open. At that moment, Fang Chen deliberately stepped forward. He did not stay silent, nor did he look away or show mercy. Instead, taking advantage of Xiaoqing's humiliation, he mocked and sneered, piling on insults to trample the boy's embarrassment again and again. Every phrase was like a carefully chosen dagger, aimed at the most vulnerable part of the heart. In that instant, whatever shred of reason Xiaoqing still had was crushed. Feeling utterly hopeless, convinced his path was destroyed, overwhelmed by humiliation and fury, his eyes blazing with rage, he swore publicly to face Fang Chen in a duel to the death, staking his life to wipe away his disgrace. Fang Chen wore a vicious grin and agreed without hesitation. To others, it seemed he was just angered and rashly accepted the challenge. But in the true owner's mind, who had inhabited this body, this duel was part of a well-laid plan. He had counted on Xiaoqing's impulsive rage after being humiliated, knowing he would agree to any wager in his fury. A death match? Perfect. It gave him the perfect excuse to kill Xiaoqing honorably on the arena, siphon his life essence into a demonic pill, and use it to alter his fate. He never expected to die first, killed by a demon beast before carrying out the plan. Now, a new soul occupied this body, yet the battle challenge still stood. The date was set, the sect had filed the case, and everyone in the outer gate knew there was no turning back. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's back broke out in a cold sweat. Suppressing his agitation and fear, he cursed inwardly. Who on earth told you to provoke Xiaoqing? What kind of vision was that? What kind of guts? Xiaoqing's starting point, family ruined, talent disregarded, engagement broken off. Washed with cold eyes by all this was the textbook, chosen one story. From every novel memory he had read in a past life, anyone with this background was the main character. If not him, then who? What chilled him even more was a faint but striking memory flashing in his mind. Xiaoqing's hand wore a simple-looking ring. It seemed ordinary but exuded an indescribable strange aura. Just one glance caused a fixed image to form in Fang Chen's mind. Inside that ring was surely a hidden master, a great power's lingering soul, an ancient, honored one, or an invincible strongman ready to emerge and take a disciple. This was no mere gamble with life. It was practically running headfirst into a death trap. Half a month from now, he would stand as a broken man, his dantian shattered and meridians severed, facing a future favorite of the heavenly Tao. Fang Chen's throat tightened, and he swallowed nervously, feeling a chill run through his limbs. Even ignoring that ring, just looking at the present, Xiaoqing was already a second-rank qi refining cultivator, the lowest among the outer sect disciples, but still possessing genuine strength. Meanwhile, Fang Chen's body could no longer even channel the most basic spiritual energy. Not a single introductory incantation could release any power. Never mind that Xiaoqing was the child of fate. Even if he were just an ordinary outer disciple, Fang Chen would be doomed in this life-or-death duel. What if he swallowed his pride and begged for peace, or publicly admitted fault? Given all the evil deeds the original Fang Chen had committed, Xiaoqing would most likely refuse to be merciful. He probably wouldn't even let such an easy opportunity slide, might just sneer and snarl, "Go eat dirt." before personally delivering the final blow on the arena. Pacing the room, Fang Chen's mind raced through countless escape plans, only to reject each one. Hide. The duel was officially filed with the sect. Refusing to appear would disgrace his family's reputation, and he wouldn't be allowed to leave unscathed. Run? In his crippled state, he might not even make it out of the outer sect gates. Frustration mounting alongside growing panic. He looked up at the beams above, and an unbearably extreme thought suddenly crossed his mind. Why not just end it all here? Put a swift stop to this life? Just as his thoughts darkened toward despair, a crisp, cold mechanical sound abruptly echoed deep within his mind. Ding. System activating. Fang Chen froze. Then, the suffocating weight on his chest was ripped away by a sudden surge of joy and hope. In an instant, clarity dawned on him. The system had arrived. All along, Head suspected that since this body was a standard villain template, as a transmigrator, he was bound to get some kind of game-breaking cheat. He wasn't just going to be cannon fodder for the protagonist. Now, sure enough, the system's voice in his head brightened everything. With the system, he might yet crawl back from the ruins and carve out a new path in cultivation. Even facing the child of fate, even if the heavenly Tao was biased and protective, having this hack gave him a chance to slip through the cracks and survive. He even quickly painted a mental scene. In half a month's time, he and Shao Qing would clash fiercely on the life and death stage, striking blows that shook heaven and earth, ending in a draw. Afterward, they would come to respect each other, bury the hatchet, share drinks, and swear brotherhood as they roamed the world together. Before the thought could fully blossom, the system's voice cut in coldly. System activation complete. This system will flawlessly facilitate the host's death, better promoting the growth of the child of fate. The voice was sharp and merciless, like cold water suddenly doused on his head. The smile on Fang Chen's face froze instantly. What? He felt as if he hadn't fully heard or refused to accept the words just spoken. Every single word from the system struck him like a heavy blow, reverberating loudly in his mind. System, what do you mean by send me to death? He asked, disbelief and dread tightening his chest. Does that mean I'm doomed to die sooner or later? The system's reply was blunt and unapologetic. Yes, exactly. It turns out the host was already dead in their past life. Now the system exists only to let the host expend their remaining life force to better advance the fortune child's growth. Once the fortune child in this world matures, the host can be calmly executed. At that time, the whole world will praise the host's crucial contribution to the fortune child's spiritual journey. In just a few sentences, his fate was clearly defined. Not the protagonist, not a partner, not a benefactor, and certainly not the last straw to reverse the tide, but merely a villain sacrifice to fill a plot hole, fuel the story, and shed blood. Fang Chen stood frozen, speechless. His chest felt like it was blocked by a heavy weight. Then uncontrollable anger surged through him. He suddenly stood up, gritted his teeth, and growled with restrained fury and bitter disbelief. What's wrong with you? He had never imagined that the system he had long hoped for was actually designed just to pave his way to death. A moment ago, he thought he'd found a lifeline. The next instant, he realized it was nothing but a noose pulling him deeper underwater. But the system didn't care about his emotional turmoil. Calmly executing its preset commands, its voice remained steady as it continued on, as if speaking to itself. Detecting presence of Fortune Child. Detection complete. The Fortune Child, Shao Qing, witnessed the annihilation of his entire family from a young age. Appearing to have poor inherent talent, but in fact his potential has been suppressed due to possession by the soul of the carefree sovereign, absorbing spiritual power and unable to manifest his own gifts. Now, the carefree sovereign has awakened. With the aid of the carefree sovereign, Shao Qing has already broken through to refining Qi Grade 4, and during the upcoming life or death battle with the host, will advance to refining Qi Grade 7, gaining the ability to fight above his level, comparable to Grade 8, and at the brink of death he can momentarily unleash Grade 9 combat power. A torrent of information crashed down on Fang Chen, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of setup was this? This wasn't even human, it was beyond mortal. Within half a month, rising from refining Qi Grade 2 to Grade 7 was one thing. But not just leveling up, he could fight enemies above his tier, matching Grade 8, not to mention the ability to burst forth with Grade 9 power at a critical moment. This was no mere talent, it was blatant cheating. Fang Chen's heart turned cold. He wanted to demand, is there any justice left? He couldn't make sense of it, and had nowhere to vent. Shao Qing kept scoring luck upon luck, bathed in heavenly Tao's favor fine. That made him a jinxed villain in comparison. But now, the system head waited for so desperately was not meant to defy fate but to push him onto the sacrificial altar. Shao Qing could cheat all he liked, but the system was supposed to help him resist destiny, not deliver him up by its own hand. At that moment, Fang Chen fell into complete silence, his expression nearly numb, the light in his eyes dimming little by little. Even a transmigrator couldn't be this wronged. Yet the system seemed oblivious to the host's emotional collapse, its tone cold and monotone as it calmly continued. And in order to better enable the villainous host to promote Shao Qing's cultivation progress, comprehend techniques, and achieve a brilliant reversal that shakes the outer sect of Danran's sect, the system will bestow the host with refining Qi Grade 9 cultivation to exert enough mortal pressure during the life-or-death battle, pushing Shao Qing's potential to the extreme before being publicly slain by Shao Qing himself. Cultivation and fusion commencing now? When the system's voice fell silent, Fang Chen was stunned. What? The next moment, he was amazed to find his shattered dantian and meridians miraculously beginning to heal themselves. Then, a pure and intense surge of spiritual power burst forth, coursing through every fiber of his body. Boom! As his cultivation level was fully restored, an unprecedented sense of strength and fulfillment instantly filled him. Fang Chen was speechless, had never imagined the system would forcibly boost his cultivation all the way to refining Qi level 9, just to pressure Shao Qing enough with life-or-death stakes. However, just as Fang Chen was still reveling in this surge of power, the system's voice returned. Although the host now possesses level 9 refining Qi cultivation, without any accompanying techniques or spells, it cannot create sufficient life-or-death pressure on Shao Qing. The system will automatically assign appropriate techniques and spells to the host. Immediately, it began scanning Shao Qing's strongest technique in their deadly duel, 10,000 Demons Heart method, and his mightiest move, the Steel Qi Fist, were promptly assigned for Fang Chen's cultivation. With a few sharp prompt tones breaking the silence, Fang Chen was shocked as a complete set of previously unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar cultivation manuals and techniques appeared vividly in his mind. His consciousness grasped the moves and principles with the sharpness of a blade, as if decades of dedicated training were instantly imprinted on his soul. Moments later, the system announced the end of the empowerment and instructed Fang Chen, host must use full force in the life-or-death battle against the Child of Destiny, so that opponent can comprehend the moves through their use. Feeling the surging torrent of spiritual power within him like a roaring river, each technique and move crystal clear in his mind, Fang Chen's chest flushed with excitement he could hardly contain. His feelings shifted in that moment to a subtle respect, even a faint fondness for this ruthless system. After all, it had been incredibly generous. Yet his dreams were quickly shattered by cold reality. When Fang Chen tried to cultivate, he sensed that no matter how much spiritual energy he absorbed from the outside world, it was like only tiny drops slowly seeping in, barely sustaining him. Unable to take in more, his bodhi's limitations had not lessened at all. He couldn't help but sigh. Talent remained the same, his cultivation progress still agonizingly slow, a rarity to describe it mildly. Shao Qing's aptitude must have fully recovered by now, he muttered. As his rival, I should have the same potential. The system responded icily. Even with strong aptitude, the host will not impose life-or-death pressure on the Child of Destiny. No upgrades needed. Stop overthinking. Focus on preparing for the duel. Let the Child of Destiny reach their peak in the final fight, then perish. Listening to the system's cold directive, Fang Chen was filled with loathing, despising it completely, and losing all goodwill toward it. All these schemes were just to let Shao Qing kill me in the duel, he muttered to himself. After careful consideration, he decided he could no longer remain in Danran's sect. According to the system's precise calculations, even though he was now at refining Qi level 9, by the day of the duel, Shao Qing, after a bloody struggle, would inevitably kill him. This thought forced him to contemplate escape. He finally understood his true chances of victory were still slim. Meanwhile, no matter how hard Fang Chen tried to improve his cultivation, there was no progress at all. His growth had nearly come to a standstill, leaving him utterly discouraged. As for mastering more advanced techniques, that was pure fantasy. Facing Shao Qing, known as the Child of Destiny, in any kind of duel was out of the question. Shao Qing could summon whatever he wanted with just a clap of his hands, while if Fang Chen merely tried the same, he might not even survive. After much consideration, Fang Chen concluded that the only way to protect himself now was to run away. Without hesitation, he stood up, quickly packed his things, and prepared to leave. Yet half a day later, Fang Chen pushed open the door with a heavy expression, gritting his teeth. Why must I take part in the death match? When he had first reached the mountain gate, the gatekeeper in charge of controlling entry and exit hadn't stopped him from leaving. However, since the death contract had long ago been signed with Shao Qing in the Outer Gate Duel Academy, he was required to return in half a month. If he failed to come back, the sect elders would personally hunt him down and forcibly bring him back. Then, not only would he have to participate in the death match, but even if he survived by some miracle, he would surely suffer harsh punishment. Those at the Duel Academy had repeatedly warned before the contract signing. The death contract was no joke and must be taken seriously. If people signed and then tried to run off whenever they pleased, who would still respect the sect's rules? Except where both parties agree to cancel it and pay the contract termination fee, the dual penalty fee, plus the Academy's expenses. No one is allowed to shirk their responsibilities. So this death match is a death sentence I can't avoid. Fang Chen muttered under his breath, his expression flickering with unease. Just then, A sudden idea struck him like lightning. He realized he wasn't completely without options. The death contract clearly stated it could be dissolved if both parties agreed. If only he could convince Xiaoqing to agree right now. In half a month, Xiaoqing's power would far surpass his own, so losing would be inevitable. But right now Xiaoqing had just received guidance from the carefree elder and hadn't yet significantly increased his strength. If Fang Chen went over at this moment, whether to beat him up or negotiate peacefully, breaking the death contract would be much easier to accomplish. With that thought, Fang Chen leapt to his feet and hurried out the door. Outside the outer gate of the Danran sect, at the foot of the mountain, stood a simple, humble hut. The outer gate covered a vast area, with many disciples scattered across countless peaks. No matter which peak, the disciples living at the mountain foot were all considered of very poor aptitude. Fang Chen, thanks to his family background, lived halfway up the mountain, while Xiaoqing, born a disabled youth, could only eke out a meager life at the base. Inside the hut, Xiaoqing sat cross-legged on the bed, a bright smile lighting up his face. His qi refining cultivation had just broken through to the 4th rank, and his body brimmed with fresh new power, filling him with joy. The techniques taught by the carefree elder were truly extraordinary. In just a few days, he had grown rapidly. Although he had once complained that the carefree elder had absorbed his spiritual energy, causing his current low standing, Xiaoqing had now come to an understanding. Only those who face a reversal of fate can see true sincerity. He realized that in the past, relying on family status, even the poorest talents could have friends and a fiancé treating them kindly, and others showing them respect. But once power was lost, hypocrisy and true feelings became exposed. Seeing through all this was better than continuing to be deceived. At least he wouldn't be easily betrayed again. His roots were gradually restoring, and he was now worthy to resume cultivation. The immediate next step was to kill Fang Chen, using his blood to warn the entire sect and make everyone understand the price for humiliating Xiaoqing. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiaoqing's pupils suddenly contracted, fury blazing in his chest. Suddenly, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Xiaoqing frowned, a wary and puzzled look crossing his face. Who would come looking for me? Now that I'm just a useless outer gate disciple, no one would bother causing trouble. He lowered his voice to ask, and a response came from outside. It's me. Fang Chen's voice sounded resolute and unwavering. Xiaoqing's face immediately darkened in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's eyes immediately ignited with fury, his voice sharp and threatening. Get lost. You're not welcome here. I came to check on you, Fang Chen said calmly, his tone indifferent. You don't want me here, but you're going to have to let me in. Before Xiaoqing could respond, Fang Chen stepped forward resolutely. The door of the wooden cabin swung open, sunlight pouring in only to be overshadowed by a tall, imposing figure. Xiaoqing's expression changed abruptly, sneering, what do you want? I'm already at Qi refining rank 4. I'm not afraid of you. Do what of course, to see what level you've reached in cultivation. Fang Chen's face remained expressionless, his voice steady, but inside he kept telling himself, stay calm, stay calm. This child of fate can't beat you yet. Heh, are you afraid I'm improving too fast, and will kill you before you can catch up? Xiaoqing mocked, eyes full of disdain. In the past, Xiaoqing had often ridiculed Fang Chen for his slow progress in cultivation, which infuriated him to no end. But this time, what Xiaoqing didn't expect was Fang Chen's eyes were as calm as still water, without a trace of anger, only a faint sadness and disappointment that caught Xiaoqing off guard. Fang Chen spoke slowly, I actually hope you kill me soon. Those words struck like thunder. Xiaoqing was dumbfounded. Is he crazy? What shocked Xiaoqing even more was that Fang Chen glanced at him and nodded. Qi refining rank 4, not bad. You've finally shown some real potential. Xiaoqing was speechless with shock. How did you see through my cultivation level? To conceal his true power, Xiaoqing had learned a secret technique from the carefree sovereign to hide his cultivation, making it nearly impossible even for someone 3 levels above him to detect it. Yet Fang Chen saw right through it with a single look. How is that possible? It was hard for Xiaoqing to believe that the useless rival he had once been evenly matched with was now hiding such strength. Fang Chen's face remained calm while quietly pleased. Seems like I fooled him. The reason I can see through it is because my cultivation is far stronger than you imagine. Do you really think I'm as useless as you? Xiaoqing froze, confused and unwilling to believe his ears. Seeing his doubt, Fang Chen lowered his voice. Then just see for yourself. As soon as the words fell, an astonishing aura suddenly erupted from Fang Chen's body. Boom. Qi refining rank 9. The crushing energies surged out, the howling wind shaking the cabin violently. Xiaoqing's face turned deathly pale, terror-stricken beyond belief, struggling to accept what he was witnessing. How is this possible? The aura was fierce and relentless like a fierce tiger or leopard. Combined with Fang Chen's calm and commanding demeanor, everything plainly declared one thing truly was at Qi refining rank 9. Fang Chen's expression stayed steady as he nodded internally, immediately retracting his energy. not wanting to accidentally overwhelm the child of fate. As the aura dissipated, Xiao Qing's lips turned white, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. How can your cultivation be so powerful? Xiao Qing's newly kindled confidence was instantly shattered. He never expected the gap between himself and Fang Chen to be so vast. At that moment, his heart sank to the bottom of a pit, growing cold like dead ashes. How could he possibly continue this life-or-death battle? He forced a bitter smile and croaked, "Are you trying to take me out early while you have the chance?" To his surprise, Fang Chen laughed harshly, irritated. "Kill you? If I wanted to kill you, you'd be dead 10,000 times over by now, not still standing here today." The words hit Xiao Qing like a thunderclap. Suddenly, it dawned on him Fang Chen was right. If Fang Chen truly were a ninth-grade qi refiner, he would have ended Xiao Qing with a single palm strike long ago. Hesitantly, Xiao Qing asked, "Then why did you still come?" Fang Chen's voice snapped angrily. "Because you've disappointed me too much, Xiao Qing. You're wasting all the effort I've put into you." Those words stunned Xiao Qing, who looked up at Fang Chen, confused and bewildered. "Wasting your effort?" Xiao Qing thought, baffled. Fang Chen's tone grew stern. "From the start, I deliberately concealed my cultivation level to get close to you, to humiliate you. I wanted to shame you, to spark a fire inside you to rise again." He continued harshly, "But you? No matter how many times I insulted you before, you showed no reaction at all." This statement struck Xiao Qing like a hammer breaking through his defenses. He sat frozen, stunned and dazed. In Fang Chen's eyes burned a fierce urgency and disappointment, mixed with frustration. His voice cracked with pain. "How can a mere cultivation bottleneck stop you? Your parents are gone, yet you never thought to fight fiercely, to study hard even by candlelight, to vow revenge. Instead, you've given up on yourself, sinking into despair and decay. That breaks my heart. Did you want me to watch you drown in failure, filled with disappointment?" Fang Chen's deep eyes nearly welled with sorrow, a bitter mix of grief and disillusionment, so intense it was impossible to look away. At that moment, Xiao Qing was utterly shocked, his body stiffening, his gaze frozen as if nailed in place. To think his fiercest enemy's harshest humiliation was meant to motivate him to rise again. Had he heard this from Fang Chen before, he never would have believed it, would have thought it was just a lie Fang Chen invented to hold him back out of fear. But now if Fang Chen truly was a ninth-grade qi refiner and really wanted to kill him, one strike would have ended everything. Why say all this? Why weave such a tale? Yet a doubt flickered in Xiao Qing's mind. Had he really given up on himself? He hadn't stopped training, only made slow progress, but maybe, in Fang Chen's eyes, his lack of visible improvement was the same as total stagnation. His voice hoarse, he asked, "Then why are you telling me this now? I was happy to see some growth in your cultivation recently. I thought you'd regained your fighting spirit and vitality. That's why I came to see you," Xiao Qing said, locking eyes with Fang Chen, hopeful. Fang Chen shook his head painfully, his voice full of reproach and disappointment. "Who knew that at the first sign of my true strength, you'd already lose your nerve? Does being a ninth-grade qi refiner scare you that much? How can you live up to the expectations I have for you? How can you live up to your sect, to your parents?" His words struck Xiao Qing like a thunderclap. He was dumbstruck, frozen as though struck lifeless by the force of those accusations. "No, I, Senior Fang, am not afraid." Xiao Qing's voice broke with guilt, unable to defend himself. Inside, he was tormented beyond measure, shame and pain burning like fire in his chest, tears welling uncontrollably in his eyes. "How could I ever fail Senior Fang's expectations? How could I have been afraid just now? I deserve to die? You're not afraid? Fine, then prove it to me." Fang Chen shouted fiercely, pulling a jade slip from his chest with unwavering determination. "This secret technique was exchanged from within our sect. It's called the unmatched resolve. To cultivate it, a cultivator must have courage and fighting spirit in their heart. If you manage to succeed in practicing it, it means you still hold the aspiration to pursue the Tao." Xiao Qing instinctively reached out to take the jade slip, but his face instantly changed, eyes flashing with panic and resistance. He hurriedly declined. "Senior Brother Fang, I can't accept this." "Why not?" Fang Chen's voice suddenly rose, pressing with expectation. Xiao Qing quickly explained, "This technique consumes a huge amount of merit points, and I just lost my nerve. I already feel ashamed in front of you, Senior Brother. How can I have the face to accept such a generous gift?" From what he knew, unmatched resolve not only hardened the body like iron, but could unleash tremendous combat power, making it extremely valuable. Feeling undeserving of rewards due to his earlier weakness, Xiao Qing thought he should be ashamed, let alone accept such a precious gift. Fang Chen snorted coldly. "Pathetic. A mere handful of merit points. Do you think I care about those worldly things?" His gaze was icy but tinged with scorn. "As long as you grow stronger because of it, I couldn't care less." A sneer curled his lips. His eyes shone with a depth that seemed to see beyond worldly constraints, only sincere concern and heavy expectations for his junior brother. In that moment, it was like Xiao Qing had been struck by lightning. Tears silently streamed down his face, and a blend of indescribable pain and gratitude welled up in his heart. He looked at Fang Chen, the senior brother, who once played the part of a playboy, yet was now offering his most treasured technique at any cost to awaken his fighting spirit. All pretense melted away. His legs suddenly gave out, and he dropped to his knees with a loud, resolute voice. Senior brother Fang, I have failed to live up to your expectations before. From now on, no matter how difficult the path, I will never back down. I, Xiaoqing, will become the bravest cultivator in the world, pressing forward without hesitation or regret even at the cost of my life. Seeing Xiaoqing's tears flow and his kneeling oath, Fang Chen was wide-eyed with surprise, secretly thinking, I just said a few casual words, and you reacted this strongly? This is a bit awkward for me. He quickly reached out to help Xiaoqing up, his tone softening as he nodded slowly. All right, then take it and start practicing. If you have any questions, be sure to ask the elders at the transmission pavilion. Xiaoqing's eyes glistened with hot tears as his voice choked but firm. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Chen was quite satisfied. Though the original owner had been vile in life, he left behind some valuable legacies: a storage ring packed with various bone-strengthening techniques, including unmatched resolve. Even Fang Chen himself couldn't fully comprehend all its characters, so he decided to give it to Xiaoqing. He first comforted him, then gifted the technique, convinced this move wouldn't fail. It would be hard not to forgive him after this. If this didn't work, he'd have to rely on brute strength to force submission, but that was extremely risky. It might prematurely awaken a fated child who defied destiny and cost him his life. For now, this brotherly harmony was enough. Just as Xiaoqing's emotions began to settle and Fang Chen was about to invite him to the Do Academy to resolve a deadly duel dispute, unexpected trouble quietly stirred. Ding! The system's cold voice suddenly echoed in Fang Chen's ear. New detection. Xiaoqing will acquire a new secret technique, unmatched will, during the life-or-death duel. The system will automatically help the host learn this skill. Before the voice finished, countless details about unmatched will flooded Fang Chen's mind. It was as if he had undergone 10 years of grueling training. Instantly, he mastered this secret technique. At the same time, a warm energy rapidly spread through his limbs and bones. Although unmatched will didn't noticeably improve his cultivation, Fang Chen could clearly feel that once activated, his combat power would receive a brief but intense surge. In that moment, Fang Chen was stunned. What in the world was happening? The skill he had given to Xiaoqing, the system, could actually help him instantly transfer and master it himself? In other words, as long as he kept sending skills to Xiaoqing, the system would continuously help him pre-learn them? That meant freely handing over power to someone else, doing no hard training himself, yet still gaining infinite strength? His breath quickened and his eyes burned brighter at this realization. Fang Chen thought to himself, isn't this basically exploiting a glitch? By constantly giving skills to Xiaoqing, he could grow stronger endlessly. Excited, he turned his gaze towards Xiaoqing, and that look was no longer just brotherly care. It held an unmistakable mix of calculation and hope. Xiaoqing was still immersed in the gratitude from earlier, feeling his senior brother's selfless support, when Fang Chen's suddenly tense expression startled him. He asked instinctively, Senior brother, what's wrong? Fang Chen remained silent, then withdrew a large pile of jade slips from his ring, stacked densely like a small mountain. Senior brother, no need, no need. These 5 are enough. Anything more would be too much to absorb at once. Xiaoqing smiled wryly as he pushed back the extra jade slips. Though a disciple with limited contributions, inwardly craving those precious jade slips, he understood the importance of not being greedy. Every jade slip represented a cost his senior brother had borne. 5 was already the limit. To ask for more would be unfair. Are you sure? Fang Chen frowned and slowly offered the combat knife and the ceiling cloud technique slips. These 2 would suit you well, too. Xiaoqing suppressed his desire, silently warning himself not to become a burden to his senior brother. He shook his head. I don't know how to use a blade, nor do I have a teacher for sealing techniques. Senior brother, you should keep them. It's fine. I don't mind. You can learn them yourself. Fang Chen's words carried a hidden reluctance despite his efforts to mask it. In the end, Fang Chen stowed the jade slips away, his expression calm but a trace of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. Xiaoqing, who had endured too many moments of ridicule and was sensitive by nature, felt a sudden pang of sadness at his senior brother's fleeting hesitation. He thought, Senior brother is careful with money, but doesn't say a word about it all for my sake. This thought filled him with indescribable warmth. With that, Xiaoqing turned and quickly walked into the inner room. Fang Chen stared blankly. Just as he was about to ask something, the system's voice rang again in his mind. Ding! New detection. Xiaoqing will acquire a new technique, Gale Step, during the life-or-death duel. The system will automatically help the host learn it. When the time comes for the host to face off against the Child of Destiny, he must unleash this technique with full force, allowing the Child of Destiny to gain a deeper understanding of the secret method through real combat. Heat waves rolled in, and Fang Chen felt as if wind was rising beneath his feet, making him light and agile. Yet his expression suddenly darkened. Why had he only been taught one technique? He clearly gifted 5 different methods. Hastily, he called out to the system. System, something's wrong. Junior brother Xiao still needs to learn 4 more techniques. Why have you only taught me 1? If I can't defeat him, I won't last even a second. Besides, if you don't teach me, how can I teach him? The system responded coldly and mechanically. Host. Of the other 4 techniques the Child of Destiny is to learn, 3 relate to alchemy, crafting, and farming, which are unrelated to life or death combat. The remaining 1 can only be mastered after the duel. If you learned it early, it would enable you to defeat the Child of Destiny and disrupt the expected outcome of your death. Therefore, it will not be taught. Fang Chen's face darkened as he thought bitterly. This damned system is basically forcing me to die. Then a sudden realization struck him. Isn't this a loophole in the system? It seems the system will only teach you techniques that directly affect the duel. Any advanced techniques that take a long time to cultivate or serve auxiliary functions will not be granted, since they would have no impact on the duel happening in half a month. Thinking this through, Fang Chen furrowed his brow, frustrated and troubled. What else could he do? Giving more techniques was pointless with mere weeks until the duel, and even though Xiao Qing was the Child of Destiny, no one could master hundreds of methods in such a short time. Wait, hold on. His eyes suddenly lit up. It's not just techniques that influence the duel. At that moment, Xiao Qing ran out of the room carrying a cloth bag, approaching Fang Chen. Senior brother, this is for you. What is it? Fang Chen asked, momentarily surprised. Spirit stones. We can use them to cancel the life or death duel at the battleground. He'll pay for it. Xiao Qing's voice held a trace of pain, but for his senior brother, he was willing to offer the last savings of the Xiao family. Fang Chen's expression instantly changed. He quickly blocked him. No, no way. How could I let you spend these spirit stones? Besides, we absolutely cannot cancel the life or death duel. Xiao Qing was stunned. Why not? Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Then his gaze grew deep and unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Qing. Only by defeating someone at the 9th tier of Qi refinement like me can you make a name for yourself in the Danran sect, and make that short-sighted fiancée regret it for the rest of her life. Xiao Qing stood there, stunned and choking out his words. You're not going to tell me you don't want to redeem yourself, are you? Fang Chen's eyes were calm as he looked slowly at Xiao Qing and said, as for the life or death duel, it doesn't have to be a fight to the death. I can just admit defeat when the time comes, right? The Danran sect won't force us to die to lose. As long as the other side agrees, you can end the duel by conceding. Back when he pulled Xiao Qing to the duel arena to cancel the contract, it was actually because he feared Xiao Qing would lose control of his anger once on stage and end up seriously hurt, or worse. But now that Xiao Qing wasn't planning on fighting recklessly, there was no need to cancel the duel. Besides, if the duel was cancelled, he'd lose the reason to improve his cultivation. No, he'd lose the chance to help the Child of Fate. Xiao Qing hesitated, opening his mouth to say, but does it really have to be a life or death duel? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone teasing. You have spirit stones now, so you could go cancel the duel yourself. But have you thought about how your former fiancé in the inner sect would see that news? A coward holding onto the Xiao family's inheritance and begging for peace. Fang Chen sneered. You're worried people will misunderstand your reputation, right? This taunt hit Xiao Qing like a lightning bolt, instantly igniting his passionate spirit. He hurriedly retorted, I'm not that kind of person. Well, then that's settled, Fang Chen said, patting him on the shoulder with a knowing look. You have to fight this duel, and you have to fight it well. Make a name for yourself with style. Meeting Fang Chen's expectant and encouraging gaze, Xiao Qing nodded fervently. All right, he vowed silently. Senior brother Fang, I'll give it my all in this duel, and make sure everyone sees just how strong you are. Seeing how easily the boy was persuaded, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel some quiet amusement. Xiao Qing was barely 11 or 12, just a grade schooler, if he were on Earth so easy to influence. Thinking this, he even felt a bit ashamed for the original person. Having been in the sect for over 10 years, and about 20 years old, how could he be so spineless? If he couldn't succeed in cultivation, fine, but spending all day fussing with kids made him seem like a workplace loser taking frustrations out on elementary schoolers. No wonder others looked down on him. Just as Fang Chen was about to leave to find some pills to help Xiao Qing improve his cultivation, to prepare for the Child of Fate, a cold female voice came from outside. Xiao Qing, are you there? Fang Chen was taken aback. Xiao Qing never had many friends in the outer sect. Who would look for him? Could it be senior sister Jiang? Hearing the voice, Xiao Qing showed a flicker of surprise, then a flush of happiness graced his face. Yes, he replied. Come out. Weiner asked me to bring something to you. He'll be waiting outside. Senior sister Jiang's voice was calm, and once she spoke, the courtyard fell silent again. Xiao Qing quietly explained to Fang Chen, Senior brother, Weiner is a childhood friend of mine. She has good talent and has already entered the inner sect. She's trusted by senior sister Jiang and often receives spirit stones and pills from her, which she sometimes gives to me. Mentioning Weiner made Xiao Qing a little shy. Fang Chen felt a stir in Sadiso. This must be the female lead connected to the Child of Fate. Oh, Fang Chen said after hearing this, a sly smile creeping across his face. Xiao Qing's young face showed clear signs of unease as he quickly changed the subject. By the way, senior brother, that sister Jiang outside is a core disciple of the inner sect. Her name is Jiang Mingyi. She's only 15 but has already reached the foundation establishment stage. Her talent is extraordinary. Rumor has it she's likely to become a future saintess. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression shifted sharply, shock and disbelief flashing across his face. 15, and already foundation establishment? What kind of unnatural prodigy is this? A chilling premonition gnawed at him. Could she be the fabled child of destiny? If so, it was the end of the line for him. Given the system's usual ruthless ways, it would surely push him straight into danger. Trying to convince himself otherwise, Fang Chen hurriedly denied it, clinging to hope. No way. A tiny sect like Danran can't possibly produce so many hidden dragons and young phoenixes. But the system never relaxed or showed mercy in such matters. Ding, an alert sounded. Cold sweat instantly trickled down Fang Chen's temple. The system was scanning for the Child of Destiny's presence. The result was clear: Child of Destiny, Jiang Mingyi. The system continued. When Jiang Mingyi was born, auspicious signs appeared: clear waters, calm seas, favorable winds and rain. From a young age, she has possessed breathtaking talent and unparalleled genius. She carries the sharp fortune of ascending to immortality. However, Jiang cultivates the ruthless sword technique, which requires severing all emotional attachments to advance to the highest realm. To assist Jiang Mingyi in cutting these emotional ties, the host must first cause her to fall deeply and madly in love with him. Then, when she is hopelessly infatuated, shatter her feelings and trample her dignity, driving her into despair over love and severing the final ties. Lastly, the host must be slain by her, thereby severing countless emotional bonds and helping her achieve immortal lord cultivation. Fang Chen's mind exploded in confusion and rage. What the hell? Sever the emotional ties? Is this system crazy? This sounds like the plot of a Kilio Rusbantoasin drama. Swearing under his breath, he trembled with fury. The idea of targeting a mere 15-year-old girl and hurting her feelings was despicable. This damn system was an outright monster. He immediately resolved never to have any contact with Jiang Mingyi, determined to keep this deadly script from unfolding. The system's voice went on relentlessly. Jiang Ninjia's ideal type must play the Gujing, be gentle, patient, and understanding. Most importantly, she requires someone pure and untainted by worldly desires. In cultivation, she is proud and ambitious. She does not care for her partner's strength because she prefers to protect her Dao companion rather than be protected. The system then prompted, host lacks Gujing skill. Initiating automatic Gujing training for host. In a flash, vast Gujing knowledge flooded Fang Chen's mind, his fingers twitching uncontrollably as if a Gujing were right there ready to coax out ethereal melodies. Yet, after gaining this skill, Fang Chen only grew more panicked. He was certain he must avoid all contact with Jiang Mingyi. The system's demands left no room for loopholes. She wanted a Guzing playing, gentle, noble man, but the system only taught him Gujing without enhancing his cultivation at all. Who would want to wade into such dangerous waters? There was no way he would let himself get involved with this living bug. As Fang Chen was lost in thought, Xiao Qing suddenly blurted out, "Senior brother Fang, what's wrong? You look off." After introducing Sister Jiang's identity. Nothing. Fang Chen hesitated, waving his hand to brush it off. He quickly composed himself and asked, "Is there a back exit here?" Xiao Qing hesitated. "No, you can only leave through the front gate." Fang Chen pondered briefly. "Then I'll leave with you. You go talk with Sister Jiang. I'll head out ahead." Xiao Qing was stunned. "Huh? Senior brother, you're not even going to greet Sister Jiang?" Fang Chen frowned. "Why bother? I don't have time. Let's just go." He urged him on. Pushing past Xiao Qing, he opened the door and immediately sensed someone lurking in the corner. Without looking back, he burst off in the opposite direction, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy and moving with the swiftness of a gale, stirring dust into the air. Xiao Qing's face turned pale from shock. Outside, a girl in a flowing blue dress stood quietly by the roadside, her eyes lingering on Fang Chen's retreating figure in surprise. To think someone from the outer sect has mastered the Gale step to such a sublime level. Who exactly is he? The fierce wind stirred up by Fang Chen rushed toward the young girl, but transformed into a gentle breeze the instant it touched her, softly lifting a few strands of her dark, ink-colored hair. The wind's force quickly dissipated, not even stirring the edge of her clothing. The silken strands brushed past her exquisitely painted brows and glided over her snow-white lips before settling lightly on her shoulder. Jiang Mingyi watched Fang Chen's retreating figure, her cold and breathtaking features revealing a trace of hidden surprise. Such mastery in the swift step technique at her current level. If she were still in the chi refining stage, she could never hope to achieve such finesse. To cultivate one's footwork to that degree of precision must mean exceptional talent. How could he be content with an outer sect position? Senior Jiang. Xiao Qing approached and interrupted her thoughts. Wainer asked me to give this to you. Jiang Mingyi withdrew from her reverie and took a storage ring from her bosom. tossing it to Xiaoqing with a calm tone. She said, "Don't refuse this time." Unexpectedly, Xiaoqing smiled as he caught the ring. "Don't worry, I accepted it. Please tell Wainer for me." Why the sudden change? Jiang Ningyi furrowed her brows, puzzled. Xiaoqing had always been prideful, insisting on relying only on his own cultivation. He had refused to accept Wainer's help before. Why was he now so different? Senior Fang taught me something. It made me realize I can't disappoint Wainer's hopes anymore, Xiaoqing said, his face shining with an unprecedented conviction, born of a deeply moving experience. A sudden thought struck Jiang Ningyi as she recalled that Win-like figure just now. Senior Fang? The one from a moment ago? She asked. Exactly, Xiaoqing nodded. Senior Fang is quite famous in the outer sect. His name is Fang Chen. Fang Chen. The name caught Jiang Ningyi off guard, and then her expression abruptly changed, a flash of coldness crossing her eyes. Isn't he the notorious playboy of the outer sect? Yeah, but Senior Jiang, we've misunderstood him, Xiaoqing quickly added, defending Fang Chen from his heart. Misunderstood? Jiang Ningyi snorted coldly. Since beginning cultivation, nothing annoyed her more than people like Fang Chen. They had entered the sect 10 years earlier, yet with mediocre talent and crooked intentions, they bullied juniors with weaker cultivations, arrogant and shameful. Especially when she knew Fang Chen had made a life-or-death duel agreement with Xiaoqing and that Wainer worried enough to ask for her help. Her hatred for Fang Chen almost reached its peak. She nearly ended his life with a sword, but restrained herself only because of sect rules. So Senior Fang isn't really a bad person? Seeing the subtle change in Jiang Ningyi's expression, Xiaoqing discreetly revealed Fang Chen's true cultivation level. Actually, his cultivation is Qi refining level 9. He told her everything that had happened earlier, anxious that Jiang Ningyi might still misunderstand Fang Chen. Listening closely, Jiang Ningyi's frown gradually eased, her face shifting in subtle ways. She pondered for a moment, then said, "Wait, show me all the techniques Senior Fang gave you." 2. Senior sister, what are you worried about? Xiaoqing hesitated. Exactly, Jiang Ningyi nodded gently. When she took the jade slip, her eyes were immediately struck with awe. It was an unquestionably authentic transmission jade slip from the sect's official teaching pavilion, delicate and refined, nothing like a fake. At that moment, all past prejudices began to lift like layers of mist, and the image of Fang Chen grew vivid and three-dimensional, his aura becoming increasingly weighty. What Fang Chen handed over was not an ordinary replica, but the authentic soul imprint jade scroll from the transmission pavilion itself. Everyone knew that among the transmission pavilion's jade scrolls, the most precious aspect wasn't just the cultivation techniques, but those soul imprints left personally by the elders, like having the elders standing right beside you, guiding your training hand in hand. This was precisely why the jade scrolls from the transmission pavilion were so invaluable. Yet, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to generously give this priceless treasure directly to Xiaoqing. Such a gesture was remarkably generous, almost beyond reason. Legend said that anyone even slightly insightful could draw great enlightenment from these soul imprints. Jiang Ningyi longed for one desperately, envying them so much she wished she could train alongside the elders every day. Even Fang Chen himself, already at the 9th level of Qi refinement, needed this imprint to break through his bottleneck. But he resolutely entrusted the Jade Scroll to Xiaoqing. He must have suppressed tremendous reluctance to make that decision. All of this was to ensure Xiaoqing truly comprehended the teachings, quickly raised his cultivation, and avenged him. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi was completely stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Fang Chen actually did this? It was a far cry from the cold and aloof image of Fang Chen from the rumors. When Xiaoqing hesitated or felt lost, Fang Chen never let him fall into despair, but rebuked him sternly, pulling him back from slackness. When Xiaoqing's progress hit a wall or resources ran short, Fang Chen would willingly offer precious secrets. When Xiaoqing sought to end the life-and-death duel at the risk of his own reputation, Fang Chen even willingly confessed defeat in the duel, laying the first solid stepping stone for his junior brother's rise. Such delicate and steadfast care was nothing like the notorious second-generation heir everyone spoke of. Instead, he was a rare gentleman of grace and virtue, gentle yet noble, selflessly bearing a bad reputation and humiliation out of loyalty to his junior brother. Seeing Jiang Ningyi's shocked expression, Xiaoqing felt exceptionally satisfied. He thought to himself that if he didn't speak out, Sister Jiang's resentment towards senior brother Fang might one day turn into a tragic, deadly conflict. But now, Jiang Ningyi probably wouldn't hate senior brother Fang anymore. She might even become a good friend. With that thought, Xiaoqing inwardly mused that if senior brother Fang, who had been busy with other matters, knew what he was saying, he would surely thank him. He had even prepared a humble reply for if that happened. "Ah, it's just what I should do. No need to thank me. Just tell me where you live, and they'll come find you." At this point, Jiang Ningyi reconsidered. She couldn't let Fang Chen bear all the responsibility alone. As a core disciple, she felt she should take on more herself. Before long, she decided she would wait halfway up the mountain. Meanwhile, Fang Chen wiped sweat from his brow as he circled around the hidden little hut he had used 3 times before. At last, he stopped and quietly muttered to himself, "Finally escaped that danger. I can't give that damn system any chance to kill me." But after a moment's calm, he realized something was wrong and called out, "System, I only have one life. But you created 2 children of destiny. How am I supposed to die twice?" The system responded, "The host's mission is ultimately to contribute to protecting all living beings and the harmony of the universe. Achieving this goal would be the host's greatest success. As long as the host's death can aid the growth of any child of destiny, it doesn't matter whose hands it is death by." Fang Chen was speechless. "All right, got it. So basically, I can die for whoever, right? Damn it, what a stupid system." He cursed a few times, then headed toward his mansion. Just then, sharp screams suddenly erupted from behind him, followed by a muffled thud bang. The atmosphere instantly tightened, and the situation grew dangerously tense. Hearing a crashing sound from behind, Fang Chen instinctively whipped his head around. The scene that greeted his eyes was like a breathtaking moment frozen in time. 3 boys and girls with delicate, youthful faces dressed in the outer sect disciples' robes, along with a teenage boy about the same age as the young man Xiao. When they saw Fang Chen, they all froze as if paralyzed, time itself seeming to stand still. Then the boy screamed in terror, "Ah, it's Fang Chen! Run!" The young children, hearing their senior brother's warning, paid no attention to the scattered items on the ground and sprinted away wildly. "Fang Chen, is it really necessary?" After leading them a fair distance, the boy saw no sign of Fang Chen chasing them, so they stopped and exchanged glances before finally exhaling in relief. Luckily, old Dog Fang's temper is good today. He didn't want to cause trouble, the boy muttered with a hint of awe. One boy asked, puzzled, "Senior brother, why do we have to run? You just joined the Danran sect, so it's normal you don't know." The boy sneered, hatred burning in his eyes. "That old dog Fang is the biggest bully in the outer sect, ruthless and vile." He went on, "Last time, a senior brother accidentally dropped a jade slip outside his residence. It should have been no big deal. But Fang Chen sent people to harass him every day for months, stopped him from cultivating, even tortured him in his sleep. Asking the law enforcement hall for help was useless. That senior brother was forced to pay 10 low-grade spirit stones and apologize before it ended. This time we dropped something. Just know if we hadn't run immediately, we would have lost everything." The boy ground his teeth in fury. "That guy's a beast." The 3 children looked shocked, clearly never expecting Fang Chen to be so vicious. The boy's expression darkened as he blamed himself. "But it's my fault. I knew old dog Fang liked to extort and usually avoided him carefully. I just thought taking a shortcut by the sea turtle platform this time would be quicker, hoping to get lucky. Maybe I'm just too tired from training and not thinking straight. Senior brother is sorry for bringing you trouble. Don't blame yourself, senior brother." A girl comforted him. "Be more careful next time," she added anxiously. "Do you think Elder Hua will blame us for losing and dropping his things in front of his house?" "No need to worry." The boy waved his hand. "Elder Hua has a big heart. Even if he's angry, he'd only scold us. At worst, he'd make us work in the pill room cleaning up pill ashes for a few days to atone. But if old dog Fang extorts us, the consequences would be terrifying." His face darkened further, and hearing this, the others shivered in fear. Fang Chen had already become the most feared villain in their minds. The girl anxiously asked again, "Senior brother, do you think he remembered our faces? I heard that powerful cultivators have photographic memories." The boy sneered, "Don't be scared. Old dog Fang's cultivation isn't high, and he's at least 10 years older than Ushi's brain can't be that sharp. He definitely can't remember our faces after one look." "That's a relief." They all sighed and hurried away. Fang Chen stood before the most luxurious residence in the outer sect, flanked by gleaming golden lion statues. He was silent for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh. "Looks like I really don't have many friends." Then he stepped forward, bending down to inspect what the 4 had hurriedly dropped in front of the mansion. "Someone needs to carry this back." As Fang Chen stepped closer, he was stunned. There was actually a guzheng, the ancient Chinese zither. Leaning over for a closer look, his eyes caught 3 gilded characters at the lower right corner. Hua Qirong. The elegant script hinted at grace and subtlety, yet beneath the refined strokes lay an unmistakable aura of authority. No doubt, this was the guzheng belonging to Hua Qirong, the alchemist elder of the Dan refining chamber in the Danran sect. Hua Qirong's name was almost a household word within Danran sect. She was the foremost master of alchemy in the inner sect. Alchemy held immense prestige in the cultivation world, so naturally, she was revered above most. With this in mind, Fang Chen's expression quickly grew serious as he solemnly declared, "Such a priceless treasure cannot be entrusted to others. I must personally ensure its safe return. Serving my sect's elders is my sworn duty as a disciple." Yet, just as Fang Chen reached out to pick up the guzheng, a strange impulse surged through his fingers, an uncontrollable urge to pluck its strings. After all, he had only just learned guzheng techniques with the system's help. But the moment his fingers were about to touch the strings, he suddenly stopped himself cold. There's something wrong. Absolutely something wrong. The last thread of his rational mind shouted in alarm. At that instant, his sharp senses caught the scent of a conspiracy. Fang Chen's notorious love of causing trouble reputation was well known throughout the government office, and the empty courtyard in front of his residence was proof enough. Could those junior disciples who conveniently passed by really be coincidence? Cultivators were known for steady movements. How could they clumsily drop a precious elder's guzheng right at his doorstep by accident? Even more suspicious was Fang Chen's sudden, overwhelming urge to play the guzheng the very moment he saw if this was no accident. Something was off. Suppressing his doubts, Fang Chen withdrew his hand and swiftly turned to look down the mountain. There, a girl in a flowing blue dress moved gracefully. Her delicate features still bore traces of youth, yet she radiated an otherworldly elegance. Given time, she could become breathtakingly beautiful. This girl was none other than Jiang Ningyi. Seeing Jiang Ningyi struck Fang Chen like a bolt of lightning, instantly unraveling the entire ruse in his mind. There was only one truth: the system had secretly set this trap, allowing the heaven-sent guzheng to fall into his hands so he would unwittingly coax out a few ethereal notes. Those heavenly tones would surely stir Jiang Ningyi's heartstrings. Once enchanted by him, combined with his irresistible charisma, she would be hopelessly drawn in. But once deeply attached, he would be trapped, his downfall sealed. Angrily cursing under his breath, Fang Chen thought, "Damn, this isn't a guzheng, it's a death trap for me." Realizing everything, a cold sweat broke out on his spine, and his fingers recoiled as if shocked. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, "Luckily, with this heaven-sent guzheng, I still have iron will. This round is mine. I've seen through it all." Now fully alert, Fang Chen smirked with scorn, mocking the system's clumsy ploy. "This lousy system thinks it can trap me with such amateur tricks? Dream on." Suppressing the urge to play, he tucked the guzheng under his arm and prepared to leave silently, not even bothering to acknowledge Jiang Ningyi. But Jiang Ningyi had come looking for him. There was no way she'd let him slip away so easily. "Senior brother Fang, wait." Jiang Ningyi called urgently, moving swiftly like the breeze until she stood right before him. Fang Chen, ready to make a swift exit, froze instantly. There was no outrunning her. "Damn, she's ruthless," he cursed inside. Standing so close to the girl with her porcelain skin and lovely face, his heart stirred slightly. Such absurd luck to be gifted with not only stunning looks, but also incredible strength and talent. Meanwhile, he was just handsome, dignified, virtuous, clever, famous, talented in writing, magically powerful, commanding presence, graceful, upright, wealthy, utterly useless beside her. Forcing himself to steady his inner energy, he put on a cocky, indifferent facade, casting a sideways glance at Jiang Ningyi with a mocking smirk. "Junior sister, you dare block my path? Don't you know this road belongs to the Fang family?" In this moment, the arrogant, spoiled noble playboy was fully embodied by Fang Chen. After finishing his words, Fang Chen felt a bit uneasy. Thinking to himself, was his acting just now a bit over the top? Had Jiang Ningyi already seen through his flaws? Normally honest and straightforward, suddenly trying to play the villain felt terribly unfamiliar. "Senior brother, I just found out," Jiang Ningyi said calmly, looking at Fang Chen's arrogant, overbearing face. Inside, she was quietly thinking if she hadn't already uncovered the truth behind his disguise. Anyone fooled by that naturally proud expression would truly deserve to get tricked. Senior brother's arrogance was so deeply rooted it made her want to strike him down with a single sword. Fang Chen sneered coldly. "Since you know, why don't you just follow the rules?" "What rules?" Jiang Ningyi asked sharply. "You have to pay the toll," Fang Chen said mockingly. Jiang Ningyi took out a storage ring and said casually, "Senior brother, here 500 low-grade spirit stones. Is that enough?" As soon as she spoke, Fang Chen's smile froze. What was going on? Where was she getting the confidence to break the rules like this? Logically, as a core disciple of the sect, she should know the rule of collecting tolls. She should have drawn her sword to eliminate traitors and uphold righteousness. But now, she was actually offering money? This caught Fang Chen completely off guard. His brain spun rapidly, almost smoking, thinking, there must be some secret I don't know. Jiang Ningyi fixed Fang Chen with a calm gaze and said quietly, "Senior brother, why don't you accept it?" She still remembered worrying all the way from the mountain foot about how to give Fang Chen the spirit stones for the lying jade slip. After all, knowing his personality, he certainly wouldn't accept it. Now that he was pretending, it gave her a convenient chance. Fang Chen opened his mouth, but stammered, "Aya?" Growing impatient, Jiang Ningyi urged, "Just take it." Fang Chen threw up his hands in defiance and shouted arrogantly, "I refuse to accept. I'm not taking it today, so what are you going to do about it?" Seeing this, Jiang Ningyi sighed. Her intention to give him money was completely seen through by senior brother. Since that was the case, she laid her cards on the table openly. "Senior brother, just take it. No need to keep pretending. Shaoqing already told me everything. You're still on the outer sect, with no sect support. You must be struggling after spending so many spirit stones to help junior brother by the lying jade slip." Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, then gestured behind Jiang Ningyi and replied coolly, Who exactly do you think is struggling for money? Following his finger, Jiang Mingyi looked and saw, shining in the sunlight, two mighty pure gold lion statues standing proudly. Suddenly it dawned on her the Fang family was indeed quite wealthy. After a brief moment of realization, Jiang Mingyi tried to find another reason to persuade Fang Chen to accept the spirit stones. But when she turned around, her eyes widened. No one was there. Only a figure clutching a guzheng was running hard, kicking up a dust cloud as he quickly vanished from sight. Jiang Mingyi called out anxiously, "Stop!" But Fang Chen only ran faster. Carrying the guzheng, Fang Chen rushed to the bridge connecting Yinguang Lake Mountain and Sea Turtle Platform. As more people appeared nearby, he finally stopped, a dark look on his face, muttering, "Xiaoqing, I knew it was you who got me into this, good intentions treated like dirt." At this moment, Fang Chen was full of frustration, uncertain about what to do next. Previously, in Jiang Ninjia's eyes, I was nothing but an infamous playboy with no future. But now, after this incident, she must see me as some kind of stoic, self-sacrificing hero. The contrast is huge, and my favorability rating is definitely skyrocketing. If I just show off a bit of my guzheng skills and amaze the entire sect, stealing the spotlight, then it'll perfectly match Jiang Ninjia's criteria for a partner. At that moment, it'll be as good as dead. No, I have to come up with a plan to handle this. Fang Chen began to rack his brains in desperation. Clearly, pretending to be a good for nothing was pointless now. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. An idea struck him. There's an old saying, even saints have flaws. Maybe my morality is impeccable, but that doesn't mean I'm flawless in every other aspect. If I casually act out some bad traits, bad temper, laziness, greed, a wandering eye for beauty, won't Jiang Mingyi immediately dislike me and walk away? Thinking this through, a smug smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. Huh, that's the way to go. The advantage is in my hands. I've got this under control. Saying that, he quickened his pace and headed toward Turtle Terrace. Jiang Mingyi watched him walk away, then hurried after him. She scanned the paths leading from Turtle Terrace with a frown, hesitating. She had no idea where Fang Chen was going. The outer disciples of Danran sect all lived on Yinguang Lake Mountain, and to get to the inner sect you must pass through Turtle Terrace. The terrace was built from the hard shell of a sea turtle demon corpse, slain long ago by Danran's masters. Its formidable defense made it the core of the outer sect's defensive formation, and it served as a thoroughfare for disciples. Despite this, when Fang Chen stepped onto the terrace, he realized he knew nothing about the routes inside. The original owner rarely went to the inner sect, and the refining furnace he needed to reach was on Lingyun Peak, almost completely unfamiliar territory to him. He could only stumble forward and ask directions from passersby. Perhaps because the path was complicated, Jiang Mingyi soon lost track of him. Fang Chen leisurely walked to the foot of Lingyun Peak. Suddenly, a figure stopped abruptly, anger flashing across her face. Fang Chen. Not far from the mountain's base stood a stern-faced female disciple in red robes and a young girl wearing a blue dress just like Jiang Ninjia's. Fang Chen carried the guzheng in his arms and stepped forward. Before he could speak, the girl in blue smiled first. "May I ask what brings you to Lingyun Peak?" Fang Chen looked her straight in the eye. "To return Elder Hua's guzheng." He knew perfectly well that the real reason was to use returning the instrument as an excuse to meet Elder Hua. Knowing a senior would be beneficial. With zero talent, and the system practically rooting for his demise, his situation was hellish. Without effort, he might really die. The blue dress girl was momentarily stunned. "How did Elder Hua's guzheng end up with you?" Fang Chen was at a loss for words, embarrassed beyond description. Had his ruin of his reputation scared off 4 kids, leaving the guzheng abandoned in front of his door? He couldn't say that, but luckily the red-robed female interrupted the awkward silence coolly. Elder Hua's guzheng was sent for maintenance. Today just happens to be the day it's returned to the outer sect. She stepped forward to carefully inspect the guzheng in Fang Chen's hands and nodded after confirming it was the same one. The girl in blue suddenly understood. "In that case, please come with me. I will take you to find Elder Hua." "Yes." Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and replied eagerly. The two set off, one following the other along the mountain path. After they walked away, near a small house not far off, a short-haired female disciple in red robes emerged. She sidled up to the stern-faced disciple and smilingly asked, "No problem helping Sister Ling deal with Fang Chen, right?" "No problem. It's not like we want to maim him, just make him suffer a little. That's all," the cold-faced female disciple said calmly. Fang Chen had always been arrogant and overbearing outside the sect's outer gate, bullying both men and women, which she found utterly intolerable. Unfortunately, he always managed to exploit loopholes in the rules. Even though she was younger, her cultivation was far superior, and as an inner sect disciple, no one dared to take action against him openly. Now that he had walked right into her trap, she was eager to see how badly he would falter this time. "All right, then just wait for the good news." The short-haired girl couldn't help but laugh aloud. Both Fang Chen and the girl in the blue dress were cultivators with extraordinary physical prowess, and soon they reached the mountaintop. "This way, follow me." The blue dress girl led the way, ushering Fang Chen into a dense bamboo grove while handing him a jade slip. You need to channel your spiritual energy into this. Elder Hua will sense your arrival and communicate with you through divine intent. Only with his permission can you enter. Fang Chen accepted the jade slip with a respectful nod. Thank you. Then he summoned his spiritual energy inward, thinking to himself that thankfully there were still more good people than bad in the world. But the moment he infused his energy into the jade slip, the bamboo grove suddenly stirred with no wind, as if it had come alive. The rustling leaves and swaying branches slowly parted to reveal a pathway. At the same time, his guzheng mysteriously broke free from its restraints, floating gently to hover in front of his chest. Everything exceeded Fang Chen's expectations. Frozen in place, cold sweat drenched his forehead, and alarm bells rang in his mind. He wanted to turn and run, but suddenly a dense fog engulfed him, blurring his vision so completely he could no longer see the path beneath his feet. Fang Chen, enjoy the taste of the sound forest, a chilling voice echoed out of nowhere. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you fail the trial of the sound forest, you'll be trapped by Elder Hua's formation and hung on Lingyun Peak to be displayed for 3 days. Not just you, your entire Fang family will lose face. As the voice faded, the blue-dressed girl, now nowhere to be seen, spoke again. Why are you doing this to me? Fang Chen's expression darkened, confusion filling his heart. What's going on? I never even offended her. Why is she targeting me? I was only trying to return something out of kindness. How did I end up so unlucky? Is being a good person this hard? Will this world ever be alright? Fang Chen, don't you understand yourself? The voice carried unspeakable pain and fury. The blue-dressed girl reappeared, her face filled with a sorrowful anger, as if wronged. You humiliated brother Shaoqing in every way imaginable. Have you forgotten this moment? When you challenged him to a fight to the death? I, Ling Weiner, swore to the heavens if anything were to happen to brother Shaoqing, I would make you, Fang Chen, pay 100-fold. Her gaze became as sharp as a blade, her voice growing harsher. This is only a warning. If after enduring this torment you still refuse to resolve the life and death contract at the contest, I will make you understand this is only the beginning. Hearing this was like a thunderclap to Fang Chen's mind. Suddenly realized. So she is Ling Weiner, Shaoqing's childhood friend. Panic welled up inside him. No, junior sister, you've misunderstood. Let me out first, and I'll explain. I and junior brother Xiao, but Ling Weiner refused to give him a chance to speak. With a sharp command, I want listen. She cut him off roughly. Anger blazed in her eyes. I've said enough. Now enjoy yourself. After speaking, she left behind a triumphant cold smile and disappeared deep into the bamboo forest. In truth, Ling Weiner's visit was originally to deliver elixirs to Shaoqing, which brought her to Lingyun Peak. She hadn't expected to run into Fang Chen here, so she immediately asked the senior sisters of Lingyun Peak to create an opportunity for her, determined to teach this rogue a proper lesson. After stepping out of the music bamboo grove, Ling Weiner turned to her senior sisters guarding the bamboo grove and spoke softly. Sisters, please keep an eye on this troublemaker for me. Don't worry, we'll watch him closely, the senior sisters replied with smiles. Although living mostly in the inner sect, they didn't know much about the powerful figures in the outer sect like Fang Chen. But they were familiar with Ling Weiner's normally straightforward and lively personality, and seeing her harbor such intense hatred for someone and hearing of Fang Chen's despicable deeds, they had developed a strong dislike for him as well. So they didn't mind Ling Weiner using the music bamboo grove as a trap for Fang Chen. Even if Elder Hua Qirong found out, they would simply lie and say Fang Chen had barged in of his own accord. Meanwhile, inside the music bamboo grove, Fang Chen called out Ling Weiner's name several times at the top of his lungs, but got no response. Growing so frustrated, he was almost spitting blood. Damn it, this is such a curse. At that moment, the guzheng hanging in front of him suddenly rang out with sharp, clear notes. From deep within the bamboo grove came a soft, seductive female voice. Those who wish to pass through the music bamboo grove must obtain a pill. Those who fail to pass shall be punished. The voice continued. Rule number 1 of the music bamboo grove. You must play a piece that can shake the sound bamboo. Fang Chen's eyes widened as he stared toward the source of the voice in shock. At the same time, Jiang Mingyi was arriving at Lingyun Peak from the Sea Turtle Terrace. She guessed Fang Chen might come here because she remembered the guzheng he was carrying. In the Danran sect, besides the 100 Arts courtyard of Ingguang Lake Peak, Lingyun Peak was most closely associated with the guzheng. It was well known that Elder Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak was the sect's top guzheng devotee. When she was young, Jiang Mingyi often listened to Hua Qirong's guzheng playing. The melodies soothed her spirit and relieved her fatigue. Unfortunately, she had been pressured by her elders to focus solely on cultivation and never had time to learn the guzheng herself. She could only hope her future husband might play it. Just as Jiang Mingyi reached Lingyun Peak, she ran into Ling Weiner, who was beaming with excitement and pride. Weiner, why are you here? Jiang Mingyi asked in surprise. I came to bring medicinal pills to Shaoqing and have good news for you. Ling Weiner said eagerly, her eyes shining. What good news? Jiang Mingyi asked curiously. Ling Weiner deliberately teased her. Senior sister, You know the music bamboo grove, right? I know. Elder Hua set up the music bamboo grove to find true connoisseurs. Jiang Ningyi nodded. Hua Qirong had created the music bamboo grove formation to identify those who truly understood the guzheng. Anyone who could pass the grove could ask Elder Hua for any pill she could refine. When the news spread, all the peak masters in the Danran sect were thrilled. Even disciples who couldn't play the guzheng were eager to try their luck, hoping to earn the peak master's favor. But now, due to the crowd at Lingyun Peak, Hua Qirong realized using the grove to find connoisseurs was impractical and refused to activate the formation. Since dismantling it was complicated, they kept the bamboo grove as decoration but changed the rules. Those who failed the test would not only be whipped by the musical bamboos, but also stripped naked and bound in front of Lingyun Peak for 3 days. Female disciples, mostly guzheng students, turned pale at the thought of being stripped naked, and the male disciples were also reluctant to challenge the grove. As a result, the usual enthusiastic volunteers disappeared. Yes, my good news is about this music bamboo grove, Ling Weiner nodded excitedly. Just now, that outer sect disciple Fang Chen brought back Elder Hua's guzheng. I don't know where he got it, but judging by his expression, he's definitely up to something. So I tricked him, telling him I was bringing him to see Elder Hua, but in fact led him into the music bamboo grove formation. Seeing Jiang Ninji's knowing nod, Ling Weiner stopped and teased. Now we just have to wait and watch him make a fool of himself. The entire Lingyun Peak was tense yet excited, watching and waiting to see how Fang Chen would handle this unexpected trial. After hearing these words, Jiang Ninji's face instantly turned pale, and she said anxiously, Weiner, how could you treat senior brother Fang like this? At that moment, she finally understood why senior brother Fang had inexplicably appeared holding the guzheng. It turned out, he came to return it. But she hadn't expected that Fang Chen was actually being secretly sabotaged by Ling Weiner. If anything really happened like being stripped and tied up, wouldn't senior brother Fang's reputation be utterly ruined? Senior sister, why can't I do this? Ling Weiner hurriedly defended herself. I didn't hurt him or cripple him at worst. I just embarrassed him a little, taught him a lesson. There was a hint of grievance in her tone, and in her heart, she resented how Fang Chen was usually arrogant and bullying Xiao Qing without anyone stepping in. Now that she merely returned some of the favor, why was he so angry? Jiang Ningyi sighed. You forget it. You go ask junior brother Xiao. He'll go rescue him first. She could tell Ling Weiner thought she was upset because the measures were too extreme, but her mind was preoccupied with Fang Chen. Without further explanation, she turned and dashed out. Jiang Ningyi mounted her flying sword, which shot forward like a silver streak, ignoring the sect's rules against sword riding on Lingyun Peak. Ling Weiner stared in shock, senior sister, but before she could finish, she hurried after her toward the mountaintop. Jiang Ningyi rushed to the peak, but did not see the dragged and naked Fang Chen near the musical grove. Instead, there stood a group of usually bright and cheerful female disciples of Lingyun Peak, their eyes glistening with tears, faces full of sorrow and heartache. Ling Weiner arrived as well, stunned. What's going on here? She asked nervously, scanning the scene in disbelief. Suddenly, from deep within the musical grove came the sound of a guzheng, like a lament haunting, sorrowful, tinged with melancholy. The rhythm shifted between slow and hurried, low and lonely, striking a chord in their hearts, emotions freezing as if narrating a tragic parting. Jiang Ningyi and Ling Weiner listened quietly. Their bodies stiffened slightly, their gazes involuntarily darkened with sadness. The melody seemed to conjure a scene of two deeply in love being forced apart, the jade vase shattering on the ground, the hairpin broken, the man silent and desolate, the woman's tears dried up. The many female disciples on the peak were not only saddened by the music, but also showed indescribable shock. Could this person in the musical grove really be that arrogant and brash Fang Chen from the outer sect? Ling Weiner stood beside Jiang Ningyi, staring at the grove, full of doubt and disbelief. Gradually, the music faded. Ling Weiner couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, how can he play the guzheng like that? Her voice was filled with confusion and unwillingness, never having expected Fang Chen could perform such a heartrending and beautiful piece. Jiang Ninji's expression was calm. Not only can he play the guzheng, senior brother Fang has done many things you don't know about. For instance, he deliberately concealed his cultivation level to motivate junior brother Xiao. He even gave the holographic jade slip he got from the transmission hall to junior brother Xiao to help him grow quickly, and there's more you've never understood. What? Ling Weiner felt struck by lightning. Her face instantly drained of color. She suddenly realized that when at the foot of the mountain, Fang Chen's cultivation had already reached the 9th grade of qi refining. But because she was eager for revenge, she never paid attention to this detail. At this moment, she finally understood everything. The Fang Chen at qi refining stage 9 could never have fought with Xiao Qing as an equal opponent. There had to be more hidden truth behind this secret. Before long, from deep inside the musical grove, a figure dressed in white slowly emerged. At that moment, all eyes instinctively focused on Fang Chen. He remained silent, his tone cold and composed. The guzheng has been returned. I take my leave. Beside him, Jiang Ningyi hurriedly spoke up, Senior Brother Fang. I apologize on behalf of Junior Sister Ling. No need. Fang Chen cut her off sharply. Just don't let either of you show up in front of me again. He dropped the chilling words and looked at Jiang Ningyi with a deep, unreadable gaze. In that instant, Jiang Ningyi's face turned pale as if stabbed in the chest. What emotion lay behind Senior Brother's look? Grievance? Anger? Sorrow? Perhaps all of them. She felt the weight on her chest suffocating, unable to bear the pain. Nearby, Ling Weiner was filled with regret. She had given selflessly and silently, only to be so deeply misunderstood and betrayed, and now faced total humiliation as punishment. If Fang Chen himself didn't play the Guzheng, the pain might have been unbearable. Looking at the distraught Jiang Ningyi, she urged anxiously, Senior Sister, I'll apologize right away. I can't let Senior Brother misunderstand you. No need. Jiang Ningyi drew a deep breath and forced a small smile, gripping Ling Weiner's hand tightly, shaking her head. You go explain everything clearly to the Senior Sisters. Just don't let them misunderstand Senior Brother. Well, all right. Ling Weiner accepted reluctantly and turned to follow the others to clear up the misunderstanding. Jiang Ningyi stood still, watching Fang Chen's retreating figure. A thought stirred deep inside. How painful it must be to give so much and be treated with such hostility. Suddenly, Fang Chen's heart tightened as he realized he had forgotten the reward from Yinlin. In his rush to sever ties with Jiang Ningyi, he had overlooked something important. The pills and the reward might have been concocted by Hua Qirong and could be the key to saving his declining aptitude. But turning back now would either seem insincere or expose his weakness. After weighing his options, Fang Chen decided to forego collecting the prize for now. He thought to himself, the elders won't renege. There's no rush. I can claim it later. Rubbing his chin, Fang Chen smiled inwardly. That look I gave earlier, disgust, hatred, contempt, all there. Jiang Ningyi definitely got the message. Anyone facing a gaze like that wouldn't dare approach easily. Earlier in Yinlin, had learned that breaking the formation required triggering resonance through playing a specific piece. Otherwise, he'd be stripped naked and become Danran Sect's #1 celebrity. A choice between exposure and life or death. Playing the Guzheng was risky, but far better than public humiliation. With no choice, Fang Chen forced himself to play. At the same time, he made a mental rule. If he ran into Jiang Ningyi, he must act extremely hostile toward Ling Weiner and drag Jiang Ningyi into it. That way, no matter how Jiang Ningyi felt about him, he'd have reason to avoid her. As long as he dodged meetings, he would completely escape the danger of being forced into the role of kill husband. Thinking this, Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh aloud. Ha, system, you still lost. Then, a soft voice with a teasing tone suddenly came from behind. What are you laughing at? Fang Chen froze mid-smile, his expression shifting instantly. Who's there? Fang Chen turned around in surprise. Behind him, without him noticing when she arrived, stood a tall woman wearing a long red dress. She emitted a faint scent of cinnabar mixed with fresh herbs, calming and soothing the mind. The visitor made no effort to hide her identity. Seeing Fang Chen turn back, she smiled with interest and said, I am Hua Qirong, elder of the Danran sect and the seal keeper of Lingyun Peak. She paused briefly, then explained with a smile, the leaders of the sect's peaks are collectively called seal keepers because each peak has a peak sealing magic seal, a powerful artifact used for offense and defense. The peak leader who holds the seal is known as the seal keeper. Fang Chen's heart stirred at her words. Could this person really be Elder Hua Qirong of Lingyun Peak? Noticing Fang Chen zoning out, Hua Qirong asked impatiently, why are you standing there dumbfounded? It's your turn. Who are you? Which peak's disciple are you? Only then did Fang Chen realize his rudeness. He quickly bowed and said, Greetings, Elder Hua. I am Fang Chen, an outer disciple. Outer disciple? Hua Qirong's expression shifted. Her gaze sharpened as she studied him closely. Then she looked surprised. Your vitality looks like that of someone with at least a 20-year cultivation aptitude. Yet you're only at the 9th grade Qi refining stage? That's incredibly poor talent. Have you been poisoned, or had your spiritual root injured? Those words hit Fang Chen like a hammer. He felt discouraged and muttered quietly, this elder is a bit too blunt and rude. Forcing a smile, he replied, respectfully, Elder, this is how I was born. Hua Qirong seemed to suddenly understand. Seeing Fang Chen's displeasure, she softened her tone. Hey, don't be too upset. Your low cultivation might not be all due to talent, it could also be because you spend more time practicing the Guzheng. Besides, you're not the worst outer disciple. I've heard of someone who's been in the sect for over 10 years, but only reached the 3rd layer of Qi. Refining that person's talent is even worse. I've been in Danran sect for so long and never seen a disciple with talent this poor, haha. She laughed aloud, but Fang Chen's mood took another blow and darkened noticeably. He cursed quietly, this elder is really shameless, acting so high and mighty. Noticing his silence, Hua Qirong asked with surprise, why aren't you saying anything? Are you feeling unwell? Fang Chen forced a smile. I'm fine, just a little tired. The forced smile looked more like a grimace. Hua Qirong stopped laughing and changed the subject, curiously asking, What were you laughing about just now? Fang Chen made up an excuse on the spot. I felt proud after passing through the forest of sounds. Oh, then you're underestimating it, Hua Qirong said with a smile. The forest of sounds shouldn't be anything major for you. The one who should be happy is May finally found someone who shares my interest in sound arts to discuss with. She patted Fang Chen's shoulder sincerely. With your level, you and I could debate for a long time. Come find me often at Lingyun Peak. Your junior dares not. Fang Chen clasped his fists quickly, secretly delighted. No denying it. Though Elder Hua's words weren't exactly polite, gaining recognition for his gouging skills and an invitation to exchange ideas was like catching a big break. With that, the purpose of this trip was at least partially fulfilled. Don't be so modest. Hua Qirong smiled and asked, by the way, what's the name of the piece you just played? Wang Ming Mei, Fang Chen replied slowly. Wang Ming Mei, that's a good name. Hua Qirong's eyes brightened. Did you compose this yourself? No, it's the work of a folk friend of mine. Fang Chen quickly denied, not daring to claim credit. Hua Qirong's expression showed a hint of regret, but she soon smiled again. Could you lend me the score to take a look? No problem. Fang Chen acted quickly, pulling out a blank jade slip from his chest pocket. His eyes gleamed as the music notation in his mind appeared with perfect clarity, and he swiftly wrote it down, then handed it to her. Though the system often made him frustrated, the skills it granted were no joke right now. The score in his head was exceptionally clear, making transcription highly efficient. Taking the jade slip, Hua Qirong's face showed genuine surprise and admiration. This kid really knows his stuff. She nodded with satisfaction and said frankly, since that's the case, just tell me what kind of pill you want. Fang Chen was overjoyed. Finally, they were getting down to business. He had long wanted to ask for some pills, but hesitated, fearing it might seem impolite. Now that Hua Qirong took the initiative, he didn't hesitate. Elder Hua, I want a pill that can improve one's innate aptitude. Improve aptitude? Hua Qirong stroked her smooth chin thoughtfully and pondered for a moment. I have 3 kinds, but each has a very low success rate. Are you sure you want to try? In reality, she was just being modest. The herbs used for the 3 pills were extremely rare. While they couldn't transform someone into a genius, they could definitely enhance their basic aptitude. Hua Qirong was quite confident about that. Definitely. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Even with a low success rate, I have to try? Alright. Hayrace the first won the Zhongsu pill, most suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. Hua Qirong took a crystal-clear jade bottle from her storage ring and handed it to Fang Chen. Yet Fang Chen hesitated, then said slowly, the Zhongsu pill, I think I've taken that before. A flash of memory appeared in his mind. The original owner had taken the Zhongsu pill before, but without any effect. You've taken it before? Hua Qirong immediately grew alert. Then you can't take it again. She frowned and thought. If had taken it before, why hadn't his aptitude improved? That didn't make sense. Quickly, she put away the Zhongsu pill and pulled out another jade bottle. What about this one? The Lingji elixir, very potent, not suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators alone, but if combined with the heart guarding pill, you can handle it. Fang Chen was stunned again, then widened his eyes in surprise. I've taken this one too. Hua Qirong frowned deeply, hurriedly taking back the bottle, reaching for a third pill. But Fang Chen's voice trembled. Elder Hua, if the third one you're about to give me is the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, then don't bother. I think I've taken that one too. Hua Qirong's eyes went wide in shock. You've taken all 3? She hadn't expected this. Then how is your aptitude still so poor? How could this be? Before she could finish, Fang Chen's complexion suddenly turned pale, even visibly ashen. She panicked for a moment, hastily trying to ease the situation. Well, maybe your luck's just been really bad, haha. She spread her hands helplessly. If that's the case, I have no other pills. The other powerful ones are only heard of in legends. Her words fell into an awkward silence. The last glimmer of hope in Fang Chen's eyes slowly faded away. At that moment, it felt like all hope was lost. Just how bad could his aptitude possibly be? Fang Chen now truly understood why the original owner had chosen the path of demonization. Setting aside the terrible cost of killing family and friends and falling into the demonic arts, even from the perspective of improving one's aptitude, this path was not entirely unreasonable. At this moment, piles of rare pills lay before Fang Chen, not only reminding him of the profound strength of the Fang family, but also indirectly proving how brutal that world was. Seeing Fang Chen's heavy expression, Hua Qirong gently reached out her slender jade-like hand and softly patted his shoulder. Her tone was gentle as she said, since you don't need these 3 types of pills, is there anything else you want? Fang Chen sighed and replied, if that's the case, Elder Hua, please give me the jade shard pill. Jade shard pill? Hua Qirong frowned slightly, a trace of doubt flashing across her eyes. You mean the kind that helps Qi refinement disciples improve their cultivation? Fang Chen nodded firmly. Yes, since I can't improve myself, as a senior brother, I have to help Xiao Qing exert more effort. Brother Xiao, this is all I can do for you. Unexpectedly, Hua Qirong shook her head and refused. I can't give it to you. Why? Fang Chen was startled, wondering if the pill was too precious to share. Hua Kerong's face showed a hint of pride. This pill is indeed rare, but it's worthless to you. Even if I gave you a bottle, what good would it do? Hearing this, Fang Chen's breath hitched, his heart jolted. Hua Qirong paused, then explained, the key to the Jade Shard pill is that the higher your innate talent, the more effective it is. Yushi glanced at Fang Chen and her tone softened suddenly. I can't bear to make you feel worse. Besides, the most coveted effect of the Jade Shard pill is that it has a chance to immediately advance you one level. But you are already at Qi Refinement Stage 9 and cannot advance further. So this pill won't help you break into the Foundation Establishment stage. The topic grew awkward, and Hua Qirong quickly changed the subject. So, this pill is practically useless to you. You should think carefully. But Fang Chen shook his head without hesitation. Elder Hua, my mind is made up. Please grant me the Jade Shard pill. His inner gambler stirred since there was a chance for instant promotion, and Xiao Qing was a child of destiny and an extraordinarily lucky individual. Wouldn't that chance be greatly increased? The system predicted that in half a month Xiao Qing would reach Qi Refinement Grade 7. Taking this pill would guarantee at least Grade 8, which was equivalent to fighting at Qi Refinement Grade 9. A full burst of power could even reach Foundation Establishment Stage 1, fully tapping his hidden potential to reach Stage 2, and in a life-or-death moment possibly Stage 3. Put another way, with a little help, Xiao Qing was essentially already crossing into the Golden Core realm. That bet was worth going all in. Seeing Fang Chen's resolute expression, Hua Qirong sighed softly and took from her bosom a small bottle as white and pure as jade. She casually tossed it to him. This contains about 1 furnace's worth of pills, something I refined years ago when I was practicing. Take it, but don't be greedy. A cultivator's body has limits, and taking too much at once can cause it to burst. Fang Chen caught it immediately, bowed respectfully with fists clasped, and said, yes, disciple will follow your teachings. Thank you, Elder Hua. Hua Qirong added, consider this bottle a thank you gift for the musical score you gave me. As for your reward for passing through the sound forest, think carefully about how to make the most of it, and come see me again. Finally, Hua Qirong spoke softly, I hope you'll bring an even better piece next time you come. Fang Chen was taken aback for a moment. Then a wave of joy surged through him. He hadn't expected Hua Qirong to be so generous and open-hearted, truly a beauty with a kind soul and a broad mind. Just as he looked up to thank her and return her kindness, he found that Hua Qirong had quietly vanished. With no other choice, Fang Chen bowed to the empty air and said, thank you, Elder Hua. Grateful, he turned and left. At that moment on Lingyun Peak, Hua Qirong had returned to the Sound Forest. Standing beside her Guzheng, she sighed deeply. She felt that Fang Chen was still young and too single-minded about cultivating power. Especially with that bottle of broken jade pill, running back as if pursuing a fruitless effort, it left her somewhat disappointed. She understood a cultivator's fixation on cultivation was natural. After all, Fang Chen was barely in his early 20s. That was only human. But she had hoped that, given his remarkable talent in the way of sound, his character, wisdom, and aspirations would set him apart from ordinary young cultivators. Beyond his soul-stirring melancholy melodies, Fang Chen's actions still seemed as ordinary as any other disciple. Thinking this, Hua Qirong couldn't help but smile gently, recalling how in her youth she too had often wasted effort. Yet after years of cultivation now held her juniors to such strict standards, it seemed she truly had grown old. Gathering her thoughts, she carefully packed the Guzheng into its case. Then with a wave of her sleeve, she softly instructed, Xiao Peng, go to Chizuan Mountain and bring Wainer here. Outside came a solemn, yet slightly tense echo. Yes, Peak Mistress. Not long after, Fang Chen hurried back from Sea Turtle Terrace to the summit of Ingguang Lake. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he made a beeline for Xiao Qing's cottage. Seeing Fang Chen come and go so suddenly, Xiao Qing's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, what brings you here? Fang Chen said nothing and handed over a bottle of broken jade pills. For you. The fastest way to boost Xiao Qing's strength was obviously through medicine. Fang Chen silently hoped this chosen child of fate would live up to his expectations. Xiao Qing blinked, confused. What is this? Just take it. Senior brother wouldn't hurt you, Fang Chen said, then turned and left, leaving a tall, confident silhouette. Xiao Qing was still too stunned to refuse. Suddenly, the elderly voice of the carefree venerable echoed slowly in his mind, tinged with amusement. Heh, a bottle of broken jade pills. Senior brother Fang really values you highly. Don't let him down now. Xiao Qing was utterly shocked. As a qi refining cultivator, he knew exactly how precious the broken jade pill was. He had expected something ordinary like a qi condensation pill or rejuvenation pill, but this was a rare treasure. Though Hua Qirong regarded it as useless, for a qi refining disciple like Xiao Qing in his current state, it was priceless. He hurriedly wanted to chase after Fang Chen to return the pill, but the carefree venerable stopped him. Enough. Fang Chen deliberately didn't tell you what it was to avoid refusal. Chasing after him now would only cause trouble. Besides, he is already at 9th grade qi refining. The pill's effects for him are limited. This pill was clearly meant for you. Take it calmly, Focus on cultivation and repay his kindness once you've grown stronger. A flicker of doubt crossed Xiaoqing's face, but he eventually nodded firmly. Yes. In that case, I will not disappoint Senior Brother Fang. I will cherish every second of my cultivation. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, a system alert suddenly sounded in Fang Chen's mind. Ding detected child of fate, Xiaoqing, who will break through to ninth grade Qi refining in your future life or death duel. He will possess power surpassing his rank, able to match Foundation Establishment cultivators, and can briefly unleash second-grade Foundation Establishment strength in mortal peril. This news filled Fang Chen with overwhelming joy and excitement in his heart. The system announced, the host will be granted a first-rank Foundation Establishment cultivation, allowing them to withstand immense pressure in life-or-death battles, forcing Xiaoqing to push his potential to the limit and ultimately be slain publicly by Xiaoqing. The cultivation bestowal begins immediately. The Foundation Establishment process is lengthy, host. Please stabilize your posture, avoid moving lightly, and patiently await completion. As soon as the voice finished, Fang Chen respectfully stood firm. He clearly felt the Wansha heart method activating within his body, a continuous flow of spiritual energy rushing into his dantian like baby swallows returning home. The gathering speed of the spiritual energy was rapid, visible to the naked eye as it quickly condensed into a square, foundational core within his dantian. Fang Chen's heart surged with excitement. This foundational core was crystal clear, utterly colorless, like a pure, transparent crystal. Watching the core materialize, Fang Chen was almost overwhelmed with joy. Foundation establishment methods vary greatly. Some refine top-tier pills, others painstakingly gather rare celestial and earthly treasures, and some spend years inside formation arrays to cultivate the highest quality foundation. But Fang Chen's method was completely different, did nothing but stand quietly still, yet still completed the core's formation. Even more astonishing, after the core fully condensed, it began to faintly show color. At first, a dazzling scarlet edge slowly spread across the transparent crystal. Fang Chen's heart leapt. Foundation quality is divided into 3 ranks. Human Path Foundation is scarlet, Earth Path is green, and Heaven Path is gold. Colorless means ordinary foundation, with no one daring to mention it or take pride in it. Given his aptitude, he had only hoped to form an average foundation, never expecting the system to gift him such a high grade. However, just as the red fully tinged the core's edges, the color did not stop but expanded further. Then a fresh green hue emerged, gradually covering half the crystal. Fang Chen could hardly believe it, secretly exclaiming, I've actually ascended to Earth Path Foundation. My fortune is truly extraordinary. After the green spread, the core continued to progress, emitting a brilliant golden light from within outward. With a slight tremor in his bones, Fang Chen felt a strange power surging inside him. His skeleton seemed to subtly adjust, becoming tougher yet more flexible. The completion of a Heaven Path Foundation typically accompanies cosmic phenomena, but since this cultivation was system bestowed, it drew no external attention and caused no celestial signs. Eventually, the golden color fully enveloped the crystal, the core perfectly completed. At that moment, Fang Chen sensed subtle changes in the world around him. Sounds became clearer, his vision extended farther, and his entire body felt incredibly light. His divine awareness rapidly expanded, enabling him to perceive spiritual energy veins more precisely. The few techniques and spells he had mastered now flowed effortlessly, as if his entire being had merged with the spiritual energy. No wonder Foundation Establishment cultivators can fly on their swords, Fang Chen mused deeply. Their flight isn't just through spells, but by controlling spiritual energy at a new level. Although Foundation Establishment cultivators still have shallow spiritual roots, limiting their flight height and distance, the fundamental difference between flying and not flying had already emerged. Fang Chen's heart overflowed with surprise and joy. He knew that his current cultivation would be a solid foundation and powerful guarantee for future battles. Apart from the ability to fly, the most obvious difference between Foundation Establishment cultivators and Qi refinement cultivators is lifespan, something Fang Chen had yet to fully grasp. Foundation Establishment cultivators live far longer than Qi refinement ones. Even the least fortunate could reach 150 years old, while those blessed with longevity might live up to 3 centuries. Fang Chen silently repeated to himself, 150 years. I should be able to find a way to strengthen myself within that time. At this moment, the only ally Fang Chen found who could help him boost his cultivation before the life-or-death duel was Xiaoqing. Moreover, he wasn't sure if the system that had once cost him his life would keep granting him power-ups forever. What if one day the system discovered he was exploiting bugs and cut off his upgrades? As a notoriously unlucky guy, Fang Chen knew he had to prepare for every possibility. On one hand, secretly exploiting bugs. On the other, searching for new ways to improve on his own. Once he grew truly strong, he could turn the tables, let the system find some luck-favored pawn to sacrifice, and see how it would react. Suddenly, The system announced, initiation complete. Host, please actively fulfill your duty to assist the child of fate in their growth, dedicating yourself to the heavens, all beings, and life itself. Heaven and earth have no end. Human life is like morning mist. To live humbly is mere survival. To die gloriously is true success. Hearing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but retort, screw that. All gratitude toward the system vanished instantly. But then he puzzled over something. Why only foundation establishment, first grade? Xiaoqing was clearly second grade. After cursing a few times, he was stunned to discover that the power inside him was not even second grade foundation establishment. His face went blank. The system explained, the difference between grades within foundation establishment is far greater than during Qi refinement. If the host possessed foundation establishment second grade combined with spell enhancements, the probability of defeating the child of fate would be only 0.63, so no upgrade is granted. Fang Chen. This system was truly a pain. Feeling dejected, he returned to his modest three-room cottage. Breaking through foundation establishment really took time. Stepping outside, he looked up and was shocked to see a yellowish hue at the horizon. The twilight glow of the setting sun was slowly descending. He felt grateful that his reputation was so bad that few dared to come to the mountain's midslope, where he lived. The servants who had accompanied him before were taken back by the Fang family after the original owner's mistake. He once had a few junior disciples with him, but none matched his talent. They had all been promoted to the inner sect by now. So Fang Chen was completely alone. Otherwise, his breakthrough would definitely have been interrupted. There, in his few hundred square meter hut, he could quietly enjoy rare solitude. Meanwhile, atop Lingyun Peak, Ling Weiner stood nervously in front of the small tower on the peak after receiving a message from Hua Qirong. Jiang Mingyi, worried, followed close behind. The flowers in front of the tower bloomed brilliantly, made even more radiant by the sunset's last light. Senior sister, what should I do next? Ling Weiner asked, her voice full of anxiety. They'll go in with you. I have responsibilities here too, Jiang Mingyi said firmly. Responsibilities? Ling Weiner was confused. What responsibility? Are you the one who let this girl frame Fang Chen? Hua Qirong's voice came coldly from behind, hinting at reproach. Jiang Mingyi, I am responsible for not telling Weiner the truth in time, which led to this embarrassing situation. Oh, the truth? Hua Qirong's eyes gleamed. You mean that Weiner's accusation against a fellow disciple in our Danran sect was a misunderstanding? Her gaze sharpened, a teasing smile playing at her lips. Danran sect has always forbidden sect members from harming one another. Although Fang Chen was extremely annoying and often humiliated others, he never seriously injured anyone. Aside from his insufficient strength, the strict sect rules forbade private harm. Anyone caught doing so would face severe punishment. So Fang Chen's 10 years of cultivation and 8 years of painstaking studies on the sect rules were all aimed at skirting the line. This is why everyone detests him. Now Ling Weiner openly accuses Fang Chen. That makes me very angry. I like her, but she is publicly breaking sect laws. That angers me even more. Do you think I'd just let this slide by saying Fang Chen trespassed on his own? Lowering her head, Ling Weiner replied with a tinge of shame. Elder Hua, I am willing to accept punishment. Are you really unwilling to accept punishment? Hua Qirong's gaze pierced Ling Weiner like a sharp sword, her voice filled with disappointment and anger. Since you joined the sect, I've already spoken to your master. With your talent, you might one day stand shoulder to shoulder with senior sister Jiang and become a sacred maiden of the Danran sect. But you've been so reckless as to leave a stain on your own future. At its root, this matter wasn't terribly serious, but if it blew up, Ling Weiner would surely lose any chance at the sacred maiden position. Just imagining a sacred maiden from a prestigious sect almost causing a fellow disciple to be hung naked from a peak. If such a scandal got out, what face would the sect have left? Hearing Hua Qirong's scathing rebukes, Ling Weiner bowed her head heavier and heavier, her guilt evident on her face. Seeing this, Jiang Ninjia's usually calm and stunning face betrayed her anxiety. She spoke up, Elder Hua, earlier Brother Fang's reputation wasn't good. Rumors outside say he repeatedly bullied disciples inside the sect, especially Weiner's friend Xiaoqing, who was often marginalized and oppressed by Brother Fang. Because of this, Weiner harbored some desire for revenge, but she never truly intended to poison him or cause real harm. Although Jiang Mingyi was displeased inside, she understood Ling Weiner's provocation was not from malice. After all, the innocent cannot be blamed. Jiang Mingyi herself had once nearly struck down Fang Chen with her sword in hatred. For this reason, she felt she had to plead Ling Weiner's case. Fang Chen really behaved this badly? Hua Qirong's tone grew colder, her brow furrowed. Ningyi, don't make things up just to defend Weiner. When she first met Fang Chen, Hua Qirong's initial impression was good. She simply did not believe he was truly so villainous. I swear on my life, I'm not lying. Jiang Mingyi spoke gravely, her voice firm. The situation is just complicated. Hua Qirong stared at her, eyes softening slightly. Then tell me everything you know about Fang Chen. Jiang Mingyi nodded, and briefly recounted Fang Chen's past bad reputation and how his behavior had since changed drastically. I see. Hua Qirong paused, clearly surprised. She had never imagined Fang Chen had endured so much silently or sacrificed so much. Though she was older now and not as infatuated with him as Jiang Ningyi and Xiao Qing were, she couldn't help but feel some respect for Fang Chen's older brother demeanor. She recalled her own past arrogance and rudeness as a young prodigy in alchemy, never once considering easing her junior's burdens. Now, knowing Fang Chen could play the Guqin and calmly bear humiliation to help his juniors, her impression of him rose rapidly. She allowed herself a bitter smile. This kid, he's actually quite interesting. Suddenly, Hua Kerong's expression stiffened. Just now, in front of Fang Chen, hadn't she mocked the disciple with the worst talent in the Danran sect? Could it be that disciple was Fang Chen himself? In other words, she had unwittingly insulted him twice. After years as an elder, this was the first time she felt such embarrassment. Her toes began tapping nervously on the floor, awkwardness plain on her face. Elder Hua? Jiang Ningyi noticed Hua Kerong's shifting complexion, her face pale and flushed alternately, silent for an unusually long time. She asked cautiously. Hua Qirong finally seemed to wake from a daze, gently patting her face to shake off the awkwardness weighing on her mind. Her tone became calm and composed. All right, I understand everything now. She turned to look at Ling Weiner, her voice carrying an edge of authority. You may stand up first. Ling Weiner immediately rose with respect. Yes, elder. Hua Kerong's gaze sharpened, her tone stern. Let me make it clear. The punishment is meant to teach you a lesson, so you won't resort to such despicable tricks again. Her eyes focused intently on Ling Weiner. Especially trapping others with the formation I set up. Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Once the resonance forest activates, all information becomes crystal clear. A faint blush of embarrassment flickered across Ling Weiner's face. Hua Qirong continued. Putting aside whether Fang Chen is good or bad if he truly deserved to be killed, you still couldn't treat him this way. If you want to avenge Xiao Qing, couldn't you wait patiently until he enters the inner sect and then challenge him openly and fairly? Our sect rules forbid inner sect and outer sect disciples from private duels to prevent bullying. Ling Weiner hurried to defend herself. But I've always thought he hadn't reached foundation establishment after 10 years. If I don't seize the chance to take revenge now, by the time I become a golden core disciple, and he's still at Qi refinement, I won't be able to retaliate then. Her urgency hadn't entirely faded from her voice. Hua Qirong fell silent for a moment, her expression complicated. Though she felt Ling Weiner was speaking back, upon reflection, even if Fang Chen concealed his cultivation, he was still only at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. After consuming the ancient tree spirit fruit pill, spirit medicine elixir, and virtual seed pill. Given the circumstances, Ling Weiner's argument wasn't without merit. She inwardly cursed the messy nonsense, but suddenly realized Ling Weiner had drawn her into that line of thinking. Her glare immediately hardened again. But this time, I order the entire peak to keep this strictly confidential. From now on, you will go see what Fang Chen needs and do your utmost to help him make up for his losses. She reaffirmed. According to our rules, your actions warrant punishment. You must compensate Fang Chen with spirit stones and endure hard labor. Do you understand? Ling Weiner responded obediently, understood. Seeing this, Jiang Ningyi finally exhaled in relief. The tension in her previously tight face relaxed. Hua Qirong waved her hand dismissively, as casually as swatting a mosquito. You may leave now. Yes. The two retreated. Fang Chen stepped out of the hot spring, steam rising from his body. Ingguang Lake Mountain had public hot springs, while the residential quarters halfway up the mountain even came with private springs. These springs were natural but imbued with the subtle medicinal aura of spiritual herbs cultivated here by the Danran sect. The warm waters were gentle and nourishing. Regular soaks clearly benefited both physical constitution and cultivation progress. This was a benefit granted to outer sect disciples. Some who had already reached foundation establishment, stationed at peaks with worse conditions, couldn't even enjoy this privilege. After dressing, Fang Chen quietly activated his concealment technique, perfectly hiding his cultivation. While soaking in the springs earlier, he had boredly reviewed the spells he knew and was surprised to find that the original body he now inhabited was proficient in concealment techniques. This skill was painstakingly mastered by the original owner and was even superior to Xiao Qing's. As long as he avoided challenging Fang Chen's current high level, no one could detect his cultivation. When the original owner first joined the sect, he was often mocked for his low cultivation during sect gatherings or family festivals. To avoid such humiliation, he devoted himself to mastering concealment techniques to an exceptional degree, so much so that ordinary people were completely unaware of his true power. This had served him well for a time, but as his peers and senior brothers gradually advanced to foundation establishment, the original owner had to watch helplessly as he lost his advantage. No matter how skilled his concealment techniques became, they couldn't hide a well-known fact. Fang Chen, the prodigal outer sect disciple from the Fang family, would forever be stuck at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. After finishing his bath, Fang Chen planned to visit the transmission pavilion. He still wasn't willing to give up. He wanted to see if there was any peerless divine technique that could restore his normal cultivation speed. With the countless paths of the Tao, there had to be at least one that could accept him refuse to remain a cultivation orphan forever. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard footsteps outside, followed by Ling Weiner's voice saying, "Senior Brother Fang, are you there?" Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then formed a hand seal and waved. The large doors slowly slid open from the center, creaking like the automatic doors had seen in his previous life. Two figures appeared, Ling Weiner and Jiang Ningyi. Both wore apologetic expressions, especially Ling Weiner, who kept her head lowered, barely meeting his eyes. "Senior Brother Fang, I've come to apologize," Ling Weiner said with a hint of shame in her voice. Seeing the door open, she didn't hesitate to continue. "Weiner knows she was wrong to frame you. Please forgive me, Senior Brother." With that, she took a storage ring from her bosom and carefully offered it to Fang Chen, clearly prepared token of apology. Fang Chen instinctively took a step forward, a smile tugging at his lips. He thought to himself that he should politely accept it and reassure her with something like, "It's nothing, don't take it to heart." Then they could go through the usual polite back and forth, and had ultimately accept the ring with a modest not-at-all gesture. But when he glanced at Jiang Ningyi standing silently behind Ling Weiner, his face abruptly darkened, and his feet instinctively stepped back. No, this won't do, he thought silently. If he forgave Ling Weiner so easily now, his relationship with Jiang Ningyi would surely return to normal, and he could never accept that. Fang Chen stopped in his tracks, the smile vanishing. His eyes narrowed slightly, lips curling in a cold sneer. "Haha, junior sister Ling, are you confusing something? You think a single ring is enough to earn my forgiveness? What do you take me for?" Fang Chen's steely tone instantly altered the two women's faces. Mistaking his coldness for anger, Ling Weiner quickly tried to explain, "Senior Brother, please accept the ring first. If there's anything else you need, he'll prepare it immediately." Just as she stepped forward to urge him and held the ring out closer, Fang Chen suddenly barked sharply, "Get out. Don't come any closer." Caught off guard, Ling Weiner froze on the spot, panic and fear flickering in her eyes. Jiang Ningyi's expression turned incredulous as she demanded, "Senior Brother Fang, why are you being so harsh?" Fang Chen's gaze was laced with scorn and indifference as he sneered. "Ha! You did something terrible, and now you think you can buy forgiveness with a ring? No way. You come here acting all apologetic, but really you're just trying to avoid punishment by throwing some trinkets at me. That ring probably doesn't contain anything worthwhile. You aristocratic heirs are always so arrogant, it's disgusting. Get out. You don't deserve to be here." Ling Weiner's face instantly turned ashen, a deep, repressed fury burning in her eyes. She had carefully chosen the most precious treasures for the ring, yet this was the humiliating response she got. She was furious beyond words. Seeing this, Jiang Ningyi hastily stepped in front of Ling Weiner and retorted coldly, "Senior Brother Fang, the resources in Weiner's ring are all prime materials from our inner gate Chizuan Mountain Manny, of which other sect branches don't even have." Fang Chen scoffed derisively, "Give me a break. Who believes that? You're all in cahoots. What you say is never trustworthy." His tone was icy, his expression filled with contempt and disdain as he continued to look at them coldly. Her posture and tone made Jiang Ningyi's face suddenly turn pale, a heavy weight pressing down on her heart. Hearing Fang Chen's insult directed at her, Ling Weiner could no longer tolerate it. She stepped forward quickly, her eyes firm as she said, "Fang Chen, you can't be this unreasonable. Yes, I admit I was wrong and misunderstood you. Deal with me however you want. But senior sister did nothing wrong. She even went out of her way to explain for you. What gives you the right to blame her like this? Dragging innocent people into this without any discernment is just too much. Senior sister, let's go." With that, Ling Weiner turned and pulled Jiang Ningyi away. Jiang Ningyi did not resist, but her heart was filled with disappointment. She glanced back at Fang Chen once, her expression complicated, then turned and left. No matter how good-natured she was, she simply couldn't bear Fang Chen's baseless accusations. Feeling bitter inside, her sincere feelings had ultimately been betrayed. Seeing this, Fang Chen secretly grinned widely, nearly splitting his face in delight. "Good. Ling Weiner, you did great. You're way better than your brother, Shao Qing. You saved two people at once. You're really capable. If Shao Qing dares cause trouble in the harem again, he'll be the first to stand with you against him." Just as Fang Chen's heart soared and Ling Weiner and Jiang Ningyi walked farther away, a sudden flash of purple light streaked through the air. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a transparent, bowl-shaped protective shield, covering the area above Fang Chen's residence with unprecedented speed. At the same time, a deep, hoarse voice filled with murderous intent thundered, "You fool! Why won't you let Jiang Ningyi in? You deserve to die." Before Fang Chen could react, a massive creature materialized behind him, a huge beast covered in black and white fur, powerful limbs radiating overwhelming might. Its tail flicked like a steel whip, claws gleaming with deadly sharpness. A Foundation Establishment Grade 5 demon tiger stood before him. Fang Chen's pupils constricted sharply, his heart screaming in shock. What the hell? Where did this demon tiger come from? When did it arrive? A chill surged up his spine, quickly spreading through his whole body. A sharp pain stabbed his back, forcing him to lunge forward instinctively to dodge, but it was already too late. Boom. With the demon tiger unleashing the violent aura of a Foundation Establishment Grade 5, a tremendous force swept through the surroundings, tossing up the open ground outside the residence in a wild storm. Sand filled the sky, dust billowed, and Jiang Ningyi and Ling Weiner turned around in shock, witnessing Fang Chen spewing blood and collapsing forward violently, the black and white demon tiger standing behind him with an intimidating presence. Senior Brother Fang. Jiang Ningyi cried out in anguish. Without hesitation, she formed a quick hand seal. A flying sword shot out from its sheath, its blade shimmering with cold, ruthless energy like a silent death angel approaching. The flying sword sliced through the air straight at the demon tiger. The demon tiger sneered contemptuously, useless. As the sword neared the transparent shield, it abruptly stopped, scraping against the barrier with a harsh, grating sound. Jiang Ninjia's eyes widened, her heart sinking. How is this possible? She stared at the unyielding shield, completely impenetrable. She repeatedly unleashed powerful talismans, hoping to shatter the formation by bombarding it. But every explosion was absorbed without so much as a crack. Its effect was negligible. In the end, she even considered charging into the formation herself. But once activated, the formation prevented anyone who wasn't its master from passing through. Her expression stiffened abruptly. How could this be? Heh, you really think you can break the yin-yang furnace? Fool. The demon tiger taunted. At those words, Jiang Ninjia's face instantly drained of color. The yin-yang furnace? Ling Weiner shouted angrily. Where did you get that? The yin-yang furnace is the signature formation of Danran sect, specialized in refining demon beasts. So, how did this demon tiger suddenly appear and seize it? But the battle-hardened Jiang Ningyi immediately interrupted Ling Weiner. Weiner, don't ask. The most urgent thing now is to summon Elder Lin, who is stationed at Ingguang Lake Mountain. She knew that at this moment, worrying about how the demon tiger managed to seize the yin-yang furnace was pointless. Faced with such a powerful formation, how could mere speculation unravel it? What mattered most now was to save Fang Chen. Only then did Ling Weiner realize the gravity of the situation and stopped questioning, turning quickly to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Ningyi spun around and shouted sternly at the demon tiger, "Open the yin-yang furnace. Your target is me, not Senior Brother Fang. Let me in." She had heard within the sect that this demon tiger was the most outstanding beast captured in the Danran sect's beast prison over the years. Without the formation, Fang Chen could not possibly match it. But the demon tiger sneered, "No way." A flicker of caution and fear appeared in its eyes. It had learned from the demon elders who saved it that Jiang Ninjia's strength was astonishing. She was the youngest sword prodigy in the history of Chizuan Mountain. Without relying on formations, an unknown fight would see her strike it down in a single blow. When it laid the formation earlier, it planned a sneak attack to kill her while she was unguarded. Now that plan had failed and she was prepared, it refused to open the furnace and let Jiang Ningyi in. Human sword masters often had mysterious breakthroughs in battle, overturning the tide with a single sword. This made the demon tiger uneasy. Remembering the legends of human swordsmanship it had read in the beast prison, it warned itself and firmly rejected, "Get lost." Fang Chen heard the demon tiger's refusal and nearly coughed up blood in frustration, had hoped the tiger would let Jiang Ningyi, and so the two of them could together sweep all enemies. Instead, it was being so cautious, driving him mad. Seeing this, Jiang Ningyi clenched her fists tightly, knuckles white. "If you release Senior Brother Fang, I'll fight you alone inside the yin-yang furnace. If I lose, I'll give you my life." This whole crisis had started because of her. She didn't want to drag Fang Chen into it, but the demon tiger simply ignored her. "Get lost." Jiang Ningyi took a deep breath and urgently called to Fang Chen, "Senior Brother Fang. Hang on. Ling Yun Peak is closest to Haigui Terrace. I'm going to ask Elder Hua for backup right now." Although Ling Weiner had gone to summon Elder Lin from Ingguang Lake Mountain, Jiang Ningyi knew that wasn't enough. After all, the demon tiger had been imprisoned in the beast jail all along. Its sudden escape indicated chaos inside the sect. Therefore, she decided not only to send Ling Weiner to get reinforcements, but to personally rush for help from Hua Chirong, who was nearby. As she spoke, Jiang Ningyi tried to send talismans and defensive array discs toward Fang Chen, hoping they could break open the yin-yang furnace's formation to aid him. Unfortunately, none worked. All were firmly blocked by the furnace's power. Seeing this, pain flashed in Jiang Ninjia's eyes. In despair, she frantically sent out multiple jade slips requesting aid. She then merged with her flying sword, cutting through the wind as she dashed toward Haigui Terrace. At this moment, she became a streak of sword light, her heart burning like flame. With the demon tiger's strength, Fang Chen couldn't hold out much longer. All she could do was pray again and again that he would survive and not fall. After Jiang Ningyi left, the several distress signals she sent disappeared silently without a trace. Fang Chen, who had been hiding at a distance for a long time, suddenly widened his eyes, filled with shock and confusion. How on earth did this guy pull it off? The demonic tiger sneered coldly, staring at Fang Chen with a hint of disdain in his voice. Don't waste your effort. Do you think I would attempt to ambush Jiang Ningyi without thorough preparation? Kid, let me tell you, this showdown today is the opportunity the demon tribe has waited ages for. We specially set a trap here from the Danran sect. The formation hidden on this Ingguang Lake mountain will hold off your elders for at least an hour. By the time they arrive, they'll be long gone. Don't expect anyone to come save you. You're as good as dead. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face darkened instantly, almost turning bluish. An hour? Does that mean he'll be completely crushed to dust? He couldn't help but curse, his voice raging with anger and threats. I never intended to kill you. I only followed Jiang Ningyi here because I thought she would come, activating the Yin-Yang furnace to refine her and increase my power. But you idiot, you scared them all off. You're infuriating. The demon tiger's teeth ground together with a cruel snarl, fury bursting out. If I don't ruthlessly slaughter you and swallow you whole to refine your essence, I won't be able to vent this hatred in my heart. Only then did Fang Chen realize this demon tiger was no ordinary foe. His presence emanated a powerful aura filled with arrogance. A sharp chill sank into Fang Chen's heart. This demon tiger must be a major boss, a roadblock specially set for Jiang Ningyi, the chosen one of fate. And he himself was just an unlucky lamb caught in the middle. While Jiang Ningyi could likely defeat this demon, he was no match at all. Fang Chen felt an icy dread. He had only crossed over for one day, and now he might not even survive this. Anger and helplessness mingled inside him as he grumbled bitterly. Then why didn't you just let her in instead of circling around me? Eating me now won't improve your power much. The demon tiger scoffed contemptuously. You think I'm stupid? You took the Yin-Yang furnace's attack earlier without serious injury, which means you're not weak. If you team up with that sword cultivator Jiang Ningyi, who's got the advantage? You don't know anything. Fang Chen cursed helplessly. Damn it. Secretly, he admired the demon tiger's cleverness. It was headache-inducing. He wiped blood from the corner of his mouth and pulled out a pill from his storage ring, swallowing it whole. He knew that yelling wouldn't help. Now was the time to fight desperately, even if it meant tearing the demon tiger's skin off after he died. Rising to his feet, Fang Chen decided to stall for time. Where exactly did you come from? Did you escape from the beast prison? The demon tiger's expression darkened sharply at the phrase beast prison, a trace of humiliation flashing before he coldly replied, none of your damn business. Fang Chen sneered mockingly. You talk pretty smoothly. Are you really from the demon tribe? Or maybe some half-breed human-tiger hybrid? The demon tiger snapped back without yielding. Are you an idiot? You've been at the Danran sect so long and still can't speak properly? Don't think I didn't see through your tricks. The two faced off tightly, tension thick between them. At that moment, Fang Chen noticed that despite the tiger's harsh words, he was surprisingly cooperative in stalling. He was about to press further when the demon tiger cut him off coldly. Enough, human. I know you want to waste time. I'm playing along because this Yin-Yang furnace is about to enter the human refining stage. Stop spouting nonsense and wasting my ears. Annoying, got it? Throughout the standoff, the demon tiger's arrogance and ruthlessness were clear as day, his presence overwhelming. Fang Chen's anger and anxiety were intertwined, as a deadly battle drew ever closer. Fang Chen immediately started swearing under his breath. Damn, you're smarter than I thought. Heh. The demon tiger slowly dragged its tongue across its other paw, the sharp claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. I might as well tell you, after our clan's improvements, the Yin-Yang furnace no longer refines demon beasts. Its golden eyes gleamed with cruelty. From now on, it's called the human refining furnace. Fang Chen's face instantly turned ashen. The Yin-Yang furnace, he had heard of it before. It was a dreaded formation used by the Danran sect to fully absorb the essence, spirit, and energy of demon beasts. Rumor had it that the formation could squeeze every drop of spiritual power from a demon's flesh and blood, leaving nothing behind. Every beast refined in that furnace was doomed to complete soul destruction and a miserable death. Now, the demon tiger wielded the human refining furnace, clearly intending to doom Jiang Ningyi to the same fate and strengthen itself that way. Only the target of refinement had changed to Fang Chen. What made Fang Chen feel utterly hopeless was that the Yin-Yang furnace not only refines enemies, but also greatly boosts the power of the user's formation. The demon tiger was already at Foundation Establishment, Grade 5 cultivation. With the formation's support, trying to defeat it Hedon was pure fantasy. He cursed inwardly. Damn, Foundation Establishment Grade 5 plus the Yin-Yang furnace, that combo seemed tailor-made to take down a fate's chosen one. At that thought, Fang Chen fell silent. As a transmigrator, he never expected his first experience being treated like a fate's chosen one would come under circumstances this desperate. Swish! On the transparent shield, a burst of purple light exploded from the center and spread outward like a tide. The entire sky turned purple and hazy, and the formation's oppressive aura made the surrounding air feel thick and sticky. All right, time to send you off. The demon tiger curled its lips into a cold smile, its whiskers quivering. The long-awaited formation was finally fully activated. From now on, every drop of Fang Chen's blood the tiger devoured would be refined and absorbed perfectly with the formation's help. Since it couldn't get Jiang Ningyi, it wasn't about to waste Fang Chen's flesh and blood. In the next moment, the demon tiger flexed its limbs. Its huge body flashed like a black shadow, carrying a stench of blood as it lunged toward Fang Chen. Just then, a sword-like sharp light exploded from Fang Chen's eyes. The unparalleled spirit surged to its maximum, golden light swelling inside his body like a small sun blazing bright. The terrifying aura of first-grade Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, combined with desperate resolve like a collapsing mountain or crashing wave, soared into the sky. What? The demon tiger's confident expression twisted, its tiger eyes wide. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. In that instant, a fist rapidly enlarged in its pupil's reflection. The rushing wind howled, tearing at the air with a sharp sound. Boom. The deafening noise was not from Fang Chen's punch hitting the tiger. At the crucial moment, the demon tiger showed the terrifying reflexes unique to demon beasts. One paw shot out faster and steadied the blow, blocking Fang Chen's attack. A visible shockwave rippled from where claw met fist. Fang Chen felt his punch slam into iron, his knuckles aching faintly. Damn, this guy's reaction speed was absurdly fast. But he understood why. Demon beasts' bodies far surpassed humans. Even launching a sneak attack, the opponent could still dodge by lightning-fast reflexes. Plus, there was a full-force sub-level cultivation gap between them, making hitting the tiger practically impossible. After blocking the blow, the demon tiger didn't counterattack immediately. It narrowed its eyes, and its yellow-gold pupils shone not only with shock, but also an uncontrollable excitement and thrill. You're actually first-grade Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. The tiger's voice trembled slightly with excitement. No wonder you withstood my attack. Without the concealment technique, Fang Chen's true cultivation was fully exposed to the demon tiger. This discovery sent the tiger into wild joy. It had thought losing Jiang Ningyi as a target meant escaping the Danran sect's clutches would be much easier. But when all seemed lost, a new path opened. Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Even if only first grade, the quality of the Tao Foundation count for much. Devouring Fang Chen would bring its strength a qualitative leap forward. Fang Chen sneered coldly. Impressive, right? Very impressive. The demon tiger showed a satisfied expression, its eyes suddenly darkening with murderous intent. If that's the case, then I'll have to refine you even more seriously. Just as the words left his mouth, a fierce glint flashed in the tiger's eyes. It suddenly swung a massive claw accompanied by a roaring whirlwind, targeting the crown of Fang Chen's head. The aura of a fifth-grade foundation establishment surged explosively like a raging tide, shaking the entire courtyard to its core. Even the ground cracked slightly under the force. At this moment, the demon tiger completely discarded its previous contempt, as if toying with a mousite was now dead set on killing Fang Chen with this single strike. Facing the full-power assault, Fang Chen felt a relentless determination swell inside him. He knew well that a foundation establishment cultivator of the Heavenly Tao realm was no ordinary foe. Though his past evasions were childish, they came from respect for such a formidable opponent. Now all jokes were cast aside. Seeing the demon tiger charge in full force, a fierce coldness surged in his heart. Suddenly, he bit down hard on his tongue, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood as his hands quickly wove a strange hand seal. He shouted fiercely, "Die!" In that instant, the demon tiger abruptly froze in mid-swing, its face contorted in shock and disbelief. The space around it seemed to burn fiercely as if the air temperature had suddenly risen dozens of degrees. The claw aimed at Fang Chen's head was forcibly suppressed by an invisible heat wave, unable to move. Fang Chen's face drained pale at the sight. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and fled rapidly. The demon tiger, however, was too overwhelmed by a sharp, wave-like pain spreading throughout its body to give chase. Instinctively, it glanced back and was stunned. Countless illusory, white flames appeared around it, writhing in strange shapes like swarms of burning maggots. They clung to its blackened white pelt, desperately burrowing into its flesh as though tiny worms were trying to infiltrate deeply into its blood and sinew. The tiger's pupils contracted sharply. It rolled urgently on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames by thrashing about. The entire courtyard trembled violently, and even the seafood-filled pool beside it was churned into a messy ruin. But no matter how much the demon tiger rolled or dove into the water, those white flames quietly burned on unbothered. Even stranger, though fierce in appearance, they did not scorch its flesh. Instead, its spiritual energy rapidly drained away. As the spiritual energy waned, those fiery maggots swelled as if fed, twisting and dancing wildly along the demon tiger's body, burning with ever greater recklessness. A sharp shock surged through the demon tiger's mind. It realized these were no ordinary flames, but fire calamities that specifically targeted spiritual energy. In a panic, it cast every countermeasure it knew against these fire calamities, only to find them all useless. Its face grew pale with shock as it cried out, "The king of fire calamity? How could this be?" Its heart turned ice cold, finally grasping that this heavenly Tao foundation battle was far more complex and dangerous than it had imagined. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had fled in disarray to a nearby artificial rock formation. Once certain the demon tiger was not in pursuit, he finally let out a breath of relief. Immediately, he activated the spirit-gathering formation here to quickly restore his strength. The fire calamity of the 10,000 Calamities Heart method was indeed capable of dealing with a 5th-grade foundation establishment demon tiger. It lived up to its reputation as the divine art of a child of destiny. As for the even more advanced form of releasing all 10,000 calamities at once, Fang Chen could hardly imagine just how overwhelmingly powerful that would be. But this ultimate move not only consumes an enormous amount of energy, it also takes way too long to charge up. If he hadn't desperately held on just now, this move would have been interrupted by the demon tiger. Fang Chen's face turned pale, his breath weak, and he thought to himself, "Next time I want to use this move, we'll probably need a whole team to help buy time." Just now, the demon tiger thought Fang Chen was stalling to wait for the elders to come to his rescue. But in reality, Fang Chen never tried to dodge or run away from the start. Even after his sneak attack failed, he didn't avoid the tiger. It was purely because the ultimate technique of the 10,000 Deaths Heart method takes so long to charge. If it weren't for building up this move, he would have fled long. There's no way he would be chatting with the demon tiger like this. And this move, the Fire Death King, was exactly what Fang Chen learned from Shaoqing. Based on the fire death killing technique Shaoqing would master half a month later, the system equipped Fang Chen with the same technique, the Fire Death King. Fire death is an extremely violent spiritual flame formed by countless flames fused together, specifically designed to burn spiritual energy. Once spiritual energy is completely drained, those engulfed by fire death will die utterly a terrifying fate. The Fire Death King is the highest grade existence among fire death flames, not only extremely tough to deal with, but also extraordinarily difficult to kill. It was born in the purest flames nurtured by a 100,000-year-old volcano, resembling a disgusting fire death worm. Only experts at the Transformation Divine Realm stage can even attempt to master and refine it. The system also revealed that Shaoqing happened to find this fire death worm 2 days after going out for training. Many masters fought to weaken the worm until it was extremely weak, and Shaoqing discovered it in a cave by chance. With the help of pills, talismans, and formations, after great difficulty, he finally succeeded in refining it. What incredible luck! Truly the favored child of fortune. The Fire Death King is something only a Transformation Divine Realm expert dares to approach, yet he obtained it so easily. Fang Chen couldn't help but complain, but he was also relieved to have the fortune that allowed him to gain a brand new Fire Death King without a scratch, burning the demon tiger into a wretched state. The situation was looking very optimistic. However, just then, a piercing roar echoed from afar. The demon tiger let out a bitter, sorrowful, and heart-wrenching howl. In the next instant, a brilliant blue light suddenly exploded, rushing past Fang Chen's side. The blue light brought coolness and refreshing relief, accompanied by a strange sensation of wound healing. Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. This is healing magic. Immediately after, the demon tiger dashed from the front courtyard to the foot of the fake mountain, squinting its eyes, gnashing its teeth, and growling low. "Cultivator, you're impressive. You deserve to have your name remembered by me." Staring at the demon tiger before him, full of vigor and like a newborn, Fang Chen's expression darkened to the extreme. What kind of healing magic is this? It's frighteningly powerful. He had just exhausted himself using the Fire Death King ultimate move and was utterly weak, yet the demon tiger was completely unharmed. Fang Chen smiled bitterly at the stark contrast between himself and the demon tiger, despair filling his heart this time. He was truly doomed. At the same time, the demon tiger, on the verge of tasting victory, couldn't feel happy either. He had just played his trump card now. Even if he succeeded in refining Fang Chen, whether he could escape the Danran sect alive was still an open question. Judging by your aura, you must have just completed foundation establishment not long ago. No wonder you're so weak. If I gave you 2 weeks to stabilize your cultivation, with your current technique, I wouldn't dare say I could still beat you. The demon tiger's eyes fixed sharply and seriously on Fang Chen. Although Fang Chen was now extremely weak, it dared not act rashly. Instead, it was channeling the power of the yin-yang furnace. Preparing to use the formation to refine him. This was its safest plan to deal with this foundation establisher who had nearly cost it its life. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually heated up, pressing down on Fang Chen like burning flames, even disrupting his breathing regulation. Fang Chen sneered coldly, "I'm already in this state, and you're still pulling tricks? As expected of the Tiger clan, that's one small heart you've got." The demon tiger replied from deep inside, "I'm just afraid you'll burn me again." It had already decided to first use the yin-yang furnace to refine Fang Chen for the duration of a single incense stick before making a move. Even if Fang Chen had hidden abilities, it believed it could handle them. Fang Chen gave it a cold glance, then closed his eyes with a sigh in his heart. This demon tiger was a real big boss. Definitely not someone unlucky like him could provoke. Sure enough, the power of the yin-yang furnace began manifesting inside his body. His fingers gradually became blurred and ethereal, and the blood-colored aura within him drifted out like wisps of smoke, gathering toward the demon tiger. His expression turned completely pale, lips taking on a purplish tint. Looks like you really have exhausted your strength. The demon tiger felt a weight lift from its chest. Maintaining that self-assured, all-controlling expression, it spoke lightly. Since that's the case, cultivator, you deserve to know my name. I am Ishiong. And you? Remember your name if you have any requests. I can help you fulfill them. Fang Chen laughed bitterly. Haha. No time to play along with this foolish beast's arrogance. He frantically took out pills one by one from his storage ring, stuffing them into his mouth, desperate to salvage his dying life, but it was merely a drop in the ocean. As his strength continued to drain slowly, even the movement to reach for pills became increasingly heavy. Exhausted in body and soul, countless thoughts swirled through Fang Chen's mind. Am I really going to die? Or maybe I'm already dead and just dreaming this cultivation dream. What a miserable dream. Who could accept a system like this? Maybe now it's better to get up and fight the demon tiger. Just sitting here waiting to die is just lame and lacking style. Oh right, when I crossed over today, I hadn't even used my stamina in the game yet. Damn it. On the brink of death, countless thoughts surged wildly, and Fang Chen's face grew paler than a corpse. Ah, come to think of it, junior sister Jiang really is quite pretty. If it weren't for being bound by the system, I'd actually like to have a proper conversation with her and maybe invite her to a hot spring. If only I'd known how this would end. Dying at Jiang Ninja's hands wouldn't have been so bad after all. Being killed by your spouse to ascend is better than dying at the hands of the demon clan, right? Thinking this, Fang Chen jolted awake. His fading consciousness suddenly snapped clear, and he urgently questioned in his mind, System, if I die by the demon tiger's hand, won't that mean I fail the task? I can't let any destined ones fall. At first, he never even considered asking the system for help. Deep down, he was convinced that this so-called dog would never care whether he lived or died. But then he thought, if he really died at the hands of the demon tiger, that wouldn't make any sense, would it? Still, after calling out several times, the system remained silent. Completely useless. Fang Chen cursed and warled. This guy just wouldn't help him. Then, his last bit of strength unraveled like a snapped string, utterly collapsing. His pupils suddenly dilated, and the foundation-forming aura of the heavenly Tao slowly dissipated from his body. Seeing this, Ishiong the demon tiger roared with ferocious joy, ready to step forward and close in. But suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening sharply as alertness surged. Something's wrong. The flow of blood and spiritual energy leaking from Fang Chen's body abruptly halted. Then, oddly, his aura began to rise again. What followed was unbelievable. His body began to recover at an astonishing speed. This sudden change shook Ishiong to his core. His tiger face was full of panic and disbelief as he kept shouting in his mind. I knew it. I knew it. My choice was right. Waiting was absolutely the right call. This heavenly Tao foundation truly hides countless trump cards. Not only did Fang Chen's spiritual power recover rapidly, even the strength recently stolen by the yin-yang furnace was gradually snatched back by him. What kind of method was this? Meanwhile, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Suddenly, a voice echoed inside his mind. Host death imminent detected. The entity causing host death is not the child of destiny. Recovery process initializing. Host is advised to cherish life and choose cause of death correctly to contribute to all beings. Fang Chen was stunned. No way, this actually works? By the time his body had fully restored to an even better state than when he had first unleashed the 10,000 wretched heart method, Fang Chen struggled to believe it himself and muttered quietly. Looks like I've really found a new bug in the system. A bright gleam flickered in his eyes. Ishiong nervously asked, How exactly did you do that? Fang Chen replied cautiously, You wouldn't believe me if I told you it wasn't me. Ishiong felt puzzled. This guy actually answered him. Suddenly, a burst of white flame shot out, heading straight for Ishiong's eyes. Ishiong roared angrily, despicable. Furious, he lifted his tiger head and yelled, This human cultivator is shameless, sneaking an attack on me again. But that flame was merely a simple strike from Fang Chen's Fire Wraith King, not the 10,000 wretched heart method head just used. Ishiong leaped aside effortlessly, dodging. Die! Ishiong snarled. But Fang Chen abandoned his previous evasions and charged forward decisively for a desperate fight. Ishiong's anger exploded. Yet internally, he was pleased. His greatest fear was the unknown, strange tricks of this heavenly Tao Foundation cultivator Fang Chen. But now his opponent dared close combat Hedon, clearly courting death. In midair, Ishiong stamped the air, conjuring a powerful force out of thin air before lunging at Fang Chen. The rushing wind sound closed in as Fang Chen's indomitable spirit burst forth. Golden light shone within him, and all his spiritual energy focused into his fist spirit energy fist. The two forces collided heated, the impact shaking the surroundings. The next moment, Fang Chen was blasted away like a broken kite torn from its string. Yi Xiong felt intense pain in his claw, but sneered coldly, pathetic. To Wing Xiong's surprise, after suffering a heavy loss in their direct clash, Fang Chen did not choose to retreat or avoid confrontation. Instead, he struggled to rise, battered and bruised, but with unwavering determination, charging forward again. Wing Xiong couldn't help but sneer coldly. Human, I admire your courage. There was a hint of respect in his eyes. Though Fang Chen had ambushed him before, his current straightforward stance without any trickery earned Wing Xiong a measure of genuine admiration. Bang! Bang! Their fierce fists and claws collided again, winds howling and spiritual energy scattering in all directions. Fang Chen seized every opening to unleash waves of fiery sword chi from the Demon Fire King's sword, the flames scorching as he tried to suppress Wing Xiong. Unfortunately, most of these attacks missed. Wing Xiong's reflexes were ridiculously fast. Although the demon tiger had scars and blood streaming from its face after several clashes, Fang Chen was in far worse shape, barely clinging to life. His body stained with blood and burning with pain everywhere, over 20 broken bones making him feel as if he had been crushed by endless trucks. Wing Xiong's gaze grew solemn, his voice tinged with genuine respect. Human, you are the fiercest Foundation establishment cultivator I have ever faced, fearless to the point of recklessness. His admiration stemmed from a heartfelt respect for Fang Chen's tenacity as he stared at the bloodied man. Fang Chen had no strength left to reply. His breath was heavy and ragged like a broken bellows, his eyelids weighed down by the blood threatening to close, his body on the verge of collapsing completely. In his heart, Fang Chen cursed silently. This system's speed was insane, only kicking in to heal when he was close to death. Right now, he was just a few blows from dying for good. Yet Wing Xiong showed no hurry to deal the killing blow. True to villain form, he loved posturing, talking too much, and showing off as he stood back calmly. This made Fang Chen entertain a desperate thought. Maybe he should just kill himself first. At least that might speed up his recovery instead of wasting time being annoyed by this clown. But then he hesitated. What if he really killed himself? Fang Chen reluctantly took out a vial of poison from his storage ring. It was something the original owner had prepared to fight the demon beast that nearly crushed him to death, with an antidote hidden inside the ring as well. If the system didn't help his recovery, he could use the antidote to detoxify quickly after Wing Xiong finally killed him, hoping for rapid healing. Wing Xiong froze when he saw the poison. You want to use poison? What's the use? For a 5th grade Foundation establishment like me, that poison is useless. He sneered contemptuously. Fang Chen ignored him and grimaced as he forced the poison down his throat. Wing Xiong was stunned. What are you doing? Are you crazy? A confident, arrogant smile cracked on Fang Chen's lips, carrying an unwavering resolve beneath it. Just wait, you'll see soon. Enough before he could finish, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face lighting up with wild delight. His eyes locked onto Wing Xiong, lips curled into a grin. Come and die? Dragged down by poisonous toxins corroding his body, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and roared, punching out a blow charged with his remaining energy. Wing Xiong was caught off guard, unable to dodge, and took several heavy punches. Even with his thick skin and tough flesh, he couldn't help letting out a muffled grunt, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet Wing Xiong didn't feel he had lost. Instead, confusion flickered across his face as he caught Fang Chen's exhausted, defense-raised arms with his claws, asking bewildered, what exactly are you trying to do? Especially when Fang Chen started coughing up blood right where he stood again. Yi Xiong was completely stunned. No matter how brave and fearless you are, why would you poison yourself on purpose? Just then, Fang Chen's body suddenly shot upright, his previous weak and exhausted state vanishing in an instant. His breath instantly returned to full strength as if nothing had happened. What? Yi Xiong was dumbfounded, eyes wide with shock, his mind reeling. How did he suddenly get better? This was impossible. Watching Fang Chen pull the same trick again to restore himself, Yi Xiong's entire worldview was shattered in that moment. Could Fang Chen be hiding more than one life-saving talisman or pill? Before Yi Xiong could fully sort out his confusion, Fang Chen seized the moment to throw a punch straight to Yi Xiong's face. Reeling from the pain, Yi Xiong shook off the surprise and launched a full-power counterattack. The two plunged back into fierce combat. After a while, Fang Chen gradually fell behind, his injuries worsening. Although Yi Xiong was heavily wounded, his physical strength still far surpassed Fang Chen's. But what drove Yi Xiong to despair was that, when Fang Chen once again neared death, he calmly pulled a poison pill from his chest and skillfully swallowed it. Then, a defiant smile curled on Fang Chen's lips, full of confidence and arrogance. Then die by my hand. Before he could finish, blood gushed from his mouth. Seeing this exact same scene unfold again, Yi Huo had spent half his life imprisoned inside the beast cage and had faced many fierce opponents was baffled and muttered under his breath, illusion? It has to be an illusion, right? A chill ran through his heart. Unfazed by death, Fang Chen launched another all-out, suicidal assault. Yi finally felt fear creeping in and instinctively retreated to dodge. But the farther he backed off, the more punches he took. Fang Chen, not yet satisfied, leapt into the air and came crashing down. Seeing this, Yi exploded in fury and raised his claws to block Fang Chen's strike. But in midair, Fang Chen coughed up blood and began to fall. Yi froze, still too shocked to react. Fang Chen flipped over and struggled to his feet, his breath suddenly restored to perfect strength, his face calm and uninjured. Then, with a wild, almost snarling laugh, he rushed at Yi. No, this can't be. Faced with such an absurd scene, Yi was completely terrified and overwhelmed. He wouldn't face Fang Chen heaten, instead letting out a hoarse scream and turning to flee. Fighting as he ran, his stamina quickly drained. Whenever his condition weakened, Fang Chen took poison again, accelerating his blood loss in a self-destructive cycle, then using the system to refresh himself. This bizarre repetition chilled Yi to the bone. Half an hour later, Yi was covered in wounds. An hour later, Fang Chen lightly leapt onto the roof and in the blink of an eye stood before the exhausted, spirit-drained Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong's face was dark and grim, despair written across his tiger-like features. The reason he sought to absorb others' bloodlines rather than simply fleeing Danran's sect was because the beast cage's seal shackled him like a prison. Without the elder's permission, he couldn't leave. According to teachings passed down by predecessors of the demon clan, absorbing a Danran sect disciple's blood could erase the seal. That's why Yi Xiong had always tried to kill Fang Chen, but could never finish him off. After realizing Fang Chen was extraordinary half an hour ago, Yi Xiong planned to abandon the fight and escape the Yin furnace, looking for an easier target. But as soon as he moved, Fang Chen, now in a new battle mode, chased him relentlessly and wouldn't let go. From then on, Yi Xiong was trapped with no way out. Anything else you want to say? Fang Chen asked with a sly smile. Yi Xiong growled. How exactly do you do this? Have you mastered the Yin furnace? He speculated over and over but couldn't figure it out. This strange recovery couldn't be sustained by talismans or pills alone. The only possibility he saw was that a Yin furnace was originally a human clan formation. Perhaps Fang Chen had uncovered how to manipulate its secrets. Fang Chen neither confirmed nor denied, just smiled mysteriously. Take a wild guess. Yi Xiong was about to curse, but Fang Chen raised a hand. A blast of fiery, demonic energy slammed directly into Yi Xiong's head. Yi Xiong's expression changed drastically. He struggled fiercely, rolling and retreating clumsily. After putting some distance, Yi Xiong roared bitterly, I'm almost dead, and you still sneak attack? Are you not ashamed? Years of suppressed grievances exploded like a 1,000-pound tiger's mournful roar, absurd, yet painfully real. But waiting for the winged fiend was a fierce, unrelenting punch of energy from Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen only wanted to utterly slay this demon tiger. As the force of his fist swept forward, suddenly crack, snap, clang, a sharp series of noises erupted. The Yin furnace suddenly froze, as if struck by an earth-shattering power. Immediately, the entire formation shattered, broken talismans and fragments of light scattered in all directions. A dense wave of power spread instantly, enveloping the entire mansion. Even with all his energy and spirit at their peak, Fang Chen was knocked back several steps by the intense shockwave, while the winged fiend, thrown from the rooftop by the impact, narrowly escaped disaster. At that moment, a sword's gleam streaked across the sky like a meteor, rushing over to come to a steady stop right before Fang Chen. The visitor wore a flowing pale blue dress, her dark hair slightly tousled, yet revealing the soft grace of a young woman. Her stunning face, though less aloof than usual, showed traces of anxiety and worry. Her eyes were red clearly, she had just been crying. Before she could even steady herself, she called out with a slight quiver in her voice, Senior brother, are you all right? This was none other than Jiang Ningyi. For a moment, Fang Chen's heart stirred at the sight of her tearful gaze. His iron will, which had intended to keep her at arm's length, now found it impossible to push her away. He smiled wryly and replied, I'm fine. Really? Jiang Ningyi seemed unconvinced. Fang Chen's body was stained with blood, and the blue and purple poison marks on his chest were shocking evidence of a fierce, life-or-death struggle. Really? Fang Chen confirmed with a nod. Still, Jiang Ningyi's disbelief lingered. Her brow furrowed, but her gaze remained steady and close. Just then, a voice, soft yet commanding, spoke up. Don't panic. This guy's fine. He's telling the truth. Behind Jiang Ningyi, a woman with snow-white skin and breathtaking beauty stepped forward slowly, a rich fragrance filling the air. Fang Chen turned to see none other than Hua Qirong, returning from breaking the formation. She moved gracefully, radiating a powerful aura. Behind her, the winged fiend was tightly bound, unable to move. Hua Qirong immediately tightened her grip on the fiend to restrict its movements. Fang Chen finally let out a sigh of relief, grateful the beast hadn't fled. But in Hua Qirong's gaze, aimed at Fang Chen, was an unmistakable look of surprise. This guy hides quite a few secrets. Hearing Hua Qirong's words, Jiang Mingyi steadied herself and scrutinized Fang Chen more seriously. Only then did she relax. Senior brother Fang, although you look battered and covered in blood right now, your aura is solid and steady. You're certainly not on the verge of death. It's such a relief that you're all right. Jiang Mingyi exhaled deeply, a flicker of joy appearing in her reddened eyes. Fang Chen looked at Jiang Mingyi, hesitating, still wanted to lash out carelessly as he had before, but her tears held him back. Yet he worried showing warmth might reveal his own cowardice and desperation. He sighed helplessly and, unable to speak, simply nodded in silence. At that moment, Hua Qirong stepped forward gently, her gaze meaningfully sweeping over Fang Chen as she said, Fang Chen, looks like I underestimated you. I thought time was tight, but you were hiding your true strength all along and actually managed to defeat that demon tiger. She silently marveled. This man's aura was dense and powerful. His presence exuded authority. It was clear he was not a mere Qi refinement level 9 cultivator, but had reached the heavenly Dao foundation stage. Being a scion of the Fang family, to possess such a treasure capable of concealing one's aura, no wonder even I was nearly deceived. Hua Qirong silently concluded that Fang Chen's earlier act of letting her believe his cultivation was only at the 9th grade of Qi refining was solely to mask his true strength with that artifact. Fang Chen bowed respectfully and smiled faintly. Elder Hua, you flatter me. The reason I was able to endure so long was because I knew you would come to my aid. Without you, at my current level, I would have given up resisting long ago and awaited my fate. It's thanks to your timely help that I escaped with my life. I truly owe you my deepest gratitude. A faint, knowing smile tugged at Hua Qirong's lips as she nodded toward the fearsome winged beast tightly bound nearby and no longer a threat. You call this a narrow escape? That's seriously underestimating the danger of this ordeal. Fang Chen cleared his throat and smiled unabashedly. Flattering Elder Hua came easily, especially since he intended to keep relying on her expertise in alchemy. But Hua Qirong broke in impatiently. Enough. This outcome is your own doing, don't blame me. Defeating that demon tiger proves your combat power is formidably, at least exceeding the 5th grade battle realm. And that beast was no ordinary foundation stage spirit beast by the natural laws. Even more impressive is that you survived the yin-yang furnace array unharmed. That shows your array skills far surpass what I expected. Concealing your true strength and modesty is good, but don't overdo it, understand? Only then did Fang Chen fall silent. Jiang Mingyi, standing nearby, suddenly paused, eyes shining with realization she had clearly pieced things together. At that moment, a flurry of anxious shouts rose from afar. Senior brother, are you okay? All three turned to see Xiao Qing rushing forward, followed by Ling Weiner. Fang Chen smiled. I'm fine, thanks to Elder Hua's timely rescue. That comment earned a sharp eye roll from Hua Qirong. Xiao Qing and Ling Weiner visibly relaxed. Xiao Qing had been enjoying a medicinal hot spring bath when he heard the earth-shaking noise where Fang Chen was. Something felt wrong, so he hurried over. He even ran into Ling Weiner on the way. Hua Qirong, catching sight of Xiao Qing, paused briefly, thinking to herself, how does this kid carry the scent of the fragmented jade pill I once refined? She hadn't supplied those to the sect in years. Her gaze turned to Fang Chen, a half-amused, half-exasperated look washing over her face as her eyes softened notably towards him. No wonder, so that's the truth. All right, your senior brother is fine now. But after such a fierce battle, some injuries are inevitable. He'll stay behind to help him recover. You three should head out for now, Hua Qirong instructed. Though Ling Weiner and Xiao Qing had things to say, they obediently agreed. Jiang Mingyi, who had been silent from the start, still said nothing but shot Fang Chen a glance before turning away. That look, whether his imagination or not, left a heavy weight in his chest. After everyone had left, Fang Chen gazed at the remaining Hua Qirong and asked, Elder Hua, may I ask why you're staying here? Hua Qirong smiled, half teasing, half serious as she fixed him with a look. Did you think I stayed just to tend your wounds? If you were truly fine, you'd have seen at once what else I need to do. A senior elder wouldn't fail to notice I'm at peak condition now, would she? Fang Chen shot back without holding back. Hua Qirong froze briefly, realizing he was being sarcastic. She shot him a glare, but chose not to argue. Retracting her gaze, she said, I'm staying to properly deal with that demon tiger. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned and frowned, asking, what's wrong with this demon tiger? Hua Qirong didn't answer. She turned coldly toward the fallen winged fierce, her tone icy but commanding. Don't play dead. Get up. The winged fierce remained motionless, as if completely lifeless. Hua Qirong raised her hand, her fingertips slicing through the air, and in an instant, a fierce gust of wind roared by. Then, a massive palm print, formed from dense spiritual energy, slammed down with a thunderous crash. Bang! At the dull sound, the motionless body suddenly trembled. A deep roar of pain escaped as it painfully struggled to stand. Its tiger-like pupils slowly opened, shining with confusion and daze like someone returned from the brink of death. Tilting its head, it looked at Hua Qirong, emitting low whimpers and pitiful cries. Hua Qirong's brows knit slightly, her voice chilling to the bone. Don't pretend you don't understand. If you don't get up, my next slap won't be so kind. Though few words, her menace was palpable, pressing the air with tension. The winged fierce shivered violently, hastily replying in a low voice. Yes, Elder Hua. His voice trembled with a mix of helplessness and obedience. Hua Qirong's gaze was sharp and superior as she scrutinized him, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Do you want to die, or live? Without hesitation, the winged fierce answered, live. Urgency laced his tone. Hua Qirong gave a slight nod, then turned to Fang Chen with a barely noticeable nuance in her eyes. Interested in raising another beast companion? Beast companion. Fang Chen's surprised voice shot out almost simultaneously with a tiger's roar from the winged fierce. Both revealed their shock. That's right. This demon tiger, whose tiger emperor bloodline has awakened, is perfect as your beast companion. It's a way to honor your contribution, Hua Qirong explained calmly, her gaze steady. In truth, a tiger emperor bloodline bearer like the winged fierce should have belonged to a top expert of the Danran sect as a prized beast companion. But Hua Qirong saw clearly. Fang Chen possessed a foundation blessed by the celestial Tao and was destined for great status in the sect. Plus, the winged fierce was defeated and subdued by Fang Chen himself, so the arrangement was legitimate. At that moment, the winged fierce tiger face darkened with fury, mentally cursing, be a pet to this despicable guy? My whole life locked up in the Danran sect like a prisoner. Tiger Emperor bloodline. Fang Chen arched his brow, clearly impressed. When the winged fierce was captured by our Danran sect as a youngling, its bloodline had not yet awakened. A few elders picked at Yupit was sort of a family heirloom pet, Hua Qirong said coolly. Later, its Tiger Emperor bloodline awakened. This is no ordinary bloodline, but a title of the Qian Kuan Holy Tiger clan. Remarkably, even in this beast prison where spiritual energy barely flows, its cultivation reached foundation establishment, grade 5. Fang Chen was stunned, his face twitching with envy. To cultivate to grade 5 foundation despite almost no spiritual energy? That's insanely gifted. Excited, Fang Chen quickly decided, then it will be my beast companion. He wasn't worried the fierce talent would backstab him. After all, his system would ensure this creature could never harm him. Upon hearing this, the winged fierce eyes flashed despair. I'm done for this time. Hua Qirong nodded approvingly. Good. Are you willing to become Fang Chen's beast companion? The winged fierce opened its mouth to speak, but hesitated. Hua Qirong quietly watched him, then suddenly ignited a dazzling pink flame at her fingertips, radiating immense heat and pressure. The winged fierce immediately broke out in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Even though Fang Chen was protected inside Hua Qirong's shield and felt no heat from the flame, the panic in the winged fierce eyes made it feel like his manor might be engulfed in flames at any second. Finally unable to hold back, the winged fierce hurriedly repeated, I agree. I agree. After Hua Qirong firmly stamped the beast slave seal on Fang Chen, he immediately felt a strange, profound connection with Yixiong. With just a thought, Yixiong would perish. Hua Qirong whispered gently, your cultivation level isn't yet sufficient to fully control Yixiong. It's best if you come see me regularly for reinforcement, or have an elder from the inner sect assist in strengthening this seal. But your best option is to enter the inner sect as soon as possible and find a master to help you raise your cultivation. Only then will your control be stable. Her eyes fixed on Fang Chen, full of expectation. There's no such thing as permanent control. The difference between 1st and 5th rank foundation establishment is small, but when it comes to Golden Core 1st versus 5th rank, the gap is huge. The sooner you enter the inner sect and advance quickly, the more solid your foundation to control Yixiong will be. Her voice hinted at urgency and concern. Hua Qirong knew Fang Chen stayed in the outer sect out of consideration for his juniors, but she hoped he'd be a little more selfish for his own cultivation's sake and take this crucial step. After all, cultivation is ultimately for oneself. It shouldn't always be pure selflessness. Fang Chen nodded solemnly, engraving her words deeply in his heart. If the seal ever weakens, it'll come to you immediately. No sooner had she finished speaking than she turned to leave. Fang Chen walked her out from the backyard, following a path from the foot of a fake hill all the way to the courtyard gate. Along the way, Hua Qirong's gaze occasionally swept over the scars left by the battle between Fang Chen and Yixiong. Most were badly damaged. Many spots still bore dark red stains of poisonous blood seeping into the soil, strong and ominous. She didn't probe the poison intensively but pondered quietly. Such a massive amount of toxic blood certainly wasn't expelled by one person. It must be marks left from Yixiong enduring terrible poison. At that moment, a suspicion arose in her mind. Although Yixiong was a 5th rank foundation establishment and bore the Tiger Emperor's bloodline, it had been poisoned to the point its condition was severely impaired. Fang Chen's expertise with toxins had to be considerable, This also explained how, with just 5th rank cultivation, he defeated the golden core grade monster that controlled the yin yang furnace. The role of poison was crucial, its intricacies not to be underestimated. What troubled Hua Qirong slightly more was the faint, elusive aura of the fire Sha King deep in the courtyard. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes as she examined Fang Chen carefully. The fire Sha King's energy was extremely difficult for cultivators to master. As an elder of the pill refinery, though shaken inside, she revealed no emotion steady as a mountain. After years of cultivation and experience, she was not easily unsettled. A subtle, knowing smile curved her lips. This young man not only had deep mastery of the way of foundations, but was especially formidable with the fire Sha King techniques. His poison arts were skillful, his array formations impressive, and he carried the indomitable spirit of the sect within. To have brought these skills to such proficiency during the foundation establishment stage was no small feat. On reflection, such accomplishments made sense given his years of perseverance in the outer sect, learning diligently. It was predictable, could not have remained stagnant after all these years. Fang Chen was now truly on the right track. Though intrigued by the way of foundations and the Fire Sha King's arts dreams, for many cultivators Hua Qirong chose not to pry further. Every cultivator guarded their secrets closely. She had no worry that Fang Chen's mysteries posed a threat to Danran's sect. After all, if he were a spy sent by others, how could he spend his days bullying juniors a decade younger than him? Reaching the gate, Hua Qirong said softly, "This is as far as you need to see me off. You don't have to come further." Her expression was resolute, halting Fang Chen from accompanying her any longer. "Elder Hua, let me escort you out. Ingguang Lake and the surrounding mountains are so vast, I'm afraid you might get lost," Fang Chen said with a hint of concern, his eyes scanning the dense forest around them. But Hua Qirong shook her head gently, her tone firm and resolute. "No need. I'm not walking back, I'll fly. You should focus on calmed breathing and recovery. If you need any healing pills, just come to Lingyun Peak and take them yourself." "All right, thank you very much, Elder Hua," Fang Chen replied respectfully. Hua Qirong added, "Also, you subdued that demon tiger without letting it cause more casualties. That's a great achievement. I will report this to the sect and fight for you to receive a generous reward. As for the security breach in the beast prison that nearly cost you your life, the sect will compensate you for that as well. They'll think carefully when I return and prepare something for you." Her eyes flickered momentarily, as if carrying many unspoken worries. Fang Chen's heart stirred. There must be important reasons behind the beast prison's failure and the fact that she and the others arrived a full hour late. But for now, these matters were none of his concern. Fang Chen cupped his fists in thanks. "Many thanks, Elder Hua. No need to be so formal. You deserve it." Hua Qirong smiled lightly before changing the subject. "By the way, don't bother bringing anything back for your junior brothers this time. They'll try to secure more cultivation resources for you instead. With your Heavenly Tao Foundation aptitude, only the right resources can help you make full use of your potential." She looked at Fang Chen with genuine admiration. To her, his Heavenly Tao Foundation talent meant he was no longer the waste he once was, but a true prodigy. Once she reported to the sect leader, his reputation would soar like a rising cloud to the peak of Danran's sect. Fang Chen's face flushed slightly, and he hurriedly waved his hand. "No, no, Elder Hua, please don't trouble yourself for me. It'd be better to give me some powerful defensive weapons or escape treasure, something that can snap me out of a deadly trap instantly. As for cultivation resources, buying those for me now would be like giving a child advanced math textbooks. I'd rather just get things that can keep me alive." Hua Qirong looked at him in puzzlement. "Are you sure? Those are just external things. Strengthening yourself is fundamental. Who doesn't need cultivation resources?" Fang Chen nodded firmly, his voice serious enough to be in a textbook. "Absolutely sure." Seeing his determination, she didn't press further. "Very well, I promise you that." "Thank you again, Elder Hua." Fang Chen cupped his fists once more. After a moment's hesitation, Hua Qirong spoke again. "One more thing, you'll have to delay your entry into the inner sect for now. The news about your Heavenly Tao Foundation and taming the winged fiend can't be leaked yet. You'll have to keep a low profile for a while." "No problem, Elder Hua. I'm not bothered by that," Fang Chen answered calmly on the surface, though his heart was quietly elated. This was actually for the best. Wasn't eager to enter the inner sect or reveal his Heavenly Tao Foundation status too early. He knew that without having found truly effective cultivation methods, going into the inner sect now would be a waste of effort. After several years of training with a bunch of resources, if he still remained at the first rank of Heavenly Tao Foundation, that would be embarrassing. Hua Qirong sighed softly as she looked at the sensible Fang Chen. She felt a pang of guilt for withholding the attention and prestige he deserved. But since the winged fiend escaped the beast prison, it meant a traitor lurked within the sect. Until she found that person, she planned to keep Fang Chen under the radar. After all, only a few knew the secret of the yin-yang furnace, so she could concoct excuses to cover it up. "Rest assured, the reward you deserve won't be any less, I can guarantee that," Hua Qirong said firmly, her eyes revealing a complex mixture of emotions. Hua Qirong thought it over and decided to give Fang Chen some reassurance. Thank you, Elder Hua. Fang Chen smiled warmly in gratitude. Afterward, Hua Qirong said her farewells and left the small courtyard. She rose lightly into the air, transforming into a streak of light before quickly vanishing from sight. Fang Chen watched her departure for a moment, then turned and went back inside the house. At that moment, Hua Qirong had just left the mountains surrounding Wang Lake, while Jiang Ningyi and Ling Weiner had already returned to High Turtle Terrace. On both sides of the broad stone steps descending the hill beneath High Turtle Terrace, thousands of towering ancient trees stood densely packed, their leaves lush and vibrant with greenery. Jiang Ningyi and Ling Weiner walked slowly down the mountain path, one following the other. Senior sister, Ling Weiner said as she twirled a tender green blade of grass between her fingers, I used to think senior brother Fang had a terrible temper worse than old Zhang and was really hard to get along with. I genuinely disliked him. But I have to admit, he scolds with reason. He defeated that demon tiger and survived inside the yin yang furnace. His strength really is amazing. And more importantly, because of his bad temper, he refused to let us go in, which actually saved us from death. I'm willing to let go of his harsh words toward me. There was a hint of resigned self-mockery in Ling Weiner's voice. She had originally planned not to apologize for what happened at Lingyun Peak, but her attitude had now changed. So, I'm going to ask old Zhang to help prepare a gift, and tomorrow, I'll have brother Xiaoqing accompany me to apologize and thank senior brother Fang, she said with determination shining in her eyes. This accident made Ling Weiner rethink Fang Chen. She now understood that when the demon wings appeared and angrily scolded Fang Chen for not letting Jiang Ningyi in, its original target must have been Jiang Ningyi. Had Fang Chen allowed them in, the deadly calamity inside the yin-yang furnace would likely have befallen the two of them. Fang Chen's firm stance had actually saved their lives. But his temper really is awful. I still don't want to associate with someone like that, or I might get insulted for no reason again, Ling Weiner muttered unhappily. Although she was grateful for the life-saving debt, Ling Weiner still felt some anger when recalling how Fang Chen's actions caused Jiang Ningyi to suffer humiliation. It's one thing for him to scold me, but to insult Jiang Ningyi, that's crossing a line. Before she could finish, Jiang Ningyi suddenly spoke up. Weiner, maybe you misunderstood senior brother Fang. What? Ling Weiner froze. Senior brother Fang doesn't actually have a bad temper? Jiang Ningyi's expression grew complex, flickering with hesitation and respect. He only scolded us to save us. Really? Ling Weiner found it hard to believe. Jiang Ningyi didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Weiner, let me ask you something. What? Ling Weiner looked at her attentively. If senior brother Fang could survive inside the yin-yang furnace for an entire hour, what does that say about his proficiency with formations? That it must be incredible, Ling Weiner exclaimed. I don't think any of our foundation-establishing disciples have his level of formation skill. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves overhead as Jiang Ningyi stopped walking, her voice grave. Then do you think senior brother Fang noticed when the demon tiger activated the yin-yang furnace's formation? Her words tightened Ling Weiner's gaze as realization dawned on her. Her throat felt dry as she said, I guess he must have. She wasn't stupid. Jiang Ningyi's words had just made everything clear. Fang Chen's previous harshness wasn't pointless. It was an extreme way to protect them. Otherwise, why would Fang Chen first step out upon seeing them, only to suddenly retreat? It must have been because he sensed the demon wings were triggering the yin-yang furnace's formation and was patiently waiting for them to enter. Once he entered, given the demon tiger's cultivation, he would surely be doomed. Knowing the danger, Fang Chen chose to scold and force them back. He understood fully. If he warned them directly, they wouldn't leave. Only by insulting them could he push them away. With that revelation, Jiang Ningyi felt a heavy guilt. She had been angry moments before about Fang Chen's involvement and humiliation, even thinking she misunderstood his nature, but now she realized her own mind was narrow, judging others by her own standards. Senior brother Fang was magnanimous and morally upright. Even after years of being misunderstood and insulted, his integrity remained unblemished. How could he be like ordinary people? At this moment, Jiang Ningyi's perception of Fang Chen transcended to a new level entirely. Fang Chen stood in front of Yixiong, simultaneously training him and chatting casually. After just saying goodbye to Hua Qirong, he returned here and took the opportunity to introduce himself again. Yixiong glared at this arrogant young man, feeling angry inside but unwilling to speak bluntly. So he muttered, Fang Chen, can't we call each other brothers? In the future, we'll be life and death companions. How can we distinguish who is superior or inferior? The master-servant bond is shallow, while brotherly affection runs deep. Only that can make us trust each other with our backs. Think about it. If you were enslaved by me for a long time, it'd be hard not to resent me. Fang Chen thought for a moment and nodded. I would definitely feel bad. Seeing this, Yixiong continued persuading him. If you're unhappy, naturally I'd be no better. If I ever harbor ill will and harm you, it would be disastrous for you. It's better we address each other as brothers. According to age and seniority, you call me brother Hu, and I call you brother Chen. Demons continuously battle each other, but we cross tribal boundaries and forge a bond stronger than gold or iron that itself would be a great story. A slight smile appeared on Fang Chen's lips as he quietly admired this tiger's wisdom. He guessed Yixiong must have read a lot and felt some respect. Then what if you call me dad? Then we become father and son. That works too, right? Yixiong frowned, his tiger face tensing as he spat out. Kid, you're so stubborn it's hopeless. Forget it, I don't want to hear it. Fang Chen waved his hand and moved aside, sitting down on a large stone. Yixiong lowered his head to the ground, tiger stripes and wrinkles bunching into a bitter, sorrowful expression. Looking at Fang Chen, he croaked, hurry up and recover your body. Once you do, get to work. You wrecked this courtyard, you have to take responsibility. Help me find some folk renovation manuals, I'll study them, and help fix the walls, preferably in a European style. And all these flowers and plants, you'll have to take care of them. Fang Chen sat down and laughed. All right, just joking. How could I let you do all the dirty, tiring work? After hearing this, Yixiong's ears twitched inward and his stiffened tiger face went totally lifeless. Seeing this, Fang Chen kindly said, you're so big, you can't handle those chores. It'd be better if you help me dump kitchen scraps and dig the pond. I'm planning to expand my hot spring. Yixiong's eyes gradually dimmed. Fang Chen changed the topic with a smile. Tell me, how did you end up captured and brought to Danran sect? Yixiong answered weakly, I was framed by my elder brother. Framed by your elder brother? What happened? Fang Chen was surprised, a spark of interest lighting his eyes. Tell me all about it. Yixiong tested, you really want to hear? Of course. Fang Chen nodded. Gossip is human nature. Yixiong said seriously, then I don't want to dump scraps and dig hot springs anymore, I'll help you fight. Fang Chen hesitated briefly. Then do I have to call Elder Hua back? Yixiong's gaze drifted into the distance as he slowly said, the year I was born, the Qian Kuan Sacred Tiger Clan experienced a major event. What was it? Fang Chen pressed. Yixiong replied, that year, my mother gave birth to 108 sacred tiger bloodlines at once, startling the demon world. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes suddenly widened, nearly popping out of their sockets. His mind reeled in shock. One litter actually had 108 cubs? What kind of joke was that? A normal demon tiger would only have 2 or 3 cubs at most, let alone the Qiankuan Sacred Tiger Clan, whose bloodline was extraordinarily rare. They were born of the essence of heaven and earth's fortune. Elders in the clan often spent their entire lives childless. On the rare occasion a sacred tiger bloodline was born, it was usually only 1 or 2 cubs. This year, the clan's newborn sacred tiger bloodlines were fewer than ever. Only 1 young sacred tiger arrived, and the future looked bleak. The Qiankuan Sacred Tiger Clan was on the brink of extinction. But my mother, it seemed, was blessed with extraordinary talent. After fusing her essence with my father's, she miraculously gave birth to 108 sacred tiger bloodlines. That night, rumors spread across thousands of demon clans that our Qiankuan Sacred Tiger Clan would rise again. Yixiong's voice carried a soft sigh as he continued. Almost without exception, all 108 newborn sacred tigers awakened their bloodlines, invigorating the entire clan. Moreover, one among them was born with a supreme grade bloodline, setting the whole clan aflame with excitement. Fang Chen listened in stunned silence. A supreme grade bloodline was an extremely rare treasure in the cultivation world. The 9 stages of cultivation were refining qi, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, void return, Tao fusion, tribulation, and great completion. The hierarchy among demon clans mirrored this. Demon saint was the tribulation stage, and a supreme grade bloodline meant that as long as this Qiankuan sacred tiger survived, it was destined to become the peak of the demon realm, a demon saint. This news weighed heavily on Fang Chen's heart, sparking worry. This Qiankuan sacred tiger clan really was formidable. Would he dare bully Yixiong anymore? Maybe the massage lessons had to stop for the time being. Yixiong, oblivious to Fang Chen's thoughts, went on slowly. But among these 108 sacred tiger bloodlines, some were not favored by heaven. That was me. I was the only one among my brothers and sisters whose bloodline never awakened. At this, Fang Chen couldn't help but show a pitying look and tentatively asked, so does that make you useless? Yixiong immediately flared up, scolding. Are you even listening to me? I'm listening. Please go on, I'm all ears, Fang Chen said with a mock innocent smile. Yixiong sighed before continuing. Because young tiger cubs were so rare in the past, the clan mandated that before maturity, cubs must receive ample resources. Even adult sacred tigers had to sacrifice part of their share to ensure cub survival. Though my bloodline never awakened, I still used up resources, sparking resentment among many brothers. I remember once when my 9th brother, who helped me fail in my breakthrough, was defeated by my 106th brother, losing face badly. Angry, he stormed into my forest lair, grabbed me, fought me fiercely, and accused me of hoarding resources, forcing me to hand over everything. Of course, I refused and called the clan elders for justice. In the end, he was punished and locked up for 6 months to cool off. Because of this, my ninth brother held a grudge and secretly plotted against me. I was forced to flee into the perilous battlefield between immortals and demons, barely escaping death many times. Luckily, cultivators from the Danran sect captured me and imprisoned me in a beast lock. It was in that prison, whether due to accumulated bloodline hatred or fate's mercy, that my bloodline finally awakened the imperial-grade bloodline. Yixiong slowly revealed the earth-shattering news. Fang Chen couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed excitedly, Imperial-grade bloodline. That's the great completion level among demon clans. Yixiong's presence grew imposing, his eyes flashing a sharp, killing intent with unstoppable aura. At that moment, I knew that I was the true future king of the Qinquan Sacred Tiger clan. I must return to the demon realm, seek justice from that ninth brother, and teach him what real cruelty means. Fang Chen was enthralled and couldn't resist interrupting. But you're my servant, now how will you return for revenge? The proud Yixiong suddenly lost his composure, his face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. Fang Chen walked over to Yixiong's side and plopped down, reaching out with a big hand to stroke the powerful tiger head. He smiled and asked, So, do you have any plans for revenge? His palm rubbed the thick fur, and inwardly he thought, petting a big cat like this was definitely more exciting than stroking a house cat. Yixiong gently shook a few times, but didn't pull away. Instead, his body relaxed completely. I used to have a plan, but not anymore. I don't even know if that bastard was still alive when I left the Danran sect. He slumped down somewhat wearily, his eyes carrying a vague sense of loss. Fang Chen quickly comforted him, Don't look so down. Have you ever considered that you might never really be able to leave this place for good? Yixiong said nothing, only staring at Fang Chen with a gaze heavy beyond words. Fang Chen burst out laughing at the sight, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. He pressed on, Does your ninth royal brother even know you're alive? That question was crucial not just for Yixiong's sake, but for his own. If the ninth royal brother knew Yixiong was still alive and carrying the imperial bloodline, he would surely try to eliminate him first. If that happened, Fang Chen, as Yixiong's master, would inevitably get dragged into trouble. Yixiong shook his head. He probably doesn't know. My ninth royal brother isn't particularly gifted or outstanding. Among the 108 brothers in our clan, he ranks far from the top. Given his status and the backing of the Danran sect, I don't think he has any clue about my whereabouts. Fang Chen smiled and nodded, agreeing with this assessment. For now, there was no rush to betray Yixiong. Fang Chen then asked, So how did you manage to escape from the beast prison this time? Did some experts from your clan come to your rescue? His heart tightened with worry. If the Sacred Tiger clan ever found out he had captured Yixiong as a beast slave, they definitely wouldn't let him off easily. Although as long as no child of destiny intervened, he would survive for the moment. But if a Sacred Tiger expert showed up, what then? He couldn't help but start calculating how he could sell out Yixiong right away to escape unscathed. But Yixiong shook his head again. They didn't save me. This time, I escaped thanks to some senior great demons. Seeing the nobility of my bloodline, they couldn't bear to let my life go to waste, so they decided to help me leave. His voice carried a trace of gratitude. By chance, those great demons somehow got hold of a yin-yang furnace array plate and have been studying it in the beast prison for 2.5 years, dedicated to modifying it to target human cultivators. If I can refine Jiangningi, my cultivation may very well break through to the 9th level of the 2nd rank. And if my bloodline powers awaken fully, I might even leap straight to the 3rd rank. Yixiong paused, a faint hope shining on his face. A 3rd rank demon is roughly equivalent to the golden core realm among humans. If I reach that level, then I'll have a real chance to leave the Danran sect. Fang Chen nodded thoughtfully, finding it plausible, but couldn't help asking, Do you really think you can escape cleanly? Yixiong didn't answer, falling silent instead. Fang Chen knew that even if Yixiong reached the golden core, it would be nearly impossible to evade the sect's watchful eyes. Not to mention killing someone as important as Jiang Ninja. Such an act would surely enrage the sect's experts. At that moment, doubt crept into Fang Chen's mind. Maybe this escape wasn't an accident, but part of a larger plot. Their true target was very likely Jiang Ninja. The Danran sect was far more complex than it appeared on the surface, riddled with hidden schemes everywhere. Fang Chen felt a flood of emotions, but also had to face reality. Even with imperial blood, Yixiong had failed to become a child of destiny in this system. Facing Jiang Ninja, the legitimate child of destiny, Fang Chen didn't think this idiot could even survive coming out of the yin-yang furnace alive. After finishing his investigation into Yixiong's movements, he turned his attention back to studying his own system. He spent a whole day unraveling the system's operational mechanics. Although this system was inherently rebellious and always scheming to betray its host, it wasn't entirely without hope. Fang Chen understood clearly that if he wanted to survive under this annoying system, he had to cleverly exploit its loopholes and patiently harvest its benefits. Moreover, since only the child of destiny could actually kill him, in reality, no one else truly had the power to end his life, which made him secretly excited. From a certain perspective, he was practically invincible. That said, this didn't mean he could act recklessly. While no one could easily kill him, a vastly more powerful opponent could still capture him and torment him endlessly, like plunging him into the deep sea repeatedly, drowning him thousands of times, bringing him back to life just to drown again. The mere thought sent chills down his spine. The system wouldn't care about the hellish suffering he endured. Even worse, a strong foe might dissect him to study the secret of his immortality. They might even use him as a refining material to concoct demonic pills, as demonic cultivators often use the essence and blood of Foundation establishment cultivators for pill making. If the dark forces discovered his unique status and imprisoned him to continually harvest his organs and bones for pill production, he would be doomed to a lifetime as a living resource for heart and kidney extraction. Thinking about all this made Fang Chen's heart race with fear. The terror was enough to make his scalp crawl. At that moment, a daring idea silently surfaced. If others could use him for pill refining, maybe he could do something similar himself. Fang Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Would that mean falling into demonic cultivation? Maybe not entirely. But since it still went against his true nature, and he wasn't desperate yet, he decided to hold off on such extreme challenges for now. Inflicting pain on himself daily? That sounded miserable. Pushing the thought aside temporarily, he turned to consider the life and death struggle involving Xiao Qing, which seemed no longer a concern. Looking back at Jiang Ningyi, with his superb, godlike acting skills, Jiang probably had no other thoughts about him now. Although defeating Yi Xiong had boosted Fang Chen's image, his earlier bad temper display still left Jiang thinking he was short-tempered. Their relationship wasn't affected for the moment, and the advantage remained firmly in Fang Chen's hands. Since the system couldn't kill him, he felt quietly reassured. Fang Chen patted his backside and stood up. I'm going to rest now. You just sleep in the backyard. Wait, aren't you going to cultivate? Yi Xiong, who was recovering and adjusting his breath, stopped him with a puzzled look. Having spent years in beast prisons and seen many cultivators, had never met anyone who just went straight to sleep like this. Didn't everyone close their eyes and cultivate energy? Cultivate? What a joke. At my age, what cultivation is there? When it's time to have fun, you gotta have fun. Fang Chen said casually, full of confidence. My Foundation establishment cultivation at the heavenly Tao level? Purely something I played my way to. Yi Xiong was stunned. With his easygoing nature, he said, really? Sleep when you want, play when you want. Why slave over cultivation? You have an imperial level bloodline, but a low realm, stuck at the 5th grade Foundation establishment stage. Sigh. Fang Chen scoffed, shook his head disdainfully, swung his sleeve, and walked away. Watching Fang Chen's figure gradually fade into the distance, Yi Xiong couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Considering the fierce battle had just fought without prevailing, there had to be some deeper meaning behind Fang Chen's claim of Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivation. Could it be that Fang Chen's words held some truth after all? Early the next morning, just after Fang Chen woke up, several people arrived outside his courtyard to start repairing the place and clearing the debris left from yesterday's explosion. These helpers were clearly mortals, sent specifically by Huachiro. In cultivation sects, not all followers are cultivators. Many mortals work for them, doing daily chores. Seeing this, Fang Chen instructed Yi Xiong to keep watch nearby while he quietly slipped out. To avoid frightening the mortals, Yi Xiong shrinked his massive form down into a tiger about 1.5 meters long, lying calmly in a corner with sharp eyes scanning everyone. Thanks to his presence, the workers moved efficiently and no one dared slack off. Once outside the residence, Fang Chen activated his energy concealment technique, quickly suppressing his aura to the level of a Qi refining stage 3, ensuring no one could detect him. After confirming he was undetected, he nodded to himself and headed straight for the summit of Yingguanga Mountain. Not only did the main road to Sea Turtle Terrace pass through here, but it also held many important outer door locations. The Academy of 100 Arts, specializing in all kinds of skills, the Duel Courtyard, where Fang Chen made his life or death pact with Xiao Qing, and the Transmission Pavilion, which not only taught cultivation techniques, but also stored numerous rare books. Fang Chen planned to spend the entire day in the Transmission Pavilion, hoping to find a breakthrough for the cultivation bottleneck he couldn't surpass on his own. He didn't want to entrust his life completely to the system after all. Its baseline was that head die by Xiao Qing's hand, and who knew what tricks that guy might still have up his sleeve. A true cultivator must carve an independent path to safeguard themselves. If the system ever cut off his backup plan, that would be a real disaster. As he walked, Fang Chen overheard several Qi refining stage 1 children ahead, carrying baskets full of herbs and quietly discussing the explosion from the night before. Did you hear that? That loud bang from old Fang's place. Yeah, what really happened? Is he dead or not? He can't be dead. My sister-in-law's friend's uncle's neighbor is an inner disciple. They said a beast escaped from the beast prison, trying to kill old Fang to replenish his blood, but his family's magical treasure protected him. He wasn't defeated. He held on. An elder Hua came to rescue too. What a pity. The children chattered with curiosity about Fang Chen's safety. When they learned he was fine, the boys and girls all showed looks of disappointment. What are you pitying? Fang Chen said lightly. Were you hoping I'd be dead? Just then, a cold, sinister laugh came from behind. The children froze, turning their heads. When they saw Fang Chen's face, a scream ripped through the air, and they all fled frantically. Fang Chen watched with satisfaction as the group of chi-refining kids scattered in panic, silently nodding to himself. This move had at least successfully intimidated nearly 30 troublemakers. In his mind, he reflected that Elder Hua's manipulation of public opinion was truly clever. News about the explosion on Yingwanga Mountain had spun into countless chaotic rumors. Some said Fang Chen had one-punched a Grade 5 Foundation establishment beast. Others claimed he hid a legendary pocket dimension treasure that let him vanish into the void. Rumors swirled inside and outside the sect, leaving everyone dizzy with confusion. Fang Chen's eyes grew firm. His cultivation path could only rely on himself. There was no other way. There were rumors that the Fang family harbored 9 powerful fox spirits, who not only helped Fang Chen solve difficult problems, but even intervened on his behalf at critical moments. The official explanation from the Danran sect took a middle ground. Fang Chen had secretly dug up a hot spring, inadvertently triggering an explosion by disturbing a formation laid across Ingguang Lake Mountain. Afterward, the sect compensated with a substantial amount of spirit stones. However, this version was met with skepticism. The most accepted story was that a ferocious beast had escaped from its enclosure, and only thanks to the Fang family's magical treasures did Fang Chen survive, though no one truly believed he could defeat the beast known as Yixiong. Of course, until the truth was fully uncovered, Yixiong must not leave the family estate, lest someone who knows the secret deduce that the beast had accepted Fang Chen as its master. Atop Ingguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen stood before a 4-story wooden tower perched on the cliff's edge. A striking plaque hung prominently, bearing 3 perfectly formed characters, Transmission Pavilion. From the outside, the pavilion seemed modest, fitting no more than a dozen people inside. Standing at the entrance, Fang Chen saw the narrow passage nearly jam-packed with a continual stream of sect disciples. The moment Fang Chen stepped into the Transmission Pavilion, his surroundings shifted drastically, seemed to be standing within an endless void. A never-ending corridor stretched ahead, flanked on both sides by red lacquered wooden doors, while the space between them was swallowed by darkness. The disciples bustling through the main hall moments ago had vanished without a trace. Fang Chen quietly admired the secret of the Transmission Pavilion's extraordinary use of spatial magic. Although he had seen images of the Transmission Pavilion in memory, experiencing it firsthand still left him deeply impressed. The spatial design was far beyond what common films or stories on the market could portray. He proceeded down the corridor. Newcomers to the pavilion were usually greeted by an elder's projection to guide them through the internal rules, but since Fang Chen was no stranger, no one came forward. If interested, these illusions could be purchased and kept using contribution points earned by completing tasks or donating spirit stones to the Danran sect. Given Fang Chen's affluent background, his supply of contribution points was more than ample. After walking some distance, he pushed open a door marked miscellaneous and found himself in a surprisingly spacious study. At the center were over 100 wooden racks neatly holding stacks of jade slips. Near the door was a jade slip for queries, allowing instant access to desired information. At this moment, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry to search records. His goal was to sift through numerous cultivation methods to find one suited to him. After flipping through some materials, he had grasped quite a few cultivation techniques. The most mainstream was spiritual cultivation. Most disciples chose this path, relying on breathing methods to steadily increase their power. This had been Fang Chen's approach early on. Next were sword techniques, centered on forging and mastering flying swords. These swords were devastatingly powerful and lethal, but demanded exceptional talent. Jiang Ningyi, a sect prodigy, was a prime example. There was also talisman cultivation, which involved runes and incantations. Compared to pure cultivation or sword techniques, progress in this path was generally slower. This array of cultivation methods undoubtedly offered many possible directions for aspiring cultivators. Yet Fang Chen was still in a phase of careful trial and error, determined to find the path that best suited his unique potential. When drawing talismanic inscriptions, cultivators can more intimately absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to aid their practice. This gave rise to a specialized path known as talisman cultivation. The various talismans circulating in the market are all crafted by these talisman cultivators. As for artifact cultivators, sword cultivators are actually a branch of them, while other artifact cultivators focus on weapons like blades, spears, and staves. There are also those who cultivate through their destined pills, or through formations, and even those who base their cultivation on literary works and a sense of righteous qi. These sects arose for much the same reason as the talisman path. Progress through pure self-cultivation is slow and arduous, but by relying on external aids like talismans, weapons, pills, formations, or cultural energy, their advancement accelerates dramatically, sweeping forward like a storming gale that none can withstand. After reading the free sections on these methods, Fang Chen carefully returned the jade slip to the shelf and sighed deeply. Though the methods seemed diverse, their differences were largely superficial. Their greatest distinctions lay in attack-style talisman cultivators, artifact cultivators, sword cultivators, each excelled in their own specialty. But all these sects shared a common prerequisite: the ability to absorb spiritual energy and regulate internal breath for cultivation. Here lay Fang Chen's problem: simply could not absorb even a trace of spiritual energy, so no cultivation method would work for him. Just then, a brand new cultivation path suddenly appeared in the Jade Slip body cultivation. This method was completely different from all others. It required no spiritual root, no breath regulation, relying solely on the toughness of one's own body. Fang Chen's eyes lit up fiercely, his heart shocked. Is this not exactly the path I've longed for? However, as he read further, his expression grew complicated. This path claimed that any cultivator, regardless of foundation, could cultivate it simultaneously so long as one was willing to put in the effort, there would be reward. Whether spirit cultivators, talismanists, or pill cultivators, they could all refine a strong body through body cultivation in their spare time. All other cultivation methods rely on breathing and circulating spiritual energy to strengthen one's internal breath, but only body cultivation can truly temper the limbs and bones to become unbreakable. Upon reading this, Fang Chen stopped browsing the free content and decisively spent contribution points to unlock the detailed information about body cultivation. After thoroughly going through the comprehensive introduction, Fang Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin and gained a clear understanding of body cultivation in this world. At its core, body cultivation is essentially an intense form of physical training, but it is far from ordinary fitness on Earth. On Earth, most fitness routines involve repeated anaerobic exercise to tear muscle fibers, followed by rest and protein intake to build stronger muscles. In this world, body cultivation is far more extreme. According to the Jade Slip's records, even the lowest level of body cultivation requires practitioners to train themselves until they bleed. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered injury, but the spiritual medicines here drastically accelerate healing, allowing such wounds to fully recover overnight without any lasting damage. Because of this, the threshold for body cultivation is very low. It simply requires persistent exercise combined with the use of restorative spiritual medicines. Therefore, all cultivators can attempt body cultivation. Its greatest benefit is simply to strengthen the physique and enhance mental clarity, thereby better supporting other types of cultivation. Fang Chen muttered to himself with a hint of disappointment. Could it be that my plan to use body cultivation for a shortcut has completely failed? He had hoped to reach levels like foundation establishment or golden core through body cultivation, just like spiritual or sword cultivation, and perhaps even break into higher tiers of cultivation. But reality was far less promising. Although body cultivation also has its own ranks, according to the Jade Slip, even top-tier body cultivators without the aid of spiritual energy have strength and defense roughly comparable only to a golden core stage cultivator. As for wielding powerful techniques capable of devastating enemies hundreds or thousands of meters away, body cultivation simply cannot compete. Moreover, reaching the golden core stage through body cultivation takes far longer than an ordinary cultivator would need to achieve the same. As a result, body cultivation is often a last resort for experts stuck at a bottleneck in their cultivation paths. For example, a great Downing might laboriously train for hundreds of years just to barely attain a golden core body cultivation level once their spiritual progress has stalled. After finishing the paid content, Fang Chen carefully put away the Jade Slip in his storage ring and sighed. Body cultivation clearly could not deliver the ideal trump card effect he had envisioned, but it was still his only available path at the moment. Setting aside his cultivation rank, training his body at least promised longevity. Besides, reaching the golden core stage in body cultivation was still a worthwhile improvement, better than wasting years without any breakthrough at the foundation establishment rank. With this in mind, Fang Chen tried to console himself. Something is better than nothing. Besides, he possessed the system-granted immortal body, which made his body training at least 100 times more efficient than others. As long as he trained to the point of bleeding and severe injury, then took 2 gene of broken heart crane's death capaced by foundation establishment cultivators could run a non-stop 24-hour training cycle. Afterward, he lingered at the transmission pavilion for some time, hoping to find body cultivation techniques, but was disappointed to find no relevant records at all. The pavilion's explanation was straightforward. Body cultivation required no special techniques, only constant physical exercise. At the Danran sect, there was a place called Ryue Valley, where the sect's body cultivators gathered. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen left the scripture transmission pavilion and headed toward Ryue Valley. Ryue Valley was located at the foot of Ingguang Lake Mountain. Fang Chen descended the mountain and entered the valley. The original owner of this body knew very little about this place, for his nature was lazy and he was unwilling to endure hardship, always avoiding places of arduous cultivation. So naturally, he had never been to Ryue Valley. Now that Fang Chen saw it with his own eyes, he felt somewhat puzzled. Along the way, he encountered an endless stream of people of varying ages, Yet almost all of them were heading to Ryue Valley, as if this place had become everyone's destination. This couldn't help but raise a question in his mind: could body cultivation really be this popular? It seemed everyone was grinding hard. Fang Chen had to silently warn himself that he needed to step up his game too. However, this sense of crisis came quickly and departed just as fast. After stepping into Ryue Valley, Fang Chen guessed why this place was so popular. Ryue Valley was extremely spacious, large enough to accommodate thousands of people moving about freely. At this moment, however, the valley presented an entirely different lively scene. Countless figures moved about, everyone's faces brimming with joyful smiles as they engaged in various forms of body cultivation training. But these cultivation methods left Fang Chen momentarily at a loss for words. In the distance, an intense ball game was underway on a huge pitch. A player in the field, unable to match his opponent, suddenly unleashed a spell. A massive fireball rose into the air, instantly burning the goal frame to charcoal. The referee on the sidelines had a dark expression and waved his sleeves, causing a giant purple hand to descend from the sky, yanking the spellcaster out of the field and firmly restraining him. At another tug-of-war field, two teams struggled with all their might. Just as one team was about to win, a sudden gust of wind wreaked havoc, scattering people across the field. Seeing their impending defeat reversed, the team that had been gaining the advantage immediately burst into crude curses, hurling a torrent of offensive insults. Further away at the horse track, people rode horses at full gallop, dust flying everywhere, the sound of hoofbeats echoing through the valley. In the air, some stood on one foot atop wooden stakes, shoving each other in attempts to knock opponents down. On another side, on a field turned into ice, several people were happily skating and playing. Looking around Ryue Valley, aside from a very small number who were truly giving their all practicing boxing, archery, and lifting cauldrons until their bodies were dripping with blood and burning hot, most seemed to be just playing around. Fang Chen muttered to himself, "This is body cultivation training?" He couldn't help feeling his eyes had been opened wide. No wonder Ryue Valley was so attractive. Who wouldn't want to train like this? However, he wasn't entirely critical. After all, these people had no spiritual power and relied entirely on physical training, so they were genuinely cultivating. His gaze swept over several old men in the pavilion by the entrance, leisurely playing Go. Fang Chen shook his head gently and said dismissively, "Not cultivating properly, just slacking off like this. They'll be stuck at the foundation establishment stage their whole lives." Just as he was about to walk over and give them a few pointers, a white-haired old man suddenly shouted to stop. Another bald old man hurriedly defended himself. "What's wrong? Can't I take back a move? Last time I went to the immortal demon battlefield, I killed 8 demon kings and gave 4 of them to you. What's wrong with me taking back one move now?" The white-haired old man was instantly left speechless. Hearing this, Fang Chen was startled and quickly calculated in his mind. Demon kings? That's strong. Spirit transformation stage? That's quite impressive. He hastily retreated, his vigilance intensifying. Just as he was deep in thought, a hand suddenly patted his back. Fang Chen turned around to see an old man with a grave expression and piercing gaze quietly watching him. Seeing this, Fang Chen was taken aback and quickly replied, "I'm looking for body cultivation methods." He thought to himself, could this old man be the guiding elder of Ryue Valley? Well, that's simply VE found me. I'll teach you. Come with me. Before his thought was finished, the old man merely responded with an indifferent sound and turned to leave. Fang Chen's mind was filled with doubts, not daring to follow rashly. He quickly asked, "Where to?" The old man stopped in his tracks, turned back to stare at Fang Chen, the corner of his mouth curling slightly, and said coldly, "To your death." Upon hearing this reply, Fang Chen immediately showed a trace of confusion. What exactly was this old man up to? Don't follow him's crazy. All the newcomers who just arrived at Ryue Valley have been tricked by him. A kindly older brother, leading a horse past Fang Chen, whispered this warning. Then, with a flash of movement, he quickly disappeared, leaving only the crisp sound of a neighing horse echoing through the valley. "Thank you, Fang Chen wanted to express his gratitude, but the hasty retreat of the horse handler made him feel somewhat awkward. Taking a closer look, the horse's strange appearance and odd expression filled Fang Chen with puzzlement. Where on earth had such a person come from? "Come on, what are you standing there for?" The old man behind him furrowed his brow when Fang Chen hesitated. "Don't you want to practice the art Li Fu teach?" "Huh. Fang Chen gave an awkward chuckle. "Masterly, I just remembered I have some urgent matter to attend to. I'll visit you another day." In truth, even without the horse handler's interruption, Fang Chen had no desire to follow the old man far away who, in their right mind, would walk straight into a death trap. With such an opportunity right in front of him and still hesitating, it seemed he was simply not destined. The old man sneered coldly, shot him a disappointed glance, and then turned to leave. Fang Chen shrugged helplessly and started walking in the direction the horse handler had indicated. Yet, only a few steps later, the system abruptly sounded its notification. Dingerwriter detection complete. The Heritor is the chosen recipient of this top-level technique. The system announced solemnly. Heritor, Li Fu. Li Fu was the world's strongest physical cultivator, dedicating his life to mastering body cultivation and combining ancient legends to create the supreme method ancient divine body. This technique breaks through the limits of physical training, granting the cultivator a body comparable to an immortal's. After mastering the divine body, Li Fu became mentally unstable and mad, wandering the world in search of a successor. After years of hardship, he settled in the Danran sect. This art is overwhelmingly powerful but demands extremely rare physical qualifications, such as the undying divine phoenix body or the everlasting tribulation body. After 37 years of fruitless searching, the legacy risks disappearing. The host is tasked with finding a destined child whose constitution meets these criteria to inherit Li Fu's legacy and carry on this Tao. The system's words stunned Fang Chen. His eyes widened sharply, and he sucked in a breath. Whoa, Li Fu looked crazy on the surface, but his foundation is incredibly profound. Fang Chen's heart filled with regret as realizations dawned. He began to understand why he was not a destined child and why he lacked protagonist's luck. If it had been someone with a protagonist's fate, encountering this mad old man would not lead to retreat, but curiosity and ultimately inheriting the ancient divine body. He had even suspected the old man might be trying to take advantage of him. It was utterly embarrassing. Fang Chen silently berated himself, but his gaze grew more intense as he scanned the valley for Li Fu's figure. When he finally spotted him, he smiled and approached the old man, feeling a wave of excitement rising inside. This time, the system had finally offered him something truly valuable, not those disastrous destined child roles demanding sacrifice, but a critical successor legacy instead. He still possesses a body cultivation technique capable of surpassing the level of immortal Shat's truly impressive. The system instructed him to find the chosen one of destiny and teach them this technique. But there's no rush. Fang Chen planned to first figure out whether the technique itself was reasonable by personally practicing it up to the great perfection stage. To be honest, if he didn't experience it firsthand and reach the great perfection himself, he couldn't fully understand the method and thus wouldn't be able to select the right chosen one of destiny. Only through direct experience could he truly help others. That's what real selflessness means. Seniorly, Fang Chen stopped Li Fu in the crowd. He wanted to call him master, but remembering how powerful Li Fu's technique was and that it might not even suit him, he felt a bit hesitant and addressed him respectfully instead. What do you want? Li Fu frowned with a hint of impatience in his expression. Fang Chen forced a somewhat awkward smile. I'd like to learn about your body cultivation method. Li Fu snorted coldly. Weren't you just disinterested in it? Seniorly, that's a misunderstanding. Fang Chen hurried to explain. I was dealing with something just now, but I came straight to ask you afterward. Dealing with something? What? Li Fu sneered, clearly skeptical. Seeing the doubt, Fang Chen decided to be honest. I had an urgent personal matter to handle. You're a cultivator. Why would you have an urgent personal matter like that? Li Fu scoffed, then flicked his sleeve and started to walk away, suspicious. Fang Chen could only laugh dryly. All right. To be honest, I went to observe how others cultivate, found none as skilled as you, and regretted it. At this, Li Fu's expression immediately softened, and he burst out laughing. Huh, that's more like it. Now you're saying the right things. Come with me, I'll show you the real world of body cultivation. With that, he turned and left. Fang Chen sighed with relief, thinking, this old guy has a bad temper but a decent heart. A bit of flattery really works on him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, well, more like self-deceptive cold sweat, Fang Chen followed him. The bystanders watching showed curious expressions, whispering, another lunatic at Ryue Valley? After leaving Ryue Valley, they quickly climbed to the mid-slope of Mounting Wang Lake. Li Fu led him to the edge of a cliff. His tall figure stood steady and strong in the breeze. This is the place. Li Fu stopped and looked intently at Fang Chen. Fang Chen also paused, staring at the cliff face. Without small talk, Li Fu got straight to the point. Tell me, where on your body is your strongest part? Fang Chen thought for a moment, then slowly raised his left arm with a confident smile. I believe it's my left arm. Li Fu nodded approvingly. Good. I see your left arm is solid too. Now, tear that left arm off. Fang Chen froze at once, sinking into deep thought. Fang Chen fell silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask again. Senior, could you please repeat what you just said? Li Fu's tone remained stern. Tear off your left hand. Why would I tear off my left hand? Fang Chen frowned, trying to understand the reason behind such a brutal instruction. Li Fu snapped coldly. How else do you expect to make your left hand stronger if you don't tear it off? Then, as if recalling something, he added, don't throw away the torn off arm, refine it with spiritual fire until it turns into essence blood, then swallow it. Those words left Fang Chen stunned and speechless. He had thought he was already bold, daring to use his own body parts to refine elixirs and improve his strength. Yet, he did not expect that Li Fu standing before him was even more fearless. Seeing Fang Chen remain silent, Li Fu frowned sharply. If you don't speak, does that mean you don't want to train? If you don't, then I'm leaving. Without waiting for a reply, he started to turn away. Fang Chen hurriedly grabbed his arm, pleading, Senior Li, Silence doesn't mean I don't want to train, I just have a question I need to ask you. Irritated, Li Fu frowned deeper. You're so long-winded then, just say it quickly. Fang Chen asked, if I tear off my left hand to refine it, won't I lose my left hand completely? How could I get stronger this way? Setting aside resurrection for a moment, what if I can't come back to life? If I want a hand later, I'd have to spend a fortune on elixirs, find alchemists, or even get a prosthetic. Cultivation values having an innate spiritual embryo and an original, intact body. But this technique demands I sacrifice my original arm. Isn't that like shooting myself in the foot? Li Fu raised an eyebrow, displeased. You don't even know how to regrow a severed limb? Fang Chen's heart jolted. His mind raced. Can ordinary foundation establishment cultivators even do that? But I have system support. I'm definitely not an average foundation establishment stage disciple. Li Fu's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before a sneer crept onto his face. If you can't even do that, don't bother trying to cultivate my technique. You should just go back. He turned his back on Fang Chen and strode quickly deeper into Ryue Valley. Fang Chen stood frozen, watching Li Fu's retreating figure, falling into a long silence. Could Li Fu really be an ordinary person? Now he finally understood why the system specially insisted that the child of destiny learn Li Fu's inheritance. The technique's threshold was unbelievably high. Ordinary people couldn't meet the prerequisite of severed limb regeneration, and even the child of destiny might not possess such extraordinary aptitude. The technique required severed limb rebirth from the start. This implied that as cultivation deepened, the practitioner might repeatedly face death and rebirth. Aside from someone like him, with system backing, essentially a cheater ho could easily accomplish this? Fang Chen sighed helplessly. If no one trains in this technique, then who else can? He was the only one left to try in place of the child of destiny. Inside Ryue Valley, the noise and chatter filled the air as Fang Chen found Li Fu. The senior was glaring at two mischievous children running farther away, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Those without fate don't even dream of cultivating my technique. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind Li Fu. Senior Li. Without turning around, Li Fu's eyes showed clear displeasure. What now? It's you again. Li Fu turned around, and the first thing he saw was Fang Chen's face. Immediately annoyed, he said, I've already told you, you can't regenerate severed limbs. You won't be able to cultivate my technique. Stop bothering me. Cultivators have extremely keen hearing. Those training quietly nearby all overheard his words and instantly fell silent. Doesn't anyone want to rein in this lunatic? Some muttered. Meanwhile, Fang Chen spoke earnestly. Senior, I just remembered I actually can regenerate severed limbs. I simply forgot that earlier when I went to relieve myself. Now that I've recalled it, could you please teach me your technique? Really? Li Fu raised an eyebrow skeptically. I swear it's true. Fang Chen nodded seriously. Then follow me. Seeing this, Li Fu immediately strode out. Fang Chen hurried after him. At that moment, some of the nearby cultivators recognized Fang Chen. Though most were prominent figures from various intersect peaks and hadn't heard of his nickname Fang Laogo, they realized he was the young man who had just asked to apprentice under Li Fu. They had thought he was a second madman. Now they understood this was a deliberate act pretending to be crazy and claiming he could regenerate limbs as a ruse to take Li Fu away, preventing him from disturbing those wishing to train seriously. The Danran sect really does have its share of good people. Truly commendable. Fang Chen followed Li Fu to the cliff from before. Standing at the edge, Li Fu's robes billowed in the mountain wind as he said solemnly, Come on then, tear your arm off. Senior, wait. Fang Chen shook his head. What now? Li Fu's impatience grew. It's like this. Although I can regenerate limbs, I still want to understand what this technique is about first, Fang Chen explained. You don't trust me? Li Fu's tone turned sharp. If you don't trust me, it means you're insincere. Then we have no connection. Please leave. Li Fu's words stung deeply, and he snapped angrily. Fang Chen felt instantly crushed. He really is mad. He hurried to placate Li Fu. Senior, I was wrong. It's not that I don't trust you. I just feel that compared to your courage, strength, and cultivation, I'm timid and afraid especially of pain. I worry that if I don't understand the technique before tearing off my arm, the pain might make me forget to focus on the cultivation method. That would be bad. After hearing Fang Chen compliment him several times in a row, Li Fu's expression softened somewhat. He said calmly, If that's the case, then I'll show you. Hearing this, Fang Chen felt relief wash over him. Turns out flattering him actually helped. From now on, it was best to prepare a few hundred words of praise before talking to Li Fu. This technique is called Ancient Divine Body. I heard that ancient body cultivators could tear through the heavens, and earth one punch could shatter the void. One kick could break mountains and rivers. I studied these legends for years and eventually developed this technique. Practicing it allows even the weakest body, with spiritual power as small as an ant's, to cultivate a body over hundreds or thousands of years strong enough to survive the tribulation and enter the immortal realm. If widely taught, this technique could benefit billions of ordinary people, freeing them from suffering caused by birth, aging, sickness, and death. Li Fu introduced proudly. Fang Chen applauded enthusiastically, his eyes shining with admiration. Senior, this technique is incredible. But inwardly he thought, damn, if your body is weak, who can practice a technique that starts with tearing off your own arm? Isn't this just the cultivation version of why eat meat when there's millet? Helping mortals? Mortals can't even train only the top-tier, favored ones can. Of course, he didn't need to say this out loud, it was obvious. A faint smile tugged at Li Fu's lips. Then suddenly, his finger pierced the air and touched Fang Chen's forehead, as if breaking through space. Fang Chen, caught mid-applause, was startled, and a wave of shock surged in his chest. He couldn't sense Li Fu's move at all. He couldn't even react, let alone dodge. Li Fu was truly formidable. Get ready. This is the beginner's lesson of ancient divine body. Unaware of Fang Chen's nervousness, Li Fu pressed his finger lightly against Fang Chen's forehead and said softly. Then, with the lightest touch, a hum filled the air. A surge of information rapidly flooded Fang Chen's mind, and in an instant, he gained a clear understanding of the cultivation method for the ancient divine body. The manual detailed that this technique was actually quite simple. According to Li Fu's interpretation, ordinary body cultivation involved damaging the physical body and then using spiritual medicine to support its recovery, making it stronger. While effective, this process was slow, and the peak result was only a body comparable to that of a golden core stage cultivator. Such an outcome was far from satisfying and nowhere near breaking limits. The ancient body cultivators Li Fu had heard of were not in this category at all. They were terrifying beings who could rely on their physical bodies to fight demons and endure 3 disasters and 6 calamities. To raise the potential ceiling of body cultivation to its extreme, aiming to revive the glory of ancient body cultivation, Li Fu proposed a more radical approach. Since existing body training damaged the body, he would simply destroy the body altogether. Once the body was shattered and vanished, spiritual medicines would be used to catalyze its rebirth, forging a much stronger form. In essence, the core of the ancient divine body was only by breaking can one build. One must face destruction and death before rebirth. Relying solely on the body's natural recovery was utterly insufficient. Extremely rare and demanding spiritual medicines were essential. The main ingredient of these medicines was, surprisingly, fragments torn from the body itself. For example, to reconstruct an arm, that arm along with specified spiritual medicines had to be refined together into a great pill of qi and blood, which upon consumption allowed the arm to meet the ancient divine body standard. After finishing the introductory section, cold sweat immediately trickled down Fang Chen's back. He thought bitterly that the demand for spiritual medicines in this cultivation method was sky-high. Even a small investment could help an average aptitude cultivator reach foundation establishment, while those blessed with great fortune like Jiang Ningyi or Shaoqing could even hover above the 5th foundation level. Yet here with Li Fu, one could only cultivate up to the qi refining stage ancient divine body. Although a qi refining ancient divine body was indeed powerful enough to defeat 10 opponents of the same rank, the cost was terrifyingly high. Fang Chen swallowed nervously and cursed inwardly. Damn it, no wonder only the fortunate ones can cultivate this. It's not just expensive, it's a life-or-death gamble. Seeing Fang Chen silent for a long time, Li Fu couldn't help but urge him. What's wrong? Finished reading yet? Fang Chen hurriedly replied, Senior, I've finished. Li Fu then asked, so why haven't you started cultivating yet? Fang Chen hesitated, then said, well, Senior, may I ask if you have the spiritual medicines required by this method? Li Fu frowned, surprised. Spiritual medicines? The text clearly didn't mention any. Fang Chen couldn't hold back and snapped. Is this cultivation method even normal? If the dam system hadn't certified you as a successor, I wouldn't bother training this cursed thing. Li Fu calmed down and thought for a moment. Actually, there are, but I forgot. Fang Chen quickly asked, then, do you have those spiritual medicines now? Their eyes met, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense and subtle. Li Fu spoke confidently, I don't have it, so what? You don't have it either, Fang Chen. Senior, I really don't, you never mentioned it before. Furrowing his brows, Li Fu's voice turned cold. What? Not even these spirit herbs? That's way too poor. Fang Chen looked at Li Fu with a complicated expression, a faint trace of helplessness and embarrassment barely visible in his eyes. Li Fu ignored his look and said indifferently, if you're that poor, then my cultivation method isn't for you. Goodbye. With that, Li Fu turned and left, leaving Fang Chen standing alone in the wind, stunned and disoriented. The sun slowly set, the twilight rays filtering through the clouds and shining on the mansion halfway up the mountain. The 2 stone lions crafted from pure gold gleamed with a golden light, blending beautifully with the orange glow in the sky, making the entire estate look extraordinarily magnificent for a moment. Dragging his heavy fatigue, Fang Chen returned to his small few hundred square meter house. Just then, several craftsmen responsible for the renovation stepped out and respectfully cupped their fists. Master Fang, your mansion is finished. If there's anything unsatisfactory, just let us know, and we'll send people to adjust it. The craftsmen wore coarse linen clothes soaked with sweat from their hard work. Yet their eyes showed nothing but awe and enthusiasm when looking at Fang Chen. Seeing someone like Fang Chen, a normal person so rarely encountered, warmed Fang Chen's heart. He took out a stack of silver notes from his storage ring and handed them over. Thank you all. This is a small token of appreciation for your hard work. At first, the craftsman declined and gestured to refuse, but Fang Chen firmly slipped the silver into the collars of their clothes before they could react. In the evening glow, as the craftsmen walked through the courtyard, they whispered to each other, "This Master Fang isn't as arrogant as the rumors say. Gossip really hurts people. With this money, I can buy my daughter some new clothes." Fang Chen's lips curved slightly as he watched them disappear into the horizon alongside the orange sunset. Only then did he look up at the cold moon in the night sky and walk calmly into the mansion. "You're back?" Yixiong's voice came from the rooftop. As soon as Fang Chen stepped in, he replied, "I'm back there." Yixiong lay sprawled on the roof, yawning boredly, clearly restless. "I'm bored to death. When can I regain my true form?" Yixiong complained. Fang Chen sighed. "Fine, but you have to stay coiled on the rockery in the backyard first. Don't damage my stuff." "Got it." Yixiong responded promptly, flipped over, jumped off the roof, and nimbly padded toward the back mountain. Shortly after, a powerful surge of energy rippled out, followed by a loud boom. Yixiong's apologetic voice came through. "Sorry, I'll fix it tomorrow." Fang Chen sighed in helplessness. "You really?" He didn't feel like checking the backyard, so he went into a storage room inside the mansion instead. The room was filled with various spirit herbs, all gathered and carried by the original owner on the orders of Fang's family long ago. But since the potency was lost, the original owner never used them again. Fang Chen searched through them and found only 3 kinds of herbs, none of great value. He smiled wryly. What a hassle. He was just about to make a trip to Lingyun Peak, planning to ask Hua Qiron for some spirit herbs. Hua Qiron was a wealthy alchemist with wide connections. Getting her to help him acquire a rare herb shouldn't be difficult. Of course, Fang Chen wasn't actually in a hurry to seek out Hua Qiron right away. After all, Hua Qiron possessed a very high cultivation level, and with people like her, the later you call on them for favors, the more room you have to maneuver. But the reality was that Fang Chen urgently needed a spiritual medicine called Black Jade Ganoderma, which was extremely valuable for enhancing the physical body and carried a hefty price on the market. At the moment, he didn't have enough spiritual stones on hand. Moreover, because of the many mistakes had made in the past, his family had taken away his servants and even cut off his daily allowance. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to turn to Hua Qiron for help first. However, just as Fang Chen opened the door, 2 people approached Ling Weiner and Xiao Qing. The 2 outside greeted in unison with respect, "Senior brother." Slightly surprised, Fang Chen's gaze instinctively swept around, but found Zhang Ningyi was nowhere to be seen. He then responded kindly, "Please come in first." "Yes." Xiao Qing nodded and pulled Ling Weiner along into Fang Chen's residence. Inside the small courtyard, the 3 of them sat down around the stone table. Ling Weiner quietly pondered to herself, just as her senior sister said. Fang Chen's hostile attitude yesterday was all an act. Fang Chen asked, "What brings you here?" Xiao Qing spoke sincerely, "Senior brother, Weiner wants to apologize. She was impulsive about what happened yesterday." With that, Ling Weiner took out a storage ring from her bosom, placing it respectfully in front of Fang Chen, her eyes filled with genuine remorse. "Senior brother Fang, I acted rashly. I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Fang Chen smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing serious. You don't have to give me anything. I won't hold it against you." Just after he said this, Ling Weiner insisted immediately, "Senior brother, please do accept it. If you don't, I won't be able to sleep well tonight." Xiao Qing also earnestly urged, "Yes, Senior brother Fang. You must accept this. Also, if there's anything else you need, please just tell me." Looking at their heartfelt expressions, Fang Chen couldn't help but silently praise them and sighed softly. "Since you insist, I'll accept it." He took the ring and quickly scanned it with his spiritual sense, his eyes widening slightly. Inside, the spiritual stones densely glittered, dazzling to behold, with an astonishing quantity. Fang Chen muttered in surprise, "So bright, so sparkling, so many spiritual stones." Seeing this, Ling Weiner explained, "My master asked me to bring these to you. He said since you saved my life, he must express his gratitude. However, Elder Hua specifically instructed me not to come personally, to avoid causing trouble, so I was only allowed to deliver this on his behalf. I hope Senior brother Fang won't mind." This time, Ling Weiner was simply taking the opportunity to both apologize and express thanks. After all, since Fang Chen had saved her life, her master could not remain indifferent. Fang Chen's hurried breathing gradually steadied, a genuine smile appearing on his face now. With these spiritual stones, he wouldn't have to trouble Hua Qiron himself. Just as he quietly rejoiced, Ling Weiner suddenly stood, saying, "Senior brother, I'll take my leave now. Brother Xiao Qing has something to say to you." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "All right, you may go first." Ling Weiner returned a gentle look before turning and leaving. As soon as Ling Weiner stepped out, Xiao Qing solemnly began, "Senior brother, I came to ask for your advice on some cultivation techniques, specifically the peerless will and swift wind step methods. I'm about to go down the mountain to begin my trial, and I want to improve my mastery of these two techniques before I leave. But there are some doubts I've been struggling with all night, and it's causing me great anxiety. I hope you can offer me some guidance. Xiao Qing told Ling Weiner to leave first because he worried that Fang Chen might take issue with this unofficial version of the martial technique. The peerless ambition and Gale step skills were taught to him personally by Fang Chen and weren't meant to be shared casually. He didn't want Ling Weiner staying around here and accidentally overhearing Fang Chen's thoughts on those moves, which might cause friction between them. Although Xiao Qing knew Fang Chen was generous and broad-minded enough not to mind such things, since Fang Chen wasn't bothered, that made Xiao Qing all the more sensitive about it himself. So he had Ling Weiner step away from that space first. Fang Chen had no clue about Xiao Qing's subtle concerns. When Xiao Qing said this, Fang Chen immediately nodded and agreed. Of course, no problem. Feel free to say whatever you want. But despite saying it, a doubt crept into Fang Chen's mind. Since Xiao Qing had the Wanderer Sovereign residing inside him, he should be easily able to handle difficulties with the martial art. Why then did he need to seek help from Fang Chen? Fang Chen couldn't bring up this suspicion recklessly, lest he alert Xiao Qing. In truth, Fang Chen had no idea that the Wanderer Sovereign had fallen into a deep slumber the day before back, when Fang Chen was still breaking through to Foundation establishment. Ever since Fang Chen gave the broken jade pill to Xiao Qing, the Wanderer Sovereign foresaw Xiao Qing soon reaching the fiery Sha treasure-seeking stage, so he devoted himself to calculating where the opportunity lay. Then he chose to enter closed-door meditation, preserving his strength to assist Xiao Qing in securing the chance ahead. Because the Wanderer Sovereign was asleep, Xiao Qing faced a cultivation bottleneck and urgently needed Fang Chen's help. From Xiao Qing's perspective, since Fang Chen had defeated the terrifying Wing Fiend and clearly outmatched ordinary cultivators, it was only natural to rely on him for solving technical problems with the arts. After that, Xiao Qing laid out all his questions one by one. Fang Chen answered carefully and smoothly, not letting a single one block their progress. These were minor issues, really. Each of Fang Chen's insights made Xiao Qing even more delighted. His admiration for Fang Chen deepened further. Truly lives up to his reputation. Senior brother Fang really is extraordinary. After they finished exchanging thoughts, Xiao Qing blushed with excitement and said, "Thank you so much, senior brother. With your guidance, my understanding of Gale Step and peerless ambition has finally reached a whole new level." "You're welcome," Fang Chen smiled lightly. "As the saying goes, you've got to break the sheep to get the wool. I'm just watering the sea with a little help." Then Xiao Qing took his leave. "Senior brother, you'll be going first. I'm preparing to depart tomorrow to begin my external training. If you need anything, leave a message or pass it through Weiner." Fang Chen nodded. "All right." Watching Xiao Qing disappear into the distance, Fang Chen thought to himself. According to the system info, this time Xiao Qing is going down the mountain aiming for the fiery Sha King's opportunity. Moments later, Fang Chen received the spirit stones Ling Weiner had just delivered and headed out. With sufficient funds on hand, it was easier to buy black jade Ganoderma directly without bothering Hua Qirong to run errands. Exiting the mountain gate, he went straight to the mountain peak and then descended toward the Turtle Sea Terrace. Beneath Turtle Sea Terrace was a small marketplace catered exclusively to sect disciples. It buzzed with voices and bright lights, but was far less chaotic than outside market trade. Here it was regulated strictly within the sect. This time, Fang Chen had no intention of trading with ordinary people, but headed directly to the Danran sect's Danran Apothecary. The sect had two main ways disciples could obtain herbs. One was donating spirit stones or completing sect tasks to earn contribution points, which could then be exchanged for herbs. This method was safe but involved devaluation. For example, a foundation-level flying sword might sell for 5,000 spirit stones publicly, but inside the sect, 5,000 spirit stones wouldn't get you an equivalent number of contribution points, meaning you essentially lost value. This was intentional. The sect encouraged disciples to get contributions by doing tasks rather than buying them with spirit stones. Of course, if someone was wealthy enough, the sect had no objection. The other was to buy directly from the apothecary stalls inside the market, a practice the sect officially denied. They claimed the apothecary was unrelated and that some profiteers illegitimately used the Danran name. Braving the cold night wind, Fang Chen passed along a shadowy path until he reached the marketplace. The moment he entered, the noisy crowd enveloped him. Just then, a sultry voice whispered close to his ear, "Gentlemen, care for a little excitement?" Upon hearing the sound, Fang Chen instinctively glanced back. In the distance, a stunning woman draped in sheer silk stood, her figure delicate and skin as smooth as creamy jade. She cast him a seductive glance, lips slightly parted, resembling a celestial beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Her diaphanous clothing stirred the heart and quickened the pulse. Yet, Fang Chen frowned deeply, waved her off, and briskly quickened his pace, slipping into the depths of the marketplace. According to the memories of his former self, these so-called beauties were all illusions. In his past life, Fang Chen was well aware of the existence of cosmetic-enhancing illusions, and in this one, the effect was no less potent. Behind their beauty lay powerful glamour magic. These women specialized in illusions not to make people fall hopelessly in love, but to transform their appearance into breathtaking, legendary beauties. As long as the illusion held, even a night of pleasure was harmless. But illusions could not last forever. Their true faces would inevitably be revealed after a few hours. With limited cultivation, they had sunk to enticing passers-by in the marketplace, hardly people Fang Chen could easily approach. He felt a deep wariness inside, disgusted even by a second glance for fear his power might see through their disguises. The woman saw Fang Chen turn to leave and immediately showed a trace of contemptuous resentment on her face. What a jerk, staring at me for so long, and then just walking away without a shred of affection. When no one was looking, her makeup quickly peeled off, revealing a face riddled with spots, gaunt and fierce. Not afraid to die, huh? You dare to flirt with him? A mocking voice sneered nearby. The woman turned toward the sound to see a plump matron strolling over, curiosity in her tone. Sister, what's up with him? The gaunt woman's expression grew tense. That's Fang Chen. What do you think? The plump woman replied with no emotion. Humph, it's definitely him. Last time, our sister had caught him, and when our spells wore off, he nearly beat us to a bloody pulp. He's too dangerous. Don't provoke Fang Chen lightly from now on, got it? The plump matron warned coldly. Understood. The gaunt woman broke into a cold sweat, terrified beyond measure. Luckily, Fang Chen hadn't come closer this time. It might have cost her life. After calming herself, the gaunt woman instantly returned to her enchanting, alluring form, while the plump matron transformed into a curvaceous mature woman clad in flowing silk and gracefully disappeared from view. Meanwhile, Fang Chen carefully guarded his storage ring, his steps quick but measured. He understood the state of the marketplace. Well, this place was deliberately released by the Danran sect as a training ground. The sect sharply distanced itself from the Danran apothecary here, denying any connection and refraining from interfering with the marketplace's order as long as no severe incidents occurred. The sect's intention was clear. Their disciples must eventually venture out for experience. Facing the dangers of this realm's trade conflicts here, they could prepare in advance for the world's cruel realities. Thus, when they truly left the sect, they would be more cautious and alert, avoiding falling prey to schemes at the start of their journey. Although the Danran sect does not interfere with business in the marketplace, it would never tolerate atrocities like murder or theft of treasured items. This was precisely the intention of the sect elders. Within controllable limits, they allowed honest disciples inside the sect to endure some minor losses. Moreover, if any disciple truly lost a priceless treasure, the sect could always send someone to retrieve it, so it wasn't a major problem. Because of this, the stunningly beautiful fairies within the marketplace appeared quite ordinary by comparison. The outside world was far more chaotic. Take, for example, those beauties who were actually demonic beasts in disguise. Fox women and cat women could still arouse strange fascination among certain cultivators, but encountering a pig demon was another matter entirely. Besides the charming fairies with exquisite appearances, the marketplace was also filled with swindlers, cheats, and thieves. Swindlers and cheats were easy enough to handle, but thieves were the real, unpredictable threat. This was why Fang Chen guarded the storage ring so cautiously. Inside Ling Weiner's storage ring were not only spirit stones, but also several valuable pills suitable for foundation-building stage cultivation. Although Fang Chen himself couldn't use them, he absolutely couldn't allow thieves to get their hands on them. The world was a dangerous place that demanded vigilance. Thinking back to the sly thieves on buses in his previous life, Fang Chen felt a chill at their cunning, even enhanced by cultivation techniques. They were terrifying. Compared to them, he was but a weak little rabbit. As that little rabbit, only carefulness could keep him safe. Meanwhile, in a shadowed corner of the marketplace, several thieves fixed their eyes on Fang Chen, then lowered their heads and whispered among themselves. The leader's voice was low as he warned, Fang Chen's here. Everyone be careful. Another replied, don't worry. None of us are rookies here. We all know him. No one's going to steal from him. A second voiced a cold retort. Idiot. I knew your experience was shallow. It's not enough to not steal from him, you have to avoid him. What if he passes by and your stuff in the storage ring ends up missing? The first laughed lightly. That won't happen. You can't steal anything from inside his storage ring. The other angrily snapped. Damn it. Whose family name is Fang, yours or his? Who gets to call the shots? Is he really that scary? I heard the Fang clan hates him. No wonder he doesn't even have a servant. Someone explained. They do hate him, but he's still a Fang. If something really happened, wouldn't his family take care of it? The leader sighed. Fine, let it be. By the way, should we inform the merchants and scammers? Another answered. No need. They're more nimble than you. They've already avoided Fang Chen. The thieves' conversation drifted through the air, charged with caution and hidden currents. Eventually, Fang Chen reached the entrance of Danren Pharmacy. He glanced down at his storage ring, the weight on his heart finally lifting. Luckily, had been careful, choosing several deserted paths to avoid trouble. He had arrived safely after all, and quietly praised himself. Inside the pharmacy, a young attendant in simple cloth clothing greeted him with a smile. Esteemed immortal, what do you need? 200-year-old black jade Ganoderma, Fang Chen replied concisely. The attendant nodded and quickly went to fetch the herbs. The medicinal fragrance filling the air put Fang Chen slightly at ease. Unbeknownst to him, not far away in the shadows, an elderly man clad in brocade gazed sharply at the storage ring on Fang Chen's hand. When the man spotted a particular ring, his eyes shone with a faint glimmer. Beside him, a young girl's curiosity got the better of her. Grandpa, what's wrong? The elder nodded lightly toward Fang Chen's direction, his voice tinged with excitement. A ring from Chizuan Mountain. It seems a distinguished guest has arrived. The girl's face brightened with joy. Really? Come on, Grandpa, take me to meet him. Maybe he can help you enter the Danran sect. Just as the elder was about to stand, he caught sight of Fang Chen's face and quickly grasped the girl's arm. Wait, don't go. The girl looked puzzled. Grandpa, why? The elder lowered his voice and said, he is Fang Chen. Grandfather, he is Fang Chen, right? What's wrong? The girl looked confused, a frown creasing her brow. She had never ventured beyond the outer sect and knew nothing of Fang Chen's reputation. He knitted his brows tightly and waved her off. Chener, don't ask. Just know that we must not meet him before finishing. He turned away, unwilling to explain further. A faint trace of disappointment shadowed Chu Chener's delicate face. The elder sighed deeply. They had finally heard of someone inside the Danran sect's inner gate, at Chizuan Mountain, who might help, but it turned out to be Fang Chen. He was the instructor at the Danran sect's outer gate Do Academy and lived mostly in the outer sect. He was well aware of Fang Chen's infamy. He knew that anyone who asked Fang Chen for help would likely face disaster. Still, reluctantly withdrawing, he looked back at his granddaughter's increasingly dim expression, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. It's just another day wasted, he murmured. Since birth, Chu Chener had been unable to cultivate. If she had been truly spiritualist, it would have been understandable, but she had undergone spiritroot testing and revealed exceptional aptitude. With proper nurturing, she could have become a golden core cultivator. Although the golden core stage was not especially powerful in cultivation realms, for the Chu family, which had never produced a Tier 9 foundation establishment cultivator, this would have been a rare honor in 100 years. Yet despite her extraordinary talent, Chu Chener showed no progress. At 10 she was reset to 0. At 18, still no breakthrough. He watched helplessly, burning with anxiety. Even after traveling to seek elders within the inner gate, no one could solve her predicament, only concluding she was doomed to be unable to cultivate. Desperate, he pinned his last hope on the sect's top-tier powerhouses. But the peak masters were elusive like divine dragons seldom seen. The only top figure he had encountered was Fang Chen, who wore the Chizuan Mountain Ring. It was well known that anyone bearing the Chizuan Mountain Ring had reached the threshold of those elite figures. But fate was cruel. Fang Chen was just Fang Chen. Suppressing his disappointment, he exhaled slowly. At that moment, his heavy thoughts had not yet lifted when Fang Chen suddenly felt a cold chill run through him. A crisp alert sounded in his mind, the exact sound he dreaded most. Ding, detecting the presence of the Child of Destiny. Detection complete. Child of Destiny. Chu Chener. In that instant, the truth surfaced. Chu Chener's identity was far more complicated than it seemed. She was actually the reincarnation of the demonic Empress Dwushing. Until her memories and divine soul awakened, she could not cultivate. The Empress Dwushing had undergone 99 reincarnations in a primordial Yin body, seeking to steal heavenly secrets and cultivate a pure Yin sacred body. Chu Chener was the 99th incarnation. Her pure Yin sacred body had now taken shape. Yet the Empress had sealed the primordial Yin with a restriction curse. When the primordial Yin faced a danger of being harvested, she would awaken. The system's message continued. The host must capture Chu Chener and perform the harvesting ritual. This will prematurely awaken the Empress Dwushing, who will use the pure Yin sacred body to break through and achieve great ascension to the immortal realm. It simultaneously recommended the most suitable harvesting cultivation technique for Chu Chener's 7 emotions and 6 desires fusion method. This was a top-tier harvesting technique, though never practically used by others, but the Empress understood it deeply. The system urged the host to employ this method so the Empress could use the most comfortable reverse harvesting method on the host, absorbing the host's cultivation and accelerating her recovery. Fang Chen's brow furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Confronted with this heavy revelation, the atmosphere instantly turned suffocating and oppressiveness settled thickly in the air. Fang Chen's mind suddenly surged with the complete knowledge of the 7 emotions and 6 desires technique, rushing in like a torrential river. In an instant, he grasped the vast wisdom that normally could only be obtained after countless life-or-death battles. At that moment, it felt as if countless treasures of Chinese culture burst forth within his very bloodline. System, what on earth are you doing? He asked in disbelief, almost unable to believe his luck. He had only gone out to buy some medicine and ended up encountering the Child of Destiny. That alone was shocking enough. But the system now wanted him to go court death like this? Although Fang Chen had never met this fallen star before and had no idea who it really was, just the words demonic empress made his skin crawl. That was an overwhelmingly fierce character at the Tribulation Crossing realm. Was this damned system out of its mind to send him to gather things for the demonic empress? After grumbling, Fang Chen anxiously glanced around the inner courtyard of Danren Pharmacy. His gaze suddenly caught sight of Chu Chiner tucked away in a corner. He quickly withdrew his eyes and turned to leave the pharmacy, silently thinking, people that ruthless are best avoided, better to stay out of their way for now. Master Immortal, hold Black Jade Ganoderma is packed and ready. At that moment, a servant dressed in plain clothes appeared, carrying a large spiritual stone box. The stone was transparent like glazed glass, shimmering with a seven-colored light. Inside was a strangely shaped, eerie black Lingji mushroom, the rare and prized black Jade Ganoderma. Great, they'll pay for it now. Fang Chen hurriedly followed the servant inside to complete the transaction. After handing over the spiritual stones, the servant went off to store the box, and Fang Chen was about to leave. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? A surprised voice suddenly called out. Fang Chen spun around to see Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi standing outside the door. Hua Qirong wore a red dress, faint medicinal fragrance drifting gracefully, refreshing to the senses. Jiang Ningyi wore a blue dress that clung to her slender waist like water, her long hair cascading like a waterfall. Her jade-like face was lightly flushed, her fresh lips brushing away the earlier coldness and instead lending a soft, charming playfulness. Senior Brother Fang. Jiang Ningyi's tired but beautiful eyes brightened instantly with a clear, unmistakable look of delight. Seeing the two appear, Fang Chen stepped forward and clasped his fists respectfully. Elder Hua, Junior Sister Jiang, what brings you here? Hua Qirong paused, as if not expecting the question, then let out a meaningful smile. Jiang Ningyi leaned in and quietly explained, Senior Brother Fang. Elder Hua is actually the master of Danren Pharmacy. Fang Chen shook his head in helpless silence inside. Jiang Ningyi asked, why did you buy this black jade Ganoderma? Isn't that only something a body cultivator would use? Hua Qirong noticed the black jade Ganoderma in Fang Chen's hand, a trace of approval flashing across her face. Not bad. She nodded slightly. If that's the case, why didn't you come to me directly yesterday? They'll have someone return the spiritual stones, and consider the black jade Ganoderma a gift from me. Fang Chen's heart lifted, and he hurriedly cupped his fists in thanks. Thank you very much, Elder Hua. Immediately, Hua Qirong revealed a sly grin and gave Jiang Ningyi a meaningful glance, the corners of her mouth curling. All right, both of you wait here for a moment. I'm going to get the medicinal herbs. With that, she turned smoothly and strode away, leaving Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi standing facing each other. The calm expression Jiang Ningyi had worn now flickered with a hint of unease. Even Fang Chen, who had just been smiling, now showed a trace of awkwardness and helplessness. This is messed up. Hua Qirong, you sly fox, how dare you backstab me like this? Fang Chen bit his teeth in his heart, overwhelmed with mixed feelings. At that moment, Fang Chen kept telling himself inwardly, stay calm, don't panic. Being alone with Jiang Ningyi is nothing to be afraid of. He had just scolded her yesterday, so this might actually be a good chance to worsen their relationship, maybe even sever all ties completely. Thinking this gave him a quiet boost of courage. Suddenly, Jiang Ningyi spoke up. Senior Brother Fang, this is a special reward from the sect just for you. With that, she reached into her sleeve and gently handed him a storage ring. Fang Chen froze for a moment, then instinctively accepted it. He immediately scanned it with his spiritual sense and saw neatly arranged inside a dozen or so crystal-clear jade bottles. Next to them was a tidy stack of talismans emitting faint spiritual energy. What stood out even more were two magical treasures. Inside, their presence radiated an overwhelming surge of powerful energy despite being compacted in the ring. Jiang Ningyi continued to explain, Senior Brother Fang, Elder Hua said you need some life-saving magical treasures, pills, and talismans, so these are all rewards from the sect. The escape talismans cover every type and can barely be trapped by anyone below the 6th level of Golden Core. Then there are lightspeed acceleration talismans useful for fleeing, traveling faster, and fighting. As for the pills, there's Reviving Pill to restore your spiritual power, Burning Spirit Pill to boost combat strength, Blood Gathering Pill for healing, and various antidotes for poisons and noxious gases. All are formulated to fit your current cultivation level. Elder Hua took these from the sect stock, so they must be replenished soon. Only then did Fang Chen realize that their visit to the pharmacy today had been to buy these medicinal pills and concoct them. Jiang Ningyi went on, by the way, Senior Brother, these pills and talismans are for everyday use. But in a critical moment, you need to rely on those two magical treasures. Her tone grew serious as she spoke. The Xuanwu Shield is a formation-type treasure that protects you personally. Even a nascent soul expert would struggle to break it within half an hour. But it can only be used once, and you must remain still when activating it. You can't move. Fang Chen frowned slightly, mentally noting this. The other is the Danren Order, which also can be used only once, Jiang Ningyi said slowly. Its function is to summon powerful sect elders to aid you once. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes instantly widened, and he was stunned. No way. Sect elders personally coming to help me? That's incredible. He quickly calculated in his mind combining the Xuanwu shield with the Danran order was like a life-saving treasure set, the shield acting as a tough shell and the order calling for powerful allies. Even though each could only be used once, surviving even a single life-threatening situation was enough for him to feel secure. Jiang Ningyi looked apologetic. Senior brother, the protection these two treasures offer combined is only enough against nascent soul-level experts. It's not that the sect is unwilling to provide stronger treasures, but against void return-level masters, even magical treasures become ineffective. I hope you don't mind. She paused briefly before adding. If you're ever chased by a void return-level master, remember to use the Chizuan ring that Weiner gave you before. That thing is extremely powerful, and unless it's a bloody grudge, no sect would dare ignore it. He would at least give you some respect. Fang Chen was stunned as he looked down at his storage ring. Unlike the plain rings Jiang Ningyi and he wore, this ring's surface bore the prominent engraving of a small, red mountain, somber and imposing. Staring longer, it gave the illusion that the peak was growing taller, becoming a towering, sky-piercing giant mountain that filled him with awe. Just as his expression grew serious, the scene fell into silence without warning. Suddenly, Hua Kerong's voice rang clearly and solemnly in Fang Chen's ear. Fang Chen, the talismans, elixirs, and the Xuanwu shield are just extras. The real treasures are the Danran order and the Chizuan ring. Normally, what I could give you wouldn't even come close to the Danran order, but because Ning Yi knew you wanted life-saving magical items, she specially begged her master all day and finally obtained these for you. As for the Chizuan ring, only those who have truly entered Chizuan Mountain deserve to possess it. You may have reached the foundation establishment stage of the Heavenly Tao and have the ability to enter Chizuan Mountain, but I haven't told the sect about your foundation establishment or taming of the winged fiend, so you couldn't have received this ring early. Actually, this ring belongs to Ning Yi. All the credit goes to her. You should thank her properly. Her tone carried a tender kindness, as if sharing some of the burden on behalf of Jiang Ningyi. Fang Chen fell silent. His gaze rested on Jiang Ningyi's face, fair as polished jade, where her eyes now brimmed with guilt for not bringing him stronger artifacts. In his mind, the fleeting image of yesterday's rushing sword light, the panicked girl, and her reddened yet stubborn eyes surfaced uncontrollably in that moment. His defenses shattered completely. Jiang Ningyi had cared for him so earnestly, and yesterday he had harshly insulted her. I truly deserve this, he thought bitterly, wanting to slap himself twice then thrash the dog system that provoked all this. Ningyi, his heart wrenched with guilt. After a long pause, Fang Chen inhaled deeply, his gaze softening as he looked toward Jiang Ningyi, a wave of apology swelling inside. He finally resolved to speak up and apologize for the misunderstanding and insult yesterday. As for all that talk about killing husband to achieve Tao, who cares? I am an ancient divine body, an immortal reborn. How could I fear some petty so-called proof of murder to reach Tao? He secretly encouraged himself to let go of worry. But just as he began to speak, Jiang Ningyi interrupted him first. Senior brother, I want to apologize to you. Her voice was firm. Fang Chen blinked in surprise, confused. She continued, yesterday I misunderstood you. When Weiner and I were driven away by you, I felt angry. But when that demon tiger appeared, I finally understood that everything you did was to save Weiner and me. Fang Chen's eyes widened, his breath frozen, heart shaken. I what? When did I save you? Jiang Ningyi didn't elaborate further, simply offering a sincere apology. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Please forgive me and Weiner. In truth, Jiang Ningyi had planned to apologize to Fang Chen yesterday, but had to lie before the sect elders to protect the secret of his foundation establishment, temporarily taking responsibility for taming the winged fiend herself. After everything was cleared up and learning of Fang Chen's wish to secure life-saving treasures, Jiang Ningyi had pleaded with her master, Fairy Xianyun, for a long time to gather these items and intended to give them to him direct Lido clear the air between them. Having spoken, Jiang Ningyi's heavy heart lifted, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Turning with her hands behind her back, she smiled lightly, a hint of mischief in her tone. I'll go help Elder Hua with the medicinal herbs. She might be overwhelmed. With that, she strode away. Fang Chen understood her well. If she were like the bright moon high in the sky, cool and graceful, then she certainly disliked flaunting her merits. She preferred to stay in the shadows and would never boast about her own greatness. She even felt awkward being praised. So she chose not to dwell on the matter further and let it drop. Watching the young woman's retreating figure, Fang Chen parted his lips softly, a mix of surprise and emotion lingering in his voice. Ah? Fang Chen was filled with confusion, with no one to confide in. After long contemplation, he finally let out a deep sigh, his mind suddenly clearing. He guessed that Jiang Ningyi had mistakenly thought he had driven her away to protect her, but that was purely her own imagination. This misunderstanding left Fang Chen feeling helpless and bitter. By the time Jiang Ningyi and Hua Qirong walked out of the storeroom together, Fang Chen had decided not to explain the matter any further. Explaining would be futile. People only believe what they want, and the truth could never convince them otherwise. At this moment, he resolved to return the ring from Chizuan Mountain to Jiang Ninji. After all, it was a precious treasure, and there was no way he could keep it secretly. As soon as Jiang Ningyi stepped out, she shot Hua Qirong a reproachful glance, her cheeks slightly flushed. Hua Qirong, with a half-smile on her face, clearly had already, in the storeroom, whispered secretly to Fang Chen and now teased Jiang Ningyi about it. Seeing their expressions, Fang Chen understood the situation clearly and stepped forward holding the Chizuan ring. Jiang Ningyi immediately saw through his intention and said calmly, "Senior brother, you can keep it. My status does not depend on the ring." Hua Qirong chimed in, "Keep it then. She won't get into trouble without the ring, but if you lose it and run into trouble with that old Xin master, 9 lives might not be enough." Fang Chen didn't reply, thinking to himself, then he'll just hold on to it for now. He was always pragmatic and knew what needed to be done. As the three prepared to leave Danran Apothecary, Fang Chen planned to return to continue cultivating the ancient divine body when suddenly 2 figures blocked their path. Looking closely, Fang Chen's pupil shrank sharply. A look of terror crossing his facade. Was the elder and the young girl. The elder wore brocade robes, his white hair neatly combed, bearing a solemn expression. The girl wore a jade white dress. Though her features were delicate and serene, a dark cloud of melancholy between her brows dimmed her youthful spirit. They were none other than Chu He and Chu Qiner. Upon seeing Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi, they both bowed respectfully, their expressions full of reverence. As for Fang Chen, though he was also an outer disciple with considerable backing, before these revered figures he naturally did not receive such courtesy. Hua Qirong's face remained calm as she asked lightly, "What is the matter?" She was not surprised. Similar situations had often arisen when visiting the apothecary, people seeking medicine or asking to apprentice. Nothing unusual. Chu He bowed slightly, his voice trembling with respect. "Elder Hua, I am Chu He, an outer sect Do Institute disciple, and this is my granddaughter Chu Qiner. She is gifted with spiritual roots, but has failed to advance her qi refinement for many years. Today I boldly stop Elder Hua, only to beg you to examine if her spiritual roots are abnormal. If Elder Hua requires anything, I am willing to offer all assistance." Having seen Hua Qirong and Jiang Ningyi enter the apothecary early that day, Chu He knew the opportunity was rare. Both women held noble inner sect ranks, especially Hua Qirong, the revered elder in charge of the Lingyun Peaks pill chamber, someone who usually stayed hidden behind the scenes and was rarely seen. This was the last hope in his granddaughter's fate. If he could not gain Elder Hua's guidance now, Chu Qiner's destiny could never be changed in a lifetime. So he boldly risked offense, clinging to this single chance for life or death. Though suddenly stepping forward like this to block Hua Qirong risked defending her, Chu He knew he had no choice but to stand firm, committed to this last desperate gamble. Meanwhile, Chu Qiner bowed her head anxiously, her voice tinged with panic. "Elder Hua, everything my grandfather has done was for me. If there is any blame to be laid, please let me bear it all." Seeing this grandfather and granddaughter, a flicker of surprise crossed Hua Qirong's eyes. She hadn't expected Chu He and Chu Qiner to come specifically seeking her diagnosis. After a moment's thought, she said calmly, "Please, have a seat first." Then reconsidering, as she happened to be free and after glancing at Chu Qiner, whom she sensed had uncommon potential, she added, "Sit down, I will take a look at your granddaughter." "Yes, thank you so much, Elder Hua," Chu He replied, overjoyed almost to tears at Hua Qirong's straightforwardness. He immediately urged Chu Qiner, "Quickly, thank Elder Hua." Chu Qiner also whispered her thanks gratefully, "Thank you, Elder Hua." Following behind Hua Qirong, Fang Chen's expression was grave and his gaze sharp. He bit his lip hard, almost drawing blood, his heart filled with unease. Damn it, should I leave or stay? Facing the system's plan for him to gather information on this supreme powerhouse, Fang Chen dared not stay recklessly. But knowing one's enemy is key, so he resolved to observe Chu Qiner carefully. With that thought, he remained silent, eyes fixed intently on her. Beside him, Jiang Ningyi looked surprised, then thoughtful, her eyes softening with a hint of emotion. The 5 gathered around a stone table. Hua Qirong took out a special spirit jade to test spiritual root aptitude and gently pressed it against Chu Qiner's forehead. In an instant, a dazzling light flickered, and surprise briefly flashed in Hua Qirong's gaze. "This spiritual root aptitude is quite remarkable," she murmured with unhidden praise. "Her roots must have reached at least the golden core stage. With the right chance, breaking through to nascent soul or even deity formation is highly possible." For the Danran sect, Chu Qiner's talent might not be a peerless prodigy, but was certainly core strength capable of bearing heavy responsibilities. Fang Chen snorted coldly, thinking, indeed exceptional. Once her pure in-saint body matures, her aptitude could rival the path of immortals. However, Chu He's expression darkened. Although Chu Qiner's aptitude was excellent, She had been unable to draw qi into her body all these years and enter the qi refining stage. A shadow of sorrow appeared on Chu Qiner's face. Have any pills been taken? Hua Qirong asked. Chu He answered. Qi gathering pills, sea breaking pills, even jade shattering pills. We've tried them all. None worked. What about talismans? We've used divine palace talismans, spirit transforming talismans, pulse harmonizing talismans. And formations? We even tried the most radical burning pulse formation. Chu He's voice trembled with helplessness. Hua Qirong frowned slightly and unconsciously glanced at Fang Chen. He was fully alert, watching Chu Qiner with sharp focus. Being caught by that gaze, he looked puzzled. Why are you looking at me? He raised an eyebrow helplessly. Hua Qirong withdrew her eyes, silently wondering. Could the Chus be, like Fang Chen, deceiving me? She clearly remembered how Fang Chen had lied before, claiming he had terrible aptitude and had tried all kinds of spiritual medicines, which were all fabrications. Elder Hua, is it Chu? He finally asked, pleading, really hopeless? Seeing Hua Qirong remain silent, the suppression on Chu He's face grew heavier. The hope he had just held flickered and began to fade rapidly. Veins bulged on his forehead, as if had aged several years overnight. This was truly his last thread of hope. Hua Qirong sighed softly, her expression complex. As a top elder of a premier sect, she knew that Danran sect must have other secret methods to help Chu Qiner break through. That was the true key. But using those methods on Chu Qiner, whose aptitude was only moderately good at best, would undoubtedly be a waste. Chu He also lacked the means to acquire more resources for her or apply those techniques. Realizing this, Chu He gave a bitter smile. He already knew the answer. Gratefully, he said to Elder Hua. Thank you very much, Elder Hua. With that, Chu He rose and bowed with Chu Qiner. Although she forced a smile, Chu Qiner spoke with genuine gratitude. Thank you for your trouble, Elder Hua. I am deeply grateful. Hua Qirong waved her hand and said, no need to mention it. Would you like me to send someone to escort you back? Chu He shook his head. No, Elder Hua, there's no need to trouble yourself. We will return on our own. As they parted, Fang Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Judging from the situation, it seemed this so-called female demon, Chu Qiner, had no chance of entering the Danran sect. Although he felt sympathy for her fate after all, she shared a similarly tragic path. Unable to cultivate properly his sympathy didn't mean he could reveal the real solution. If he told Chu He the true method, no one could say what might happen to the Danran apothecary. Just as they were about to leave, the usually quiet Jiang Ningyi suddenly spoke up with a hint of concern in her voice. Grandfather Chu, has Qiner tried physical training? Chu He paused briefly, then shook his head. Not yet. Jiang Ningyi gently advised. Then it might be worth visiting Ria Valley first. Qiner has rare aptitude. Although she faces a difficult path, if she can build a strong body, perhaps she can wait for a solution to appear. Chu He sighed deeply and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you for your kind reminder, Mistress Jiang. Chu Qiner also tried to return a smile. Thank you, Mistress Jiang. Afterwards, the grandfather and granddaughter turned and left. Jiang Ningyi watched their backs and sighed softly. I hope they can hold on until the right method comes. Let's hope so. Hua Qirong nodded, though deep down she feared Chu Qiner had little hope left in this lifetime. Nearby, Fang Chen's expression had grown serious ever since Jiang Ningyi spoke. He didn't relax until he heard the suggestion was only to take Chu Qiner to Ria Valley. If Jiang Ningyi ever suddenly decided to bring her to Chizuan Mountain, that would truly be inviting disaster. Chu He and Chu Qiner's story didn't affect Hua Qirong one bit. Having been through countless battles, she was long accustomed to such setbacks. She stood up and glanced at Fang Chen and Jiang Ningyi, saying, all right, you two can head back on your own. He'll leave first. Yes, they replied in unison. Hua Qirong turned and vanished in a flash of light, disappearing instantly into thin air. Fang Chen turned to Jiang Ningyi, about to say goodbye, but she suddenly said, Senior brother, do you really want to help Qiner cultivate? Fang Chen was stunned. I don't. Don't make up stories. Don't slander me. Suppressing his emotions, he asked in return, why would you say that? Jiang Ningyi smiled knowingly. Because I know you. Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock, repeating, huh? Jiang Ningyi sighed. But senior brother, you really shouldn't dwell on this too much or exhaust yourself over it. She paused, then spoke more gently. I saw how tense your face was when you looked at Chu Qiner just now, how full of worry your eyes were, even biting your lip till it bled. Combined with everything you've done for Shaoqing before, I can clearly see what's on your mind. Fang Chen was momentarily speechless, finally murmuring. Yeah. Seeing he still seemed downcast, Jiang Ningyi tried to comfort him. All right, senior brother, I'm leaving now. If you truly want to help Qiner, just tell me. I'll arrange to send some spiritual medicines over so you won't have to spend your own spirit stones. She also worried that Fang Chen might secretly send body cultivation elixirs to Chu Qiner again, just like he had done with the memory jade slip for Shaoqing before. Fang Chen quickly replied, I won't do that, don't worry. But Jiang Ningyi didn't take it seriously, feeling that Fang Chen was just brushing her off. The two of them then left the market together. Jiang Mingyi felt puzzled because normally, the streets on the way out of the market were always bustling with people. Yet today, following Fang Chen, they passed through several streets with hardly anyone around. It was really strange. After parting from Jiang Mingyi, Fang Chen quickly returned to his own residence, putting thoughts of Chu Qiner aside for the moment to focus on a more important matter. He took out a pill refining furnace, placed a piece of black jade mushroom inside, and took a deep breath. On the way back, he had been repeatedly thinking over his cultivation plan. To restore his torn arm, the only way was to come close to the brink of death. Therefore, he had to deliberately tear his arm first, refine it into a powerful blood qi pill, then take the pill, and finally poison himself to near death to complete the regeneration. Damn, isn't this some kind of demonic cultivation technique? Fang Chen couldn't help but feel stunned inside. Even though he had prepared himself, this method still seemed eerie and terrifying. Eating your own flesh was truly hard to swallow. If the system hadn't confirmed that he was indeed the successor, Fang Chen wouldn't dare try this lightly. He took a deep breath, slapped 2 pain-numbing talismans on his body, then drew another breath and took out a razor-sharp long knife from his box. What are you doing? On the rooftop, Yixiong suddenly jumped down and walked closer out of curiosity. Hearing Fang Chen's return, he couldn't help but come see what was going on. The blade flashed, shining with a cold light, reflecting Yixiong's stunned expression. What on earth was this human doing? With a sharp smack, an arm fell away, blood spurting and staining the floor red. Ugh! Fang Chen gasped in pain, his face pale and his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Are you crazy? Yixiong looked on horrified. Poisoned yesterday, now self-mutilating today. What kind of freak was Fang Chen? Yixiong had seen countless cultivators in Danran sect, but never encountered anyone so bizarre. Yixiong was terrified, partly too scared to get close because of Fang Chen's grisly actions, but also afraid Fang Chen might lose control and take his life too. After all, they had a life and death contract. Shut up. Fang Chen snapped coldly. Though the talismans numbed the pain, his face was still pale and his body shaking. But he couldn't stop, nor could he hesitate. Hurriedly, he lit the pill furnace, placing the herbs, a piece of black jade mushroom, and his severed arm inside. Refining a blood qi pill required no complex alchemy skills. Fang Chen was intimately familiar with the process. A spiritual fire immediately flared up, the scorching heat transforming the severed arm into a golden blood qi mass, the foundational blood qi of the way of heaven. Sweat dripping coldly down his side, Yixiong stared blankly. You're actually refining yourself? What sort of demonic method was this? No, demon cultivators refined others, but who had ever seen one refine themselves? Ignoring Yixiong's shock, Fang Chen grit his teeth against the pain, waiting for the blood qi pill to form so he could take it immediately. The moment the pill entered his mouth, an extremely pure energy surged rapidly through his body, while simultaneously, his ancient divine body technique began to slowly activate. Physical cultivators differ completely from ordinary cultivators in their training methods. Ordinary cultivators cultivate by inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, guiding it through the meridians specified by their cultivation techniques until it gathers in the dantian, thereby increasing their cultivation base. Physical cultivators, however, not only need to circulate their techniques, but also must temper their muscles, bones, and skin. Only by strengthening the body can they generate their unique power primordial force, which works in tandem with their cultivation methods. Take the group in Ryue Valley as an example. Although their training methods are somewhat unorthodox, except for that old man who spends all day playing chess, the others really do focus on strengthening their bodies. The only problem is their efficiency at generating primordial force is abysmal. True physical cultivators employ diverse methods. Some rely on heavy weapon training like swinging axes and lifting iron, others refine their techniques through martial arts, and some mimic the postures of beasts, twisting every muscle to embody the movements of tigers, deer, bears, apes, birds, crocodiles, and so forth. At this moment, Fang Chen is desperately practicing the clumsy turtle fist to rapidly awaken his primordial force. He actually wants to use more refined physical cultivation methods, and has even studied a technique called crocodile turtle iron bone skill. But with one arm severely injured and in intense pain, he simply can't perform complex moves and can only stubbornly stick to this simple, awkward fist style. Still, despite its ridiculousness, the Lifu technique is powerful. After taking a great Qi-blood pill, even with just the crude turtle fist, Fang Chen can clearly sense surges of pure primordial force flowing and rushing through his body with each punch. The generation of primordial force drives the ancient divine body to operate more deeply. As this power accumulates, Fang Chen's physique grows stronger at an astonishing speed. Primordial force is completely different from spiritual energy. It's heavier and more substantial compared to the light, ethereal nature of spirit qi. When it flows inside him, Fang Chen feels waves of comfortable warmth, as if soaking in a hot spring. But if the ancient divine body were only for generating primordial force, it wouldn't deserve being called a top-tier cultivation method. Crucially, once the body heals, it also allows damaged parts to become even more robust than before. Standing beside him, Ishiong watches Fang Chen desperately punching the ridiculous turtle fist with one arm. Normally, he'd burst out laughing, but there's not a trace of humor on his face. Instead, his heart turns icy cold. Anyone seeing a blood-soaked man with only one arm wildly throwing punches would feel a strange, terrifying chill. What exactly are you trying to do? Should I call for help? Ishiong asks nervously. No need, Fang Chen pants but replies calmly, I'm training. Ishiong freezes, shocked. Training? Don't bother me. Before he finishes speaking, Fang Chen waves him away. After a while, limited by his physical cultivator's level, the growth of primordial force inside Fang Chen stagnates. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he sits down anxiously waiting for the pill's healing power to accelerate recovery in his arm. Otherwise, the precious medicine's effects will be wasted. He takes out a small bottle of poison from his pouch and pulls off the stopper. The sturdy jade bottle falls heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Once ingested, thick black blood quickly gushes from Fang Chen's 7 orifices. His already blood-soaked broken arm swells even more, turning dark purple, and the wound emits a foul stench. What the hell are you doing? Ishiong roars, nearly losing control. Seeing Fang Chen seemingly self-harming by taking poison after training, Ishiong is completely dumbfounded. His life is now entirely in the hands of this one-armed man. The moment Fang Chen died, he too would inevitably meet his end. A roar erupted as Ishiong hurriedly rushed to Fang Chen's side, pacing anxiously, calling out desperately, Where's the antidote? Where's the antidote? What are you so worried about? Fang Chen's lips bled incessantly, his voice weak but resolute. I won't die. Before he finished speaking, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Ishiong's eyes widened, his heart tightening in shock. Holy crap, did he just die that fast? Before he could try to help, Fang Chen's breath was fading rapidly. Ishiong could feel his life force flickering like a candle in the wind, growing ever fainter. His face went blank as endless sorrow welled up in his tiger-like eyes. I'm willing to risk everything for him. But why did he still have to die? And die by suicide because of his master? It's utterly hopeless. Just as Ishiong was drowning in grief, Fang Chen suddenly sprang up with a sharp tongue. Ishiong stared at him in disbelief, unable to contain himself. What's going on? Instantly, an intense aura burst from Fang Chen's body. His visible wounds healed rapidly, and his once bloodied, pale arm quickly returned to perfect, tender whiteness. He fixed Ishiong with a confident, disdainful gaze and said, I already told you, I'm not going to die. Why are you so panicked? Ishiong stood stunned, unsure how to respond. Fang Chen ignored him and instead examined his regenerated arm with satisfaction. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he clenched his fist, feeling a surge of explosive power radiate from within. He thought to himself, the ancient divine body really is something special. With just one arm restored, Fang Chen could already sense a tremendous change in his physical strength compared to before. Even without relying on yuan energy or spiritual power, this single arm alone could easily take on 10 opponents at once. Feeling pleased, he nodded to himself, ready to continue cultivating the entry stage of the ancient divine body working on his limbs. Having fully restored one arm meant he had officially stepped into the chi refining phase of physical cultivation. Once all 4 limbs were cultivated, he would advance to the foundation building stage. As Fang Chen was about to continue his cultivation, Ishiong approached, his eyes full of shock. Why didn't you die? What are you so surprised about? Didn't you see me do this yesterday? Fang Chen replied. Ishiong furrowed his brow and muttered thoughtfully. Yesterday, you relied on the yin-yang furnace formation to keep resurrecting, right? He had always thought Fang Chen's near-death recoveries were due to the secret techniques behind the yin-yang furnace. That's not true at all, Fang Chen said impatiently, curling his lips. Then Ishiong suddenly considered another possibility. Could it be that you have a legendary special constitution? Like the immortal phoenix body or the everlasting body? Rumor says those with such constitutions can regrow limbs even during foundation building and, as long as they don't die young, are destined to become top-tier powerhouses. Fang Chen nodded seriously. Yes, that's exactly what I have. Ishiong was immediately astonished, deeply awed by the rarity of such a legendary constitution. If Fang Chen were only at the foundation establishment stage, Ishiong's imperial bloodline might admire, but would not fear him. They would still be somewhat equals. But now that Fang Chen not only had a foundation established in the heavenly path, but also possessed an immeasurably powerful legendary constitution, Ishiong's respect instantly deepened into reverence. His tone softened, almost humble. Chenggu, I might have been too loud earlier. Before he could finish, Fang Chen cut him off. All right, step back. I want to continue cultivating. Yes. Ishiong nodded repeatedly and carefully withdrew. Standing just outside the small courtyard, Ishiong suddenly understood. So Fang Chen had been cultivating just now. Although his method looked strange and even comical, the results were astonishing. especially the power contained within his arm. Even a top bloodline beast like Yixiong was shocked. Yet after a moment of awe, something felt off. Pondering carefully, he suddenly widened his tiger-like eyes. Was I tricked? Just yesterday, Fang Chen had sworn to him that cultivation didn't require effort, that inspiration would come naturally. Yixiong had actually believed that, spending the whole day slacking off. Compared to Fang Chen's relentless training, the gap between them suddenly felt huge. Worry gnawing at him, Yixiong hurried back to his own courtyard, eager to start cultivating. But Fang Chen's life force fluctuated wildly, tossing and turning non-stop, giving him no chance to focus. Night passed. In the distance, the sky began to brighten with the pale light of dawn. In the blood-soaked courtyard, Fang Chen had hacked his robe into a vest, his bare chest covered in fresh crimson wounds. He exhaled a rough breath, a spark flickering in his gaze. After a night of torment, aided by that piece of black jade mushroom, his limb injuries had completely healed. Of course, the system was the biggest reason for such rapid recovery. Even special-born individuals couldn't fully heal their limbs. Overnight overexertion would drain one's essence and blood. But Fang Chen was different. With the system's bug, healing came without any cost. Fang Chen raised his fist, an explosive gust bursting forth. Joy shone on his face as he laughed. This is the power of the ancient divine body. With this, his cultivation ranked equally as a first-grade foundational body cultivator and first-grade foundational Taoist. If he advanced smoothly, he could one day reach the great accomplishment stage in body cultivation while maintaining the first-grade Taoist foundation. Wonderful. The man who once despaired of his own talent had finally regained confidence. Ruiyue Valley. After finishing the beginner's stage, Fang Chen soon arrived here to find LV Fu, whose expression was grim as he watched two young women in blue flee in panic. Fang Chen patted his shoulder. Who's there? LV Fu turned coldly. It's me, senior. Fang Chen saluted respectfully. LV Fu frowned slightly on recognizing him. You? What do you want? After seriously studying the beginner stage, I feel the technique's profundity is like the vast starry sky, truly enchanting. Fang Chen spoke earnestly. Out of respect, I've come to humbly seek senior's guidance for the next stages, hoping to emulate you and one day comprehend even a 10th or 20th of your wisdom. You're a practical person. LV Fu nodded approvingly, then asked, but did you bring spiritual herbs? Yes, senior, if you don't believe me, look, I have already mastered the beginner stage. Fang Chen gestured with his arm. LV Fu paused, scrutinizing him closely before nodding with satisfaction. Not bad. Good. Just then he looked around and snorted coldly. Many sneak in here to copy techniques. Come with me. With that, LV Fu turned and left Ruiyue Valley. Passers-by cast curious and complicated glances as they did. Embarrassed, Fang Chen covered his face with his hand and hurried after him. Eventually, the two arrived at the old spot nearing Guang Lake Mountain. Li Fu asked coldly, tell me, how long did it take you to cultivate your 4 limbs? Fang Chen's face showed a trace of pride, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. One night. His confidence was unmistakable. He was convinced no one could match that speed, not even the child of destiny. After all, others didn't have system assistance. But Li Fu frowned deeply, clearly dissatisfied. Too slow. Can't you finish cultivating your 4 limbs in just 15 minutes, Fang Chen? Fang Chen's forehead nearly burst from the tension of his veins. He couldn't help but retort, Senior, isn't that asking too much? I can finish the cultivation of 4 limbs in 15 minutes, now can't you do the same? Li Fu scolded sharply. Fang Chen, who the hell do you think you are? What realm are you at, and where am I? Are those even comparable? Faced with Li Fu's stormy temper, Fang Chen dared not argue back. Instead, he forced a cautious smile. Senior, your dignity is like that of celestial immortals, your power boundless. How could someone like me, a mere junior, compare? Li Fu nodded. That's true. His expression softened somewhat as he decided to drop the matter for now. Since that's the case, I won't punish you this time. But next time, you must speed up. Swallowing his pride, Fang Chen replied, Yes, senior. Li Fu said coldly, Enough with senior. Now that you have mastered the ancient divine body, you are my disciple. Immediately, Fang Chen became respectful and cupped his fists in salute. Yes, master. Having gained Li Fu's inheritance, Fang Chen uttered master wholeheartedly. Li Fu took an ancient scroll from his bosom and handed it to Fang Chen. This is the original cultivation art of the ancient divine body. But your cultivation must reach the corresponding stage before you can open each chapter. He then lightly tapped Fang Chen's forehead with his hand. Fang Chen nodded and accepted it, beginning to study the foundation building preface. But reading the very first line, his joy froze instantly. Disbelief and panic filled his eyes. The text read, After completing the cultivation of the 4 limbs, one must, within 3 days, use their own aura to guide the thunder tribulation to pass the trial, thereby establishing the foundation of the ancient divine body. He suddenly looked up in horror. Master, didn't you say the ancient divine body foundation is established as soon as the 4 limbs are cultivated? Why must we still endure tribulation? Isn't that something only cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage face? The thunder tribulation was infamous, feared by cultivators everywhere. Those with weak cultivation who encountered it were doomed. Even cultivators at the tribulation crossing stage preferred to seclude themselves for centuries rather than face it lightly. What exactly was this ancient divine body? Was it asking for death? Li Fu's expression remained calm. This cultivation method defies the heavens and spies on immortal secrets. It's not something that should exist in this world. How could it not require tribulation? Fang Chen felt his vision dim and his lips trembled. Why didn't you tell me this before? Li Fu frowned. Didn't I? Fang Chen almost burst into tears. You didn't. Li Fu responded with righteous certainty. Oh, well, it's not too late now. Besides, with your cultivation level, you're able to attempt something only tribulation crossing cultivators can do. Isn't that something to be proud of? Once you pass the tribulation, your power will soar, and opportunities will be great. Fang Chen's eyes widened. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, are you even speaking human language? Li Fu said dismissively, enough? You don't have to thank me. Although your cultivation progresses extremely slowly, you will share the same opportunities as those at the tribulation stage. This is what you deserve after successfully mastering your method. Fang Chen listened to the system's cold prompt, feeling a turbulent storm raging inside his heart. What? That made no sense. How could he possibly have the same chances as someone at the tribulation stage? It had to be a joke. Silence fell over him, his chest feeling as if struck by a heavy hammer, and his heart nearly stopped beating. But then he remembered that the system was still linked to him, offering a faint sense of reassurance. Thunder tribulation, dreaded heavenly trial, that terrifies all. Couldn't really kill him, could it? An anxious thought slipped out uncontrollably. The thunder tribulation was just one trial. It wasn't reserved only for the chosen of destiny, was it? Since he was not a child of fate, logically, he should be able to escape it, right? With a hint of uncertainty, Fang Chen urgently posed his question to the system. The reply struck him like a bolt from the blue. Thunder tribulation can kill the host. Those words felt like a lightning strike, sending chills flooding through him. Doubt and fear mingled as he couldn't help but press on. Will the chosen of destiny really die beneath the thunder tribulation? In his memory, he had never heard of anyone truly killed by it. The system responded calmly and clearly. The power of the tribulation is the enemy of heaven and earth, extremely perilous. Even the chosen of destiny are likely to fall to it. That is why the system urges the host to quickly assist the chosen of destiny, so that by borrowing the host's life, they can cultivate stronger resistance. In other words, the host's death will accelerate the growth of the chosen and enhance their ability to withstand the trial. This harsh truth weighed so heavily on Fang Chen that he felt like he couldn't breathe. He cursed under his breath, filled with helplessness and anger. Damn it all. He had painstakingly exploited a system loophole to find an heir, only to discover the heir was insane. Worse yet, he was now burdened with the fate of being struck by the thunder tribulation himself, a punishment from the system, it seemed. His mind flashed to the formidable cultivation method imparted by the system, suitable only for the strongest physiques. Even losing limbs would be bearable, but to face a thunderstorm that shakes heaven and earth? Who could survive that? Just as Fang Chen sank into gloom, the system seldom offered a rare flicker of warmth and encouragement. If the host is about to face the thunder tribulation, the system will support you fully. You will surely survive. Hearing the unusual comfort from the system, Fang Chen's mood eased slightly, but remained heavy as a mountain. He knew this path was perilous beyond measure, and though his opportunity was comparable to those at the tribulation stage, it was also shadowed by the looming presence of death. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shaken to his core, so moved that he could barely speak. Since when did this frustrating system change its tune? It used to practically wish him dead, and now it suddenly started comforting him? Silently grateful, he whispered in his heart, "Thank you. But why are you comforting me all of a sudden?" Without hesitation, the system replied, "Because it's best for the host to die at the hands of the child of destiny. Only then can you truly contribute to their growth." Fang Chen was stunned and muttered inwardly, "Ganlin Yang, why aren't you saying anything?" At that moment, Li Fu, who had been watching Fang Chen silently for a while, furrowed his brows and said coldly, "Don't speak. Are you too excited to talk because you get to share a fate with a tribulation stage cultivator? Humph, your insight is too shallow. This is just the first small reward for cultivating the ancient divine body. You'll encounter many more opportunities. As my disciple, don't be so petty. Get used to accepting all kinds of chances, understood?" Fang Chen's heart trembled wildly, but he couldn't help but crack a bitter smile. So the ancient divine body is good for the mouth. Master, your words alone suffocate me. Is this what the strongest body cultivation in the world feels like? He sighed softly and said, "Master, I'm glad. But do I really have to accept this opportunity?" Li Fu waved his hand dismissively, his expression still resolute. "No way. Even if you disperse your power, you can't avoid this lightning tribulation. But don't worry, as long as you survive it, it means you've made it." Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, nearly breaking apart. "Master, isn't that obvious? If I don't die, I live. I wasn't hoping to die. He raged quietly, then couldn't help but ask, do you have any method to help me get through the tribulation? Impatiently, Li Fu waved his hand. It's all written in the cultivation manual. Go look for yourself. Don't waste my breath on such things. The more Fang Chen thought about it, the more desperate he became. He begged with pleading eyes, Master, don't you have any secret technique to help me get through the tribulation? What if I die? Li Fu just said coldly, if you die, it means you're not destined to continue cultivating the ancient divine body. Your fate isn't good enough. Those words stabbed into Fang Chen's heart like an ice pick. He ground his teeth and raged. Why does the logic always boil down to bad luck? Every problem means I'm just not worthy? His hope faded. He realized there was no holding up this rotten master. Fine. Then, Li Fu suddenly changed tone. Let's exchange our communication jade slips. If I can help, I will do my best. That gave Fang Chen a spark of hope, almost moved to tears. Finally, a master I can count on. But the next second, when he reached into his pocket to pull out the jade slip, he froze. Li Fu handed him a heavy stone that landed heavily in his palm. Fang Chen stared at the objecta plain stone with no spiritual aura, indistinguishable from any ordinary rock, and was speechless for a long moment. Master, this isn't a communication jade slip. It has no spiritual power whatsoever. If it's not an ordinary stone, then what is it? He examined it over and over, certain it really was just a normal stone. Fang Chen gave a helpless bitter laugh. So this is what you mean by exchange? Li Fu remained expressionless. Take it. We've exchanged. Li Fu snatched the jade tablet from Fang Chen's hand and, without hesitation, slipped a stone into his palm. Then he turned and strode away, leaving behind only a brief instruction. Focus on surviving the tribulation. If anything happens, use this jade tablet to contact me. Fang Chen stared at the stone in his hand, his heart suddenly plunging into a deep, suffocating silence. After a long pause, as if the air itself had frozen, he finally couldn't hold back and blurted out a curse. Damn it. Once back at his residence, Fang Chen had already thrown the stone far away along the way. Still, a lingering worry gnawed at him. What if Li Fu had tricked him? What if the stone was actually a disguised jade tablet? He repeatedly tried to detect any spiritual energy within it, testing over and over to awaken a response. But there was none. Clearly, it was just a plain stone with no hidden secrets. At home, Fang Chen immersed himself in studying the ancient divine body inheritance left by Li Fu, focusing especially on the manual that explained how to improve the odds of surviving the tribulation. Despite Li Fu's current chaotic mental state, when he wrote these techniques, his mind had clearly been sharp and clear. The book outlined several key points. First, the tribulation itself was tremendously dangerous, but the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. If Fang Chen could pass through the lightning tribulation successfully this time, his body would be nourished by the tribulation's lightning forces, truly reaching the standards of the ancient divine body and laying a solid foundation for eventual physical ascension. Second, every major breakthrough in the ancient divine Buddha's cultivation required surviving a tribulation, though the lightning tribulation's intensity would never reach the extreme level of those during the actual tribulation period. Third, besides strengthening one's own cultivation, relying on external items was also very important to improving the odds of success. However, these external items were not ordinary treasures or protective talismans. They would become useless during the tribulation. That was because the tribulation targeted the cultivator's own body directly. Any external forces would be mercilessly dispelled by the power of the heavenly lightning. But the inheritance also mentioned a loophole discovered by the first generation of tribulation survivors. Though the tribulation rejected external objects, it did not expel materials that had already been refined and integrated into the cultivator's body. In other words, if heavenly materials or earthly treasures were first melted down and absorbed into the body before the tribulation hit, their power would not be driven away. Therefore, the so-called external items referred specifically to those treasures and materials that could be refined inside the body. Many cultivators would absorb large amounts of such materials in advance. When the tribulation came, the refined substances inside could rapidly heal injuries and help resist the lightning's damage. Li Fu gave specific examples: pills, energies of the five elements, yin-yang energies, powers of the great Tao, even other cultivators' primordial spirits or fleshly divine soul. So long as they could be absorbed without endangering life, they could be refined or even sacrificed to strengthen oneself. Reading this, Fang Chen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Where had his master gotten such strange ideas? It almost made him wonder if Li Fu had dabbled in dark arts to come up with such bizarre methods. Resigned, Fang Chen shifted his focus onto the only energy he possessed, the fire Sha power among the five elements. The fire Sha king. This world Sha energies represented the utmost expressions of power, whether fire Sha, water Sha, or ice Sha. Refining Sha power was indeed an effective way to boost tribulation resistance. Looking over the inheritance, Fang Chen pondered whether his fire Sha king would be enough. If not, he might have to ask Xiaoqing for help. After all, Xiaoqing had told him just yesterday about going on a trial journey and there was a good chance he'd encounter the Fire Sha King during his journey. But Fang Chen had no intention of trying to capture the Fire Sha King again to refine it. With Fang Chen's current abilities, there was no way he could pull it off. Even though the Fire Sha King wasn't a child of fate and couldn't be killed by flame, trying to refine the Fire Sha King by his own power was nothing but a pipe dream. However, failing to refine the Fire Sha King didn't mean refining the Fire Sha itself was impossible. After all, the 10th Sandier volcano where the Fire Sha King resided contained many Fire Sha. If he could seize the opportunity to capture and refine a few Fire Sha, that would greatly boost his chances of surviving the looming lightning tribulation. With that in mind, Fang Chen quietly resolved that the best course of action was to set out the next day and stealthily infiltrate the 10th Sandier volcano where Xiaoqing had captured the Fire Sha King to find and capture some Fire Sha. But Fang Chen would never team up with Xiaoqing. The system had warned him earlier that this time, many powerful cultivators in the divine transformation stage would come to the volcano to compete for the Fire Sha King. Traveling with Xiaoqing would only expose him to constant danger and encounters with top-tier experts which would most likely end poorly. Instead, Fang Chen planned to go alone and quietly scout the volcano's outskirts for a few Fire Sha. He knew exactly which volcano Xiaoqing had found the Fire Sha King in near the Danran sect. There was only that 1/10 Sandier volcano nearby. He calculated the timing carefully. He had just successfully cultivated at sunrise today. In other words, his lightning tribulation was set to come at latest by sunrise 3 days from now. Time was extremely tight. So, Fang Chen decided to set off tomorrow. After deciding his plan, he went to see Hua Qirong and took out a precious music score the system had given him. Though he had intended to use it to earn favor with Jiang Ningyi, he had kept it hidden until now. With his life hanging by a thread, he had no choice but to trade this treasure for some pills that could strengthen his body. Hua Qirong's interest was piqued at the sight of the score, and she readily agreed, reminding Fang Chen to compose more scores for her in the future. He quickly declined, saying they were all works by folk masters and had nothing to do with him. She just smiled mysteriously and told him to keep bringing more scores over time. Leaving Lingyun Peak, Fang Chen went to the marketplace to try his luck, hoping to find some power that could help him resist the lightning tribulation. Unfortunately, after a whole day of searching and as night fell, he found nothing. While wandering the marketplace, Fang Chen sent a message jade slip to the Fang family, hoping to ask for help. The Fang family was prosperous and well-resourced, so they should have been able to support him greatly. But his message fell into a void. No response came. The truth was, the original owner of his body had made many mistakes, and the family now avoided him. Unless the head of the Fang family changed their mind, Fang Chen effectively had been cast out and was treated like an outcast. This was why the original Fang had been forced to risk everything to prepare the demonic pills. Without family support, there was no retreat. Fang Chen let out a long sigh, bitterness filling his heart. Now even the fallback is gone. This really screwed me over. Damn it all, any thought of going home was ruthlessly suppressed. The Fang family was quite far from the Danran sect, and even if he left the doorstep, the lightning tribulation could strike any time along the way, leaving no guarantee of safe arrival. Under the mottled starlight, Fang Chen returned to his mansion and busily packed his belongings. He didn't want to leave the Danran sect so soon. Training was risky, but he still hoped to cling to life here for as long as possible. Yet the ruthless reality before him left no choice but to fight desperately. Just as he finished packing, the winged beast beside him suddenly howled excitedly. It didn't yet know its master was about to face the lightning tribulation. It only sensed that Fang Chen was planning to go out for training and wanted it to come along. This nearly drove him mad with happiness. How long had he been locked away in the Danran sect? How long had it been since he saw the outside world? Fang Chen, where are we going for this trial? Should we visit my hometown? Yixiong bounced up and down excitedly, his voice full of anticipation. Fang Chen paused, thought for a moment, then asked, how far is your hometown? Yixiong was stunned, not expecting Fang Chen to take it seriously. He hadn't meant it seriously himself, just said it on a whim. Sensing Fang Chen's earnestness, Yixiong couldn't hide his excitement. Not far. As long as you have a Huan Shin stage magic treasure, you can use the Sacred Tiger Clan's teleport array and get there in 1 day. Fang Chen pressed on. If I deliver you to your 9th Imperial brother, how much reward can I get? Yixiong's tiger body instantly stiffened. He took a few steps back, then spun around and sprinted away with incredible speed, vanishing from sight. Don't go. I'm serious. Fang Chen shouted, watching him leave. As soon as Yixiong left, Fang Chen suddenly received a transmission signal from a jade slip. It was the token he had previously handed over. His heart tightened with excitement. Could it be that his family was finally reaching out? He was about to immediately repent and beg them to lend him treasures to survive his tribulation. But when he took out the jade slip and read the message, his expression darkened. It wasn't the family, it was Li Fu. Fang Chen froze, carefully confirming the sender's identity. His eyes widened wildly. Li Fu's message was simple and clear. Disciple, come quickly to Enlightenment Cliff. Your master will assist your tribulation. Only then did Fang Chen realize the cliff Li Fu mentioned during their casual chats. The barren cliffscape had been secretly named Enlightenment Cliff by Li Fu. But the name wasn't the point. The key was those 6 words: "Your master will assist your tribulation." Reading this, Fang Chen almost jumped for joy. Could his master really have regained clarity, now knowing how to help him through the tribulation? Li Fu was a near top-tier martial artist authenticated by the system and the heir of the fated child's legacy. If he sincerely helped, Fang Chen's tribulation would surely launch him to new heights. Heart pounding with excitement, Fang Chen immediately dashed out of his residence and sprinted toward Enlightenment Cliff. Meanwhile, at Enlightenment Cliff, 2 figures walked along a winding mountain path beside Ingguang Lake, heading straight toward the cliff's edge. Moonlight flowed like water, casting a faint glow on the withered branches, lending a quiet, desolate atmosphere. But neither paid it any mind. Their expressions were serious. The person ahead was Li Fu, clad in a pristine white robe, his sharp features like a sword, his demeanor solemn. Behind him followed a young girl in a jade-white dress chuchiner. As she walked, she glanced vigilantly around and carefully asked, "Senior Li, where exactly is this place?" Li Fu's gaze was calm. "This is the legendary Fated Cliff. Anyone who reaches here is qualified to receive my inheritance." This made Chuchiner nod slightly, a trace of awe shining in her eyes. Fated Cliff? The Danran sect has such a secret place? Chuchiner was still young, and even looking at this seemingly ordinary cliff, she felt its mysterious gravity. Her gratitude toward Jiang Ningyi deepened. If it weren't for Jiang's true transmission, how would she have ventured into Ryue Valley? How would she have met this transcendent and enigmatic Li Fu? And so the story unfolds from here, the plot gradually deepening. After Jiang Ningyi had mentioned to Chu Qiner last time that she could come to Ryue Valley to learn physical cultivation, Chu Qiner personally stepped through the mountain gate of Ryue Valley today. The moment she entered, she encountered Li Fu. Chu Qiner remembered that Chu he had warned her about an old madman here. If he told her to learn physical cultivation, she should completely ignore him. So, even though Li Fu invited her to train together, Chu Qiner remained silent, not even exchanging a proper word. Not only did she refuse to follow him, she didn't even acknowledge him. Yet what truly brought Chu Qiner here that day were the 3 sentences Li Fu said. Those simple words cut into her heart like sharp blades, leaving a deep, shocking impression. Li Fu fixed his gaze on her back and spoke calmly but firmly, "Your aptitude is quite good, but you're doomed never to cultivate. Come with me, and it'll help you master your power." Those 3 sentences completely overturned Chu Qiner's understanding. No one had ever seen through her utter lack of cultivation at a glance, yet declared her talent extraordinary. No one had ever so bluntly recognized the harsh truth that she was destined never to cultivate. At that moment, her impression of Li Fu shifted swiftly from a crazed old lunatic to a mysterious and unfathomable figure. Though she knew she shouldn't listen to anything he said, a flicker of doubt stirred within her. She turned back and cautiously asked, "Senior Li, how can you tell?" Li Fu smiled faintly and said mysteriously, "Follow me, and all the truth will naturally be revealed." So Chu Qiner chose to follow him, chasing a secret she had waited over 10 years to uncover but had never found answers to. Night draped over the giant stone cliff, moonlight silvering Li Fu's tall silhouette. Chu Qiner stood at the edge and softly asked, "Senior Li, what should I do?" Li Fu replied in a measured tone, "First, I ask you this. What are you willing to give up to gain power?" His deep eyes gazed into the distance, as if countless unsolved mysteries lay beyond. Without hesitation, Chu Qiner answered, "Everything." The words came straight from her heart. Her eyes, once full of youthful vitality, now held only resolute determination. None had understood the suffering she endured all these years. If she was truly useless, she could have given up long ago, living an ordinary life. But because everyone said she had talent, that hope became her prison. Now power was her only desire. No matter how harsh the price, even death, she was willing to pay it gladly. Li Fu nodded and asked, "Then can you accept rebirth after limb loss?" Chu Qiner froze, hesitation and pain flashing across her face. "Senior," she stammered, I can't." Rebirth after losing limbs was said to be achievable only by top-tier cultivators. It was impossible for her. That impossibility sent her heart plummeting. Li Fu furrowed his brow, his tone calm but resolute. "If you cannot accept that, then you are not destined to inherit my cultivation." Then he shifted his words. "However, since you are here and your physique is special, I can help you become a true cultivator." At his words, Chu Qiner's heart trembled and joy sparkled in her eyes. Without hesitation she said, "Thank you, senior." No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain surged at the back of her neck, and her body suddenly lost control, pitching forward. As darkness rushed to engulf her, her eyelids still partly open, she saw Li Fu silently appear behind her. His raised hand the last thing, she glimpsed clearly the blow that brought her down. Chu Qiner's consciousness gradually faded. She looked at Li Fu in confusion, her eyes clouded with bewilderment. The only thought flashing through her mind was, "Why did you suddenly hit me?" Meanwhile, Li Fu met her gaze calmly and said softly, "No need to thank me. I helped you only because you can aid my apprentice." Silently, Chu Qiner questioned herself. "Who's thanking you?" Moments later, her vision plunged into darkness, and her awareness vanished completely. As Chu Qiner collapsed completely, Li Fu took out a jade slip sent by Fang Chen and said sternly, "Apprentice, come quickly to Enlightenment Cliff. I will help you pass your tribulation." Soon after, Fang Chen arrived at the cliff. The night was thick and cold, frost clinging to the bare branches. Moonlight cast a pale, chilly silver, yet not a trace of life stirred. Fang Chen had just set foot on the desolate ground when he shouted, "Master!" But no one answered. On the ground lay an unconscious girl. Fang Chen froze and instinctively bent down to check. The familiar face that appeared was Chu Qiner's, her brows slightly furrowed, looking fragile and pitiful. Fang Chen's heart raced with shock. How did this girl end up here? He cried out, "You came?" Just as Fang Chen was bewildered, Li Fu's voice suddenly echoed from midair. Fang Chen looked up in alarm to see Li Fu sitting cross-legged, floating above the ground, with a displeased expression fixed on him. Astonishingly, Li Fu showed no magical artifacts. No surrounding spiritual energy, was levitating solely by his own physical strength. This sight overwhelmed Fang Chen with awe. Wow, this is epic. Undoubtedly the world's top body cultivator. He clasped his fists and stood at attention, saying solemnly, "Master, I have arrived." Li Fu stood up and descended to the ground, a trace of reproach in his eyes. Fang Chen hurried to explain, "Master, I came as fast as I could. As soon as I received the message, I rushed over." Li Fu frowned and asked sharply, "Couldn't you just tear through space and come directly?" Fang Chen sighed deeply, too discouraged to argue. "Forget it. At least you weren't delayed." Li Fu responded indifferently. Fang Chen quickly inquired, "Master, what should we do now? Are we going to pass the tribulation here at Enlightenment Cliff?" His gaze was full of hope and eagerness. Li Fu corrected him with a scowl, "Enlightenment Cliff? This is the Universe Cliff. Don't keep changing the name." Fang Chen muttered curses inwardly, finding this master hard to deal with. Li Fu pointed at Chu Qiner lying on the ground and ordered, "Lift her up. I will help you through the tribulation." Fang Chen hesitated. What does this have to do with her? Also, Master, I forgot to ask, why did she faint here? Li Fu replied casually, "Of course, it's to help her cultivation." Hearing that, Fang Chen almost wanted to curse on Chu Qiner's behalf. Does that sound like helping her cultivate? He looked at the sleeping girl with pity, thinking she must have been tricked into coming to Universe Cliff just to get beaten up. Li Fu urged, "Stop dawdling. Pick her up quickly. Don't waste time." Chu Qiner remained limp and unconscious as the two worked frantically. Their tense figures merged against the stark backdrop of Universe Cliff, ready to face the impending trial ahead. Fang Chen quickly scooped up Chu Qiner, his heart filled with concern. Quietly, he resolved to send her back as soon as possible this time and not let that miserable old man trick her again. Carrying her forward, he reached the cave entrance that Li Fu had pointed to. Nodding in response, Fang Chen peered inside and faintly made out a stone platform. Carefully, he laid Chu Qiner down on it. After setting her down, a thought struck him. Perhaps Li Fu had asked him to place her here to help him pass his tribulation. Letting her rest in the cave would prevent her from catching cold lying on the ground too long. With that realization, a slight smile curved Fang Chen's lips. So this mad master of his actually showed a bit of humanity occasionally. "Come out." Li Fu's sharp voice rang from outside the cave. "Yes." Fang Chen turned around and stepped out. Just then, Li Fu casually tossed a brown pill toward him. Fang Chen caught it and examined it by the moonlight, a wary feeling rising in his chest. "Master, what is this pill for?" Though Li Fu had shown a trace of kindness moments ago, no one could overlook his madness, and Fang Chen dared not swallow it lightly. Li Fu didn't answer but ordered coldly, "Take it." "Master, you are wise and mighty." "I'm not unwilling," Fang Chen started, instinctively wanting to refuse, recalling the uneasy sensation had felt last time playing the guzheng. Before he could finish, Li Fu moved with baffling speed and shoved the pill into Fang Chen's mouth. Ugh! Fang Chen reflexively resisted, but the pill dissolved instantly, impossible to spit out. Pale-faced and trembling, Fang Chen held back panic and urgently asked, "Master, what kind of medicine is this?" Suddenly, a wave of heat surged through his body. His spirit felt ignited, sweat broke out all over, and anxiety surged even higher. "Do you have to ask?" Li Fu shot him a fierce glare, then tapped Fang Chen's forehead with his finger. "This is a dual cultivation technique, the union of yin and yang. Remember this well. When you use this method, you can exchange the pure yin within that girl's body with the primal yang inside you. Your ancient divine physique was forged by stealing heavenly secrets. After dual cultivation, your yang will help her train, and her yin power entering you will help you survive the lightning tribulation. I'm helping both of you this time." As soon as he finished, Li Fu shoved the stunned Fang Chen back into the cave. Then with one palm, he forcefully sucked in. Out of nowhere a massive stone ball appeared, landing heavily in his hand. Expressionless, Li Fu flicked his palm slightly, and the stone ball crashed mercilessly against the cave entrance, shaking the valley with its impact and instantly sealing the opening tight. That's enough. No improper viewing. Even your master should not linger here. I'm leaving now. This huge stone will make sure no one disturbs you. Focus fully on your cultivation. With that, Li Fu turned and vanished. Inside the cave, Fang Chen's eyes gradually turned blood red. Filled with terror, he stared blankly ahead, sinking into endless dread. From Li Fu's words, combined with the scorching heat coursing through his body and soul, Fang Chen suddenly realized exactly what kind of drug Li Fu had given him. Rage boiled in his heart as he cursed. You damn, but his body only burned hotter, waves of fierce desire flooding his mind like a tidal wave, bringing countless unspeakable images flashing before his eyes. His heart roared in panic. It's over, it's over. Frantically, his gaze fell on Chu Qiner, unconscious on the stone altar. His breath hitched, growing heavy and rapid as his whole body involuntarily moved closer to her, then immediately stopped. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, I absolutely cannot get near her. He planted his feet firmly, struggling to calm himself and clear his mind. The aphrodisiac was in full effect, not enough to kill him outright. But if he touched Chu Qiner now, tomorrow he might really be torn to pieces and sent back home in pieces. Fang Chen glanced toward the cave entrance, but the massive stone sphere blocking the exit hadn't budged an inch. It was impossible for him to move it. Panicked, he quickly pulled out a jade slip to send a message and formed hand signs to summon Jiangning. But after channeling his spiritual power into the jade slip, it gave no response. No message went through. He cursed bitterly. This is insane. Has Master completely lost his mind? The drug's power surged wildly. Terrified, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and pulled out a dozen spirit-calming talismans, pressing them to his forehead to use their cool qi to suppress the burning within. But the fiery poison still scorched him uncontrollably, the heat feeling like an endless abyss, despair creeping in. Where on earth did Master get such a terrifying aphrodisiac? At that moment, a faint groan mingled with pain came from the stone altar. Chu Qiner's eyes snapped open, blurry at first. As the fog cleared from her mind, she remembered being knocked out by Li Fu. She tried to turn toward him to ask what was going on, but then her gaze shifted and landed on the man sitting in the corner of the room, his face flushed red and sweat pouring down. Her beautiful eyes widened in horror, voice trembling. What are you doing here? After leaving Danren Pharmacy, although Chu Qiner and Fang Chen were not very familiar, she had already heard many stories about him from Shu He. Now the cave was dark and the exit sealed shut, with only the two of them alone, especially since the flushed, sweating man was Fang Chen himself. How could she not be afraid? Seeing her awake, Fang Chen felt a wave of relief, as if grasping a lifeline. If she could still resist the drug's influence, the situation might not be completely hopeless. Facing Chu Qiner's accusation, Fang Chen gritted his teeth and said, Don't be afraid. This is all Master Li Fu's doing. He dared not even say the word master fully, fearing she would think he was colluding with Li Fu. Nothing about this was what he wanted. Chu Qiner frowned, puzzled. Seniorly? What do you mean? He knocked me out, forced me to take an aphrodisiac, and now I'm still fighting its effects. Fang Chen answered through clenched teeth, I can't get out now. Quickly contact your grandfather. Make him come save us. Chu Qiner's eyes widened even further. What he said sounded ridiculous and unbelievable. She stared at him suspiciously. What exactly are you trying to do? What else could I do? Fang Chen protested helplessly while trying to explain. I was only trying to protect your honor. Who would have expected that madman to suddenly attack you, knock you out, and then drag me here to feed me aphrodisiacs? His voice was filled with helplessness and anger. Besides, if I really wanted to do something to you, do you honestly think you could resist me in your current state? Chu Qiner listened to Fang Chen's words. Although she was still a bit dazed and didn't fully understand what was happening, she started to calm down and carefully think it through. Fang Chen didn't seem like a bad person. If what he said was true, if he really wanted to harm her, then it wouldn't matter that she had just regained consciousness minutes ago. Even now, fully awake with all her cultivation, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. On the other hand, Li Fu was a different story. That guy had knocked her out first, then secretly drugged Fang Chen with aphrodisiacs. Putting it all together, it really looked like Li Fu was setting her up. A wave of guilt and regret surged in Chu Qiner's heart. If she had known this, she never would have followed Li Fu under her grandfather's orders. Forget it, don't overthink it. Hurry inside and see if there's any other way out. Find a way to get help. Fang Chen's voice was urgent but powerless, sweat trickling down his temple, his tension clear. Only then did Chu Qiner seem to snap out of her daze. She nodded quickly and rushed toward the deeper part of the house. But it wasn't long before her expression changed drastically. She hurried back, disappointment and fear heavy in her voice. There's no way out. There's absolutely no other exit. Fang Chen's heart tightened, his throat dry, his mind blank. It was over. What now? At that moment, the aphrodisiac's effects inside him flared again violently, ruthlessly gnawing at his senses, causing him unbearable pain. He gripped the nearest wall for support, struggling to keep steady. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on his forehead, a spark of realization flashing in his eyes. Right? How could I forget this trick? As long as he died, the system would automatically take care of the damned aphrodisiac. With that thought, joy surged in Fang Chen's heart. He hurriedly took out his storage ring, ready to retrieve the antidote. But the moment he opened the ring, his face immediately darkened as if doused with cold water. Inside the ring was empty. The antidote had all been used up days ago during the brutal battle with Yi Xiong, and yesterday's training had drained the last of his reserves. Damn it! Fang Chen stood frozen, pain crashing through him like a tidal wave. His mind began to blur again as the drug's savage power surged through him like an invisible beast ravaging his body. Oh! Fang Chen's eyes reddened, and he suddenly looked up at Chu Qiner with a fierce, hungry gleam. Startled by his gaze, Chu Qiner's heart raced, and she instinctively took a few steps back. But Fang Chen was struggling to restrain his desire. From his storage ring, he pulled out a dozen or so magical treasures, arranging them into an overwhelming arsenal. Knives, spears, staffs, rods, throwing needles, spiked everything imaginable. Among them, a whip and several hemp ropes stood out sharply, causing Chu Qiner's eyes to flicker and her body to tremble slightly. Vividly, memories of the provocative stories she had once accidentally read flashed through her mind, fiery words seeming to dance before her eyes, making her hold her breath. As Chu Qiner stood there terrified and helpless, Fang Chen suddenly grasped a dagger and pressed it against his chest. She jumped backward in fright, about to intervene, but then her eyes widened in shock. In an instant, the dagger stabbed straight toward his heart. Ah, what are you doing? Chu Qiner cried out, rushing forward to stop him. She even thought Fang Chen must have been maddened by some aphrodisiac, losing reason. But the dagger unexpectedly rebounded on its own, its sharp blade snapping harmlessly aside. Damn it! Fang Chen's heart sank into despair. What was this all about? He had thought that since there was no poison, at least stabbing himself could end his suffering. Yet these treasures couldn't harm him at all. Even worse, it felt like all his spiritual and primordial energy was concentrated in his lower body, completely unable to summon any power to attack himself. He was nearly going mad. Couldn't he keep any energy for himself? Were these drugs truly designed to trap people in endless lust, leaving no escape? With his depleted spiritual force, continuing self-harm would only draw blood but never kill him. After all, he had grounded his foundation in the Tao of heaven. Forging an ancient divine body dying by bleeding out would take days at least. Exhausting all options in vain, he finally looked up, his eyes bloodshot and fixed on Chu Qiner, hoarsely demanding, "What exactly is wrong with you?" Immediately, Chu Qiner responded nervously, "I have a few life-preserving talismans left by your grandfather. They don't need spiritual power to activate." Hearing this, Fang Chen was overjoyed and urgently asked, "How's their attack power?" Chu Qiner replied, "Grandfather said these talismans have enough power to deal with Foundation establishment stage cultivators. He specially entrusted an intersect elder to prepare them as protection for me." "Good, then throw them at me, kill me." Fang Chen nearly roared the command. Hearing that, Chu Qiner was utterly stunned. She stared blankly at him, her mind a whirlwind. Everything that just happened had already left her confused, and now Fang Chen was actually begging her to kill him? It was madness. Seeing her hesitate, Fang Chen hurriedly pressed, "If you want kill me, do you really want me to take you by force?" Though Chu Qiner was a child of fate, as long as he didn't die in the manner prescribed by the system at her hands, Fang Chen's life would never truly end. In other words, as long as he didn't violate Chu Qiner, he wouldn't die. So he resolved to let her personally bring an end to his life. These words shocked Chu Qiner into near speechlessness. In that moment, her expression was a complex mix of surprise and heartbreak. So Fang Chen chose suicide to spare her shame? Was that why he had just stabbed the dagger into his own chest for her sake? Do it. What are you waiting for? Fang Chen's voice grew anxious, his gaze fiery as he urged her on. Fang Chen was on the verge of losing his mind. Did this guy really want to kill him? Chu Qiner's expression grew complicated after his angry roar, a faint blush creeping at the corners of her eyes. Then a flash of fear crossed her gaze, but even more apparent was her unwavering resolve. She spoke slowly. "Fang Chen, you don't need to risk your life to defend my honor." Fang Chen was nearly frantic, shouting, "Don't be naive. I can't come back from the dead. You might as well just kill me now. Stop talking nonsense." Chu Qiner hurriedly interrupted him, her voice anxious. "Not even my grandfather could come back once he died. You are just a pitiful chirofiner at level 3. How could you possibly do it?" Fang Chen froze. "I am trying to save you, but also myself. Why are you suddenly insulting me?" Then, Chu Qiner suddenly raised her hand and lightly unfastened the embroidered button on her outer robe over her dress. The gesture, though unspoken, stunned Fang Chen into silence. What was she doing? Did she think that risking her life for her innocence would soften his heart and make him rush to her side? Cursing inwardly, he groaned, "Empress, please spare me. What century is this? You take your one-way path, I'll take my 8-lane highway, all right?" "Stop!" Fang Chen yelled, "Are you crazy? Don't you suspect this might be a desperate trick to deceive you? Chu Qiner shook her head. After 18 years of hardship and deep understanding of life, she saw clearly that Fang Chen never intended to lie. He really wanted to die, and she saw straight through that thought. Fang Chen felt a wave of regret, silently cursing himself for not using the trick he once used to drive away Jiang Ningyi. If only he had put on a lustful expression, she might have already crippled him with talismans. But the poison in his brain muddled his thoughts, and his frantic words turned into a death sentence. Chu Qiner took a deep breath, her body trembling slightly, but with firm steps, she moved in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I always thought you were a villain, but now it seems you're not as bad as the rumors say. Her face was full of fear. Making this decision scared her, but she couldn't bear to let Fang Chen die for her innocence. Don't do anything stupid. Stay calm. Fang Chen forced himself to step back, but Chu Qiner closed the distance step by step, and his whole body slowly went numb. Fang Chen, thank you. Her voice trembled. So let's just pretend today was all a dream. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly leaned in. At that moment, boom, a thick cloud of dense black mist suddenly erupted from Chu Qiner's body. The dark fog surged forward with a fierce, tearing force, instantly blasting Fang Chen backward. With a heavy thud, he slammed into the wall, pain exploding in his chest as blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The power of the black mist far exceeded anything ordinary people could imagine. Fang Chen was violently pushed back, racked with unbearable pain. As he collapsed, a wave of despair welled up inside him. Damn it, this is over. At that moment, he finally understood the source of the black mist. Summoning that peerless, ruthless figure meant he might truly have no chance of survival. At the same time, Chu Qiner raised her hand and beckoned. A plain yet elegant garment floated up from the ground and automatically draped over her body. Her gaze was as cold and sharp as ice, fixed steadily on Fang Chen. Yet in the next instant, a flicker of confusion flitted across her face. Her dark brows furrowed slightly, a trace of bewilderment barely hidden. How could someone like him possibly exist? Just as Fang Chen had feared, the gravest trouble had indeed arrived. The fallen star had awakened. The fallen star seal was not only triggered when the Yuan Yin was destroyed. If she woke at that time, all the painstaking preparations she laid for her purely Yin body would be wasted. The world could hardly understand why she would activate the seal at such a critical moment. It made no sense. Moreover, the fallen star herself was an unparalleled powerhouse, never reckless. She always left room for contingencies, carefully planning a backup. Now, the fallen star Empress Chu Qiner herself had regained her memories and identity, theoretically restoring her full self. Yet instead of clarity, she was gripped by confusion. She had endured long years, witnessed countless betrayals and ugliness, but never met someone like Fang Chen. A man she barely knew who, for the sake of a woman he had only met twice, was willing to risk his life to defend her innocence. Such madness was nearly incomprehensible by ordinary logic. To a demonic empress like Chu Qiner, a person like Fang Chen, steadfast in morality and ready to die for another, was something found only in legends and storytellers' tales. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Chu Qiner's eyes. She had to admit, this new life was off to an unusually satisfying start. There was still time, no need for long waiting anymore. More importantly, this incarnation of Chu Qiner was strikingly similar to her very first life. The same exquisite talent and bone quality, the same inability to cultivate, the same grandfather who fought desperately on her behalf. In that former life, her grandfather tirelessly sought a cure but never succeeded. Chu Qiner's stunning beauty attracted bandits wherever she traveled. To protect her, her grandfather bravely resisted the villains and ultimately died a heroic death. It was at that exact moment that the power within Chu Qiner awakened. Her inability to cultivate stemmed from her exceptional foundation being secretly implanted with a demonic seed by a female demon cultivator at the Golden Core stage. The seed would erupt violently when Chu Qiner turned 20, draining her essence and blood. Burning hatred gave her the strength to break free from its control, absorb the demonic seed's power, slay her enemies in one stroke, and rise as a rising star of demonic cultivation. She personally avenged herself by destroying the female cultivator, advancing through bloody battles until she reached the peak as the demonic empress. However, during her tribulation, she discovered a fatal flaw in her fate. She could not survive the thunder tribulation. Because of this, she vowed to pay the price of 99 reincarnations in exchange for a purely Yin body. As long as she could ascend, she would seek the soul of her grandfather through her reincarnations, hoping for his rebirth. All of this would come together to form the symphony of her future fate. But then, Chu Qiner suddenly pictured Chu Yi's face in her mind exactly the same as her grandfather's from long ago, and she felt momentarily dazed. It was as if there was nothing left for her to chase now. With that thought, a faint smile curved her lips. This lifetime, for her grandfather's sake, she could choose to be a righteous cultivator of the Danran sect, devote herself to cultivation, and become an immortal. It wasn't impossible. After 99 cycles of reincarnation and thousands of years passing through the mundane world, the Danran sect still stood peacefully. She couldn't help but wonder what the old women, now long ascended, would think if they saw her. Just as Chu Qiner was lost in thought, the pain that Fang Chen had been suppressing suddenly burst out in a shout, breaking her reverie. She immediately withdrew her focus and turned to Fang Chen. Seeing his face twisted in discomfort, her heart jolted. She had nearly forgotten him. Fang Chen caught her gaze and completely lost hope, wondering what the sorceress really wanted. Was she going to kill him? No. If she really believed he had spied on her body and wanted to kill him for it, what would he do? He was full of regret. He had already been wounded by the Black Mist's assault, and the potent aphrodisiac given by Li Fu was working overtime. Pushing his body to the brink finally, he couldn't hold back any longer, yet his only doubt was how. After more than 20 years as a virgin, his cultivation seemed wasted since he was breaking down so fast now. Chu Qiner studied Fang Chen thoughtfully. As a demonic empress, she was cold and decisive in battle, but that didn't mean she treated human life lightly. She had no intention of killing Fang Chen. She knew that if her past self had met him, she would have saved him, too. Since regaining her memories, she saw Fang Chen as an unreasonable moral saint. Though just a foundational cultivator of the heavenly Tao, he was willing to sacrifice himself for the purity of an ordinary woman. Were all Danran sect disciples this noble? There was something both pedantic and kind about him. Chu Qiner sighed softly, ready to approach and check on him, thinking of how to relieve the aphrodisiac, but after just 2 steps, she froze. Wait. In his eyes, she was just a mortal. If she made a rash move, she might arouse suspicion. She had just resolved to accompany her grandfather properly and didn't plan to leave the Danran sect. Realizing this, Chu Qiner frowned and decided to resort to lying. With her exceptional skill in deception, she should be able to fool Fang Chen. She recalled how none of her past lies had ever been exposed. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qiner stepped closer and casually pressed her fingertips to his neck, speaking evenly. Fang Chen, I just remembered I actually know how to counter aphrodisiacs. I can help you. Do you trust me? Fang Chen silently cursed. Yeah, right. Everyone can see you're lying. But faced with the sudden kindness from the demonic empress, a flicker of relief survived in his heart. He sensed she clearly didn't want to reveal her identity, yet truly wanted to aid him. He hurriedly cooperated, surprised and hopeful. Really? If you have a method, then please help me quickly. Seeing him believe her, Chu Qiner nodded immediately, inwardly pleased. As she thought, her lie had worked perfectly. Fang Chen was completely fooled. She secretly absorbed a small amount of spirit energy, which flowed through her fingertips like fine threads. Enough. Chu Qiner thought silently, then looked up at Fang Chen. I'm going to help you now. Fang Chen quickly said, thank you so much. Chu Qiner reached out and gently grasped Fang Chen's arm, then pressed down with a little force. Fang Chen immediately understood why she was called the demonic empress of the dark path, felt a cold spiritual energy flowing slowly from her slender, jade-like fingertips, seeping into the skin on his neck. This spiritual power carried an inexplicable magic that gradually spread, causing the aphrodisiac within him to slowly dissipate. The aphrodisiac was called the Dian Luan Daofeng pill, an extremely rare and difficult potion to neutralize. It was designed specifically to forcibly induce mating among demonic beasts at the divine spirit stage. Its effects targeted not only the physical body, but also penetrated the spiritual energy and soul. Completely dispelling it required a full day and night. Inside Fang Chen's body, the drug's power surged like a burning flood, stubbornly entwining his soul. At this moment, Chu Qiner's complexion turned slightly pale, but her brows and eyes held a trace of sympathy, silently lamenting how tough his situation was. At first, she thought that with her insight and abilities, even without enough spiritual power, neutralizing such a minor aphrodisiac would be no problem. Yet as her spiritual energy touched the drug within him, she immediately sensed it was far more serious than usual, stirring complicated feelings mixed with admiration. As the demonic empress, even divine spirit beasts could not resist such power, yet Fang Chen had held it at bay purely through willpower, protecting an ordinary mortal's purity. To help him fully cleanse the toxic qi of the Dian Luan Daofeng pill, Chu Qiner had to exert her soul's strength to purify it from within his body. The heavy toll explained her pale face. In the silence, she looked toward Fang Chen, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. It's done, Fang Chen. Chu Qiner slowly withdrew her fingers, her voice calm. With his mind now completely clear, Fang Chen felt a peaceful calm settle over him as the restless sensation vanished without a trace. He cupped his fist and said, thank you for your help, Miss Chu. No need to thank me. These are skills my grandfather taught me. Chu Qiner replied lightly. Fang Chen smiled inwardly, but remained wary. No need to reveal too much and expose Chu Qiner's lie. He then stood and said, we'll figure out a way to get out of here next. He prepared to leave the cave, but just as he moved, a voice echoed in his mind from the system. The child of fortune, Chu Qiner, has fully awakened and regained her memories. about to begin a new cultivation journey. However, the host is not dead. Mission failed. System not responsible. Please continue your efforts. Fang Chen furrowed his brow and cursed bitterly in his heart. Damn it. This system is really messed up. Yet the system's notification made him realize that although the mission to aid the child of fortune had failed, it did not revoke any previously granted skills. For example, the refining and nourishing technique he currently possessed remained intact. This had always been his greatest reassurance, worried the system would retract his heavenly Tao foundation building cultivation after the life or death duel. Now he knew those fears were unfounded. After further cursing the system quietly, Fang Chen turned to the massive spherical stone blocking the cave entrance. He struck it with great force, but found no effect. The stone was extraordinarily solid. The air was thick with tension and frustration. Clenching his fists, Fang Chen prepared to think through his next plan to escape. No one really knew where that huge stone sphere had come from. Fang Chen tried once again to pull out a teleportation talisman, hoping to leave instantly, but the rune's light flickered a few times before fading weakly. This helpless result left Fang Chen silent, sighing inwardly. To get him and Chu Qiner to cultivate together, Master really had gone to great lengths, even resorting to such a strange giant stone ball. Chu Qiner, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow at the enormous sphere, a hint of puzzlement in her expression. No matter how she looked at it, it bore a striking resemblance to some magical artifact she had seen before. After thinking it over several times, she decided to call for help. Sensing this, Fang Chen lowered his voice and pounded on the stone ball, shouting hard, "Master, Master." But then he hesitated, worried Chu Qiner might misunderstand and think that Li Fu and his master-student relationship had been revealed, or even suspect he was deliberately setting a trap using an aphrodisiac. He quickly whispered an explanation. "Senior Li likes me calling him master, and I can understand that." Chu Qiner didn't take these things to heart. She knew someone so willing to sacrifice everything for cultivation would never intentionally harm others. Besides, Fang Chen had taken the upside-down phoenix pill. No one would just casually give such a pill to themselves. No matter what, she couldn't believe this was a deliberate plot. Her gaze returned to the giant stone sphere, and thoughts flickered to Li Fu's face. Wait a minute, isn't this Sunya? She couldn't help but revisit the blurry memory in her mind. Thousands of years ago, in a secret realm, she had met Li Fu. Just like she had the alias Fallen Star, Li Fu was once called Sunya. At that time, Sunya had been a Decheng Great Ascension stage cultivator with unfathomable power, but everyone thought he had gone mad. The reason was that upon reaching Decheng, Sunya suddenly abandoned cultivation and focused solely on refining his body, claiming he wanted to shed his old techniques and cultivate immortality through the flesh. To everyone else, this was clearly madness. But now, Chu Qiner never expected that over thousands of years, Sunya really had gone insane. This situation was just too abnormal. As she pondered, a sudden roar erupted. The stone sphere was violently sucked away by a powerful invisible force, shooting straight up into the clouds and vanishing within the storm. Almost immediately after, the huge stone door of the cave slammed open. Li Fu's voice came from inside. "Disciple, you're back so soon?" "Master," Fang Chen responded, unable to hide his embarrassment. "This question is really hard for me to answer." Li Fu stepped into the cave and scanned the two of them, narrowing his eyes. He could clearly sense there was no trace of pure Yin energy in Fang Chen. "Master, I have a way to help you survive the tribulation. Please don't use such harmful methods on others anymore," Fang Chen said with cupped fists. "Hurting others? When have I ever hurt her?" Li Fu replied calmly. "In this world, besides cultivation, what could be more joyful?" Fang Chen was speechless, silently thinking, "Some genius, huh?" Li Fu continued, "And besides, with this method, one cultivates while the other survives the tribulation. You both benefit, so where is the harm? Besides, when she came, she said she was willing to sacrifice everything for cultivation. Who forced her?" Chu Qiner, observing quietly from the side, finally confirmed her judgment. This Su Nieno, Li Fu meant no harm. He was just a bit unbalanced in the head. She respectfully cupped her fists and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior. But for now, I don't need help with cultivation issues." For a moment, silence fell over the scene. Heavy emotions hung in the air, weaving subtly through the complicated mix of feelings that were difficult to put into words. To all my dear readers, Happy Lunar New Year's Eve. Due to many family traditions over this holiday, I won't have much time to write from today through tomorrow. So after posting this chapter, I won't be updating until the first day of the new year. I apologize for the break. Rest assured, on the first day, I will catch up by posting today's missed chapter along with the next two. Wishing you a joyful new year and all the best in everything. During this festive season, I hope everyone experiences completeness and harmony in every aspect. May your goals be fulfilled and your relationships flourish. May you enjoy sweet happiness, endless joy, and good health forever. Happy Spring Festival. In the new year, may all the countless reminders and teachings, the heartfelt emotions and tireless efforts, the praises from all around, and the gratitude in your heart bring you endless happiness throughout the Spring Festival and beyond. Though people and things remain the same, another year has passed. Whether you choose to remember or forget, life flows on simply. May today be good and tomorrow even better, with sincere wishes lingering in your heart. Happy New Year! As the bells of the Spring Festival gently ring, bidding farewell to the lingering memories of the past year and welcoming the vibrant energy of the new one, I send you my warmest wishes. May everything go smoothly for you, and your future be boundless. A word on rabbits. They have long tubular ears several times longer than wide, short tufted tails, and powerful hind legs much longer than their front limbs. There are 9 genera and 43 species mostly found across East and South Asia, Africa, and North America. A few live in Europe and South America. They prefer terrestrial habitats like deserts, grasslands, tropical woods, and forests. The new year is already here. My hope is for us all to stay safe and healthy, achieve what we wish for, get what we desire, and greet each day with happiness and free of worries. This wish goes to you, and to myself as well. That's all for now. Happy New Year. We'll meet again after the first day of the new year, when I will work hard to keep the updates coming. Wishing everyone great success in the year ahead. Goodbye for now. Really? Li Fu raised his eyebrows slightly, fixing Chu Qiner with a sharp gaze. Really? Chu Qiner nodded firmly. Then are you planning to practice my inherited technique? Li Fu pressed on. Senior, am not worthy. I can't achieve limb regeneration, Chu Qiner said calmly, but with unwavering resolvino hint of submissiveness. Li Fu snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Humph, then leave. Don't ever come to Tianyan Cliff again. Chu Qiner was taken aback, a flash of confusion crossing her mind. Wait, isn't it called Tianming Cliff? Fang Chen was equally puzzled, frowning as he said, isn't it Wudao Cliff and Qiancoin Cliff? Very well, senior. I take my leave. Chu Qiner cupped her fists and bowed, then glanced back at Fang Chen. Fang Chen, am leaving now. Thank you. No need to thank me. Fang Chen waved his hand, relief evident on his face. Chu Qiner turned and strode away swiftly, her figure soon vanishing into the distance. Watching her disappear, Fang Chen let out a long breath. Though the system no longer required him to assist her, he found himself increasingly wary of keeping close to her. After all, a resurrected demonic empress was like a ticking time bomb capable of blowing up at any moment, ready to tear him apart. At that moment, Li Fu suddenly spoke. So how do you plan to survive the tribulation now? Seeing his mentor bring it up, Fang Chen took the chance to ask cautiously, Master, I'm still unsure myself. Do you have any advice? How could I give you advice? Li Fu said coldly. Surviving the lightning tribulation is extremely simple. Do I need to tell you how to eat your meals, too? Fang Chen's heart tightened. He wanted to smack himself for opening his mouth in the first place. Li Fu's eyes darkened with a trace of disdain. Fine, I'm going now. Come find me after you pass the tribulation. And if you fail, no worries, reincarnate, and come see me again. I'll guide you on the path to transcend your mortal body. Fang Chen had no energy to retort. He bowed and said, Thank you, master. No need for thanks. Li Fu waved off the gratitude, then asked more seriously, but if you have any requests, speak up. Suddenly remembering something, Fang Chen cautiously ventured, Master, although I want to pass the tribulation, I expect to be covered in wounds and mentally weak afterward. If I'm attacked then, I'm afraid I can't defend myself. Could you possibly offer me some protection? He had never witnessed a lightning tribulation himself, but had learned from Li Fu's teachings that it was extremely dangerous and usually required a protector's aid. That gave him the courage to ask. Li Fu's tone was neutral. No problem. During your tribulation, use the jade token I gave you to send a message. It'll come immediately, no matter how far. Listening, Fang Chen held back, but eventually couldn't resist commenting, My dear Master Li Fu, can you be a little more realistic? That jade token you gave me before doesn't seem to be able to send any messages at all. Master, I accidentally lost the token. Could you give me another one? Fang Chen asked carefully. Li Fu's brow furrowed slightly, showing some displeasure. You lost it? How could you be so careless? Well, since you're my disciple, I can't be too harsh. He bent down, picked up a fist-sized stone, and gently placed it in Fang Chen's palm. Take good care of this one. The stone was cold and hard, but radiated an inexplicable mysterious energy. Fang Chen gripped it tightly, his heart filled with equal parts anxiety and hope. Fang Chen, you're really dropping the act. Master, take this, put it into your storage ring quickly. Li Fu's tone was firm, leaving no room for refusal. Fang Chen looked at Li Fu's face, so serious it almost made him helpless, and felt like crying without tears. Helplessly, he pounded his chest, silently reminding himself, Endure. You have to endure. Why are you hitting yourself like that? Li Fu frowned, then sneered, Trying to injure yourself to refine your body? That's the lowest form of cultivation for body practitioners. If you want to know the only true path to the Tao, it's through self-destruction of the body. Suppressing the urge to spit out blood, Fang Chen waved his hand and managed a weak smile. Master, I'm not trying to harm myself. I just have a bit of a cough. By the way, I have another question. Speak. Li Fu's voice was stern. If I have no spiritual power and can't use the message jade slips to summon you, is there any other way for me to contact you? Fang Chen asked, revealing a lingering worry. How could you have no spiritual power? Li Fu's brow furrowed. Master, you don't need to worry about that. I just want to know. Since you're omnipotent, there must be another way for me to reach you when I have no spiritual energy, right? Fang Chen spoke sincerely. Li Fu nodded slightly. Since I'm powerful, of course there is. What is it? Fang Chen's eyes shone with anticipation. You only need to utter my true name. No matter how far you are, as long as you haven't left this world, I can find you. Li Fu's tone was calm, but carried undeniable authority. Really? Fang Chen was stunned. What kind of ability is that? Just by saying your true name, you can summon someone? I have glimpsed the secrets of heaven and touched the position of an immortal lord. My power is beyond your imagination. Li Fu said coldly. Thank you, master. Fang Chen immediately cupped his fists in gratitude. Since nothing else, I will be going now. Li Fu finished speaking and turned to leave. Fang Chen watched Li Fu step into the void, his figure gradually fading away, then remained silent for a moment. He had planned to return directly to the mansion, but suddenly hesitated. He thought to himself, no, he's way too unreliable. What if this is just a trick? To be safe, I should. After much hesitation, he finally decided to try. He opened his mouth and whispered softly, Li Fu. No sooner had the words fallen than Li Fu's voice came from behind the silent enlightenment cliff. What do you want? Fang Chen turned around in shock to see Li Fu quietly appear, as if he had never been far away. His master really came when he called. Overjoyed, all his previous doubts vanished. In truth, he had feared the disappointment of failure and upsetting his master, but weighing the risks, he took the chance and it paid off. What do you want? Make it something useful. Li Fu frowned deeply, his expression grim. I just encountered a flying bird with excellent innate bones and was about to accept it as a disciple. If you hadn't suddenly called me, you'd have a junior sister by now. Li Fu sneered mockingly. Fang Chen was speechless. Accepting a bird as a disciple? That's too casual. Master, sorry to bother you. I just remembered I hadn't properly greeted you yet, and worried it might disrespect your wise and powerful presence. That's why I called you over. Please forgive me. Fang Chen hurriedly explained, putting on a serious face. Li Fu's expression softened slightly. All right then, he'll forgive you this time. Don't call me casually again. Yes. Fang Chen cupped his fists in response. The next moment, Li Fu took off after a flock of swallows, flying towards the horizon, coldly shouting, Wait, are you willing to learn my legacy? The swallows, without hesitation, were terrified and scattered far away. In the distance, Fang Chen faintly heard Li Fu snort coldly before his presence gradually faded, leaving behind a heavy silence. After leaving Enlightenment Cliff, Fang Chen returned to Mounting Guang Lake. After resting for the night, a faint shade of dawn slowly crept over the horizon, quickly spreading into a brilliant, dazzling golden glow. Standing atop the mountain peak, Fang Chen gently patted the head of Yixiong, who had shrunk into the form of a cat on his shoulder, signaling it to stay small. Now, with Li Fu as his protector, the dual defenses of Danran Order and the Xuanwu Shield, the protection of the Chizuan Ring, and his constitution that made it difficult for anyone other than a fate born to harm him, Fang Chen felt nearly invincible in this region. As he descended for further training, he had both a solid foundation and strong safeguards. The only challenge ahead was the imminent Thunder Tribulation. Setting out on the path back to his sect, Fang Chen strode across the shimmering, crystal-clear waters of Yingguang Lake. Before him rose a massive rock about 10 meters high, standing proudly. Painted in bright red on its surface were the three characters Danran Sect, written in a graceful and free-flowing calligraphy that exuded an air of serene transcendence. This was the mountain gate of the Danran Sect. Beneath the gate stood 16 bronze statues of celestial soldiers, arranged neatly. The bronze gleamed in the morning light, their forms uniform and clad in armor. Fang Chen had heard these statues were genuine immortal soldiers. If enemies attacked, activating even one could unleash overwhelming power and an imposing presence. Passing the solemn bronze guards, Fang Chen reached the gate, where two disciple sentries immediately came into view. The guards of the Danran sect didn't need exceptional strength, since anyone daring to cause trouble there was beyond their ability to stop. However, there was an unspoken rule about these disciples' names: they had to be handsome. Both wore matching blue Taoist robes and stood tall and poised, with handsome faces and cultivation levels around foundation establishment, grades 4 or 5. Fang Chen couldn't help but think, as expected of a major sect. Even randomly picking two guards, they're well-dressed and good-looking. Truly rare. Yet he also felt a slight regret: if only he could descend the mountain in the afternoon, he might see some attractive senior sisters. Good morning, senior brothers. Fang Chen stepped forward and cupped his fist politely. You and your beast, are you heading down the mountain? One cheerful youth asked in a clear and refreshing voice. Yes, Fang Chen nodded gently. Then please hand over your sect token, the other said sternly. Fang Chen took out the token and handed it over. After careful inspection, The youth said, "Since you bear a life and death contract, you must return within the specified time." "I understand," Fang Chen replied with a nod. He had already known all these details when he escaped the Danran sect a few days earlier. After the formalities, Fang Chen set off from the mountain gate, Yixiong still shrunken in cat form on his shoulder. Once outside the sect, he retrieved a flying vessel from his storage ring. This vessel had been a gift from the Fang family 10 years ago, a Foundation establishment stage treasure designed specifically for flight. The original master had been confident about reaching Foundation establishment soon and spent a fortune on it but never got to use it before passing away. Now it was Fang Chen's good fortune. Next, Fang Chen placed the spirit stones into the flying vessel and formed the activation hand seals. With a low, steady hum, the vessel emitted a soft glow. In an instant, Fang Chen and Yixiong aboard the flying vessel burst forth as a streak of light, shooting rapidly toward the horizon. After crossing countless rolling mountains and babbling streams, Fang Chen finally stopped in front of the city gate of Yangwang City. Yangwang City, located at the edge of the eternal volcano, thrives thanks to the fire element materials produced by this ever-burning mountain. The environment around the eternal volcano is extremely harsh, making it impossible for ordinary humans to survive. Therefore, no mortals live inside Yangwang City. All residents are at least qi refining cultivators. If any mortal accidentally wanders in, the city guards will immediately escort them out. Standing before the gate, Fang Chen took out his sect token. The soldiers who had been ready to demand a toll or check his identity immediately ceased when they saw the token. They carefully examined its authenticity and confirmed Fang Chen's identity before speaking. Disciple of Danran's sect, no inspection, no fee, go right in. Just that simple? Fang Chen asked with slight surprise. The city lord belongs to Danran's sect, so it's naturally straightforward. The guard smiled in explanation. Fang Chen thought to himself, so this is the advantage of a powerful sect? Fang Chen, let's go eat. I'm hungry, the small winged beast perched on his shoulder said excitedly in a ferocious voice. Wait a moment, don't be impatient. Fang Chen waved a hand to interrupt. Eating can wait. The priority now is to find the information I need. I'm not hungry. Upon entering Yangwang City, Fang Chen found a quiet corner and used a magical treasure to quickly conceal his appearance with a simple disguise. Since this was Danran's sect's territory, acquaintances might recognize him otherwise. Careful disguise to avoid detection by former friends was crucial. After all, this was not sect grounds. Violence and fighting frequently broke out, and secret assassinations were common. Anyone seeking revenge would show no mercy. After hiding his true face, Fang Chen began gathering intelligence related to the fire calamity, focusing intently for a long while until hunger finally caught up with him. He then found an inn to rest and eat while organizing the information he had just collected. Inside the room came the sounds of his winged companion wolfing down food. Howl, howl, clatter, clatter. Fang Chen nibbled on braised beef as he carefully pondered the contents of a jade slip. The eternal volcano is divided into 3 zones. The outer zone, despite the wild and scorching spirit energy, is comparatively mild. Qi refining cultivators only need to take a water element calm heart pill every 2 hours to clear minor fire toxins and can continue collecting fire element rare materials. The second is the fire calamity zone. The spirit energy here is extremely fierce. Qi refining cultivators entering must constantly take the calm heart pill, or fire toxins will spread ranging from mild poisoning to death. Foundation establishment cultivators must take it every 2 hours, while golden core cultivators and above are immune thanks to their own spiritual power. Fang Chen was a special case. He already had the Fire Calamity King inside him, so entering the Fire Calamity Zone was like returning home. Every breath was filled with familiar, comforting flame energy. This was exactly his ultimate goal on this trip, collecting the Fire Calamity. The third zone is the Fire Core Zone. Recently, word spread that this area was sealed off by powerful experts, forbidding anyone but the strong to enter. Fang Chen pondered deeply, gently stroking his chin. The Fire Calamity King has already appeared? The fiery core of the 10,000-year volcano has always been the most dangerous place. Even when the Fire Fiend King wasn't present, the blazing fiends inside were so ferocious that ordinary cultivators couldn't get anywhere near. Now that area was completely sealed off naturally, because the Fire Fiend King had been born. Others might still be confused or in the dark, but Fang Chen was perfectly clear. If his guess was right, multiple powerful experts from the Transformation God stage had already gathered deep within the fiery core. Once Shao Qing arrived, the Fire Fiend King would inevitably be completely suppressed and forced to flee. Fang Chen muttered to himself. He understood that the Fire Fiend King was tailor-made as an opponent for Shao Qing, the child of destiny. Before Shao Qing reached the volcano, the Fire Fiend King would painfully cling to life in the core, no matter what. Under normal circumstances, once Shao Qing showed up, the Fiend King would flee the core by chance, encounter Shao Qing, and then be consumed and refined by him. Fang Chen silently calculated this, deciding he must act carefully, ideally to avoid entering the volcano alongside Shao Qing. Scratching his chin thoughtfully, he carefully finalized his plan to enter the volcano and collect fiery fiends. Just then, he felt a long-lost sense of satisfaction and said softly, finally eating food from outside deep feels so good. At this moment, Ishiong had just finished eating too, its tiger-like jaws slick with grease, and its whole body giving off the strong, raw smell of fresh meat. It flipped over, stretching out arrogantly on the spacious table, its pale, shining belly fully exposed. Ishiong was still in a shrunken form, essentially indistinguishable from a black and white cat, so it could roll freely on the tabletop without drawing attention. Seeing Ishiong so comfortable, Fang Chen felt a pang of unease and teased. You're not picky, right? There's tiger meat here, you know. Ishiong paused and glanced at Fang Chen sideways, as if seeing through his attempt to disgust it, then sneered, what does meat matter? I'd eat human meat just as eagerly. Besides, I've eaten tiger meat before. There's no tiger meat here, don't lie to me. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned and thought, wow, this one really has attitude. He shifted tactics and continued to mock. You degenerate. Eating your own kind. How disgusting. But standing on moral high ground to scold Ishiong was useless. The creature took 2 sips of water, rinsed its mouth leisurely, then replied calmly, I'm eating my own flesh. Fang Chen clenched his teeth angrily and cursed. Eating your own flesh? That's even more pathetic. Come on, I only ate that crap because I was starving. You're worse using your own arm to refine pills. Ishiong looked at him contemptuously and said, Fang Chen am. Unable to win the verbal sparring, Fang Chen snorted coldly, believe it or not, I'll send you back right now. Yixiong's body stiffened abruptly, glaring at him fiercely. But soon it accepted harsh reality and shifted its tone to a meek one. I'm lowly, please forgive me. After all, it had only just enjoyed fresh air for about an hour and a half. It really didn't want to return to the Danran sect so soon. Fang Chen nodded approvingly. That's better. Smart people know when to adapt. Seeing this, Ishiong hurried to ingratiate itself. You're right. So, when can we go out and play? Having just eaten, its mind naturally turned from food to fun. Fang Chen glanced at Ishiong, about to make a dismissive reply. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, Hey, isn't that our big loser Xiaoqing? What a coincidence to run into you here. A voice dripping with sarcasm suddenly cut through the dim atmosphere of the inn. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat at the sound, and he quickly turned around, his eyes lighting up with surprise. In the corner stood Xiaoqing, dressed in a coarse linen robe, his figure plain and unremarkable amid the bustling crowd. Yet, he was surrounded by 3 men, all wearing contemptuous expressions with cold smirks. At the front was the man who had just spoken mockingly. Xiaoqing's face darkened immediately, his fists clenched tightly as he sneered quietly. Wang Hu? Recognizing them instantly, Fang Chen recalled in his mind. These 3 were Zhang Tian's close disciples from the Danran sect, the very same bullies who often tormented Xiaoqing. Wang Hu, Ishiong, and another manel mediocre cultivators lingering around the 6th or 7th level of qi refinement. Wang Hu lifted his chin arrogantly, his tone full of derision. That's right, I'm the Tiger Lord Wang Hu. Ishiong sneered from the side. The Real Tiger Lord is me. What are you, some nobody? Fang Chen nodded subtly, appreciating the pointed truth in Ishiong's taunt. Xiaoqing's eyes dimmed as he retorted coldly. Humph, you're just Zhang Tian's lapdog. How dare you call yourself Tiger Lord? What did you say? Wang Hu's face twisted with scorn at the insult, a cold laugh slipping out. You worthless fool. What right do you have to mock me? Believe it or not, I'll crush you with a single punch. Come on. Unflinching, Xiaoqing's gaze hardened steel didn't back down. Seeing this, Fang Chen seized the distraction to quietly stand and gently tug Ishiong away. He knew very well given Xiaoqing's mere 4th level qi refinement that this fight wouldn't be easily won. But the outcome was somewhat predictable. Sure enough, a commotion erupted soon after within the inn, followed by waves of astonished whispers flooding the crowd. What? That kid is only at qi refinement level 4 and dared to challenge a level 6 senior disciple? His strength is terrifying. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow, but only one thought filled his mind. He had to enter the 10,000-year volcano as soon as possible. Had noticed Xiaoqing's aura was somewhat fatigued, clearly just having left the Danran sect and recently arrived in Yanguang City. Xiaoqing would need to rest for a night to reach peak condition before attempting the volcano again tomorrow. Taking advantage of this window, Fang Chen planned to head into the fiery flame zone immediately to gather the fiery flame essence, avoiding the attention and entanglements of higher-level cultivators. Not long after leaving, Ishiong suddenly insisted on going off to play. Fang Chen had no choice but to let him roam freely for half an hour, agreeing to regroup at the city gate. He warned Ishiong repeatedly that if caught, he'd get no rescue from him. Watching Ishiong walk away, Fang Chen quietly calculated. The other's cultivation was much stronger. If trouble arose, there was nothing he could do to help. He then proceeded directly into a shop called Medicine King Pavilion in the city. A few steps inside, a servant boy dressed in simple cloth hurried over respectfully and greeted, Greetings, immortal master. Seeing the uniform style of the boy's clothes, Fang Chen's mind clicked. It was the standard outfit of the Danren apothecary. Obviously, Elder Hua had rebranded the Danren apothecary to keep profiting in Yanguang City. Scanning the store's interior, Fang Chen asked, "May I ask, what poisons do you have here?" This time, Fang Chen came to the Medicine King Pavilion with the purpose of replenishing his supply of poisons. Yesterday, while struggling with Chu Qiner in the cave, he realized that he had completely used up the toxins he carried. Knowing that poison was a vital life-saving weapon, Fang Chen was well aware that it was safer to have plenty on hand. The Medicine King Pavilion offered an extensive variety of poisons. Some caused acute, explosive effects, while others worked slowly and insidiously. Some inflicted unbearable pain that made victims lose control, and others induced mental chaos, causing the mind to collapse and death to follow. A servant dressed in simple cloth stood behind the counter and bowed slightly, asking, "Which type of poison does the immortal master need?" Fang Chen casually inquired, "Which are cheap and which are expensive?" The servant answered candidly, "The more covert the method of poisoning, the higher the price. Actually, the deadliest poisons tend to have strong odors and bright colors. Because they're so obvious, they're relatively cheap. Those overt poisons hardly sell, hardly anyone chooses them." Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart leapt with delight. "Then give me all the poisons with obvious traits as long as they can take down cultivators at Foundation establishment stage or higher." The servant's eyes brightened instantly, unable to hide his excitement. He hadn't expected Fang Chen to buy this batch of slow-selling stock all at once. But just as he was about to get the poisons, he hesitated and, out of a sense of responsibility, warned, "However, Immortal Master, our Medicine King Pavilion never cheats customers. If these poisons are used for actual poisoning, I'm afraid they won't be very effective. Dogs wouldn't even eat them." Fang Chen furrowed his brows briefly, then smiled. "All right, I understand." Seeing this, the servant's heart tightened with an inexplicable unease. Flustered, he forced a nervous chuckle and hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, honored guest," before slipping away to fetch the poisons. Before long, Fang Chen carried away the entire batch of poisons that even dogs wouldn't eat, leaving the Medicine King Pavilion without a glance back. Outside the city gates of Yangguang City, Fang Chen met his companion Yixiong as scheduled. Yixiong spoke grandly about going out for some fun, but in reality, he spent half an hour lounging on a rooftop basking in the sun, not venturing far. Fang Chen teased him harshly, hitting a soft spot. "You didn't even bother to find a couple of little she-cats." Yixiong remained calm and said, "Only after basking in a few inches of sunlight can one know true freedom. Compared to lust, I prefer the company of liberty's breath. You only know how to submit to desire, but have no idea what it means to truly feel unrestrained. You don't comprehend my realm, Fang Chen." Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Then he asked coldly, "You want to return to the Danran sect?" The black and white demon tiger immediately dropped his head in submission. "I was wrong. Yes, I did chase after two little she-cats just now, but one was the spirit pet of a golden core cultivator. I didn't dare to touch them. After that, I didn't see any other cats." Fang Chen couldn't help but sneer. Useless. Time passed. In the silent wasteland, blistering flames leapt sporadically, the heat waves distorting the air. The fiery serpents writhed wildly, painting the sky and earth crimson. From above, one would see the cracked surface scarred by deep pits, where scorched yellow earth mixed with blood-red flowing magma. At the center of this volcanic crater, 8 cultivators stood suspended in midair, 5 men and 3 women, all holding distinguished status, each dressed and shaped uniquely. In the very center hung a gigantic golden lantern, but instead of flame inside, there was a pool of crystal-clear blue spring water, strikingly vivid against the fiery surroundings. The clear spring shimmered with a faint glow, sending waves of cool air cascading downward. Each drop that fell made a sizzling sound deep within the volcano. As scalding flames were dispersed, and swirling white mist rose up. "This fire Sha King, who knows when it will dare to show itself? It's already been refining for days," the purple-haired elder said, narrowing his fierce eyes. "Dao friend you. There's no need to rush." A clear, youthful voice rang out. Everyone turned to look at the little girl, no more than 7 or 8 years old. She wore a blue robe, her black hair tied in 2 small buns, and her clear eyes revealed no emotion. To an outsider, she looked like just an ordinary child who hadn't yet entered the immortal sect. But the gazes of those present were filled with deep caution and respect. "And Rao, the only cultivator in the transformation god stage here. I think the Fire Sha King would best be refined longer by the green wave lamp, until all its strength is drained," she continued. "Dao Frienden, that's a mistaken view," the purple-haired elder Yu Hai Long said, lowering his eyelids. "If the Fire Sha King is truly weakened to nothing, then when we try to harness it, its power may be greatly diminished." "Enough, Yu Hai Long, stop your whining," said a fat cultivator with a sneer. "If you really want to force it out, why don't you go down yourself? We all know you're just afraid of being counterattacked at the end, trying to use us as your vanguard." "Zhang Yu, you fat fool, what did you say?" Yu Hailong's purple hair flared with anger. Enough. And Rao's voice remained clear and innocent. Stop bickering. Keep the green wave lamp running, or if the Fire Sha King escapes, I swear I'll smack you both. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong immediately broke out in a cold sweat. When I've finished refining the Fire Sha King, I will reward you all, and Rao said calmly. For now, be quiet. And don't even think about scheming, understand? We understand, they replied begrudgingly. While they argued, deep in the magma, a huge maggot-shaped creature formed from white flames lifted its cold gaze upward. After years of grueling cultivation and devouring countless kin, it had finally reached the rank of Fire Sha King not long ago. But the humans had appeared just as it was born. At first, it could suppress them with its cultivation, but they were well prepared, especially that child's magical treasury, a complete bane to it. After days of fierce battle, it was forced into retreat, unwillingly sheltering deep inside the volcano to resist. Now, it was at its breaking point. Suddenly, it twisted its head, excitement flashing in its eyes. A year from my kin. If I devour them, I could consume all the transformation god cultivators here. I'm just a little girl picking mushrooms, so, one more, and another at this very moment. Fang Chen stood in the Fire Sha zone, excitement flickering across his face as he muttered to himself. He performed hand seals, swinging his arms, absorbing one blazing Fire Sha after another into his body. This was the overwhelming power of the Fire Sha King. With the Fire Sha King's dominance, these fierce fire spirits had become his personal buffet, freely devoured at will. After absorbing a Fire Sha, Fang Chen sat cross-legged, his hands shimmering with spiritual energy, quickly refining the flames within him. However, although these Fire Sha boosted his Fire Sha power, they did nothing to advance his cultivation, which left him feeling resentful. His spiritual root aptitude felt unbearably poor. Silent sighs filled his mind as he planned ahead. Once my Dantian is filled with Fire Sha, then I can prepare for my tribulation. If I succeed, I'll find a way to squeeze some benefit from Shaoqing's task rewards. After that, they'll keep getting stronger, both offense and defense, working together. Meanwhile, Fang Chen focused on absorbing the Fire Sha energy. Beside him, Yixiong wiped sweat from his brow, listlessly slumping down in some shade. His face was a mask of helplessness and complaint. Why even bring me here? I can't help. I might as well go find that little she-cat. Despite his incredibly sturdy body able to withstand the heat, without a warm-hearted pill even, he now felt overwhelmed by the scorching waves. The tiger-striped fur on his skin was gradually burning from black and white to charred brown. Yixiong thought bitterly about how unbearable the heat was. Fang Chen grinned, his tone light. I brought you because I'm worried enemies might show up. Besides, don't you enjoy roaming around looking for Xiao Yao and Jitsun Yangwang? There's plenty of them. Hurry, go ahead, and look as much as you want. Yixiong sighed helplessly but was inwardly troubled, longing only to return to Danran's sect. Just as Yixiong's mood sank and Fang Chen happily immersed himself in the pleasure of absorbing Fire Sha, suddenly, a deafening explosion shook the fire core zone. Boom! The loud blast shattered the surrounding silence. The shockwave nearly knocked Fang Chen off his feet. His face immediately turned serious and shocked as he stared toward the fire core zone, muttering in disbelief. What the hell is going on? Just now, when the Fire Calamity King sensed Fang Chen's aura emerging within the Fire Calamity Zone, it swiftly made a decisive move. In midair, 8 cultivators at the Transformation Spirit stage had just ended their argument and refocused their minds, channeling spiritual energy into the array of the blue wave lantern. At that moment, the horizon suddenly blazed with a deep scarlet glow, like an untimely sunset prematurely spreading across the sky. The crimson radiance rapidly bathed the entire Sandier volcano, intensifying the already scorching spiritual energy until it became wild and uncontrollable. The keen transformation spirit cultivators immediately detected the abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy. A trace of surprise flickered across Rao's face. Then a faint smile curved on her fair skin. She calmly said, "Prepare to defend against the Fire Calamity Surge. It is making a desperate counterattack." At her words, a spark of excitement lit up the group. Although the Fire Calamity King possessed Return Void stage cultivation, it lacked the unique supreme techniques possessed by Return Void cultivators, limiting its strength to only a reinforced transformation spirit level. This was why these 8 specialists dared to confront it head-on. The Fire Calamity King's trump card was the divine technique known as the Fire Calamity Surge. Once unleashed, the Fire Calamity Surge would incite all Fire Calamity creatures within the Sandier volcano to rampage, crashing forth like a colossal tidal wave toward the designated target with devastating force. However, it came at a tremendous cost. After using this move, the Fire Calamity King would fall into extreme weakness, nearly unable to fight back. Thus, the Fire Calamity Surge was only employed when the Fire Calamity King's life hung by a thread. The 8 cultivators understood that if they could survive this attack, the king would be left powerless, and no matter how far it fled, it would become their prey. The outcome of resisting the Fire Calamity Surge went without saying. These 8 cultivators who dared to come here had long prepared thoroughly. Just as the 8 formed their array, the ground suddenly trembled with a deafening rumble. Buzz buzz buzz. The earth cracked open swiftly, and scalding lava surged out like towering waves. Before the 8 could react, a violent force erupted explosively from the volcano's core, shooting straight up to the clouds. Boom! Countless purple, red, and black fire calamity flames took shape as various beasts and humanoids, roaring furiously as they charged at the 8. Several cultivators became overwhelmed and injured in an instant. Everyone was shocked. The Fire Calamity King's strike was indeed fierce. With return void cultivation, its power truly was extraordinary. And Rao remained composed, showing no trace of panic. She softly said, "Don't be afraid. They'll handle this." No sooner had she spoken than she shouted loudly, "Activate." On the blue wave lantern, a golden droplet slowly descended. Facing the scorching, fierce wind, it rapidly expanded into a gigantic wave suspended in the sky. The golden wave transformed into a waterfall-like curtain that violently struck the savage fire calamity surge. The surge's sharpness was instantly blunted, and countless fire calamity flames were shattered into fragments by the rushing water. Seeing this, the 8 exhaled deeply as their protective array fully activated, resisting the fire calamity surge with all their might. Meanwhile, in the tense moment when everyone was struggling against the fire calamity surge, a white shadow flickered and quickly slipped away from the volcano's epicenter. "Friendin, it's gone," someone whispered in alarm. A female cultivator draped in a white robe stood resolute. Her shoulders tensed as she desperately resisted the scorching fire spirits sweeping in from all directions. Clenching her fists, she cast a sharp glance at Rao beside her, her voice heavy with vigilance. "That white phantom is the Fire Spirit King, trying to escape." Everyone present confirmed this at a glance. And Rao remained calm, her clear, youthful voice steady and unshaken. "It's fine. It won't get far, it's just a pawn in our hands." Meanwhile, deep within the fire spirit zone, a deafening explosion shattered the air, billowing smoke and furious flames surging like a tidal wave. Fang Chen looked down anxiously. The ground beneath was flooding with countless fire spirits pouring uncontrollably into the fire core area. The shock of the blast barely faded before an urgent warning flared in his heart. Without hesitation, he spun and shouted as he sprinted toward Yixiong. "Run." The situation's bad, retreat immediately. Something's wrong in the fire core area. Yixiong immediately sensed the danger upon hearing this. Without delay, he transformed. With a rumble, the massive black and white tiger appeared before him, eyes blazing fiercely, growling, "Get on." Using a burst of incredible speed, Yixiong leapt forward, overtaking Fang Chen and the flying boat in his hand. Fang Chen didn't hesitate. He jumped onto the tiger's back, and together they raced away. As they ran, his mind churned with questions. What exactly was happening? He knew the Fire Spirit King's ferocity and the peril of the Fire Spirit Tide. Seeing the spirits converging on the fire core area, it was clear the Fire Spirit King had launched his final battle move, the Fire Spirit Tide. But what puzzled him was that Shao Qing was still far away in Yingguang City, yet this group had started fighting early. Without the Fated One appearing, who dared to disrupt the order? He wondered in silence if the Fated One wasn't present, who would claim victory. Lost in these thoughts, Yixiong quickly broke free from the fire spirit zone's edge. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt a bit relieved. Yixiong might be unreliable at times, but as the only imperial-blooded sacred tiger of the Qingquan lineage, he was crucial in moments like these. Panting hard, Yixiong finally stopped, exhaustion evident, gasping, "Should be safe now." Fang Chen nodded, jumping down from the tiger's back and patting Yixiong's heavy frame. "Shrink down, I'll take you back." He was optimistic. Neither the Fire Spirit King nor the Divine Realm experts were the Fated One and unlikely to deliberately target a nobody like him. As long as they escaped the Fire Spirit Zone safely, they'd avoid harm. The priority now was to get back to Yingguang City quickly. Yixiong obeyed, shrinking instantly into a small black and white kitten, making it easy for Fang Chen to carry. But moments after shrinking, Yixiong suddenly felt the temperature soar, an oppressive weight pressing down on him. The kitten froze. "What's going on? After running, why do I feel so heavy? Could I really be this weak now?" Looking up, he wanted to ask Fang Chen if he felt anything unusual, but saw Fang Chen's face flush red, as if burned by fire. "You, what's wrong?" Yixiong's heart raced, but before he could ask more, nightmare struck. Fang Chen's 7 orifices erupted, spewing countless white fire spirits, dazzling like stars exploding. At the same time, his life force rapidly faded, visible to the naked eye. His body decayed and withered at an alarming speed. Witnessing this horrific scene, Yixiong screamed in terror, "Fang Chen!" Fang Chen's life force suddenly vanished, sending a chill through Yixiong's heart. Especially the fierce, blazing aura of the Fire Devil King radiating from Fang Chen's mouth and nose made Yixiong tremble all over. His hopes crushed. Knew clearly that Fang Chen was dead, and that he himself was doomed. As death approached, Yixiong murmured to himself. The Fire Devil King's aura within Fang Chen was just as powerful as that of a Void Return Elder from his clan. Suddenly, it all made sense. No wonder Fang Chen had suddenly and silently withdrawn just now. He must have sensed that the overwhelming Fire Devil King was locking onto him. A foundation stage cultivator carrying the Fire Devil King's power was truly extraordinary, able to immediately detect being targeted by this fearsome force. Yixiong sighed internally. Facing certain doom, escape was pointless. What mattered most now was to unleash his last desperate defensive move. Just as he prepared to act, a dizzy wave crashed over his mind like a tide, as if all his energy were being sucked away. He collapsed involuntarily, bracing for death. Fang Chen was dead, he thought grimly, and he would die alongside him. Yet suddenly the dizziness vanished. Yixiong's energy rebounded at an astonishing speed. His weakened, exhausted vitality visibly surged back. Stunned, he lifted his head and saw Fang Chen's face, once flushed red, now calm. His life force reversed course from feeble to vibrant with alarming rapidity. Having witnessed Fang Chen repeatedly die and revive due to his ancient divine body cultivation, Yixiong immediately understood this was resurrection. His mouth fell open in disbelief. This could actually come back to life? What kind of constitution allowed him to defy fate like this? He had never heard of anyone so hard to kill, especially since Fang Chen had once admitted he had a special physique. But even so, it shouldn't be this impossible to finish him off, right? It was understandable that Fang Chen could endure deadly toxins and revive, but now, when faced with the Fire Devil King at Void Return stage, Fang Chen was still able to stand alive? The gap was just staggering, elevating Yixiong's respect for him to new heights. At that moment, Fang Chen stood dazed in place, his eyes vacant. What had happened? He recalled that after forcing Yixiong to stop, a warm energy surged through his body. Then darkness engulfed him, hadn't even felt pain. If the system hadn't coldly reminded him in his mind that you must die by the hands of the child of fate, he wouldn't have been sure he had even died at all. This was exactly what it was like for a low-level cultivator facing a top-tier opponent. No reaction time, no chance for thought before being instantly killed. Especially with the Fire Devil King's silent ambush. Even 7 divine transformation experts at the scene had failed to react in time. What chance did Fang Chen, a mere first-grade foundation stage cultivator, have for resistance? Even after the Fire Devil King unleashed his devastating fire tide, killing Fang Chen would have taken only moments. This was the difference in strength. After reviving, Fang Chen spotted the sudden appearance of white fireworms in his dantian and panicked Fire Devil King. How did this thing sneak into his body? It should still be fiercely battling those divine transformation experts instead, right? At this moment, the Fire Fiend King, who had been ready to feast, was stunned. Fang Chen's strange revival completely scorched his already small brain. His barren intellect couldn't comprehend what was happening. Why was this happening? In the past, he could easily extinguish entire groups of foundational stage fire fiends with a single breath. But now, this fellow of the same kind died and still came back to life? Screech, screech, screech. After a brief silence, the Fire Fiend King dared not act rashly and only emitted a few sharp, piercing cries. This was the language of communication among fire fiends. Although Fang Chen hadn't specifically learned it, he naturally understood due to having the Fire Fiend King within him. The other was asking, "How can you revive?" Fang Chen replied politely with a couple of squeaks in a helpless tone, "Brother Fire, King, please leave." The Fire Fiend King's response was cold and blunt, "Impossible. I've finally found you, and am going to eat you to regain strength, so I can deal with those cultivators." Suddenly, Fang Chen understood why the Fire Fiend King had appeared out of nowhere. It was because it was attracted by the Fire Fiend King inside him, which led to his instant death. Had he known it wouldn't chase after him, Fang Chen helplessly shed tears. Just as Fang Chen lamented in his heart, the Fire Fiend King, seemingly impatient with waiting for a response, lunged again. Before he could react, he died once more. Boom. Endless white flames erupted from his 7 orifices, and his spiritual power evaporated instantly. This time, Yixiong was not particularly alarmed. He glanced around cautiously, then realized something and relaxed. Admiration flickered in his eyes as he thought, "Impressive." In a flash, Fang Chen quickly stood up again. Boom. Just as the newly revived Fang Chen was still off guard, flames shot out of his 7 orifices again, and his spiritual power evaporated once more. Yixiong blinked, curious. Why did he die again so soon? In a flash, Fang Chen stood upright again. Boom. Flame shot out. Up he stood. Boom. More flames. Up again. Boom. This cycle repeated again and again. Yixiong felt awkward, unsure how to react, should be terrified of this formidable enemy, but couldn't bring himself to be afraid. The Fire Fiend King was so useless it couldn't even kill Fang Chen. He couldn't help but sneer. Could this Fire Fiend King be fake? During each brief moment between revivals, Fang Chen's wide eyes fixed anxiously on Yixiong. This little tiger-headed fellow, why didn't he run? Run. Why are you just standing there watching? If the Fire Fiend King notices you, You're dead as many times as me. And there's still a group of transforming spirit cultivators behind you. Aren't you even a little worried? Fang Chen wanted to warn Yixiong to flee quickly, but was overwhelmed by the Fire Fiend King's relentless burning, his spiritual power constantly evaporating, leaving him unable to speak. Yixiong, having some education and a keen mind, noticed the strange look in Fang Chen's eyes. He immediately got up, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Are you trying to tell me something, Fang Chen?" Just as Fang Chen stood upright and opened his eyes wider, ready to nod, a blast of flames interrupted him again. This version keeps the narrative tight and fluid, vividly showing the Fire Fiend King's stupidity and Fang Chen's helplessness, while clearly portraying Yixiong's complex reaction. It avoids redundancy, maintains a strong visual tension, and fully preserves the plot and details. After Fang Chen came back to life, he wanted to nod in agreement with Yixiong's words, but before he could move, he suddenly died again. When he revived once more, his lips trembled as if trying to say run, but no sound came out before he collapsed again. Tears streaming down his face, Fang Chen could only strain his eyes, desperately looking towards Yanguang City, signaling Yixiong to escape quickly. Yixiong stood nearby, watching for a long time, utterly confused. Scratching his head, he still couldn't understand what Fang Chen was trying to say or draw any conclusions. Suddenly, a sharp whooshing sound cut through the air from afar, ringing in their ears. Shoo shoo shoo. Right after the sound, 8 figures appeared, riding the wind, before Fang Chen and Yixiong. Leading them was a young boy in a blue robe. He radiated a pure aura. His dark eyes sparkled like precious gems, and his delicate porcelain-like face aroused a natural instinct to protect him. These 8 figures were all spirit transformation stage cultivators who had just escaped from the Fire Core Zone's fiery tide. Among them, only An Rao was unharmed. The others bore various injuries, especially Yu Hailong, whose face was charred black as if scorched by flames. The fiery tide's searing toxicity was beyond what ordinary people could endure. The moment these 8 appeared, Yixiong's face instantly turned to Shenyi's expression far grimmer than when Fang Chen hovered between life and death. The aura radiating from these spirit transformation cultivators was overwhelming, like the apocalypse descending, suffocatingly oppressive. With a mere wave of their hands, they could easily snuff out the lives of Fang Chen and Yixiong. Right now, Yixiong was the most terrified. Despite his fierce-sounding name, he wasn't truly ferocious in nature. As Fang Chen's beast companion, he relied entirely on Fang Chen's Chizuan ring for protection. If these people targeted his imperial bloodline and took him by force, he would be utterly helpless. Thinking this, Yixiong curled up at Fang Chen's feet, trying to stay unnoticed. All 8 of them fixed their gaze intently on Fang Chen. As a disciple of a righteous sect, An Rao immediately sensed the danger Fang Chen was in and shouted sharply, "Save him!" Though Fang Chen had exerted all his efforts to conceal his aura, he could not fool these spirit transformation cultivators. And Rao clearly recognized that Fang Chen's body was being devoured by the Fire Fiend King. If left untreated, his life would be in grave danger. But when she said this, the others shook their heads, showing no hope at all. Undeterred, An Rao quickly summoned the Baibo lantern, intending to use its formation to save him. Yet to everyone's despair, just as the Baibo lantern lit up, Fang Chen suddenly spat out a burst of flame. And Rao's face darkened immediately, a shadow of gloom flickering in her eyes. Strictly speaking, Fang Chen's death was indirectly caused by her. The calamity of the fiery tide was triggered by her actions. Had she not brought this disaster, Fang Chen would never have fallen into such a plight. Even after years of cultivation and witnessing countless deaths, and Rao still found it hard to accept the fact that she was responsible for the death of a Foundation establishment-level young cultivator, drowning in guilt. Her companions understood her feelings, some scoffed, while others empathized, sinking into their own remorse alongside her. However, compared to Fang Chen's life and death, they all knew what truly mattered now was something else. Zhang Yu spoke slowly, "Daoistan, catch the Fire Fiend King first. After that, we can offer apologies to his sect." And Rao collected herself, nodding in agreement, and prepared to deploy the Baibo lantern formation. Then, unexpectedly, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes again, revived without warning. And Rao, Zhang Yu, Yu Hailong, and the other 5 all looked stunned. Zhang Ye's chubby face was full of disbelief as he murmured, "How is this possible?" They could clearly feel Fang Chen's life force gradually fading away, as if a candle wick was slowly being consumed. The vitality that had flickered before their eyes moments ago instantly vanished into nothingness. Wait, he's alive again just like that? The group had just breathed a sigh of relief, still trying to process what had happened, when an even more shocking scene unfolded. Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring around at everyone in terror, only to collapse abruptly again. Except for An Rao, the other 7 looked utterly confused. What on earth is he trying to do? Just when it seemed critical, Fang Chen revived once more. The 7's expressions grew increasingly strange as this eerie cycle continued, their emotions almost simultaneously shifting toward retreat. Everyone stepped back. At that moment, and Rao shouted sharply. Instinctively, the group quickly pulled away. When at a safe distance, someone couldn't help but ask, Daoistan, why are we retreating? We trust your judgment, but we don't understand the reason. And Rao's face turned serious, her voice dropping low. He's dying and coming back to life, then dying again. It's a technique of a return void Fangshu stage elder, or possibly something even stronger. Her tone trembled slightly. If I'm not mistaken, he's using the power of life and death to refine the Fire Sha King. She paused, sweeping her gaze around with a complex expression. No one here understands the return void stage better than I do. The reason he remains in a childlike state now is because he's trying to master the cycle of life and death. That's also why I retreated in such a hurry. I feared we were too close and might anger him. As Rao spoke, everyone's faces changed drastically. They stared at each other in disbelief. She continued explaining, what you saw wasn't death, but the compression of his internal spiritual power into nothingness, deliberately weakening the Fire Sha King's strength. This is exactly a return void ability, can easily switch between life and death states. He's probably a great master who has spent years at this stage. No sooner had she finished that everyone's eyes filled with dread again. In just a few dozen breaths, Fang Chen had died dozens of times. Watching him constantly toggle at death's edge without a hint of hesitation, his aura strangely stable, everyone's hearts trembled. This, indeed, was the power of the return void stage. That sounds ridiculous. I still think he's just an ordinary Foundation Establishment disciple. Someone couldn't help but challenge, eyes fixed suspiciously on Fang Chen. Why don't we just rush in and seize the Fire Sha King while we can? Yu Hailong muttered under his breath. I don't see any sign of return void energy. Looks purely Foundation Establishment to me. He studied Fang Chen for a long moment, finding not a trace of that advanced power. You go then. Zhang Yu sneered. Foundation Establishment? What nonsense. Don't drag me into your suicidal plans. The two instantly erupted into a heated argument. Yu Hailong snapped back angrily. I'm just making a suggestion. Despite his tough words, he was clearly nervous deep down otherwise. He wouldn't want someone else to lead. Zhang Yu kept mocking, suggestion? If he really was Foundation Establishment, why would it take the Fire Sha King so long to kill a mere Foundation Establishment disciple? Does that sound reasonable to you? Yu Hailong was speechless, glaring with flushed cheeks, but unable to respond. Look at his beast companion, just Foundation Establishment level. Which disciple has such a weak beast pet? Yu Hailong tried to retort using the beast as an argument, but was cut off by another cold snort. Yixiong, Zhang Yu said mockingly. You guys have had your eye on this guy for a while, haven't you? He even tried to hide it earlier. I thought no one noticed. As Zhang Yu's words fell, everyone's gaze shifted to the beast pet, Yixiong, their expressions turning complex and wary. A Foundation Establishment beast pet might be weak, but what if he's awakened the Qian Kuan sacred tiger bloodline? Zhang Yu smirked contemptuously. I haven't captured him to check his bloodline, but I've dealt with Qian Kuan sacred tigers many times. From my experience, his bloodline is not to be underestimated. He glanced at Yu Hailong, raising an eyebrow casually. Need me to explain that in more detail? Yu Hailong could only fall silent, speechless. Enough fighting, and Rao's eyes flickered as she lowered her voice. Since this elder refuses to speak, let's not rush away. Given his strength, he might refine the Fire Sha King completely within an hour. We'd better stick around and prepare to apologize properly when it's over. Anreo knew that rushing up to Fang Chen was bound to seem abrupt. To ease the awkwardness, she quickly took the initiative to apologize. After all, they were facing a powerful cultivator, and she didn't want to cause him trouble. The others nodded in agreement. Since that was the case, they would wait a little while. None of them feared staying. Even if Fang Chen were to kill them, it wouldn't matter. Anreo came from one of the 9 great sects, Yunling Dantian, a distinguished background. Her master had close ties with several powerful figures in the Danran sect. If Fang Chen really dared to attack Anreo and her group here, it would be courting death. As everyone quietly waited, Anreo looked at Fang Chen with a faint sigh. The Fire Sha King they had painstakingly been tracking and targeted all along could only yield to Fang Chen so meekly. 8 cultivators at the Huashan stage stood silently nearby, waiting for Fang Chen to finish refining the Fire Sha King and then apologize to them. Their faces were calm and composed. At this moment, however, Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock and confusion. Wait for me to refine the Fire Sha King before apologizing? You really have patience, he said wryly, tears suddenly streaming down his cheeks. Although he knew he wouldn't die, the current situation made survival almost impossible. If these people truly intended to stay for an hour, waiting for his life to end, he didn't even want to imagine what would happen. Did they think he was some prodigy with a unique constitution, intending to capture him to study? What was he supposed to do? He had to find a way to drive them off. It was precisely because Anreo had summoned the green wave lantern that Fang Chen could clearly feel the violent will of the Fire Sha King inside him being suppressed, its burning slowed. He finally found his voice. Suddenly, his expression sharpened as an idea struck him, and he called out, Li Fu, bring Master over. Have Master drive them off. Then help me deal with the fire shocking two birds with one stone. At once, the 8 Huashan cultivators all froze in surprise. Has this elder woken up? Zhang Yu muttered under his breath. Enreo and the others also exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why Fang Chen was suddenly speaking. At that moment, from the silent, scorching sky above, an old man appeared like a ghost. His face was solemn, figure tall, and hovering midair with no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. The 8 Huashan cultivators immediately showed shock and fear, their minds flooded with questions. Who was this man? How did he appear out of nowhere? Why could he levitate without using spiritual power? Life's arrival sent their hearts racing with terror. This was no ordinary cultivator they were used to, but an unfathomably powerful and mysterious being. Enreo immediately withdrew the green wave lantern she had left outside. In front of such a strong figure, she knew better than to act rashly. At the same time, Yixiong hurriedly shrank his form and slinked into Fang Chen's robes. Though behaving like a tiger-turned-cat was humiliating and awkward, facing such a bafflingly strong figure like Li Fu, Yixiong had no choice but to protect Fang Chen to avoid being dragged into even greater trouble. Li Fu ignored the 8 cultivators and first fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, frowning. Why did you summon me? Fang Chen was about to speak, but without the green wave lantern's suppression, the fire shocking inside him grew more enraged, launching a fierce counterattack that nearly incinerated him. Seeing Fang Chen suddenly perish, Life's face showed surprise. Dead. But just as he was stunned, Fang Chen miraculously revived, leaving Li Fu even more stunned. Alive again. Soon, his expression calmed, and with a composed tone, he said, "Oh right, you must have an incredibly strong constitution. Coming back to life is nothing remarkable for you. So this means you're practicing your cultivation? Then why do you need me while you're practicing?" Fang Chen's eyes widened. His chest felt full, words stuck in his throat, almost about to burst from holding them back. Li Fu still looked puzzled, his voice stern as he demanded, "Why aren't you speaking? Answer me." Fang Chen's mind spiraled in an endless loop, thoughts in chaos. Suddenly, Li Fu's gaze sharpened. "Wait, you have the fire shocking inside you?" He glanced at the faintly flickering flames within Fang Chen's body, realization dawning. "I get it. You've captured the fire shocking and plan to use it to endure the tribulation, right?" "That's right. The fire shocking's power is barely enough." Li Fu's eyes were resolute. Fang Chen looked helpless, thinking silently. "Master, look at me now though, I really look like someone who can use the fire shocking to overcome a tribulation?" Li Fu continued, "Very well, I will protect you during this." Just then, he noticed Rao and the other 7 standing nearby. His brow furrowed as he demanded, "What are you all doing here?" His sharp rebuke kept Rao relatively calm, but the others were scared stiff, their faces pale with terror. No wonder they all feared Li Fu's presence. He first spoke of special constitution, then the tribulation, the fire shocking barely sufficient. And yet, without a trace of spiritual power on him, he could withstand the intense heat of heaven and earth, standing firm in the void. He was clearly a powerful being beyond their comprehension. Because of this, their hearts trembled with unease and dread. From Li Fu's words, they deduced a crucial fact: the suddenly appearing elder must be the teacher of the cultivator on the ground. And that cultivator was about to face the tribulation, meaning they were at the tribulation crossing stage? Then Li Fu. Could he be at the Great Ascension stage? At this realization, all the divine spirit stage cultivators felt their heads buzz, almost unable to bear the shock. While everyone was still overwhelmed, Rao quickly clasped her hands and bowed to Li Fu. "Elder, we passed through here unintentionally and disturbed your disciple below. We sincerely apologize." Li Fu nodded slightly. "You show courtesy, and it is proper to apologize for disturbing my disciple. Then apologize properly. Once done, we'll leave it at that." Hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking the elder was not unreasonable after all, Fang Chen relaxed even more. Though events unfolded oddly, at least they were driven away. His master might seem unreliable sometimes, but in crucial moments, he really could come through. The group bowed deeply toward Fang Chen from a distance. "Elder, please forgive our rudeness. We meant no offense and ask for your pardon." Li Fu turned to Fang Chen. "What do you intend to do with them?" Fang Chen's eyes widened, inner voice shouting, "Of course I can forgive them," but he remained silent, simply staring at Li Fu. Li Fu frowned, not answering, dissatisfied. The 8 grew uneasy. Li Fu's tone turned cold. "I'm just saying, you think words are enough? You expect me to accept a mere apology? If I were you, I wouldn't agree." They all hastily nodded in agreement. And Rao quickly said, "Elder, you are right. We were out of line." For a moment, they all seemed to forget to offer any real compensation. Then the 8 silently produced gifts from their bodies, placing them into a single storage ring and sending it floating toward Li Fu. Li Fu reached out and took it, glancing over it dispassionately. Just trash. Anger flared in their hearts, but turned quickly to embarrassment. They had brought some decent items, yet Li Fu's blunt dismissal left them no way to argue. Still, Knowing Li Fu might be a legendary great ascension stage cultivator, they held their tongues. However, this will do for my disciple, Li Fu said lightly, placing the storage ring before Fang Chen. You take a look. If you're satisfied, I'll let them leave. At that moment, Fang Chen's face burned as if smoke poured from his 7 orifices. Between heaven and earth, everything was eerily silent at this moment, with only the occasional crisp crackle of flames breaking the quiet. Li Fu's gaze was fixed intently on Fang Chen's flickering life force, his brows slightly furrowed. He abandoned the thought of continuing his practice and instead turned his attention to the ring in his hand, coldly asking, "Stop practicing for now. Do you want this pile of trash, Fang Chen?" The surrounding Huashan cultivators gathered around as well. Fang Chen desperately looked at Li Fu, his eyes wide open, trying to convey with his gaze that he was quite satisfied. After all, these were the items the Huashan cultivators were offering. How bad could they really be? Yet Li Fu stared into Fang Chen's eyes, pondered for a moment, and then snorted coldly. Still not saying anything? Are you mad? You won't even respond when I speak to you? Just because I showed you this pile of junk, you're silent? This thing isn't even for me. What right do you have to get mad at me? What kind of attitude is this? No sooner had Li Fu's cold snort fallen than the entire 10th Sandier volcano suddenly froze, as if an invisible giant hand had descended from the sky, pressing down on the entire space. All the flames instantly solidified. Except for Rao, nearly all the other Huashan cultivators were so frightened by this sudden oppressive aura that their souls almost fled. Yu Hailong and Zhang Ye's legs weakened, nearly causing them to fall, and Rao's face turned pale, but thankfully she had activated a hidden protective shield early on, otherwise she would have knelt to the ground. His eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. What level of cultivation did Li Fu truly possess? How had he never heard of this man before? Li Fu's aura was overwhelmingly intimidating. His outward calmness belied the thunderous might behind every movement, chilling everyone to the core. This scene stunned all onlookers. Li Fu was so far away, yet a single cold snort sent shivers through their bodies and shattered their composure. Meanwhile, Fang Chen stood directly in front of Li Fu, unmoved by this world-shaking pressure. His expression remained calm as he continued to channel the power of life and death to suppress the Fire Calamity King, fully focused on his cultivation. And Rao and others couldn't help but form a shared thought: this man was truly formidable. Yet inside, Fang Chen was close to wetting his pants. He feared that if Li Fu lost control in anger, he would slap these people dead in a single strike. If Fang Chen hadn't repeatedly died and revived, he would have already been reduced to begging on the ground under this crushing presence. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. Everyone held their breath, silent, waiting for Fang Chen's response. The young man remained expressionless and silent. The tension between master and disciple was like two blades pressing against each other, ready to clash. Zhang Yu muttered inwardly, "This disciple is pretty rebellious." Yu Hailong admired silently, kneeling and begging before a master's anger. No, this guy's calm and focused cultivation in the face of danger shows real courage. Just as everyone speculated how Li Fu might erupt, the oppressive tension was suddenly shattered by a hearty laugh. Li Fu laughed loudly, his voice echoing between heaven and earth, instantly dispelling the pressure. The flames resumed their free dance, and the 8 Huashan cultivators finally relaxed. Li Fu spoke slowly, with a smile still lingering. "Not bad, not bad. I always thought you were obedient, but it turns out you have your own principles." Fang Chen looked puzzled. "What principles do I have?" Li Fu shook his head with a cold smile. "Forget it. I know you're displeased, so you didn't speak. This time, it'll help you get something worthwhile." The world returned to its original silence, with only the crackling flames remaining. A quiet turning point was unfolding. Li Fu turned his head and looked coldly at the 8 men. "I'll give you one more chance to meet my disciple's demands. If he's not satisfied, don't blame me for being ruthless." The 8 men sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts shaken. Li Fu continued, "Don't worry. My rebellious disciple may be hot-tempered, but I have always dealt kindly with others. As long as he's satisfied, I will definitely offer something of equal value." At these words, excitement flickered in their eyes. If they could receive gifts from this senior, it would be a great fortune. At that moment, Rao boldly spoke up. "Senior, I don't need your gifts, but I sincerely ask you to enlighten me." Li Fu frowned. "Enlighten you about what?" And Rao replied seriously, "I have reached the half-step to the void stage, yet the mysteries of life and death still elude me. I hope you can guide me." Li Fu studied Rao deeply for a moment, then nodded slightly. "Very well. As long as you can make him satisfied, I will lend you my aid." And Rao was overjoyed. The others exchanged surprised and grateful glances. This senior was so kind-hearted, even allowing requests to be changed and not dwelling on previous offers. Compared to another senior who had always been practicing there, his temper was evidently much worse. The 8 men hurriedly took out the newly prepared items and respectfully presented them to Li Fu for inspection. After a brief moment, they excitedly packed the new goods into storage rings and shot them toward Li Fu. Taking the rings, he gave a cold once-over and nodded slightly. Fine. It's still junk, but better than before. The group no longer felt awkward. Instead, they wore faint smiles of pride at his approval. Then Li Fu tossed 2 rings toward Fang Chen, saying indifferently, "They're all yours. Take a good look." Fang Chen stared at the floating rings, anger burning in his eyes. The world immediately fell into a heavy silence. The 8 men thought that the senior still wasn't satisfied and hadn't even looked carefully. How could his disciples' temper surpass his master's? They exchanged confused thoughts secretly. Li Fu frowned and breathed deeply several times, patiently waiting for a moment before losing control in a burst of rage. "You think this pile of trash isn't good enough?" The moment he spoke, the world grew eerily quiet. Flames trembled, birds and insects fell silent. Half of the 8 divine spirit cultivators dropped to their knees, the other 4 turning pale. Li Fu's fury was terrifying. Yet Fang Chen stubbornly repeated, "Dead or alive, dead or alive." Li Fu's anger grew hotter. "Don't be so greedy. Didn't you hear me? You're insatiable, and you dare glare at me like that? I'm punishing going to the heaven and earth longevity cliff to comprehend the Tao." Li Fu's heartbreak ran deep. That greed stabbed at his heart. Seeing this, Hailong couldn't help but sneer with glee. "See, this shows you can't be too greedy in life, losing the big for the small. Without the longevity cliff, that's a real loss." The other divine spirit cultivators nodded slightly, echoing his judgment. The heaven and earth longevity cliff, just the name, sounded like a top-tier sacred land. Being barred from entering was undoubtedly a huge loss. Yet Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Although the place was unfamiliar, by logic, it had to be extraordinary. Being unable to go there wouldn't do him much harm after all. After scolding Fang Chen, Li Fu saw that he remained silent and focused on his cultivation. With a cold snort, he said, "Since you're taking this so seriously, I'll hold back for now. We'll settle the score later." As his words fell, his gaze shifted to the 8 Huashan cultivators beside him. In a stern voice, he said, "My disciple was rude, but as his master, I won't fuss over this. You don't need to compensate any further." The 8 Huashan cultivators bowed in gratitude in unison. "Thank you, senior." They didn't leave right away, but looked at Li Fu expectantly. Li Fu's expression remained indifferent as he said deliberately, "As for the compensation I owe you, let me think it over." Hearing this, the group breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared most was Li Fu reneging on his word. Now that he brought it up himself, they felt reassured and even a bit respectful. This senior had a good temper, patience, and kept his promises, rare traits indeed. Secretly, some wished they could become his disciples. Li Fu pondered for a moment and then turned his gaze to Enrao. "Let's deal with your matter first." A few hints of excitement flashed across Enrao's face as she responded softly, "Thank you, senior." Li Fu appraised her from head to toe, his tone calm. "The mysteries of life and death are actually quite simple, but I can no longer guide Yumi realm is too high, and explaining it might harm you. So I plan to have him succeed in his tribulation first, then instruct you." He pointed toward Fang Chen, who was undergoing a dead handbirth trial. Fang Chen glanced over and muttered, "Master, what are you up to?" Li Fu continued, "As you can see, he has profound mastery over the Tao of life and death. If he leads you into that path, you can completely unravel the mystery. Are you willing?" And Rao replied eagerly, "Senior, I am very willing. But I wonder if it might trouble this senior?" She thought of Fang Chen's powerful but notoriously bad temper, far less approachable than Li Fu, and worried whether he'd agree. Fang Chen remained silent. Li Fu smiled coldly. "Trouble him? If he thought it a bother, I'd forbid him from ever stepping onto the heaven sand earth longevity cliff, forever barred from the immortal secrets." At these words, the 8 Huashan cultivators were stunned, their expressions changing dramatically. They silently marveled at how mysterious and precious the heaven sand earth longevity cliff must be. A look of firm conviction appeared in Enrao's eyes. Li Fu had clearly made his stance known, and she thought, in this world, no cultivator undergoing tribulation would give up immortality's secrets just because they didn't want to guide a Huashan cultivator. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, senior. How can I find you in the future?" Li Fu replied lightly, "Come to Danran's sect and look for him. His name is Fang Chen." Fang represents the round heaven and square earth. Chen means transcending the mundane. And Rao carefully took note and bowed deeply. "Thank you, senior." Li Fu then turned to the others behind her, his gaze firm. "Your turn now." They felt their blood stir and returned the salute loudly. "Senior." Their hearts churned with emotion. Li Fu had even imposed harsh punishment on Fang Chen to fulfill his promise to Enrao, showing his unwavering commitment to trust and honor. Because of this, they were filled with eager anticipation, desperate to see what astonishing treasure the enlightened elder who could peer into the secrets of immortality would present. Just at this tense moment, Li Fu slowly pulled 7 fist-sized stones from his storage ring and casually tossed them in front of the group. "Here, these are yours." The 7 stones hovered before their eyes, but the reactions they triggered couldn't have been more different. Joy instantly vanished, replaced by silence and shock. The 7 stared blankly, barely able to believe their senses. Could this really be the equivalent exchange for the precious treasures they held? But with their divine senses, honed to the peak during their nascent soul stage, they instantly confirmed. These are just ordinary stones. Beside them, Fang Chen sometimes stumbled, sometimes struggled to hold back, and finally stole a glance at the stones. He muttered quietly, "Good grief, where did my master get so many stones? Is the storage ring full of nothing but rocks? Then why not just take them all out?" Watching the 7 people become more and more awkward and stiff, Li Fu frowned and barked coldly. As his voice dropped, it was as if the peak of the 10th sandy-year-old volcano suddenly froze. Panic gripped the 7. Hastily, they gathered up the stones, but each felt utterly hopeless inside. This elder is definitely going back on his word. Nearby, and Rao stared blankly. Doubts creeping in rumor held that this elder kept his promises, yet now had casually tossed out 7 stones as if to brush them off. Quietly, she felt fortunate she hadn't accepted the gift, or else she'd be caught empty-handed holding stones. "You took my things, aren't you going to at least say thanks?" Li Fu snorted coldly, eyes flashing sharply across the group. The 7 forced grimaces far worse than crying, squeezing out, "Thank you. Elder He, we get it. You think these are worthless." Li Fu sneered, "I'm telling you, these aren't ordinary stones. You're gravely mistaken." The 7 froze, clearly not expecting this. Li Fu's voice deepened. "These stones are from the cliff of eternal heaven and earth." At this, their faces changed dramatically. The cliff of eternal heaven and earth? The legendary immortal cliff? To think these 7 stones came from there. Their earlier scorn vanished, replaced by genuine longing. And Rao was also shocked, inwardly regretting missing such a blessed gift. Li Fu continued, "If you don't want them now, return them and I'll exchange them for something else." The 7 hurriedly declined. "No, no. Elder, this is more than enough. We'll take them right away." They firmly refused to swap. Nodding, Li Fu said, "Very well, I'm giving you one chance to truly own them. Now leave." The 7 were overjoyed, clasped fists in thanks, and rushed down the ancient volcano, as if afraid Li Fu would change his mind. Watching their retreating backs, Li Fu nodded slightly, murmuring, "Fated by my immortal connection, that's your fortune. One day in the future, when you recall this moment, you'll be deeply grateful." Beside him, Fang Chen looked at Li Fu's serious face and felt a flicker of sympathy for those 7. Li Fu withdrew his gaze and turned to Fang Chen. "Not done training yet?" Fang Chen remained silent. Li Fu said lightly, "Since you're so dedicated, I won't disturb you. Practice as long as you want. Meanwhile, I'll guard the side. When you finish, it's time for your tribulation. I'll even keep an eye on your beast companion so it doesn't cause trouble nearby." As he spoke, Li Fu's eyes shifted, seeming to pierce the void, spotting the winged beast's trace. "Wing Xiong, aren't you coming out?" Wing Xiong hurried out, wearing a flattering smile, obediently saying, "Greetings, Elder. Are you inquiring about bloodlines?" Li Fu asked coldly, "What bloodline?" Wing Xiong proudly replied, "The Qianquan Sacred Tiger Clan, Imperial Grade bloodline." Li Fu nodded slightly, then asked, "Can broken limbs regenerate?" Wing Xiong quickly shook his head. Li Fu scoffed, "Ha, trash bloodline." Wing Xiong nearly lost face. Li Fu waved his hand, "Come here, don't disturb your master's training." Wing Xiong ran over, but glanced back at Fang Chen with lingering worry. Fang Chen's eyes widened, panic-stricken, as if burdened by a great weight, silently pleading to Wing Xiong, "Buddy, save me, I'm at my limit." Finally, relying on the rapport built through several matches, Wing Xiong cautiously voiced Fang Chen's doubt. "Elder, is Fang really training? Or has the Fire Calamity King lashed onto him?" Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes moistened, tears welling. "Wing Xiong, when I get back, they'll find you a whole harem of tigresses." The entire scene played out vividly, tightly wound with tension, as words and actions intertwined to reveal the character's inner turmoil. The atmosphere, so alive it seemed to leap from the page. As soon as the issue with Yixiong arose, Li Fu responded coolly, "You're overthinking it. How could my disciple possibly be entangled by the Fire Calamity King? Besides, if anything really happened to him, do you think I wouldn't notice? Or do you doubt my ability?" Yixiong was momentarily stunned and quickly explained, "Senior, that's not what I meant." Li Fu smiled lightly. "Good, then come with me." Without another word, he strode to one side. Seeing Li Fu's calm demeanor, Yixiong realized the logic in his words. A top-tier cultivator with a normal mind wouldn't fail to detect if his own disciple was in serious trouble. He had clearly been worrying needlessly. Feeling reassured, he smiled and followed Li Fu as they walked off to rest, leaving Fang Chen alone, his tension almost about to explode. After Li Fu and Yixiong decided to stand by and watch, Fang Chen entered the darkest period of his life. The Fire Calamity King seemed tireless, crazily clinging to him, relentlessly tearing and tormenting him without pause. Even the onlookers felt sympathy, but the Fire Calamity King was stubborn. Its would-be killers had long since fled, and no one was pursuing it anymore. Yet it stubbornly refused to let Fang Chen go and insisted on killing him. Fang Chen angrily shouted, "What the hell are you waiting for? Big guy, The ones trying to kill you are gone. What are you still making a fuss about? No matter how much he pleaded, the Fire Calamity King's gaze was resolute and cold, completely ignoring him, still tightly entwined and unwilling to leave. In the days that followed, Fang Chen was burned senseless, his consciousness fluctuating between clarity and confusion, drifting repeatedly between life and death. If he could use this chance to forge an ancient divine body, it would be a gain in the end. Unfortunately, he couldn't even activate his cultivation techniques early on. He could only endure passively, taking every blow helplessly. The only slight relief came from Yixiong, who voluntarily blocked many passing cultivators curious to investigate the area. Although Yixiong was only a 5th-rank Foundation establishment demon tiger and almost negligible before late nascent soul experts, he was still intimidating to ordinary cultivators. Whenever an expert above 5th-rank Foundation establishment approached, Yixiong would present Fang Chen's Danran Sect token. Since the Danran Sect's affairs were not to be interfered with lightly, and the Emberlight City cultivators had only been passing through the fiery heart zone with no intention to meddle, they naturally steered clear. Time passed little by little, and finally, Fang Chen's misfortune began to turn. Boom. Suddenly, the sky was swallowed by thick black clouds, as dark as midnight ink, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap that shook the entire millennia-old volcano. Then, a powerful repelling force burst forth from the storm clouds, locking sharply onto Fang Chen. At that moment, pain pierced his body like it was tearing apart, and an overwhelming loneliness spread through his chest. This isolation was even more suffocating than the immediate fear of death. This was the Thunder Tribulation, a heavenly judgment born to annihilate those who dared to transcend the cosmic rules. Seeing the tribulation descend, Fang Chen knew the time had come. His heart pounded like a drum. He had never imagined enduring such a trial, but now there was no choice but to face it head on. If he died, so be it. Had no option but to go all in. After all, the past 2 days had already felt like a cycle of life and death more intense than any meal had ever eaten. A flicker of confidence flashed in Fang Chen's eyes. With the Fire Fiend King he had devoured earlier, plus the elixir given by Hua Qirong, he should be able to withstand the Foundation Establishment Stage's lightning tribulation. But just then, a sudden realization hit him: hadn't taken the elixir yet. Remembering the lightning tribulation's strict restrictions against outside interference, his heart trembled violently, as if his very soul was about to scatter. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from the Fire Fiend King's iron-like chains, hastily reaching into his storage ring to retrieve the elixir. But no chance was given at all. An unfathomable mystical force abruptly enveloped him, locking his body immovably. He suddenly felt the connection to all his magical treasures severed instantly. Even his storage ring was powerless. At that moment, a dazed look came over Fang Chen's face, his heart drowning in despair. This was it, truly the end. Meanwhile, in the distance, Yixiong looked up, his face pale as he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. The lightning tribulation has arrived. Actually, he had known for days that Fang Chen would undergo the tribulation here. But facing this moment in reality, Yixiong still found it hard to believe. How could a Foundation Establishment cultivator draw such a powerful lightning tribulation? Li Fu slowly opened his eyes, his tone calm. Why be so nervous? This trifling lightning tribulation is nothing. Yixiong swallowed nervously, staring fearfully at the oppressive lightning storm overhead. His voice quivered. Isn't this terrifying enough? Not at all. You haven't even seen the truly frightening things yet. Li Fu stood up. Before his words finished, his spirit surged and he shot upward like a streak of light into the sky. Yixiong's expression shifted slightly, his heart shaken. More terrifying things? What kind of dangers had Fang Chen's master experienced? Li Fu soon appeared hovering midair, eyes firm, shouting to Fang Chen, I promise to protect you through this tribulation. Don't worry, no one will disrupt you. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Fu formed a hand seal and waved his hand. An incredibly profound force field instantly spread, shrouding the entire 10th Sandier volcano. Yixiong turned in surprise to see an invisible shield seemingly added at the volcano's borders, completely cutting off all insects, birds, and beasts below from approaching. With this shield, outsiders can't enter at all, nor can they see what's happening during your tribulation, Li Fu said calmly. Fang Chen shot a grateful glance at Li Fu, silently thinking, my master can still be reliable sometimes. With the shield blocking outside interference, no one would know Fang Chen was silently enduring the lightning tribulation. Yet bitterness welled inside him. Without the elixir's aid, whether he could survive the ordeal was still uncertain. Li Fu said, Yixiong and I will leave first. Staying here only strengthens the tribulation's power. If we remain, not only can we not help, but we'd drag you down. No sooner had he spoken than his figure blurred, and he vanished into the distant sky with Yixiong. With Li Fu gone, the world fell eerily silent. Fang Chen watched his master's departure without sorrow. He knew the tribulation forbade anyone assisting the cultivator. If someone forcibly remained nearby, it would only intensify the lightning's might. Li Fu's choice to leave was the right one. Staying meant certain death. Just as Fang Chen was lost in thought, a strange feeling stirred within. Wait a moment? Being close to the tribulation cultivator would increase the lightning strength? Then what about the Fire Fiend King? Before he could finish thinking, a deafening roar of thunder exploded, shaking the heavens. The lightning tribulation's aura surged, wild and overwhelming like a tidal wave crashing down. Fang Chen's eyes snapped wide open, despair flooding his heart. Damn it. Forget about not using the elixir. But now the tribulation has suddenly soared to the strength of a refinement stage lightning tribulation. What in the world is going on? Meanwhile, observing in secret from afar, Li Fu nodded with satisfaction. As expected of my disciple, the tribulation's strength has reached refinement stage level. Impressive indeed. Nearby, Yixiong was so terrified that his tiger face contorted. The intensity of the return to void stage? He could barely imagine whether Fang Chen would die on the spot if he truly rushed in. He didn't even dare to think in detail about just how terrifying the power of a return to void stage tribulation could be. However, Li Fu responded calmly and fearlessly. Not really. Like I said, the disciple I chose, how could he be that weak? Upon hearing this, Yixiong's eyes widened. Your disciple is indeed very impressive, but no matter how impressive, he can't possibly face a return to void stage tribulation with foundation establishment cultivation, can he? Attempting tribulation at foundation establishment is already outrageous enough, let alone when the power gap is this enormous? This clearly violates the fundamental laws of the cultivation world. Yixiong wanted to argue back, but seeing the unwavering confidence on Li Fu's face, the words on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down, leaving only silence in the end. Deep in his heart, Yixiong began to harbor a faint suspicion, perhaps, just as a possibility, just speculation, not truly thinking this way. Well, maybe Fang Chen's master had some issues with his brain? Just as Yixiong felt uneasy in his heart, over a dozen intermittent auras suddenly materialized in midair, like night soaked in thick ink, viscous and profound. The moment these auras appeared, the sky seemed to sprout countless eyes peering through the firmament, condensing out of thin air in this area, densely packed, like prey locked onto for a long time, shadowy and layered. In that instant, Yixiong completely bristled with fear, frantically jumping to Li Fu's feet and diving under his robe without hesitation. He tried desperately to shrink his body, simply because those auras were far too terrifying for this tiny foundation establishment cultivator to withstand. The strongest being Yixiong had ever seen was his own father. Back then, he had gathered with his 107 brothers atop the peak of Holy Tiger Valley to pay respects to their father. Even though his father only had the size of an ordinary tiger body, in Yixiong's heart, that image was like a towering mountain peak reaching millions of zhang high, vast and boundless, cold and imposing, with overwhelming pressure. It was precisely because of this that what he most admired and most aspired to become was a powerful being standing proudly like his father. But now, those faintly visible auras in the night sky transmitted an oppressive might and power that felt no different from what his father usually emanated. Whether it was righteous aura, demonic flames, or sinister unpredictability, Yixiong felt genuinely horrified as if he were still facing that father who filled him with awe. Therefore, at this moment, he had not a shred of courage left and completely shrank under Li Fu's robe. How can there be so many powerful beings? Could they all be demon saints? Yixiong thought in terror. He had heard his brothers say privately before that their father was very likely a demon saint, meaning a powerful being who had already reached the tribulation transcendence realm. And these auras before him reminded him of his father's pressure. They were very likely at least tribulation transcendence cultivators as well. Thinking of this, Yixiong felt his head spinning. He was still only at foundation establishment stage, suddenly facing so many tribulation transcendence realm auras. Panic and fear in his heart instantly climbed to its peak. At this moment, Li Fu looked at Yixiong, who had suddenly burrowed into his robe, and curled his lips slightly with an indifferent tone. What's there to be afraid of? Could they really get past me and kill you? Yixiong dared not make another sound. Li Fu calmly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over those surrounding auras, and issued a command with composure. All of you, disperse. This place is not for you to spy upon. As soon as the words fell, those circles upon circles of oppressive auras in the air suddenly faded away gradually and vanished without a trace. Li Fu glanced upward, and in that very moment, his face suddenly blurred in the eyes of all the hovering auras above, as if veiled by a thin mist impossible to discern clearly. The crowd looked toward Li Fu, the atmosphere instantly heavy and tense, then fell into complete silence. As the stillness spread, a strange presence in the air suddenly let out a harsh, mocking laugh, hoarse but tinged with sarcasm. Heh. In all these years, the Eastern Territory has not seen a tribulation descend. Now that fate has brought us together, since you are the protector of this tribulation cultivator, there's no need to be so stingy. Why not watch with us? Let the assembled cultivators gain a chance to comprehend the lightning tribulation. Today's cause will yield tomorrow's effect. and reap a reward in the future. These words echoed through the silent sky, like needles pricking at everyone's hearts. Though no one spoke, their gazes reflected the same thoughts as the speakers. Lightning tribulations are difficult to survive. After avoiding them for so many years, now that a genuine tribulation was unfolding, everyone longed to catch a glimpse and seize any opportunity to glean information. Although this lightning tribulation seemed strange appearing weak, as if from the nascent stage of spirit transformation normally, it should be fiercer at this crucial crossing. Many speculated that Li Fu must be using powerful magic to block the tribulation, fooling them into believing it was feeble. After weighing their thoughts, all decided to stay. Yet Li Fu had promised Fang Chen that no one would interfere. His expression calm, voice steady but filled with unyielding authority, he commanded simply, "Leave." The single word cut through the air like ice, freezing the atmosphere. The owner of the eerie presence first froze, then forced a bitter smile. "Sir, that's a bit too cold and merciless." Before the words faded, Li Fu's gaze swept past countless eyes filled with curiosity, settling coldly on a pair of jet-black pupils. His tone was harsh. "I respect reason. One glance tells me you are not human. There is no need to waste courtesy." Seeing this, the figure with black eyes immediately showed fear, exclaiming, "How is that possible?" Then abandoning any negotiation, fled hastily. Li Fu's cultivation far surpassed his. If Li Fu chose to attack, he could have destroyed the adversary's true form in an instant. Witnessing this, the others were shocked and no longer hesitated. Casting one last look at the ancient volcano shrouded in mist, its inner workings completely hidden, they all withdrew together. Moments later, the cloud-covered sky returned to calm. Beneath Li Fu's loose robes, Yixiong trembled all over, his heart flooded with admiration. Master Fang Chen's teacher truly is incredible. So many tribulation stage masters all retreated before him, not scared, not panicked, just calm and composed. It's awe-inspiring. Quickly, Yixiong inwardly apologized. "Sorry, Senior Li. I shouldn't have said you were foolish just now. You're so powerful, nothing could be wrong. If anyone had a problem, it's me, the tiger." Now, Yixiong no longer worried about Fang Chen's tribulation because Li Fu's confidence meant he was safe. So Yixiong slowly crawled out from under Li Fu's robes, his tiger-like eyes flashing disdain as he looked toward the dark sky that had just emptied. A smirk tugged at his lips, as if mocking. Who among those tribulation cultivators has the guts to come out and talk with Tiger Lord again? Just as Yixiong was feeling triumphant, a new aura suddenly arrived, making him instantly alert. He scrambled back under Li Fu's robes, but was stopped just in time. As the aura gradually solidified, Yixiong watched nervously. It was unlike the fierce and majestic auras from before, sometimes seeming like the early foundation building stage, other times like the golden core phase, uncertain and ever-changing. What shocked him most was that this aura wasn't sharp or aggressive. Instead, it radiated a serene peace that instantly calmed the entire scene. Facing this aura, Li Fu no longer hid his face and spoke calmly. "What brings you here? I thought you were in seclusion?" "Heh. Took a break from seclusion to stretch my legs and see who's passing the tribulation. Didn't expect to run into you." A middle-aged scholar in a white robe descended gracefully from midair, his demeanor refined and approachable. The thunder tribulation aura had alerted him, so naturally he came out to investigate. Since Yanguang City stood too close to Danran's sect, he would never allow any unstable factor to affect the sect. After the scholar appeared, Yixiong was shocked to notice a ring carved with a red mountain on the man's finger, the Chizuan ring. He immediately recognized the symbol. A thought struck him. Could this middle-aged man be a great power of Danran's sect? With that in mind, Yixiong instinctively shrank his neck and slipped into Li Fu's robe for cover. Last time he nearly attacked Jiangningi, but facing the true ancestor of Chizuan Mountain, he dared not act rashly. The middle-aged scholar landed beside Li Fu and glanced at him, and the millennia-old volcano blocking the view. After a brief sensing, surprise flashed across his face. This thunder tribulation, or it's only at the return void phase? So, you really have found your disciple? Found him. His name is Fang Chen, qualified to enter my Chizuan cliff. Li Fu replied slowly. The scholar fell silent for a moment, gazing at Li Fu with a complex expression. This guy's mind hasn't changed at all, no flexibility. How many new names has this been over the years now? Fang Chen. He muttered the name, then checked Danran's sect's roster. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, don't recognize him. I checked the elders and the record holders, there's no one named Fang Chen. This puzzled the scholar. Anyone who passed the return void tribulation like Fang Chen should at least have some official title. How could he not be on the list? Were Danran's sect's officials slacking and not updating the records? Or had Fang Chen been hiding his cultivation all along, ignoring worldly affairs? How would I know? The scholar shrugged helplessly. With my disciple's bad temper, he probably isn't any kind of elder anyway. You should investigate more when you go back. When they mentioned Fang Chen's temper, Li Fu snorted coldly. I advise you not to waste your breath. This guy doesn't like dealing with people. You might end up frustrated. The scholar burst out laughing. Huh? Really? Top geniuses often have bad tempers. I must see for myself. Though laughing aloud, he thought inwardly, nonsense. With Li Fu's current state, if Fang Chen has a bad temper, it surely isn't his fault. Li Fu must have stirred up some trouble and shifted the blame onto his disciple. He resolved that once back at the sect, he would dig through every corner to find Fang Chen. Anyone capable of meeting Li Fu's harsh cultivation standards was an Ancient Millennium talent. Even now, at the return void phase, his strength could rival those of the United Dao phase. A genius like that must be carefully preserved by Danran's sect. They'd immediately bring Fang Chen into the Elders' Council, shower him with spirit stones and treasures to bind him firmly to the sect. His gaze shifted and landed on Yixiong. By the way, where did this little tiger come from? Is it from the Qianquan Holy Tiger clan lineage, or one of imperial quality? He couldn't help but think silently. Not bad at all. The middle-aged scholar suppressed his thoughts and fixed his gaze on Yixiong, then exclaimed in surprise, an imperial-grade bloodline? This is the highest-ranking lineage in the demon realm, with immeasurable potential. With a little effort and nurturing, its future achievements would be limitless. And, his eyes flashed, the meat must be incredibly delicious. I once tasted the flesh of a demon saint with an imperial-grade bloodline. It was exquisitely flavorful and undoubtedly enhanced my cultivation depth. Yixiong immediately responded respectfully, supporting his body on his hind legs and bowing to the scholar. Taking inspiration from the scholar's address, he gave himself a nickname. Respectfully reporting, Elder, I am Fang Chen's beast companion, named Yixiong. You can just call me Little Tiger. A sly, worldly smile spread across his face. It had to be said that these years of training within the Danran sect had taught Yixiong plenty about social etiquette, which significantly lowered his chances of being hacked to pieces. Hearing this, the scholar's face showed a hint of regret. So you're Fang Chen's beast companion? He shook his head. Forget it then. It would have been better if you had been caught by Li Fu by mistake. That way the two could have parted ways immediately. Then a faint smile appeared on his face, full of approval. Good, very good. Fang Chen is fortunate to have such a promising beast companion like you. Overjoyed, Yixiong thought to himself. The elder is so kind, and even praises me. If the Danran sect knew, I would be walking with my head held high. He hurriedly replied modestly. You overpraise me, elder. It was only after my fierce battle with Fang Chen that I was deeply impressed by his strength. To accompany a master with such limitless potential is my greatest fortune. However, the scholar's smiling eyes suddenly darkened as he fixed a grave stare on Yixiong. Wait, what did you just say? You battled Fang Chen. The tone shifted sharply. Yixiong's heart tightened. Why was this big shot suddenly turning hostile? Did I say something wrong? He stammered. You said you fought Fang Chen? On what grounds do you claim to have battled him? The scholar furrowed his brows, suspicion in his eyes. Yixiong was stunned. He had clearly fought Fang Chen for a while, so why wouldn't he have that ability? He blinked, unable to answer. Being dissatisfied does no good. The scholar chuckled. Fang Chen's cultivation has already reached the returning void stage. While you're only at the foundation building stage, how could you possibly contend with him? That's unfair, elder. Yixiong hurried to explain, not wanting to lose the ally he had just gained. I'm not lying. Although Fang Chen is exceptionally gifted as a heavenly Dao foundation builder, he is only first rank, whereas I am fifth rank foundation builder. A battle between us is perfectly normal. The scholar's expression suddenly brightened. Ah, I see Fang Chen is foundation builder. No wonder that makes sense. But to be a heavenly Dao foundation builder is truly rare, an unparalleled genius. Such talent must be carefully nurtured. Wait a moment. His eyes suddenly narrowed with a rare stiffness. Did you say foundation builder stage? Exactly. Yixiong nodded vigorously. At that moment, an ominous feeling surged in the scholar's heart. Then what exactly is going on with the Thunder Tribulation? It seems that the Fire Sha King tangled with Fang Chen, which caused the Thunder Tribulation to reach the returning void stage. Elderly said it wouldn't affect him. Yixiong answered honestly. Hearing this, the scholar's face filled with questions. Fire Sha King? The Thunder Tribulation advancing to the returning void stage? What on earth is happening? His mind grew confused, his vision darkened, and his heart ached as if cut by a knife. Our Danran sect's peerless prodigy. Before he could finish, Li Fu's voice suddenly rang out from nearby, full of fury. Li Fu, are you crazy? Is this your disciple or an enemy? He's entangled by the Fire Sha King, and you still dare let him face the tribulation? Are you trying to kill him? Li Fu was about to retort, but furrowed his brows. Enough. Training is like this. It's not a matter of killing. Before he could finish, a piercing, agonized scream suddenly echoed from the depths of the 10th Sandier volcano, shaking the surrounding rocks. Rumble, rumble, a tremendous roar followed closely, and a scorching thunderbolt tore through the sky and earth, dimming even the stars. The 10th Sandier volcano was completely illuminated by this thunderbolt, its peaks sharply defined, and the darkness seemed to be lit by a massive torch. The middle-aged scholar stood frozen, his face pale in the thunderbolt's light, his heart churning with an indescribable mix of shock and dread. As the agonized scream suddenly pierced the air, the middle-aged scholar's whole body went limp, as if all his vitality had been drained away. His eyes stared blankly ahead, his face dazed, and he muttered to himself, "It's over. It's all over with the heavenly tribulation descending. How could Fang Chen possibly survive?" In that moment, the image in his mind was that disciple of the sect, once a transcendent prodigy poised for greatness, reduced to a charred, brittle corpse. The thought tore at the scholar's heart like a knife, causing unbearable pain. The next moment, he grabbed Li Fu by the collar and shouted angrily, "You killed my sect disciple. This isn't over between us. Dismantle the formation immediately. I'm going to save him." Meanwhile, Fang Chen, the one who should have been reduced to a blackened husk by the thunder tribulation, remained unharmed, limbs intact, and face calm. He stared steadily at the fiery king of flames falling from the horizon. The white little fireworm's eyes were glassy and vacant, as if it had lost its soul. In reality, the scream the middle-aged scholar heard wasn't Fang Chen's, but the fiery king's. Earlier, while Fang Chen was still stunned by the rapid growth of the tribulation clouds, the fiery king that had tormented him so mercilessly suddenly withdrew and stopped attacking, instead screaming in panic, a cry full of terror directed at the gathering storm clouds. Seeing this, a cold smirk tugged at Fang Chen's lips. "Heh, scared now? I told you to leave long ago, but you're too stubborn to go." The fiery king squeaked noisily, as if complaining, "You're so potent, it'd be a waste not to eat you first, Fang Chen." This little fireworm was shamelessly brazen, arguing as if it had a right to negotiate. Fang Chen grew even more triumphant, taunting, "Thinking you'll gain a big boost from me? Why don't you try this tribulation lightning instead? Thunder and lightning are an even bigger power-up." Ignoring Fang Chen's mockery, the fiery king let out a fierce roar and used all its strength to escape from his body, trying desperately to flee the thunderstorm's grasp. But once outside, it found no matter which direction it fled, the unbreakable chains of tribulation clouds relentlessly pursued, making escape impossible. In the end, it had no choice but to return reluctantly to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen teased, "No running now, huh? Don't even think about escaping. You and I are bound together by this thunder tribulation. Soon, we'll meet our end together." The fiery king screeched in rising panic. Fang Chen gloatingly mocked him in a way the fireworm could understand. "Your cultivation took so much effort, what a pity it's all for nothing." The fiery king howled furiously, flames shooting out fiercely toward Fang Chen, threatening to incinerate him. But Fang Chen stood firm, the fiery king's assault missing its mark. He smiled mockingly, "Tisk tsk, pathetic." Seeing Fang Chen still so hard to deal with, the fiery king gave up arguing and instead raised its head to gaze long and hard at the thick, blackened tribulation clouds swirling above. At last, a ferocious and sinister look appeared on the little white fireworm's face. "What are you trying to do?" Fang Chen's heart jolted sharply. The next second, the fiery king's actions left Fang Chen wide-eyed and thoroughly shocked. The fiery king's body suddenly transformed into a roiling ball of flames, surging fiercely toward the sky with absolute resolve and no fear. Fang Chen stared in disbelief. This guy is really that reckless? Just as the fiery king risked death climbing upward, the tribulation clouds ruthlessly unleashed a massive streak of dazzling blue lightning from the horizon, so immense it could illuminate the entire 10th Sandier volcano. Boom! The thunderclap was deafening. Then the fire calamity king let out a sharp, piercing scream and fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fang Chen was stunned, his mind blank for a moment before gradually clearing. Puzzled, he murmured to himself, "Why would you provoke him? Facing the thunder tribulation heathen? You really have guts. Do you think you can handle this guy? Getting hit by the thunder tribulation will shred you to pieces, don't you know that?" The fire calamity king didn't respond, but kept emitting those eerily human-like wails, filled with endless resentment and helplessness. Fang Chen sighed helplessly and pressed on, "I know you've hit a dead end and are obsessed with fighting the tribulation cloud to the bitter end. But with thunder tribulation, it's not about stubbornly throwing yourself at it until you're done for." The fire calamity king let out a few harsh, grating chirps. Fang Chen clearly recognized those sounds as an order to shut up. Shrugging, he didn't rub salt in the wound any further. Meanwhile, the sky darkened as if smeared with ink. The tribulation cloud made no move to press the advantage. Instead, it continued gathering energy, pulsing intensely. A fiercer, second thunder tribulation was about to strike. Legend has it the thunder tribulation comes in 9 waves, only surviving all 9 counts as truly overcoming the trial. After being hammered by the first thunderbolt, the fire calamity king struggled to gather his remaining energy. His figure gradually morphed back into its fierce, savage form as he once again charged toward the sky. Watching this stubborn blockhead, Fang Chen muttered under his breath, "How can the fire calamity king be so thick-headed? They say spirits are clever. Take the winged beast Yixiong the tiger. He's cunning, sly, cozying up to others, and playing both sides like a pro. But this fire calamity king? His intelligence seems drained. Just now, when he tangled inside me, He was so hard to deal with, obviously hiding something. He could have withdrawn quietly, watched from the shadows, then looked for a chance to devour me. Instead, he just clung on. Now faced with the thunder tribulation, instead of quickly rallying forces to defend, he chooses to go hidden. That's just plain foolish. Fang Chen knew full well there are many ways to survive the tribulation, but none that don't emphasize defense and caution. Some have tried to fight back against the thunder, but that's essentially suicidal. The tribulation's counterattack can stun or destroy the soul entirely. The Fire Calamity King's death here was already sealed. That's why Fang Chen increasingly suspected the Fire Calamity King's stupid choices were the result of some hidden plot against him. His recklessness didn't fit the danger he faced. When confronting such a deadly trial, survival should be the priority, not reckless bravado. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap exploded. The Fire Calamity King screamed in agony and crashed down again. The edges of his flaming body distorted with a strange, illusory aura, and his mandibles sent out waves of bitter hatred and viciousness. Seeing this, a spark of insight lit up Fang Chen's mind, and his eyes widened. Had finally uncovered the Fire Calamity King's secret. If the Fire Calamity King's intelligence wasn't as limited as it appeared, stubborn and prideful though he was, once he reached the formidable return void stage, he could easily obliterate enemies 1,000,000 times his power at the Foundation establishment stage. How, then, could he have been so effortlessly tamed by Shao Qing at the Qi refinement stage? It was this glaring lack of intelligence that made the Fire Calamity King a waiting for Rapicup item in the system's description, allowing Shao Qing to capture him. Lost in thought, Fang Chen was caught off guard when the Fire Calamity King let out another series of chirps. In the blink of an eye, darkness swallowed him as the giant insect's jaws snapped. Shu was devoured once again. The Fire Calamity King aimed to restore his energy by devouring Fang Chen, but it was futile. When he awoke, Fang Chen felt utterly speechless. After getting struck twice by the Thunder Tribulation, this Fire Calamity King could still so easily kill him? Truly a monstrous anomaly. The chirping persisted as the Fire Calamity King, still failing to devour Fang Chen, cursed angrily before roaring and once more turning to charge toward the sky. Under the pitch-black night, Fang Chen watched this stubborn fool disappear again into the dazzling blue radiance of the third Thunder Tribulation. Boom. The deep blue thunderbolt was thick and pure, like a massive pillar of water pouring down from the void, so dazzlingly blue it was almost blinding, with a delicate, crystal-clear texture. 3 strikes of this lightning rained down relentlessly. The Fire Calamity King crashed again before Fang Chen's feet, but this time it was utterly unconscious, its white insect-like body covered with charred marks, some parts blistered and burnt as if roasted until the inside was tender. Fang Chen was startled, thinking to himself, damn, all his life he's scorched others with flames, but never imagined he'd get burnt himself. The storm clouds above began to roll and rumble deeply, lightning crackling continuously. Fang Chen took a deep breath, quickly forming hand seals to summon all his power. The strength of his ancient divine body and unmatched will surged forth, making his entire form glow brilliantly. Golden light spread from his limbs throughout his bones. Several vivid fire calamities flickered around him in sequence, following the 10,000 calamities heart skill, forming a fragile and demanding shield that looked barely able to withstand the massive pressure of the tribulation lightning in his return to void stage. Finally, on his body burst the last White Fire Calamity King, the ultimate limit of his summoning power at this moment. Fully armored, Fang Chen stared intensely at the thunderclouds shaking with deafening roars and buzzing sounds, the oppressive weight like a mountain crushing every inch of skin. Though he had long prepared himself to pay any price and faced death calmly, a trace of helpless sigh still escaped him now. According to the original plan, he was 90% sure to survive the tribulation. But now, due to unexpected interference, that certainty had instantly dropped to 0. Fang Chen's despair wasn't just because he couldn't take the pills Hua Qirong gave him. More critically, he couldn't consume the deadly poisons he had bought from the Medicine King Pavilion. For days, Fang Chen had been pondering what else to prepare besides fire calamities and pills for the tribulation. He quickly came up with a compromise idea. If the tribulation lightning couldn't kill him outright, but could severely injure him, why not just kill himself first? That way, he could recover fully in a short time and face the next wave of lightning. With this thought, his heart leapt with joy. This plan seemed very feasible, as long as he relied on pills and fire calamities to build a solid defense, ensuring he wouldn't die from a single lightning strike, and controlled his injuries to merely severe wounds. He could then commit suicide to restore his vitality instantly and survive the ongoing tribulation. However, Fang Chen soon soberly analyzed this plan and discovered a fatal problem. He couldn't ignore how to quickly kill himself at the critical moment when his body was suffused with the overwhelming pressure of the tribulation. With his current ancient divine Buddhist strength, suicide wasn't impossible, but killing himself quickly was extremely difficult. Even if he fiercely struck his own head twice with his full force using his Qianqi fist, he could only barely cling to life for a while. Instant death was out of the question. He even tried to reason through whether, after being severely wounded, he could use sorcery to strike himself harder and die faster. But that proved even harder. The heavier his injuries, the weaker his strength, making self-inflicted harm more exhausting. As for the Fire Calamity King's erosion inside the 10,000 Calamities heart skill, it had no effect on Fang Chen himself and certainly couldn't help speed up his death. That left him no choice but to rely on treasures or poisons. But treasures were immediately ruled out during the tribulation. Ultimately, the only trump cards left in his hand were those deadly toxins. Though poisons were fatal external forces, at this moment, they were Fang Chen's last ace. He wasn't sure if he could take poison under the heavenly tribulation, but he knew for certain that once the tribulation began, no elixir would work on him. So Fang Chen was convinced that the poison would be ineffective. Still, it was the best option he could come up with at the moment. After much hesitation, he finally devised a strategy to use his spiritual power to tightly contain the poison, holding it in reserve until he was near death, then unleashing it at the critical moment. To test this, he deliberately took a highly potent poison enough to kill him instantly. Fang Chen discovered that he could indeed seal the toxin with his spiritual power. At first, the poison rapidly ate away at his energy, allowing the seal to hold for only about 15 minutes. Once the spiritual power was exhausted, the poison would erupt and surely kill him. Realizing this, he knew he couldn't take the poison too early. It had to be just before the tribulation was about to strike. But an even bigger problem soon surfaced. He'd found that after resurrection, the poison in his body would be automatically purged by the system. He had hoped to rely on 9 doses of poison to withstand 9 lightning strikes. Now, after just 1 resurrection, all remaining poison vanished. If he died and revived during the tribulation, he would lose the chance to save himself with poison. In the end, Fang Chen had no choice but to reserve this poison as his last chance to resurrect. Though it could only be used once, he remained confident. After all, the tribulation he faced was only at the foundation establishment stage, so its power wasn't overwhelming. In truth, he had gained an extra life out of nowhere, and if he could endure the lightning, victory was within reach. But Fang Chen never expected the wily Fire Scorch King to completely ruin his carefully laid plan. Not only did the king prevent him from taking poison to save himself, but he also dragged him into facing a far stronger false void stage tribulation. Now, at the brink of life and death, even his means of resurrection had become fragile. If you had any conscience, you'd get up now and help me block the tribulation. Fang Chen shouted stubbornly through gritted teeth, violently kicking the charred corpse of the Fire-Scorched King. Yet he knew the truth just moments ago. The king had withstood 3 strikes of lightning and was now barely clinging to life. No matter how much he struggled, he wouldn't last long. Even if he forced himself to stand and block the tribulation again, there wouldn't be much strength left. As Fang Chen stared at the Fire-Scorched King, prepared to give up, something sudden caught him off guard. He froze, silently watching the king's body for several breaths. Then a flicker of determination sparkled in his eyes. Approaching and crouching down, Fang Chen reached out to touch the king's corpse. Immediately, a searing, scorching power surged through his entire body, carrying an awe-inspiring pressure. This force seemed to burn away everything in its path, terrifying and impossible to look at directly. Fang Chen whispered, "Even if you can't withstand all 7 lightning strikes, blocking 1 more would at least help." Though nearly impossible, he refused to give up completely. Foolishly clinging to that last shred of hope, he thought, what if he survived the 4th lightning strike, and someone suddenly came to save him? Or what if the tribulation's thunderclouds judged that a foundation establishment cultivator enduring 4 strikes was impressive enough to spare him? With these thoughts swirling, he tightened his grip on the Fire-Scorched King and began circulating the 10,000 scorchings technique, starting to refine the blackened corpse and harness the king's power for himself. At that moment, a faint but resolute spark of life ignited within Fang Chen's heart. He was determined to give it his all, facing the uncertain fate of the tribulation he'd in. If he got insanely lucky and successfully refined the Fire Calamity King, wouldn't he be able to turn things around immediately? But the next second, Fang Chen's entire perception shattered completely, and he realized he had been utterly wrong. Shao Qing, as the child of destiny, had to deploy all 8 bottom cards of his transformation god realm just to severely wound the Fire Calamity King to the brink of death. Only with the last shred of remaining strength and the help of a top expert like the free and easy Venerable could he forcefully complete the refinement. Even now, though the Fire Calamity King was battered and bruised by the Calamity Thunder, a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. The immense power he wielded in the returning void stage was far beyond Fang Chen's ability to touch. Forget refining, just bearing it he'd left Fang Chen struggling. A low hum began as the 10,000 Calamities heart method activated. The roaring power of the returning void surged wildly into Fang Chen's body like a runaway dump truck crashing through, spinning his head with dizziness. His body was violently thrown back, slamming heavily into a cliff kilometers away. Blood spurted from his mouth as his pores burst under the storm's crushing force, spraying blood in layers. Broken pieces of organs kept spilling from his lips, pain unbearable. Thrown so far with such force, Fang Chen felt a bitter mix of pain and frustration. This is seriously ridiculous. He cursed inwardly, trembling as he sensed the raging residual power of the fire calamity king inside him. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes slowly. I can't even handle this much power. I'm about to die any second, he thought bitterly, the grim reality almost crushing his hope. Not to mention the king still retained a massive amount of power, making it impossible for Fang Chen to use him as a shield against the calamity. The last straw for survival was completely broken. Wait, instant death? Dead. Fang Chen's eyes suddenly snapped open. A blazing light exploded from within him, instantly igniting a flicker of wild joy in his heart. I'm saved. I still have a chance to before he could finish. A searing pain tore through him painfully. He was blasted skyward and exploded completely. Flesh and blood scattered everywhere. His spirit was utterly destroyed, leaving no trace behind. At the very moment he vanished, the sky suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Boom. The longest-dating fourth calamity thunder crashed down, deep blue and vast as the ocean, clear and translucent, stunningly beautiful and impossible to look away from. The lightning struck down, instantly devouring the spot where Fang Chen had just become nothingness. Like countless drops of water converging endlessly, it swept cleanly and decisively, erasing all trace of the brutal aftermath. After the fourth thunder tribulation dissipated, Fang Chen's body slowly solidified, as if gradually awakening in the breeze. The system's voice sounded again in his ear, host nearing death detected. The killer is not the child of fate. Initiating host recovery. May the host cherish life and choose the correct one to end it, for the sake of all living beings. He had been hearing this voice for 2 whole days, but at this moment, it sounded surprisingly clear and soothing. Fang Chen rubbed his eyes. This time after rebirth, he was completely naked, his skin smooth enough to reflect the firelight. His previous robes had long since been blown to shreds during the tribulation. As for the storage ring in his hand, it had fallen to the ground when his body collapsed, struck by the thunder and shattered explosively. But the ring itself didn't disappear. The thunder targeted only the cultivator's body. Other objects remained unaffected. Otherwise, this ancient volcano would have been pulverized long ago. A cool breeze brushed past him, stirring the air like invisible winds swirling around. Looking down, he caught sight of the fallen fire fiend king lying on the ground, and instantly felt dizzy and nauseous. Fear of huge creatures overwhelmed him after just a glance, tormenting him deeply. Unable to retrieve any robes from the storage ring, Fang Chen endured his discomfort and hurried back to the fire fiend king's side. The beast's body was still imposing and iron solid. The power Fang Chen had just absorbed was but a drop in the bucket, barely noticed by the giant. Far off in the sky, storm clouds boiled and churned as the fifth thunder tribulation silently gathered. Fang Chen raised his eyes to the buzzing black clouds, inhaling deeply with a mix of tension and anticipation. Now that he had discovered a new way to survive the tribulations, his chances had risen significantly, but he still had to be cautious and seize the perfect moment to draw on the Fire Fiend King's power. The clouds gradually converged to the center, forming a dark vortex, the ominous precursor to the thunder tribulation's arrival. Gripping a scale from the Fire Fiend King, a wave of nervousness flooded Fang Chen's heart. Suddenly, a sharp sense of danger surged violently. Fang Chen rapidly activated the 10,000 Fiends Heart method, fiercely absorbing the beast's strength. This time, he inhaled like a storm, desperate to push the Fire Fiend King until it exploded through him. But then, with a thunderous roar, Fang Chen was blasted away again, flying several kilometers like a cannonball. Following this, scattered drops of blood rain fell from the sky. Even before touching the ground, the fifth thunderbolt slammed down with a deafening crash. Meanwhile, outside the thunder tribulation zone, a middle-aged scholar stood dumbfounded, his eyes staring blankly at the continuous roar of thunder. He had just learned that Fang Chen was only at the foundation establishment stage, was struck by the thunder, and had emitted a heartbreakingly piercing scream. His heart felt shattered. With his insight and knowledge of Li Fu, he immediately grasped Fang Chen's plight, tightly entwined by the Fire Fiend King, while Li Fu recklessly disregarded his disciple's life, allowing the merciless tribulation to fall. Under the crushing attack of both the beast and thunder, even Fang Chen's remarkable talent could not save him from certain death. Ling Shiyuan wanted Li Fu to immediately activate the formation to desperately save Fang Chen, but Li Fu refused to compromise even an inch, calmly explaining that Fang Chen would be fine. Ling Shiyuan ignored him, his fury erupting as he furiously berated Li Fu. After hearing this, Li Fu calmly threw a single punch. Before Ling Shiyuan could react, he was blasted away by the sheer force. Though proud, Ling Shiyuan had been caught off guard by the sudden attack and was left battered and defeated. As he was knocked back, Ling Ziyuan's rage exploded. Behind him, thousands of magical treasures appeared, shining brilliantly and releasing an unstoppable torrent of power, aiming to suppress this ruthless old madman. Yet, just as Ling Shuyuan advanced toward the formation, he suddenly noticed amidst the thunderous heavenly tribulation lightning that Fang Chen was still undergoing his trial. This realization hit him like a bolt from the blue, leaving Ling Shuyuan stunned. Li Fu's voice came softly from behind the middle-aged scholar, calm as ever. Ling Shuyuan, stop spacing out and come take a seat. I told you, my disciple will be all right. Ling Shuyuan furrowed his brow, mumbling in disbelief and frustration. Impossible. How is Fang Chen still alive? How could he possibly survive the heavenly tribulation? He's only at the foundation establishment stage. How does he survive a tribulation meant for someone at the return to void stage? Li Fu replied matter-of-factly, because of love. Ling Shuyuan looked puzzled. Li Fu continued, my disciple has a bad temper, but his passion for cultivation is unmatched. How could a mere tribulation stand against such persistent love? Even I am moved by his determination. Before he could finish, the refined and composed Ling Shuyuan let out a cold snort and suddenly swung his palm, releasing a blazing fire spell with a thunderous shout. Get lost. The flames roared through the air, licking all around. Yet Li Fu remained unscathed, still calm and collected. Believe it or not, fate won't bless those who remain ignorant. Ling Shuyuan lost interest and glanced at the silent, uninvolved Yi Xiong, frowning. Right? You're called to Xiong, aren't you? Yi Xiong awkwardly chuckled and quickly corrected. No, senior. My name is Yi Xiong. Never mind. I have a question for you. Ling Shuyuan said firmly. Yi Xiong nodded obediently. Please ask. Ling Shuyuan asked bluntly. Did you lie to me earlier? Fang Chen isn't at the foundation establishment stage? Yi Xiong stiffened, straightened up, and solemnly placed a white paw resembling a tiger's claw in front of him. Senior, if you don't believe me, I swear by the life of my closest brother, the ninth prince. Everything I say is true. If Fang Chen isn't at foundation establishment, then my ninth prince will be struck down by thunder, doomed to eternal torment and agony, burned by fire, never to rise again. Ling Shuyuan raised an eyebrow and interrupted. Enough, I believe you. Though reluctant to stop, Yi Xiong fell silent. Suddenly, Ling Shuyuan recalled a detail. By the way, you said the Fire Demon King is inside Fang Chen's body? Yi Xiong nodded. Yes, senior. Ling Xuan's doubts deepened, though he suppressed his unease. The Fire Demon King you mentioned, is he at the return to void stage? Yi Xiong answered honestly. Senior, I've never seen the Fire Demon King at return to void and don't know if he truly has reached that stage. But I've heard newly born Fire Demon Kings generally have similar cultivation levels. Ling Shuyuan muttered. That can't be. If a return to void level Fire Demon King had entered his body, he should have been killed long ago. In truth, Ling Shuyuan suspected the Fire Demon King's strength was no less than return to void. That was why it was even harder to believe Fang Chen could still be alive. He clenched his teeth, eyes filled with conflicting emotions. If that's so, how did Fang Chen survive having the Fire Demon King inside him? How could he still have life left to face the tribulation? Yi Xiong quickly added, his tone heavy. Senior, Fang Chen has already died once. This shocked Ling Shuyuan. His eyes widened as he urgently pointed toward the thunder and lightning raging in the distance. Then tell Muho exactly is undergoing the tribulation now? Yi Xiong let out an awkward laugh, vague. But it seems like he didn't really die completely. What do you mean? Ling Shuyuan furrowed his brow, his tone sharp with impatience. It's just his situation isn't as simple as dead or alive. Yi Xiong struggled to find the words, his face full of distress. My beast slave Mark told me that Fang Chen was already dead, but then he came back to life right after. Senior, can you understand this? You mean, in your sensing, he keeps coming back to life? Ling Shuyuan asked, puzzled. That's right. Yi Xiong nodded repeatedly, his expression serious. How many times has he revived? Ling Shuyuan pressed further. Yi Xiong frowned and thought carefully for a moment before answering quickly. Maybe once every 3 to 5 breaths. Ling Shuyuan raised his eyebrows in disbelief. This Yi Xiong, you're not like Li Fu, are you? Losing your mind. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Nonsense. That's impossible. No matter how powerful the physique, it can't work like that. If it did, wouldn't he be dying and reviving repeatedly during his tribulation right now? Yi Xiong was stunned for a moment, then suddenly understood and muttered. Maybe that's why I've been feeling dizzy since earlier. Especially when the thunder of the tribulation struck, I even felt like I was about to die. But it passed quickly. This must be the sign of Fang Chen continually dying and coming back. Ling Shuyuan frowned deeply, snorted coldly, and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. Just as he stepped away, the pitch-black tribulation clouds that had shrouded the eternal volcano suddenly halted, then slowly began to disperse. The thunder tribulation was finally over. Under the dissipating clouds, Fang Chen stood rooted in place, his gaze fixed on the retreating thunder. Though his body was intact and his aura powerful, his face couldn't hide the terror beneath. Facing the fifth lightning strike, Fang Chen had moved with practiced agility. The sixth strike, however, gathered unusually fast and struck heavily just as he finished absorbing its power, before he could be blasted away. Fortunately, his cultivation was limited and his death happened quickly, so he narrowly escaped that strike. But the disaster wasn't over. Because Fang Chen wasn't thrown back, the Fire Scourge King remaining on site was hit by the sixth lightning, instantly losing half his strength. When Fang Chen revived, all he saw was the lifeless body of the Fire Scourge King. At that moment, Fang Chen nearly wet himself in fear. Without the Fire Scourge King, he had no hope of passing this tribulation. The following lightning strikes turned into a nightmare. Every time he revived, he forced himself to rush to the Fire Scourge King's corpse and absorb its residual energy with all his might. This cycle repeated until the Fire Scourge King's power was almost completely drained. Only then could Fang Chen barely endure the rest of the tribulation. Though strange, it was considered a successful survival. Watching the tribulation vanish off at the horizon, Fang Chen finally exhaled in relief. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly sat cross-legged and began circulating the ancient divine physique technique, taking deep breaths to absorb the remaining tribulation power lingering in the world. According to the ancient divine physique scripture, to truly master the ancient divine physique, one must not only refine pills to temper the Buddhist constitution, but also absorb the tribulation's power. Just as cultivators can ascend to immortality by absorbing tribulation energy with spiritual power, body cultivators rely on this power to strengthen their physical form and ascend. As Fang Chen entered meditation, the ancient divine physique technique surged wildly inside him, waves of tribulation power flooding his body like lightning strikes. Unlike the gentle flow of spiritual energy or the scorching heat of primal energy, tribulation power was chilling to the bone. It was a force of destruction born to punish, with no mercy, only annihilation. The calamity surged violently, carrying an intense fury determined to annihilate everything. As the disastrous energy poured into Fang Chen's body, beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, his face instantly contorted with unbearable pain. Absorbing such power was never an easy task after all. This energy was never meant for cultivation. From the very beginning, it was destined to destroy cultivators, never to be comfortably ingested or tamed. More importantly, without the support of the ancient divine body cultivation method, Fang Chen would have been powerless to control this energy. Absorbing it was out of the question, let alone even touching it. Though the energy entering his body caused excruciating pain, Fang Chen had undergone brutal training, having severed his own arm in the past, and had long developed a high tolerance for intense agony. This current wave of suffering was nothing more than a minor challenge to him. The energy, guided by his ancient divine body technique, rapidly flowed through his meridians and his entire energy circuit, cycling layer upon layer until it gradually merged with his flesh, bones, and muscles, permeating deep into his very blood and sinews. After a moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes and exhaled heavily. Countless harsh words lingered on his tongue, but through his senses he detected that the energy lingering in the world was still thick and boundless, yet he could no longer absorb any more. His internal capacity was full, and any further attempt would feel as if his body would be torn apart by the strain, forcing him to stop reluctantly. He understood clearly why such a vast amount of energy remained unabsorbed after this thunder calamity. It was not an ordinary foundation-building stage thunder trial, but one from the return to Void Realm. According to the ancient divine body cultivation script, foundation stage cultivators typically experience no more than 9 lightning strikes, after which the leftover energy is exceedingly rare. Their capacity is almost never completely filled. Absorbing only a little is already impressive. But this time, facing a thunder trial of the return to Void Realm, the energy was extraordinarily dense, far beyond what he could consume, leaving most of it to disperse and waste away. Watching the storm of energy scatter and dissipate into the vast heavens, Fang Chen gritted his teeth, filled with bitter resentment. He had suffered immense pain to survive the trial, only to helplessly watch so much power slip away, unable to calm his restless heart. Yet once the energy dissipated, Fang Chen silently comforted himself to relax. Forget it. No point getting too hung up. What's lost is lost. Living through it is what matters. After all, some don't even survive this trial. As he spoke, his gaze fell on a Fire Calamity King's corpse, riddled with multiple thunder strikes, and now dead. Its remaining destructive power was almost depleted, barely matching his own. A flicker of excitement passed through his eyes as he muttered softly, "The Fire Calamity King's power is about the same level as mine. It's about to vanish. But letting it dissipate like this would be such a waste. Might as well grit my teeth, endure the pain, and absorb it myself." He settled cross-legged and pressed his hands against the phantom remains of the Fire Calamity King. The last of its power closely matched his cultivation level and suited his absorption needs perfectly. Though the corpse was originally meant for his junior brother Xiaoqing, how could the senior brother let the junior have leftovers? He'd get a few fresh ones for Xiaoqing later. This one, he didn't mind making do. With that thought, he activated the myriad calamities heart method, and a strong pulling force immediately coursed through his meridians. The Fire Calamity King's residual power flooded into Fang Chen's body like a breaking flood, instantly filling his meridian channels and dantian. A swelling pain radiated from within, but after the traumatic transformation with the Calamity energy, he had grown used to such pain and no longer minded it. Once the Fire Calamity King's power was successfully assimilated, Fang Chen's aura immediately surged in circles, rapidly rising as if infused with new life force, shooting straight into the sky. However, the source of Fang Chen's increased power wasn't his own cultivation. Although the Wansha heart method continued to operate, the spiritual energy he received from the Fire Sha King was almost zero. The real boost came from the cultivation level of the Fire Sha King inside him. At this moment, the Fire Sha King was advancing to a higher stage now in the return void phase. Previously, it had been ravaged by the thunder tribulation and left with only a faint remnant of power, which made absorption effortless for Fang Chen this time. The earlier Fire Sha King system had given him was just a leftover subdued by Shao Qing, limited in strength. Now, with the actual Fire Sha King's support, his power skyrocketed like a rocket, leaping directly to the peak of the second-rank foundation establishment phase. At this stage, the mere presence of the Fire Sha King's imposing aura was enough for Fang Chen to intimidate all around him. Truly extraordinary, the Fire Sha King's value wasn't merely in its formidable attack power, it was its capacity to grow. Ordinary Fire Shas, once absorbed, had fixed power that could never increase, remaining constant for life. But the Fire Sha King was completely different, it could continually grow. When Fang Chen cultivated this Fire Sha King up to the return void phase, he would be able to master the heaven-defying divine skill Fire Sha Tide, commanding thousands of Fire Shas to rampage across the battlefield. Next, Fang Chen commanded the Fire Sha King within him to devour the other ordinary Fire Shas. Those Fire Shas were originally intended as one-time shields to withstand the thunder tribulation, but since the system loophole had let him bypass it, these Fire Shas had become redundant. Not wanting to waste them, Fang Chen let the Fire Sha King absorb them all, further strengthening itself. However, this process was not very cost-effective. Watching the Fire Sha King consume a large number of Qi refining and foundation establishment phase minor Fire Shas, and only gaining a slight cultivation increase, Fang Chen couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This also explained why earlier, during the thunder tribulation, he had not let the Fire Sha King consume the ordinary Fire Shas first, but directly used the ordinary Fire Shas as shields, because having the Fire Sha King absorb these Fire Shas wasted a lot of potential power. Using ordinary Fire Shas directly to resist the thunder tribulation was simply the most efficient option. In the end, the benefits of early absorption of the Fire Sha King were very limited. Take Shao Qing as an example. Theoretically, he should be the one who absorbed the Fire Sha King. But to do so came at a terrible cost, huge consumption of talismans and pills, and even risking his life. Even if he succeeded, he could only gain the small remnant of power from the Fire Sha King's Qi refining phase. On the other hand, if Shao Qing had spent those resources absorbing many ordinary Fire Shas instead, he could absorb more of them, and collectively, a dozen ordinary Fire Shas of the same rank offered greater overall combat power than a single Fire Sha King. However, ordinary Fire Shas' quality and potential were far from the Fire Sha King's. They could only be powerful for a short time and lack sustainable growth. The Fire Sha King's unique capacity to grow continuously was precisely why it was so coveted by many cultivators. Once the Fire Sha King was fully absorbed, Fang Chen clenched his fist tightly. A faint white flame ignited on his knuckles, interwoven with streaks of flickering azure lightning, shimmering unpredictably. A deep blue lightning surge exploded forth with a terrifying, soul-shaking power. This was the very essence of tribulation energy. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. This punch, a fusion of tribulation thunder and fiery calamity, was currently his strongest attack. Retracting his fist, he drew all his strength inward and began to inspect his internal condition. Within his dantian, besides the golden Tao foundation of the celestial Tao, a deep blue Tao foundation was slowly condensing into form. A muffled rumble of thunder and lightning emanated faintly from it, carrying an aura of destruction, savagery, and ferocity. Despite the violent and ruthless nature enveloping it, Fang Chen found this Tao foundation unbelievably beautiful. For a moment, he couldn't think of a better way to describe it other than with heartfelt admiration. This Tao foundation is truly stunning. It was crystal clear, blue as a transparent sea trapped in liquid, profound and pure like an exquisitely crafted masterpiece. Fang Chen realized this was precisely the ancient divine body Tao foundation he had forged after enduring the tribulation thunder. Ordinary cultivators could never possess such a Tao foundation, but the ancient divine body was different. Through his own ingenuity, he had condensed it with tribulation energy. With this Tao foundation established, Fang Chen had officially embarked on the true path of cultivating the ancient divine body. He felt silently grateful. As long as no unexpected setbacks occurred in future breakthroughs, with the system's extraordinarily fast recovery speed and its loopholes, he was confident he would soon leap forward, successfully pass the thunder tribulation, and continue ascending. Clenching his fists, a surge of ambition rose in his heart. Break through golden core in 2 days, reach nascent soul in 5, ascend to spirit transformation in 10, and fly to the heavens next month, then invite the entire sect to a grand feast. Stepping into the pinnacle of life looking ahead, he was full of confidence. Having finished the freshly brewed chicken soup, Fang Chen turned his attention to another matter that made him uneasy. His cultivation could simply be summarized as Heavenly Tao Foundation Stage Rank 1, Fiery Calamity King Foundation Stage Rank 2, and Ancient Divine Body Foundation Stage Rank 1. With such a gap in strength, Fang Chen couldn't help but worry because his cultivation far surpassed Xiaoqing's. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing was troubled by the Thunder Tribulation and had lost the Fiery Calamity King's support, leaving his power far behind. If they were to clash, one punch from Fang Chen could easily knock Xiaoqing down. This made him wonder, could the dog system force him to lose cultivation strength just to help the Destiny Child Xiaoqing? Such concerns had quietly lingered since he began cultivating the ancient divine body. At that time, he feared the system might limit his power, but since it hadn't acted, he had chosen to ignore it for now. Now, seeing his strength growing, his caution resurfaced. He immediately asked, "System, my cultivation far exceeds Xiaoqing's. If Xiaoqing loses to me in a duel, will you reclaim my power?" The system responded with a ding sound. "Host, you're amazing. Your worry about sacrificing yourself for the Destiny Child shows great responsibility. Please keep up the good work." Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, but the system quickly explained, "Rest assured, even if the Destiny Child Xiaoqing cannot defeat you, the system will not reclaim your cultivation. The system is merely a tool to help the host complete tasks. It faithfully fulfills its mission but is not the host's master and does not have the right to take away your strength." Hearing this, Fang Chen felt a wave of relief. No cultivation recovery? That was reassuring. The system then added, "However, there is one principle I hope you can understand." "What principle?" Fang Chen asked curiously. The system replied slowly, "Failing to sacrifice yourself for the Destiny Child means mission failure and tarnishes your live's value. Both the host and system must reflect. Live's value lies in achieving your ultimate goal. Obsessing only over momentary victories blinds you to a broader world. From birth, one should strive to be a brief but brilliant dawn. Mere survival breeds a dull and shadowed life." At those words, Fang Chen had already mentally drifted away and paid little attention to the system's life philosophy. Who in their right mind takes such empty preaching seriously? After this exchange, Fang Chen concluded. His strength surpassing Xiaoqing was not in question, and the system would not limit or reclaim his cultivation. Yet the huge power gap did not mean he could easily kill Xiaoqing. After all, Xiaoqing had more life-saving tricks up his sleeve than the number of times Fang Chen had died in the past 2 days. To live long and steady, the wisest choice was to maintain a good brotherly relationship with Xiaoqing and support each other. That was the righteous path. As Fang Chen was formulating his own strategy, the storm clouds of the tribulation finally dispersed completely. The sky cleared, just in time for sunrise, the stars and moon fading away, while distant clouds stretched like warm yellow silk, slowly glowing with the golden light of the rising sun in the east. The golden sunlight bathed the ancient volcano, illuminating the valley in bright splendor. Wearing the morning glow on his face, Fang Chen carefully gathered all his storage rings along with those of the 8 divine transformation stage masters, organizing them tidily. Then he looked up at the dawn on the horizon and leisurely put on his robe. Since it was sunrise, it was time to let his chicken go rest. No sooner had Fang Chen finished dressing than a voice called out from a distance. Turning his head, he saw Yixiong happily bounding toward him, followed closely by 2 figures. One wore a satisfied smile, none other than Li Fu, and the other, clad in white robes with a refined scholar's demeanor, was unfamiliar to Fang Chen. Yet the red Zun ring the scholar held was immediately recognizable, the leader of the Danran sect. A jolt ran through Fang Chen's heart as he speculated silently. Just as he pulled Yixiong in, gently rubbing the beast's tiger-like head, he respectfully saluted, "Master." "Senior." Li Fu nodded slightly with approval. "No need for formalities. That's right, you have lived up to my expectations and passed your tribulation on your own." Fang Chen grinned, rubbing his face bashfully. "It's all thanks to your tutelage, Master." The warm scene stirred mixed feelings in Ling Shuyuan, standing nearby. To think that this maddeningly troublesome master's disciple could still be so sensible. It was infuriating. Why wasn't this disciple his own? The tribulation was so simple, he hadn't even taught Fang Chen. Not taking Fang Chen's praise too seriously, Li Fu said calmly, "I only imprinted a mark in your divine soul. Should you fail the tribulation, I will find you, continue guiding your cultivation, and awaken your current memory." Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, but felt a comforting warmth in his heart. Regardless of success or failure, his master was prepared to secretly guide him, even if it meant restarting his cultivation path multiple times. Li Fu continued, "But if you cannot be reborn without severing a limb, I will not continue your training and will send you directly into reincarnation." His tone grew serious. Fang Chen quickly teased back, "Master, if there is a next life, don't look for me." "Enough. Shut up." Ling Xiuyuan suddenly interrupted with a laugh, stepping forward. "Fang Chen, I'm a close friend of your master Ling Xiuyuan, one of the current patriarchs of the Danran sect. Pleased to meet you." Fang Chen's pupils contracted sharply. A patriarch of Danran sect? The legendary prodigy who had once shaken the world with his talents was right here before him. "Bow ing in respect," Fang Chen said. "Humble greetings, Patriarch Ling. I am Fang Chen. It is an honor to meet you." Ling Xiuyuan smiled. "No need to be so formal. I've been close friends with your master for years. Just consider me your senior uncle." In that moment, Fang Chen's mind cleared. He had wondered why the Danran sect had such low vigilance, allowing a wild card like Li Fu to infiltrate Rue Valley for so long. Now he understood the sect had powerful support behind the scenes. Li Fu's smile faded as he waved dismissively. "All right, you just finished your tribulation. This isn't the place for long talks. Let's head back." Under the morning light, the group walked off together. Bathed in the sunrise over the ancient volcano, the nascent path of cultivation lay ahead, waiting for Fang Chen to take each step forward. Ling Xiuyuan smiled faintly and said calmly, "Let's go." Li Fu didn't say much either, his tone steady. "Since you're stepping in, I won't have to expend any effort." Ling Xiuyuan's eyes flickered with a hint of helplessness as he waved his hand. Suddenly, Fang Chen's vision blurred, and the next moment he found himself sitting in a secluded pavilion by Yingguang Lake. He couldn't help but gasp inwardly, thinking, the Grandmaster's technique is truly formidable. Ling Xiuyuan looked at Fang Chen and asked, "Let me escort you back first. Where do you stay?" Fang Chen was about to reply when Ling Xiuyuan's gaze shifted to Yi Xiong, clearly intending to speak with Fang Chen alone. Understanding immediately, Yi Xiong clasped his hands and said, "Grandmaster, no need to trouble yourself. I can head up the mountain myself." Ling Xiuyuan nodded. "Then off you go." Without another word, Yi Xiong turned and dashed up the mountain like an arrow released from a bow. Only the two of them remained in the pavilion. Ling Xiuyuan gestured toward a nearby chair, smiling warmly as he beckoned, "Have a seat. Let's talk." Fang Chen sat down but sensed something off. Scanning the surroundings, he suddenly realized Li Fu was nowhere to be seen. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster Ling, where's my master?" Ling Xiuyuan smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, I left him over there. Didn't bother using energy to bring him along." He began taking a tea set from his robe and elegantly arranged it, a trace of satisfaction tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I also locked that space. If he wants to get back, he can either spend an hour crossing the 10th Sandier volcano or an hour breaking through my formation." Fang Chen was stunned, a bitter taste rising in his heart. "So that's the true value of a close friend, huh?" Ling Xiuyuan laughed heartily, his tone casual. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not trying to torment him. It's just that he almost got you killed by lightning tribulation and nearly caused our Danran sect to lose a prodigy. This is just a little payback." He smiled again and added, "You also know how unreliable your master is, right?" Fang Chen suppressed a smile and blurted out, "Yeah, he's definitely not like a normal cultivator." Ling Xiuyuan laughed uproariously. "Huh, you're really good at saving face for your master." Fang Chen said nothing, only letting out a dry chuckle before falling silent. He couldn't quite gauge Ling Xiuyuan's temperament. On the surface, this man seemed easygoing, but what if he accidentally said the wrong thing and angered him? Better to just keep a low profile and stay composed for now. Seeing this, Ling Xiuyuan got to the point. "You mentioned the beast pet inside you. I've heard that the Fire Sha King is troubling your body. Your cultivation is only at Foundation Establishment, but you survived a lightning tribulation at the Return Void stage. That piques my curiosity." Fang Chen was taken aback, a chill running through him. Could it be that he was captured just to have his secrets questioned? Was he now a living specimen for some research? But Ling Xiuyuan chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm an elder of your sect. I won't do anything to you. I'm simply curious. If you refuse to share, I won't force you. Every peerless prodigy has unspeakable secrets. You can keep yours." This put Fang Chen at ease. He nodded in agreement. "Yes, Grandmaster." Ling Xiuyuan continued, "I left you here alone because I want to recruit you." Fang Chen blinked in surprise. Nobody had ever been so straightforward with him before. Generally speaking, when a superior tries to win over a subordinate, it's usually done with subtle hints. Being so direct doesn't quite fit the demeanor of a grandmaster. Ling Xiuyuan smiled sincerely, his tone calm and steady. "You are a disciple of our sect, so naturally, I want you to feel a sense of belonging to Danran's sect. That means I have to win you over. After all, empty words of concern don't move people as much as real gold and silver." Fang Chen was almost brought to tears, moved as he said, "Grandmaster Ling, your insight is profound. Just tell me what you want." Ling Xiuyuan spoke softly, Also, I am the one who caused Li Fu to stay in Rua Valley, losing his mind day after day. In a way, since you became his disciple and endured his torment, I share responsibility. On that note, I owe you an apology. Fang Chen was so touched he nearly choked up, then composed himself and said seriously, Grandmaster, this isn't your fault. I refuse your apology. But I do accept your compensation. Ling Shuyuan laughed wryly. This kid actually values loyalty. Hearing the first half, I thought he wanted nothing at all, almost twisted my back in surprise. He took a square stone from his bosom and gently placed it on the table in front of Fang Chen. This is the compensation and a gift for meeting you. Fang Chen stared at the pale stone, slightly stunned. A faint, familiar aura that stirred his heart radiated from its surface. Ling Shuyuan paused, then smiled. This is a stone from Wudao Cliff. You can call it the Enlightenment Immortal Stone. What? Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Wudao Cliff. It really exists? Of course it does. Ling Shuyuan said with a bitter smile. Otherwise, how would your master speak of it? Without hesitation, Fang Chen chimed in. Yeah, I always thought so too, haha. Ling Shuyuan laughed heartily and continued. Wudao Cliff truly exists. It's where your master comprehended the ancient divine body. The stones inside are treasures of heaven and earth. But this has nothing to do with the Eternal Longevity Cliff or Chizuan Cliff by Guang Lake Mountain. His brow furrowed slightly as he lowered his voice. I remember when someone first gave me a piece of stone from some tiny broken cliff claiming it was from Wudao Cliff. I was excited for a long time. After over a year of piecemeal contemplation, I finally realized I'd been deceived. Fang Chen listened tensely, trying to keep his expression calm. He knew Ling Shuyuan was easygoing and could laugh off things, but dared not test the waters himself. Ling Shuyuan put away his melancholy. All right, let's move on. Quick to change the subject, Fang Chen asked, what exactly is this stone used for? Ling Shuyuan smiled. It's crucial for cultivating the ancient divine body, but you won't need it just yet. Keep it safe for now. Fang Chen quickly stored the Enlightenment Immortal Stone in his storage ring, silently cursing. Damn it. Why didn't my master tell me these key things? If I ever ask Li Fu for such stones, and he just gives me some ordinary rocks, he'll be furious. Ling Shuyuan reminded him again. If you ever face life or death danger, don't call your master. He'll only make things worse. Call me instead. His words carried the lingering unease from today's events. It seemed that from now on, Fang Chen's life would need Ling Ziyuan's protection. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Then his face broke into pure joy. Without hesitation, he replied, yes, thank you, Grandmaster Ling. His heart swelled with emotion, tears nearly welling up. The Grandmaster is so thoughtful. If it had been Ling Shuyuan who came to help with the tribulation a couple of days ago, he definitely wouldn't have made such a mess of things. I could have experienced the lightning tribulation firsthand, accumulated experience, and prepared for the next one. Why would I need to desperately exploit loopholes while stark naked? Fang Chen thought to himself, then looked up and asked, Grandmaster, how should I address you? Like how I address my master, can I just call you by your real name? Ling Shuyuan gently shook his head, his eyes carrying a subtle meaning. No, you should call me by my immortal title. Immortal title? Fang Chen was momentarily stunned, several thoughts flashing through his mind. Is this another alias for big shots? Just as he was about to ask more, Ling Shuyuan, after a moment of contemplation, slowly spoke. An immortal title is a name that great vehicle cultivators prepare for their ascension. This matter is still far off for you. Knowing a bit is enough. You just need to know that from now on, when you call my immortal title, I'll be able to sense you. My immortal title is Wangxing. Fellow great vehicle cultivators call me Wangxing Immortal Venerable, but Immortal Venerable is merely a title born of mortal fools' wishful thinking. You can just call me Wangxing. As his words fell, it was as if a steel seal had been branded into Fang Chen's mind. The two characters, Wangsheng, were exceptionally clear, immediately forming a tight connection with Ling Shuyuan's figure. From this moment on, this name carried an eternal significance. Fang Chen felt shocked and secretly admired. This technique is truly formidable. As expected, great vehicle cultivators with sound minds are absolutely not to be trifled with. As for that certain someone whose mind isn't quite proper, they're even more troublesome. He said respectfully. Yes, Grandmaster. I've memorized it. As soon as he finished speaking, another question arose. Grandmaster, I have another question. Why doesn't my master have an immortal title and has me call him by his name directly? Ling Shuyuan smiled slightly, his eyes carrying deep meaning. His immortal title was originally Sunny, but due to certain unspeakable malfunctions, he unfortunately lost his immortal title. This matter, I wouldn't mention to anyone else, and you wouldn't understand it even if you heard it now. When your cultivation level is higher, I'll explain the whole story of what happened back then. Fang Chen quickly nodded. Thank you, Grandmaster. Having known Ling Shuyuan for barely the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he had already developed respect for this Grand Master, knowing to leave behind leveling treasures for juniors without causing trouble or criticizing bad tempers. He thought to himself that Ling Shuyuan truly lived up to being a great vehicle cultivator. Then he couldn't help but ask, Grandmaster, may I ask something? Ask away. Ling Shuyuan nodded frankly. Fang Chen tentatively began. Are you always this generous with people you meet for the first time? Ling Shuyuan was both amused and exasperated. You're beating around the bush when you clearly want to say I trust people too easily. Fang Chen fell silent. He indeed found it hard to believe handing over all these treasures at their first meeting. Such people were usually not simple and might even be harboring hidden schemes. However, Ling Shuyuan smiled and said, it's actually quite simple. Li Fu is my close friend. You're his disciple, so naturally I should treat you well. Fang Chen was stunned. It's that simple? Then he changed tack. But if I discover you're not some righteous person? Ling Shuyuan smiled faintly, full of confidence. I've been cultivating for thousands of years. I've never met anyone I couldn't handle. This composure and certainty born from strength left Fang Chen silent, involuntarily generating some admiration. And he couldn't help but ask, then my master, have you managed to handle him? Ling Shuyuan's expression suddenly became grave, and the pavilion by Yinguang Lake fell into a long silence. Finally, he lifted his teacup, his voice calm, yet heavy. I'll have someone help you withdraw from the sect. Fang Chen immediately cried out, Grandmaster, no. When are you planning to enter the inner sect? I'll arrange for someone to take you to visit Chizuan Mountain, Ling Shuyuan said, his voice tinged with concern. Fang Chen shifted his gaze away and replied calmly, it shouldn't be long. I have a life-or-death duel with my junior brother Xiaoqing. Once that's settled, he'll enter the inner sect. Ling Xuyan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Xiaoqing, isn't he your family swell, my daughter Weiner's childhood sweetheart? Why are you two fighting to the death? Fang Chen paused in surprise, then looked elsewhere, puzzled. You said your daughter Weiner? What's your connection to Sister Ling? A proud smile curved Ling Ziyuan's lips. Of course we're related. My surname is Ling, and so is hers. Isn't that obvious? Fang Chen's eyes widened in shock. Then you are Weiner's? He fell silent, brows furrowing as he counted the generations mentally. Ling Shuyuan looked like he could be several thousand years old. Fang Chen thought, could he be Weiner's great-great-great-great-grandfather? Ling Ziyuan's smile deepened, his tone relaxed. I'm her father. Fang Chen was momentarily speechless and bowed his head in silence. Seeing this, Ling Shuyuan frowned, somewhat annoyed. Why so quiet? Is something wrong? Fang Chen hesitated, unable to utter the phrase an old clam giving birth to a pearl. Ling Ziyuan's sharp eyes immediately caught on and laughed, planning to back out of the sect? Fang Chen quickly straightened up and explained, delaying marriage and childbirth is indeed a model for cultivators to follow. The sect should promote having children only after reaching the Great Ascension stage. Ling Shuyuan swore loudly. Get lost. Your words get more sarcastic by the second you're more annoying than the master. Fang Chen hurriedly waved his hand. Every word I say comes from the heart and truth. Enough. Ling Shuyuan shot him a glare, then softened his tone. Great Ascension cultivators have few offspring. Back then, we were too busy cultivating to have children. After reaching Great Ascension, it became even harder. A few years ago, while my wife and I were training in the mortal realm, Weiner was born. Fang Chen finally understood. That explains it. You were refining in the mortal world, and the Xiao family were neighbors. So Weiner and Xiaoqing grew up as childhood sweethearts. I've also seen Xiaoqing grow up. What grudges do you have with him? It'd be best to resolve them. Otherwise, they'll be caught in the middle. Cold sweat poured down Fang Chen's back. He thought, my host is courting death. Xiaoqing has the backing of the carefree grandmaster, and a hidden formidable figure his destiny card trump is terrifyingly strong. He hurriedly added, Master Ling, rest assured, the grudge between Xiaoqing and me is settled. You can ask Weiner if you don't believe me. Ling Shuyuan nodded subtly, as if he could tell whether Fang Chen was truthful with a glance. Sensing the mood had eased, Fang Chen cautiously asked, Master, may I say something that might be sensitive? Ling Shuyuan smiled genteelly. Go ahead. It's better to be open about everything. Fang Chen smirked. Since you've watched Xiaoqing grow up, didn't you notice anything unusual about his talent? With the carefree grandmaster possessing him, didn't you suspect anything? Ling Shuyuan was stunned, looking at Fang Chen inquisitively. How did you figure that out? Fang Chen casually shifted the responsibility onto Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing and I are very close, he told me himself. Xiaoqing knows. Looks like the man has already woken up. Ling Ziyuan's fingers lightly brushed over the cold stone table. Suddenly, a sly gleam flashed in his eyes, and he muttered almost in disbelief. Wait a minute, Xiaoqing actually confided such a crucial secret to you? Are you two really that close that you could face off on a life-or-death arena? Or were you battling to win Weiner's heart? Didn't expect my Weiner to be so popular, truly a daughter who takes after her father. His tone shifted to teasing as he added, Fang Chen? Didn't think you, Ling Shuyuan, would turn out to be the classic, overconfident guy, really a headache. After a burst of laughter, Ling Shuyuan abruptly stopped and said coldly, All right, I'm leaving now. The moment his words faded, his figure flickered and vanished into thin air. Fang Chen stood there stunned, not even managing to say goodbye. Clearly, upon learning the time Fang Chen had entered the inner sect, Ling Shuyuan saw no point in wasting breath on such an obviously low emotional quotient disciple and quickly left. Watching Ling Ziyuan's disappearing figure, Fang Chen felt a twinge of regret had been about to ask, "Does Ling Weiner know how powerful your cultivation is?" But it was too late. Suddenly stirred, he hesitated whether to call Ling Shuyuan back for a few more questions. Just as he reached to stroke his chin and mutter, a distant voice transmitted into his ear. "Elder Lin has free time, nearing Guang Lake Mountain. I told him to come assist you with the sect withdrawal." Fang Chen's heart sank sharply. I was wrong. Instantly, he hung his head in despair. Time was tight. He was preparing to leave Guang Lake and return to his family's stronghold when the jade token in his hands vibrated. Curious, he opened it, only to be met with a furious roar. "Where are you? Get your arrogant self back here. If you don't return within 3 days, they'll kill you, you haughty beast." Then came a dreadful, piercing scream from within the token. "Ah?" Fang Chen's face turned pale at once, an inexplicable yet intense fear swelling inside him. This fear wasn't caused by the roar itself, but was deeply rooted in long-buried memories. This voice was none other than his father, Fang Jiuding, patriarch of the Fang family. A wave of awe mixed with terror flooded Fang Chen's heart. He thought in shock, "That's my father?" He came so suddenly. The two had never been close, so this unexpected encounter caught Fang Chen completely off guard. On normal days, he might have carefully sorted through his memories of his father to avoid revealing weaknesses, but now that Fang Jiuding was angrily scolding Yixingand Yixiong was truly under his control, Fang Chen's heart instantly tightened. Unbidden, an image formed in his mind. Fang Jiuding's overwhelming strength was more than enough to pin Yixiong to the ground and beat him senseless. Probably, these past few days Yixiong's meals in Yangguang City had been turned upside down by his fists. Thinking of Yixiong's miserable state, Fang Chen quickened his pace, hurrying toward his family's stronghold. Meanwhile, inside Fang Chen's mansion, a middle-aged man dressed in splendid brocade, bearing a striking resemblance to Fang Chen, sat upright and imposing in the main hall, accompanied by a gentle and graceful woman with a slight baby bump, both dressed in elegant clothes. They were Fang Chen's parents, Fang Jiuding and Wen Xiao. At this moment, Wen Xiao's brows were tightly furrowed, eyes full of worry and remorse, while Fang Jiuding's face was ashen with anger, his gaze fixed icily on Yixiong, who was bound tightly like a zongzi. His tone was sharp and accusing. "Speak. What exactly did you do on Fang Chen's behalf?" Yixiong, muscles taut and layered with wrinkles, his bellish white tiger stripes creased from the restraints, wailed pitifully. "Uncle, I was wrong. I really didn't know your honored status as father. I didn't mean to speak to you so loudly. I understand my mistake now. Please let me down first, okay?" The atmosphere in the hall was heavy, Fang Jiuding's piercing gaze cutting into Yixiong like a blade. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was a tangled mess of fear, doubts, and anxiety, leaving him unable to calm down. "No way." Fang Jiuding glared coldly at Yixiong, his voice icy. "Wait until he's back before we talk." Yixiong immediately turned pale, like a frightened bird, and fell silent. Just moments ago, Fang Chen was talking with Ling Shuyuan, while Yixiong happily marched back to the manor halfway up the mountain. As soon as he lay down to rest, a deafening roar came from the front gate, followed by furious shouting. "Fang Chen, come out! No one! Come out quickly!" After a moment, the shouts grew more impatient. "You damned beast! Get out here!" Hearing this, Yixiong's fur bristled in rage. Who dared insult Fang Chen like that? Didn't they know Fang Chen's high status now? With the strong backing of the senior elders Ling Shuyuan and Li Fu, Fang Chen could easily become the sect leader of Danran's sect tomorrow. And yet someone dared hurl such abuse at him today? That was just looking for death. In the past, as a prisoner, Yixiong would silently grumble to himself but obediently back down when provoked. This time was different. Having just witnessed Li Fu dismiss countless tribulations to experts with a single word, his heart burned with passionate fury. There was no way he would swallow the insult in silence. Besides, he remained calm and rational. Someone provoked them at their own gate. It was only right to fight back. Even if trouble broke out, Ling Shuyuan would surely support them. Clearing his thoughts, Yixiong sneered with disdain. Usually cautious, he now felt a rare youthful arrogance. He darted to the door, shouting through the thick gate, "Get lost! Keep talking, and he'll kill you all within 3 days, believe it or not." As soon as the words left his mouth, a heavy silence descended outside. Yixiong grinned proudly. In the world of Guang Lake and mountain rivers, everyone knew the saying, "The Tiger Lord comes before the heaven." A few small fry dared yell at his door? Ridiculous. In truth, Yixiong had lived suppressed for years and rarely acted so boldly. Yet since they dared insult Fang Chen as a beast, he could no longer hold back. How could he stay quiet when they insulted his master's face? Just as Yixiong was basking in his triumph, a voice outside spoke again, heavy with restrained anger. "Who are you?" Yixiong sneered in reply. "Me? I'm your Tiger Lord. Fang Master's beast pet. Fang Master stands first in Danran Sect's outer gate. I'm second." Outside, the voice seemed struck. first letting out a cold laugh that rose slowly. Tiger Lord? Huh. Ha then erupted into mocking laughter. Ha! Tiger Lord good one. Fang Chen. You damned beast. Yixiong froze. Were they crazy? Then a woman's voice spoke, trying to calm things. Don't be angry. How can I not be angry? The man's voice flared with rage as he shouted at Yixiong. Tell me, how many people have you killed in the outer gate? How many disciples have you hurt? Yixiong hesitated slightly. Kill people? He was just a recently freed demon tiger. How would he have that chance? Then he thought, if he didn't claim any kills after being so mouthy earlier, wouldn't it be embarrassing? With that in mind, he snapped back impatiently. Don't remember. Besides, why should I have to explain to you? No one in Danran's sect dares bother us. Who the hell are you? I suggest you scram quickly. If not, they'll kill your whole family and not even spare your dogs, got it? One last warning when I'm angry, I even eat tiger meat. Fang Master's even crazier. He eats human flesh. This bold declaration sent his arrogance soaring, and the tense atmosphere outside instantly thickened. As Yixiong's harsh words fell, those outside remained silent. Secretly, Yixiong felt pleased, not bad. You insult my master as a beast. I insult your whole family back and throw a few threats. What's so unreasonable about that? After a long pause, the man outside finally gnashed his teeth and spoke through clenched anger. Fine, fine, fine. This cursed brat not only refuses to repent, but has committed such a monstrous crime. His voice was heavy with rage. Show her, I once thought the rumors about him fighting for life and death, stealing pills were just gossip. Maybe there were misunderstandings we didn't know about, so I never acted rashly. But now, do you hear him? Just how arrogant and tyrannical this wretched creature has become. He really ate human flesh. He's completely gone mad. Raising him was the biggest mistake of my life. His tone was filled with deep regret. I'm bringing him back to the Fang family right now, so he won't continue harming disciples at Danran's sect. The proud smile on Yixiong's face froze solid. His entire tiger-like body stiffened like carved stone. A cold chill shot from his tailbone through his whole body, his mind replaying only those words over and over. Gave birth to him. Gave birth to him. Gave birth to him. His lips began to tremble uncontrollably. What did that mean? Fang Chen's father actually said that? At the next moment, a figure suddenly descended from above. Yixiong looked up in shock and caught a fleeting glimpse of a face strikingly similar to Fang Chen's. Dizziness swept over him. Darkness clouded his vision. Thought, I'm done for. Looks like I insulted the wrong person. Then, a rope-shaped magical treasure appeared with overwhelming force, instantly binding him so tightly, he couldn't move at all. Though uncomfortable in the restraints, Yixiong couldn't help but speak up again, this time not to beg, but to shift blame. Uncle, please let me down. Actually, this is your fault too. You banged on the door, shouting Fang Chen. You bastard. How could I keep calm? If you had just stormed in earlier, even if I didn't know you, seeing your handsome, dashing faces, how could I not recognize who you were? Fang Jioding replied coldly. I didn't burst in because I respect him. I came to talk heart-to-heart with my son, not to interrogate a criminal. But sadly, he has completely disappointed me. There was an unspoken sadness flickering in Fang Jioding's eyes as he spoke. Yixiong started to say more but thought better of it, biting back his words and muttering in his mind. Forget it, just endure it. Just then, footsteps approached outside. The door opened, and Fang Chen arrived. The moment he entered, his anxious gaze briefly flicked to Yixiong. Seeing him bound but unharmed, he relaxed. Obviously, the screams from the jade slip were just Yixiong's terrified yells, not real injury. Fang Chen then turned to look at Fang Jioding, and when Xiao seated at the main chair, his biological parents. But seeing them stirred in him a profound sense of estrangement, rejection, and fear. The estrangement came from himself. The rejection and fear stemmed from the original host's memories. On the way over, Fang Chen had reviewed details of the original host's interactions with his parents and learned that since he was 1 year old, the original host had never truly lived with them. For more than 20 years, he never once called them father or mother. He was raised by Fang Jioding's younger brother and sister-in-law. Because of this, the original host developed deep resistance and fear toward his birth parents. Occasionally meeting them only brought harsh reprimands from Fang Jioding over his rebellious behavior. When Xiao felt some pity, but it was a fleeting tenderness, the motherly love left before it was ever accepted. After brief visits, they left, leaving the original host never feeling a shred of love from them. So he had no desire to see his birth parents again. Looking back over these memories, Fang Chen fell silent, his heart heavy with melancholy, then sighed helplessly. Great. You don't get along with your parents either. Now I can openly refuse to call dad. As a man in his early 20s, Fang Chen was understandably shocked and unsettled by the sudden appearance of multiple fathers in his life, especially without any prior warning. Yet now that he had a good reason to temporarily avoid calling any of them dad, he felt a measure of relief deep inside. Meanwhile, when Xiao's reaction upon seeing Fang Chen was puzzling, her expression was both unfamiliar and faintly distant. Her voice carried a slight questioning tone, but her gaze was vacant and fixed, almost lifeless like that of an ordinary mortal. This scene made it difficult to grasp her true feelings in that moment. Fang Jioding stood silently nearby. Seeing the tense standoff between the two, Fang Chen seized the opportunity to rush over to Yixiong's side and begin untying his bonds. He wasn't afraid of Fang Jioding's anger, though he didn't understand the sudden appearance or motives. If Jioding had truly intended to enforce family discipline, surely he would have called for others to help settle matters. As Fang Chen started working, he realized these ropes were no ordinary bindings, they were magical artifacts, difficult to undo. His heart tightened with unease. Just as he struggled, Fang Jioding suddenly waved his hand, and the ropes came loose as if by command. Fang Chen's spirits lifted, and he immediately went to work freeing Yixiong. Yixiong cautiously approached and whispered through transmitted sound, "I just cursed your father and said I'd kill your whole family, that's why they tied me up." Fang Chen was baffled but inwardly cursed. You had this coming. He had assumed Jioding's purpose in showing up was to discipline this reprehensible original owner, but it turned out Yixiong brought trouble upon himself. Yixiong added urgently, "I'm not familiar with your father. He's very hard to deal with. You have to plead for me." Fang Chen scoffed and said helplessly, "I'm not close with him either." Still, he glanced over at Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao, a small smile forming as he prepared to explain. But before he could speak, Jioding's harsh shout cut through the air, "Kneel." The sudden command stunned Fang Chen. Jioding's face was unreadable, his gaze sharp and filled with displeasure. Breathing deeply, he coldly questioned, "You arranged a life-or-death duel with Shao Qing, a disciple of Danran's sect, to forge a demonic pill, and thus fell into the demonic path. Is that true?" Jioding was no fool. From observing Yixiong's words and behavior, he had already concluded that Yixiong had not killed anyone. The nonsense Yixiong spouted was precisely why Jioding secretly loosened the bonds earlier. But the pact with a child for a life-or-death duel to produce a demonic pill, that was irrefutable evidence. This was the very reason Jioding had left the demon battlefield to come to Danran's sect and confront Fang Chen directly. What? Fang Chen froze, a flicker of shock crossing his eyes. What was going on? Jioding's knowledge of the life-or-death duel made sense, but where had he learned the details about the demonic pill? At that moment, Fang Chen finally sensed a strong whiff of conspiracy. It was no longer possible to feign ignorance. Someone had already informed Jioding of everything about him. Jioding's fury flared. "Stop pretending. Things have come this far. If there's a misunderstanding, explain it now. If not, you must admit your fault. How can I not be angry when you won't even acknowledge it?" "Jioding, don't be so rash. Chainer is right here. Let's talk this through calmly, okay?" Wen Xiao gently urged, disliking Jioding's hardline stance toward Fang Chen. Jioding coldly replied, "Then I'll have him explain everything clearly. Everything must be confessed." Then he barked, "If I'm mistaken, as your father, I'll apologize to you. But if I'm not, I will take you back to the Fang family immediately and discipline you with family law." The mood instantly grew unbearably tense. Inside, Fang Chen's feelings swirled with complexity as the situation steadily marched toward a critical breaking point. Wen Xiao let out a soft sigh, her eyes warm and gentle as she looked at Fang Chen, her tone filled with deep affection and encouragement. "Chainer, go ahead and speak." Fang Chen turned to her at once, his gaze fixed on her. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes were drawn to the slight roundness of her belly. How could a cultivator like her have a baby bump? A shock ran through him as he thought, could it be she's pregnant? The thought flickered briefly, followed by a self-mocking guess. Probably just that big character account got broken, and now she's switching to a new one. He quickly pulled his gaze away, ready to explain about the life-or-death duel, when suddenly a crisp alert sounded in his mind. Ding, detecting presence of Fate Child detection complete. The words Fate Child, unnamed, flashed across his mind. His heart pounded faster as more text appeared on a mental screen. The Fate Child is unnamed, the host's younger sister, born on the battlefield of heavenly demons, imbued with the destiny of heaven and earth. When the time is ripe, she will be born to fulfill her fate. However, born amid the heavenly demon battlefield, she absorbed the demon chi of the eternal regret heaven demon, which obstructs her meridians and makes her lose her innate talent after birth. To help the unnamed regain her gifts and fulfill her destiny, the host must use hatred to break her shackles. When she reaches consciousness, she must kill her father and mother and massacre the entire clan, refining all the hatred of the eternal regret heaven demon. Fang Chen was stunned, utterly dumbfounded. The only thought racing through his mind was, what the hell is this? Having an unborn sister who's the Fate Child was already strange enough, but asking him to kill their whole family as soon as she was aware, that was just absurd. The system continued to assist the host in helping the unnamed regain her talents. The supreme Dao bone of the Fang family's highest genius Divine General is now bestowed upon the host, initiating the automatic cultivation of the ultimate mastery, Divine General Armor. This requires a 5-year cultivation period. Upon completion, the host will gain enough strength to annihilate the entire Fang clan. After the massacre, the Divine General Dao bone should be extracted and passed to the unnamed, and she must be taught the Divine General Armor technique. This is the host's filial duty to heaven and earth. Though it breaks human morals, it will bring comfort to the Fang ancestors. The host is asked to bear the pain in silence and protect the unnamed to the ends of the world. Fang Chen's eyes widened. Great. So I not only have to wipe out my entire family, but also dig out my own Dao bone to give to my sister? What's with the staged power release? When fighting Xiaoqing, everything exploded all at once. Why do I have to level up slowly here? The system explained, delivering power all at once causes a poor experience. Gradual release allows for a smooth process. Fang Chen nearly laughed out loud from disbelief. Poor experience, my foot. Suddenly, an inexplicable warmth spread up from his tailbone to his neck, an esoteric ripple of energy flowing through his body. Inside his dantian, the divine general armor quietly activated. Without a doubt, the system had silently started the background cultivation, infusing power gradually. Because the flow was so subtle, there was no obvious improvement, nothing dramatic. Just then, urgent shouts came from outside. Say something. Fang Jioding had finally lost his patience. Fang Jioding had already been furious to the point of steam coming out of his ears because Fang Chen was suspected of falling into the demonic path. His patience was on the verge of collapse. The only reason he still gave Fang Chen a chance to explain was thanks to Wen Xiu's persistent persuasion and her efforts to help him control his anger. If it were any of his other generals or soldiers, they would have been thrown into a cell without a word long ago. But now, Fang Chen remained completely silent, which only poured fuel on the fire and made Fang Jioding's rage burn even hotter. Fang Chen understood exactly why his father was so angry. The Fang family was famous and respected throughout the Eastern Territory, known for being paragons of righteousness generation after generation. Fang Jioding, along with his grandfather, great-grandfather, and even ancestors before them, had all been legendary generals renowned on the demon battlefield. They had earned great merit guarding the eastern border against the demonic forces. The honor of several generations had become deeply rooted in the family's legacy. And now, his own son was suspected of having fallen to the demonic path. Wasn't that like the son of the head of the narcotics squad, not only refusing to study, but living a carefree life and becoming addicted to drugs? How could Fang Jioding's anger not be as fierce and uncontrollable as a mountain flood? Yet to Fang Chen, his father's fury seemed like nothing more than a passing cloud. It was Fang Chen who was accused of falling into the demonic path, but the eye inside him felt utterly disconnected from that label. His gaze steady and calm, Fang Chen looked straight at Fang Jioding and said evenly, "Please don't be angry anymore. Look at Meido, I seem like someone who has already fallen into the demonic path? The deathmatch hasn't even started yet. On what basis can you declare I have fallen?" Fang Jioding snorted coldly, replying with a harsh edge, "If you truly had fallen, do you think I could just sit still? Even if you hadn't fallen, you shouldn't speak to me with the tone of interrogating a criminal innocent until proven guilty. Just because I suspect you stole money doesn't mean I treat you like a thief during questioning." A faint smile appeared on Fang Chen's face. "Exactly why you should soften your tone and show some sincerity when talking to me." Fang Jioding was momentarily stunned. Was this really his son? His manner of speaking sounded more practiced than his own. Suddenly, he recalled the last time they had a real conversation. It had probably been 2.5 years ago during a chance encounter. Maybe they had almost become strangers by now. Wang Xiong, who was standing nearby, noticed Fang Jioding's silent signal and cautiously brought over a grand official's chair. "Wang Xiong, bring the chair here." Fang Chen sat down as if on his own accord and motioned with his hand. T. Finally, Fang Jioding exploded, "Get to the point." Wen Xiu couldn't help but smile at the sight. She had never seen Fang Chen so unafraid, even casually debating with Fang Jioding with a touch of nonchalance. "All right." Fang Chen put away his lazy demeanor and spoke seriously. "In the end, this whole thing is because you've been deceived." "Deceived? What do you mean? Don't lie to me." Fang Jioding sneered. "Lin Yunhe already told me you arranged a death match with Xiaoqing." "Lin Yunhe, Elder Lin of Ingguang Mountain Lake, your close friend?" Fang Chen replied calmly. "I did arrange a death match with Xiaoqing, but that doesn't mean I'm going to kill him, nor does it mean I've fallen into the demonic path." "Who told you I fell into the demonic path?" Fang Chen asked in return. "Your second aunt," Fang Jioding answered. The second aunt was the one who had raised Fang Chen since he was little. Hearing this, a mocking smile tugged at Fang Chen's lips. He thought, well then, who told her that? Suddenly, Wen Xiu also sensed something was off, her expression flickering in confusion. Fang Ran. Fang Ran is the son of the second uncle and the younger brother of Fang Chen. 8 years ago, while still at the foundational cultivation stage, he entered Tianxian Peak, the inner sect of the Danran sect. However, Danran sect is a vast and powerful organization, and since Fang Ran and Fang Chen have always been at odds, they rarely interact. A faint, cold smile tugged at the corner of Fang Chen's mouth as he said, "Even if I really fell into the demonic path, I would make sure to keep it completely secret. Besides, Tianxian Peak is so far from Ingguang Lake Mountain, how would he even know?" Fang Jioding, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned. When he first learned of this matter, because it involved his own family, He had been so emotional and irrational that he hadn't taken time to consider the obvious inconsistencies. That was why he hurried to the Danran sect in the first place, which was somewhat understandable. But now, hearing Fang Chen's words, he calmed down and immediately sensed something suspicious. This was clearly not as simple as it looked on the surface. This must be a deliberate trap set by my sister-in-law to frame Chun, he concluded secretly. Fang Chen took out a jade slip from his storage ring and handed it to Fang Jioding and Wenxiao. As for whether I have fallen into the demonic path, take a look at the pill recipe on this jade slip. Anyone who really believes a pill like this can corrupt someone into the demonic path must need to see a doctor to check if their brain is malfunctioning. Fang Jioding and Wenxiao took the jade slip and carefully read the pill recipe. Their expressions immediately grew grave as they fell into thought. Meanwhile, Fang Chen keenly noticed something amiss. Amid the previous life and death crisis, he had no time to pay attention to the details of these demonic pills. But now, hearing Fang Jioding's sudden appearance, he began to analyze closely. He remembered first acquiring this jade slip from a black-robed man at the Danran sect marketplace. It was absurd that demonic sect materials could be openly sold in such a prestigious sect's market. It was hard to even imagine how a demonic practitioner could infiltrate here. Moreover, if any demonic cultivator could sell such a recipe here, claiming a pill made from the marrow of third-grade kyre-finding beasts and the life essence of fellow disciples or close relatives could enhance one's innate comprehension, that was utterly ridiculous. Close relatives might have special blood ties, which could be barely believable, but fellow sect disciples? That was like making pills by killing random strangers, equally absurd. The rare pills like Zongshu Dan, Ancient Tree Spirit Fruit Dan, and Lingji Elixir were earned through the battlefield merits Fang Jioding and Wenxiao obtained for Fang Chen's bravery in the Heavenly Demon battlefield. Even those could not guarantee 100 enhancement of innate talent. And now a lowly demonic pill claimed to do so? Only a fool would believe that. A sneer formed in Fang Chen's heart. Is that an insult directed at me? After reading the pill recipe, Fang Jioding frowned deeply. Where did you get this jade slip? The marketplace, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Fang Jioding let out a long sigh. At that moment, when Xiao's expression changed sharply, losing her usual gentleness and instead coldly saying, spreading rumors like this isn't just to ruin Chen's reputation and get him expelled from Danran sect, it's aimed at us. When we get back, I want them to explain themselves to Chun and to us. Her face showed ruthless determination. As a general from the Heavenly Demon battlefield, and the head of a well-respected righteous family in the Eastern Territory, for Fang Jioding's son to be accused of falling into the demonic path was enough to bring them severe scrutiny. If matters escalated, Fang Jioding might lose the legitimacy to openly lead the family. Any clear-eyed person would realize that the second uncle's wife and Fang Ran's scheme was not merely to deal with the prodigal son Fang Chen, but to strip Fang Jioding of his position as family head. Fang Jioding's expression was as heavy as still water. He slowly nodded. Then, Fang Chen suddenly asked with curiosity, what if they refuse to explain? Without solid evidence, if they just deny everything, Wenxiao, wouldn't you be at a loss to? Wenxiao looked at Fang Chen. Her icy expression softened quickly, replaced by a gentle smile. Chen, let me teach you. If someone harms you and you're weaker, endure quietly for now and gather evidence in secret. But if you're stronger, teach them a lesson first. While you're teaching that lesson, make sure they confess everything clearly. She smiled gently, warmth still shining beneath the sternness. Fang Chen remained silent, but his eyes held a spark of resolve. Fang Jioding put down the jade slip in his hand and let out a long breath. A rare, genuine smile flickered in his eyes, and the sternness and anger from before vanished. His son hadn't fallen to the demonic path after all, had cleverly dodged a serious crisis. That was truly a relief. My son really is extraordinary. But just as the smile formed, he felt it made him lose the dignity of a strict father. Hastily, he suppressed it, his face hardening as he cleared his throat and cast a quick glance at Fang Chen and Wenxiao. Fortunately, the mother and son were engrossed in their conversation, completely unaware of his expression, and Fang Jioding felt a wave of relief. Just then, his gaze shifted to the chubby tiger sitting silently nearby. The creature had remained obediently quiet the whole time. Fang Jioding was momentarily taken aback upon noticing it. Yi Xiong, however, let out a subtle smile and nuzzled closer, eyes sparkling with intelligence. Fang Jioding immediately shot him a warning look. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xiong nodded earnestly, patting his chest with a paw before pointing at Fang Jioding as if to say, got it, don't worry. Seeing such cleverness, Fang Jioding nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression suddenly grew serious again, eyebrows furrowed as his voice dropped to a grave tone. Chainer, he called out. What is it? Fang Chen responded. If you knew the elixir formula was fake, why did you still agree to that life or death duel? Why bully a lonely, helpless child? Fang Jioding's voice was filled with confusion and reproach. He had learned of Shao Qing's background from Lin Yunhe, knowing the boy was mediocre in talent and utterly alone. As parents, Fang Jioding and Wenxiao naturally felt pity. and upon hearing about this deadly duel, they were furious. Now with his father speaking out, Fang Chen indignantly defended himself. I'm not bullying him. If I were, someone would have stepped in to stop it. At Danran sect, mistreating a junior brother is a grave offense. Relying on memories of years spent studying sect rules, Fang Chen tried to justify himself. But Fang Jioding sneered, curling his lips. Enough. Just because you say you're innocent means nothing. Do you think Lin Yunhe, who oversees the entire Ingguang Lake mountain range, doesn't know you've been exploiting loopholes in the sect rules? Don't be naive, deliberately turning a blind eye. What do you mean? Fang Chen was taken aback. Fang Juding's eyes narrowed, voice heavy. You're not a child anymore. You should know the truth. Lin Yunhe despises Yoha, thinks you're an outcast with poor cultivation and no power to make waves. You're perfect as a scapegoat for an outer disciple, a punching bag. That's why he deliberately ignores you. Hearing this, Fang Chen sighed inwardly, realizing that while the system treated him like a pawn as the child of fate, this seemingly upright Lin Yunhe was actually a sly schemer. With this understanding, emotions faded, replaced by calm acceptance. It wasn't me who was wrong, it was them. Fang Juding's tone turned stern again. Enough talk. Cancel this life or death duel immediately. Fang Chen shook his head, forcing a bitter smile inside. He couldn't back down now. He hoped to use the duel as an opportunity to help Xiaoqing and gain some cultivation power himself. If the task was cancelled, he'd fail. For now, he had no choice but to endure. Do you really want to kill him? Give me a reason. Fang Juding's eyes narrowed, sharp and piercing. Fang Chen took a deep breath and said without hesitation, fine. He'll strike one more time. These thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind as his gaze suddenly sharpened, becoming deep and complex, as if concealing endless sorrow and melancholy. He spoke slowly, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. It's simple. I want to help him. Hearing this, Fang Jioding's eyes flashed with shock, followed by an expression of disbelief as he questioned, help him? That's right, help him. Fang Chen slowly stood up, leaning back slightly, his eyes filled with complicated, indecipherable emotions. When Xiao witnessed this scene, her expression jolting. Her son's acting skills weren't they just as awkward as his father's? With her astuteness, Fang Chen's amateurish performance might fool young children like Xiaoqing, but she, a seasoned veteran, would never fall for it so easily. The moment when Xiao heard those 4 words, I want to help him, she immediately understood the crux of the matter and didn't bother listening to what followed. Behind the life and death duel, Fang Chen undoubtedly had his secret reasons. No matter if her son wouldn't say. As his mother, she could naturally investigate on her own. If Xiaoqing was innocent, she'd spare Fang Chen from disciplinary punishment. If Xiaoqing was at fault, he'd have to face the consequences. Just then, Fang Jioding roared. How could you help him through a life and death duel? Don't try to fool me. Yet the wavering on his face was already apparent. Clearly his heart was beginning to waver, the doubts in his mind subtly shaken. Seeing this, when Xiao froze slightly, her eyes involuntarily widening. After a long silence, she sighed softly, thinking to herself, forget it. Fang Jioding, usually so shrewd, now seemed utterly confused due to his favoritism toward their son. She suppressed her amusement and, with an indulgent gaze, refocused on watching Fang Chen's performance. Fang Chen remained immersed in his own emotions, completely unaware that his mother had already seen through everything. Fang Chen's expression remained as calm as a lake's surface as he slowly explained. Ever since his family's destruction, Xiaoqing has been dispirited, neglecting food and rest, completely lacking motivation to cultivate. Without anyone to spur him on, he'll only sink deeper. For this reason, I deliberately approached him, using humiliation and provocation to ignite his fighting spirit. Now he's cultivating desperately to defeat me, and I've heard he's already reached the 4th level of qi refinement. At these words, Fang Jioding's entire body shook as he exclaimed in astonishment, really? You can ask Xiaoqing himself. Fang Chen's face remained unruffled, though inwardly he was wildly elated. He saw the shock flashing in Fang Jioding's eyes, and when Xiao's earnest, focused expression everything indicated he had gained their trust. Fang Chen secretly congratulated himself. This way, Fang Jioding would find it difficult to forcibly drag him to nullify the life and death contract. Fang Jioding couldn't hide his astonishment, his voice hoarse. But why would you help him? Don't you know everyone thinks you're bullying Xiaoqing? You've been cursed to hell, and Bacto you know that. His son's decision shocked him. To willingly bear infamy for helping Xiaoqing such kindness was truly rare. At that moment, when Xiao quietly averted her gaze and began fiddling with the tea set, only to discover the table was bare. Turning, she picked up a flower vase instead. Her expression helpless. The atmosphere here was almost more excruciating than the heavenly demon battlefield. Facing Fang Jioding's questioning, Fang Chen responded indifferently. Let them curse if they want. What's wrong with that? Only those who've been caught in the rain know that what you want most when it's raining is someone to hold an umbrella for you. These words struck Fang Jioding like a bolt of lightning, leaving him standing motionless for a long time, unable to regain his composure. When Xiao's delicate hand paused as she turned to look at Fang Chen, Studying the expressions on the faces of the two elders, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel a secret sense of triumph, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Huh, that statement was already subtle enough, cleverly hinting at the helplessness and sorrow he felt in his youth, his average abilities, and failure to win his parents' favor. This layer of veiled self-blame was sure to stir up a huge emotional storm in Fang Jioding and Wenxiu's hearts. Perhaps they would feel a pain they could barely express, maybe even sink into deep guilt. Perfect. Sure enough, Wenxiu's eyes began to well up with tears. Strangely, there was no sadness in her gaze. Instead, it sparkled with joy. Tears shimmered in her eyes, expressing genuine happiness. Though Fang Chen's words were awkward, perfunctory, and exaggerated, she didn't mind at all. She was simply glad her son could speak so frankly and honestly to her. She could tell Fang Chen was blaming her and Fang Jiuding. Yet it was precisely because of this blame that she felt overwhelming joy. For more than 20 years, Fang Chen had never opened his heart to her. Not even simple greetings were easy for him to say. Whenever they met, he was like a mute gourd with a sawed-off mouth, silent and painfully withdrawn. But now, he was finally beginning to reveal his pent-up feelings, to express how hard things had been, even to voice his grievances. How could Wenxiu not feel comforted? The greatest barrier between mother and son had been the lack of an opening, and at this moment, that chance had finally arrived. Suddenly, Wenxiu found herself grateful to her sister-in-law Yan Hanyun. If it weren't for Yan's scheming against her and Fang Jiuding, when would this breakthrough have come? With that thought, Wenxiu silently made a vow. Yan Hanyun, when I get back, he'll only punish you for 29 days, no more, no less. In her heart, Wenxiu silently thanked Yan Hanyun for skillfully creating the opportunity that allowed Fang Chen to finally voice his blame and complaints against them. It was precisely this opening that enabled her to gradually mend the rift between herself and Fang Chen. Meanwhile, Fang Jiuding's expression trembled, and he remained silent for a long moment. After a while, he took a deep breath and slowly uttered words of praise. Good. Truly worthy of being a son of the Fang family. I always said, how could a tiger have a worthless cub? Our Fang family's descendants must possess a gallant spirit and righteous courage. His eyes gleamed with deep admiration. At that moment, Wenxiu, who was silently rehearsing how to thank Yan Hanyun, snorted coldly and glanced disdainfully at Fang Jiuding. In her mind, she thought, I really don't know who insisted all along on having Fang Chen severely punished. While Fang Jiuding admired his grandson, he suddenly furrowed his brows, as if recalling something important, and asked with a worried frown, but I still have one question. Ask. Fang Chen replied calmly without showing the slightest panic. He has already reached the 4th level of qi refinement, while you're only at the 3rd. How can you possibly help him? What if he really ends up killing you? Fang Jiuding's tone was skeptical, yet tinged with concern. Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and retorted with displeasure. Can you speak properly? How come your words are even sweeter than honey? Besides, can you really tell my level just by looking? With your cultivation, you should be able to see through my feeble exterior and recognize my true strength. However, thinking that Fang Jiuding couldn't perceive his actual power, Fang Chen sighed internally. Since he couldn't hide it, he had no choice but to just say it himself. In a calm voice filled with confidence, he said, Don't worry, he can't kill me, because I've already established my foundation. The moment those words left his mouth, Wenxiu and Fang Jiuding were both stunned. Then suddenly, a vast and overwhelming energy of heavenly Dao foundation burst forth from Fang Chen's body. Their eyes instantly reflected shock and disbelief. Only now did they fully realize that the aura flowing over Fang Chen was magnificent, grand, and fiercely powerful. That was the energy field of the heavenly Dao foundation. Fang Jiuding and Wenxiu were utterly amazed. How long had it been since they last saw him? Yet Fang Chen had already reached the foundation building stage? What shocked them even more was that within that intense radiance, there was a force that felt uncannily familiar to them both. It was razor-sharp, surging with murderous intent that seemed to pierce the gaze of any onlooker, carrying an overwhelming, indomitable will neither bound by life nor death. That was the legendary Divine General Armor, the ultimate secret skill of the Demon Abyss Fang family. When did you master the Divine General Armor? Fang Jiuding asked in horror. The Divine General Armor was the very technique Fang Jiuding had first taught Fang Chen. Given their optimistic estimates, Fang Chen's chances of ever mastering it in this lifetime were almost non-existent. Yet now, he had successfully entered its initial stage. I have already entered the doorway, Fang Chen replied softly. No sooner had he spoken, innumerable red, ethereal mist wisps erupted from his body. The mist slowly solidified into a set of armor that tightly covered him. In his armored hand was a crimson great axe with a sharp blade. This was the initial form of the Divine General Armor. With Fang Chen's talent as a foundation, if he refined the armor to full mastery, it would become enormous, capable of wielding various weapons and unleashing thousands of spells. This was the true value of the Divine General Daobone. Witnessing all this, Fang Jiuding was rendered speechless, his face draining of color. Crimson Divine General Armor? When did you obtain the divine General Dao Bone? As the current head of the Fang family, no one, neither his father, grandfather, nor great-grandfather, knew the secrets of the divine general armor better than he did. He understood clearly that the armor came in 7 grades based on color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, with the red armor being the most prestigious. However, to complete the red armor, one must have a rare divine General Dao Bone as a foundation, something the Fang family had never seen in 1,000 years. Yet, he never imagined that Fang Chen actually possessed this elusive divine General Dao Bone. Don't you know? Maybe it's something you get just by sleeping? Isn't that something everyone has? Don't you? Fang Chen asked innocently. Fang Jioding was speechless for a moment. I'm so powerful, of course I don't need it. The boy's words were as sweet as honey. When Xiao smiled and shook her head, choosing not to expose Jioding's stubbornness, Fang Chen pressed on more seriously. Are you really sure you don't need it? Of course I do not. Jioding coughed nervously, trying to hide his envy, and quickly changed the subject. Well, I see now you handled this matter very well. After saying that, Jioding's tone turned serious. I owe you an apology for being so impatient. Reflecting on the foundation of the heavenly Tao and the divine general armor, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao suddenly realized they knew far too little about their son. Then, suddenly, Fang Jioding's expression changed drastically as he involuntarily leaned backward. Fang Chen was startled and quickly asked, Are you alright? It's nothing, Jioding replied. Wen Xiao reacted swiftly, steadying Fang Jioding and gently chiding. Your father hasn't rested for 10 days straight and just went through a fierce battle's exhausted. They'll take him away now. We originally planned to visit the Danran sect to find you and get some calming medicine so your father can rest properly. Without hesitation, Wen Xiao pulled Fang Jioding away. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Fang Chen could only see them off. Take care. After they hurried away, Fang Chen muttered quietly, The Fang family is so powerful, yet there's no calming medicine? What kind of nonsense is this? Nearby, Yixiong complained. If you have doubts, why don't you just ask? Fang Chen grumbled. We just met, not exactly close yet. Yixiong shot him a glare and thought bitterly. Humph, playing games with me. I was the one tied up before, and now I'm the one being toyed with. Feeling betrayed, he hurried to remove his beast slave mark to go home. Then he reminded, a batch of cat-fox hybrid demons came to Ingguang Lake Mountain. I have enough contribution points to redeem rewards. Want any? By the way, your dad smashed the pond in the courtyard earlier. He'll go fix it now. Meanwhile, when Xiao and Fang Jioding left Fang Chen's small courtyard and boarded a carriage pulled by a gray-white fine horse, heading straight for the mountaintop. The carriage was a precious magical artifact, capable of both flying and diving underwater due to its profound enchantments. Inside the carriage, when Xiao looked anxious and asked, Jioding, are you alright? Fang Jioding's face was pale as he forced a bitter smile. I'm fine, really. It's just that our injuries are different. Seems I showed my weakness first, and you're still unharmed. Guess I'm no match for you. When Xiao scolded, now's not the time for nonsense. Take the demon calming pill first. She pulled out a pill that was completely black with a pitted surface, faintly showing countless sinister skull faces, occasionally emitting a faintly hateful screech. Fang Jioding gritted his teeth and swallowed it. His complexion improved immediately, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Better now. I can still fight for another 500 years. When Xiao rolled her eyes but continued, later I'll have Lin Yunhe call Elder Hua over to check on you, and also examine the baby in my belly. I'm worried the demon aura released when Changhen, the heavenly demon, self-destructed might affect him. That won't happen, Fang Jioding said with a smile, pressing his cheek gently against Wen Xiao's swollen belly. He was born to protect Chainer. He'll be strong. Don't say that, it would only make him sad. No child should be born just to serve someone else's purpose. Yet when Xiao shot Fang Jioding a sharp glare before pushing him away. What was there to be afraid of? As sons of the Fang family, they were meant to protect their elder brother. There was no reason to feel sad about it. To be born for the family and for brothers, that was an honor. But Fang Jioding replied dismissively, what if it's a girl? When Xiao was speechless and finally said, even better. She could learn the divine will spear technique from you, the top scholar, and become stronger than our Fang family's divine general armor. She would be able to protect Chainer. Fang Jioding smiled and raised his hand to cut her off. Enough. When Xiao felt even more helpless, but her gaze grew complicated. Chainer was no longer like before. He didn't need anyone to protect him anymore. Fang Jioding paused at her words, then nodded slowly. Ever since when Xiao and Fang Jioding unexpectedly conceived on the demon battlefield, a thought had taken root in their hearts: if Fang Chen's talent proved irreparable, they would place all their hopes and resources on his younger brother or sister, trusting them to protect Chainer and carry on the Fang family legacy. But what they hadn't predicted was that Fang Chen's innate talent far exceeded their expectations. With the qualifications of a divine general's lineage and a foundation in the heavenly Tao, Fang Chen's future achievements could surpass all previous heads of the Fang family. Fang Jioding sighed with pride, as expected of my son Fang Jioding, gifted, cautious, and kind-hearted. That playboy act of his it was all just to fool Yin Hanyan. After Fang Chen exposed Yin Hanyan's conspiracy, everything made sense to Fang Jioding. Clearly, his son inherited his sharp intellect and had seen through Yin Hanyan's true nature from a young age. To survive safely under her control, he deliberately played the part of a reckless wastrel, successfully deceiving her. For that, Fang Chen was even willing to endure being seen as a failure in silence. Don't say nonsense. When Xiao shook her head, your son obviously encountered some extraordinary chance, or received a divine revelation, or help from a master. That's why his talents suddenly appeared. It wouldn't have been hidden all along. Otherwise, how could we have missed every clue? But I agree with you on one point. Chainer did pretend to be reckless to avoid Yin Hanyan's jealousy. Fang Jioding roared in anger, his face darkening. That poisonous woman, after all the trust one placed in her, she deserves to die? When Xiao's expression also turned grim. Back then, when they first had Fang Chen, they had planned to stay away from the demon battlefield for a time and raise him peacefully. The battlefield's demonic energy was fierce, and only Foundation establishment cultivators could barely enter without powerful protection. Even they struggled. Only Golden Core stage cultivators were free to move about. So when Xiao had intended to wait until Fang Chen reached Foundation establishment before bringing him and Fang Jioding back to the battlefield. But that year, the Eastern Demon battlefield suddenly changed drastically. Countless sealed demons broke free violently, rushing madly into the east, as if some treasured artifact they longed for had appeared there. In this moment of crisis, the Fang family had no choice but to immediately send reinforcements. Left with no choice, when Xiao and Fang Jioding, renowned demon suppressors whose names struck fear across the land, could only reluctantly set down baby Fang Chen and return to the chaotic battlefield against the heavenly demons. At parting, Yin Hanyun, who had given birth not long before, grasped Wen Xiao's hand and solemnly promised to raise Fang Chen with utmost care. Though doubt still gnawed at Wen Xiao's heart, even with demonic war clouds looming overhead, she insisted on leaving behind 2 of her personal maidservants, determined to ensure Fang Chen received the most meticulous attention. During the first 7 years, Yin Hanyun's care for Fang Chen was virtually indistinguishable from that of a birth mother. She not only treated Chener as her own flesh and blood, attending to him with devoted tenderness and never once slacking in the slightest, but even went so far as to neglect her biological son Fang Ran. Yin Hanyun had a wet nurse of lesser cultivation feed Fang Ran, while she herself, despite possessing far greater cultivation, focused solely on Fang Chen's daily needs and diet. Anything good went to Fang Chen first. One year, when Fang Chen suffered from persistent high fever that wouldn't break and proved impervious to medicine, Yin Hanyun willingly depleted her own vital essence and personally watched over him for a full 6 months, all to relieve Fang Chen's suffering. It was precisely these 7 years of conduct that finally convinced Wen Xiao of Yin Hanyun's sincerity. Even now, Yin Hanyun continued to shower Fang Chen with attentive care. Fang Chen's residence in the outer sect of Danran sect, all his cultivation resources, and matters large and small regarding contribution points, she personally handled everything. By contrast, she treated her own son Fang Ran with extreme coldness, even delegating important advancement matters to maidservants. When Fang Chen caused enormous trouble, Yin Hanyun went door to door apologizing and seeking forgiveness everywhere. Each time she cleaned up after Fang Chen, she would urge Wen Xiao and Fang Jioding to personally raise and teach Fang Chen themselves, insisting they must never allow him to become a spoiled wastrel. Because of all this, Wen Xiao firmly believed that Fang Chen's degradation was entirely his own fault and had nothing to do with Yin Hanyun. But now, she suddenly awakened to realize she had long since fallen into a trap of the other woman's designant overt conspiracy without leaving a trace, one that had raised her son into worthless trash. She even suspected that Fang Chen's high fever that year had quite possibly been Yin Hanyun's doing. Complex emotions surged within Wen Xiao's heart. She closed her eyes, her expression gradually becoming as calm as a mirror. After more than 20 years of struggle, the position of Fang family head seemed worthy enough. Slowly opening her eyes, her voice came out flat yet tinged with a hint of frost. She schemed for so long, why is she rushing to act now? Fang Jioding frowned. This conspiracy looks simple, but it's truly not that simple. Wen Xiao's gaze was piercing. If we hadn't seen through it, or if Chener truly wasn't pretending to be confused but had genuinely suffered cultivation deviation, then given your temperament, you would have voluntarily resigned from the family head position long ago. But now that we've seen through it, do we have evidence to expose her? No. Fang Jioding started. Then I'd certainly beat her senseless first before any evidence surfaced. But think about how others would view it. When Xiao picked up the thread, they'd say the family matriarch acts recklessly and arrogantly, that her son has fallen into dissolute degeneracy, yet she blames it all on the second aunt who painstakingly raised him. Fang Jioding fell silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. So then, Xiao, what do you plan to do? Just swallow this humiliation? When Xiao's expression turned cold, her tone composed. I'm not someone with a good temper. I hear Yan Hanyun plans to visit the ancestral hall to pray for Chen'er's well-being. I'll accompany her. Along the way, we'll suddenly encounter a beast-tide uprising, heavenly demons attacking, rebel assassins targeting Fang family general Swoln that suit my purposes perfectly. Fang Jioding looked shocked, eyes widening. I was originally planning to keep that heavenly demon spy we caught in the army to lure out bigger fish, but now I can't hold back anymore. When Xiao said calmly, "That's right, can't hold back." "Fine, whatever you say, wife." Fang Jioding nodded dazedly. The carriage wheels rolled over stone-paved roads. Gazing at the verdant mountain estate gradually coming into view outside the window, when Xiao smiled lightly. "We've arrived at Lin Yunha's residence. Let's get down." Fang Jioding hurried to assist when Xiao out of the carriage. Before them stood a tranquil courtyard, simple and elegant in its antiquity. At the entrance stood a middle-aged man in black robes, his bearing upright, his features stern, radiating an unsmiling aura of authority. "Lin Yunha, master of Ingguang Lake Mountain. Come in. I've been waiting." Seeing Fang Jioding dismount, Lin Yunha's tone was steady. Fang Jioding started, then his eyes filled with alarm. "How do you know that my son Fang Chen has already reached the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment realm, awakened divine general Dao bones, and cultivated divine general armor?" Lin Yunha's expression carried a trace of puzzlement, unable to respond in time. When Xiao standing beside him shook her head helplessly. Past experience told her that Lin Yunha was about to endure extremely harsh torment. Lin Yunha glared fiercely at Fang Jioding, his teeth clenched as he growled. "When have I ever asked you that question?" His usually stern face grew even darker and heavier with anger. "Huh, you didn't ask? But your expression clearly said otherwise. You wanted to know why my son could establish a Heavenly Dao Foundation." Fang Jioding countered with surprise in his eyes. Lin Yunha sneered coldly, drawing a large machete from his waist, his tone calm, yet resolute. "I never asked. Let's go inside." Fang Jioding quickly took Wen Xiao's hand, bypassed Lin Yunha, and led the way into the small courtyard. Watching their retreating figures, Lin Yun's head throbbed painfully as he sighed inwardly. This is going to be unbearable. That Fang Jioding's always been this annoying since childhood. The two had grown up as childhood sweethearts. When Fang Jioding awakened his divine general armor back then, he showed off for 6 months straight. Later, after marrying Wen Xiao, he flaunted it for another year, pestering Lin Yunha daily about why he hadn't found a Dao partner yet, asking if he simply didn't want one. When Fang Jioding became clan head, he boasted for 3 more years, constantly questioning why Lin Yunha didn't strive to become the master of the Danran sect, as if it were something he didn't want. Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao rushed into the courtyard and immediately froze at the sight of 3 blood-stained demonic beast corpses before them. The bright red blood was still not fully dried, and the beasts emitted a fiercely strong demonic aura that tightened their chests with unease. Fang Jioding couldn't help but step closer to inspect. "Killed recently?" When Xiao turned to ask, "Did these beasts break out from the animal prison?" Lin Yunha sheathed his machete and said in a deep voice, "The animal prison is heavily guarded. How could anyone have killed beasts here?" When Xiao froze. Just as Lin Yunha was about to reply, Fang Jioding suddenly shouted, "Yunha, come take a look." "What's wrong?" Lin Yun's expression changed sharply as he hurried over. "Look at this blood," Fang Jioding said grimly, pointing to the ground. "What's going on?" Lin Yunha frowned, his gaze growing extremely serious. Fang Jioding slowly said, "It's red." And Lin Yun's spiritual power began to stir, his alertness rising again. Fang Jioding took a deep breath. "This shade is very similar to my son's divine general armor, the crimson divine general armor. That armor can only be possessed by those who have awakened the divine general Dao bone." Without hesitation, Lin Yunha drew his blade and swung fiercely at Fang Jioding's head. Pure anger, no hesitation. Lin Yun's backyard sat atop a small hill, crowned with a pavilion nestled against a sea of clouds. Mist swirled calmly, sounds moved distinctly, and the wide view breathed tranquility. But Lin Yun's face was dark and stormy, his mood far from peaceful. He stiffly demanded, "You two came to the Danran sect. What's the real reason? Surely not just to show off." When Xiao gave a bitter smile and shook her head, "Of course not." Fang Jioding chuckled, "Show off? I don't have that kind of leisure. I just wanted to share a parent's pride in their son." "Don't you have a son?" "Oh, right. You don't even have a Dao partner." With a slam, Lin Yun's fury erupted as he smashed the stone table, shouting angrily, "Fang Jioding, this is exactly like fighting on the life-and-death arena." Wen Xiao rushed to mediate but couldn't help casting a helpless glance at the shattered stone table and sighing inwardly. Every time these two meet, the table suffers this fate. Then she shot a sideways glare at Fang Jioding. "You better shut up." Fang Jioding grinned and fell silent. "This time, we came to ask Elder Hua to examine our injuries," Wen Xiao explained. Lin Yun's brow furrowed sharply when he heard this. "What kind of injury?" he asked immediately. "It's the demonic energy that escaped when the everlasting grudge demon self-destructed," Wen Xiao said with a heavy tone. "Everlasting grudge demon?" Lin Yun's expression changed drastically. His face turned pale with anger. Are you out of your minds? I told you long ago that the immortal spirit demon heart fruit is useless for your son. What were you thinking going to that place? Looking for death? He paused, lowering his voice, his eyes tense. The everlasting grudge demon is a notorious celestial demon of immense strength, dwelling deep within the demon silence valley, the deadliest part of the celestial demon battlefield. There is no other explanation for you two daring to go there. Fang Jioding remained calm and explained. The valley is exactly where the immortal spirit demon heart fruit grows. It's said this fruit can instantly grant spiritual roots to those who cannot cultivate, but the side effects are terrifying. It could lead to falling into demonic paths or even self-destruction. We only wanted to try. Whether it helps Chainer or not, we wanted to bring some back first. There is still hope, Fang Jioding said with some confidence. Lin Yunhe was so furious his face turned red. Reckless. You just rushed right in? The deepest part of the celestial demon battlefield isn't somewhere you can just wander into. It's full of dangers. One misstep, and you'll die there. His rage intensified, especially since Fang Jioding had taken that risk without telling him beforehand. Oh, we're back now. Don't be mad. Fang Jioding waved off the anger with a smile. Besides, we timed it carefully. It wasn't reckless. So you're possessed by demonic energy? Lin Yunhe demanded sharply. The everlasting grudge demon isn't a trivial foe. He self-destructed. How could you escape unscathed? Fang Jioding answered nonchalantly. Ha! Who said we weren't hurt? The demonic energy did enter our brains, but it's still under control. Lin Yunhe snorted twice, then pulled out a jade slip and quickly sent a message to Elder Hua Qirong. Tell Elder Hua to come here and take a look. Fang Jioding continued, but we won't take risks like that again. Chainer has already established his foundation in the heavenly Tao. He's wearing the red divine general armor. Like father, like son, Lin Yunwen, will you give me a son? Before he finished, he slammed his hand down forcefully on the stone table, which shattered into pieces along its cracks. Lin Yunhe glared at him darkly. Fang Jioding, have you been clouded by the demon energy? Looking at the scattered shards, Fang Jioding cleared his throat. I'm fine, don't worry. A playful smile tugged at his lips. Lin Yunhe snorted again, while Fang Jioding took out a new stone table from his storage ring and placed it on the stand with a loud thud. Watching the new table and Fang Jioding's familiar movements, Wen Xiao fell silent. Lin Yunhe gave a calm order. Don't say anything else for now. Wait quietly until Elder Hua arrives. Fang Jioding nodded. Lin Yunhe sighed. It's my fault. I should have told you earlier that Fang Chen's talent had improved. You wouldn't have taken such huge risks. You knew all along. Fang Jioding asked in surprise. Of course. A few days ago, I sensed he had already laid the foundation in the heavenly Tao. Then why didn't you tell me sooner? Fang Jioding asked, displeased. Lin Yunhe smiled faintly. Guess why? Fang Jioding paused, then slowly caught on and chuckled. Suddenly, Wen Xiao spoke up. Our rush to Danran's sect wasn't just because of the demonic energy. We also heard that Chainer is going to have a life-or-death duel with Shao Qing from the outer sect, and that he plans to use Shao Qing in alchemy. That's why we came. This explained Fang Jioding's earlier fury, on one hand risking his life for Fang Chen, while Chainer planned to kill someone for alchemical purposes. How could he not be furious? Using Shao Qing for alchemy? Who told you that nonsense? Lin Yunhe frowned. Family affairs, you don't need to worry about it, Fang Jioding said firmly, refusing to elaborate. Wen Xiao was persistent. Then why is Chainer challenging Shao Qing to a duel? I want to know the real reason he agreed to a life-or-death fight. Of course it's to help him, Lin Yunhe said firmly. Hearing this, Wen Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she asked, is Chainer really going to help him? She never expected Lin Yunhe would give such an explanation. That's right, Lin Yunhe nodded. I initially thought he wanted to bully Shao Qing, which is why I sent you the message about this. Only now do I understand that things aren't so simple. Wen Xiao remained somewhat doubtful. Really? But Fang Chen's behavior seemed like he was lying. He must have another motive for not canceling the life and death duel. I originally thought it was over a woman or cultivation resources. I never expected you to say this too, Lin Yunhe. Hearing this, Fang Jioding felt somewhat displeased and immediately asked, what's wrong? Don't you believe Chainer when he speaks so sincerely? Wen Xiao glanced at him coldly and responded indifferently. You shut up. Fang Jioding immediately fell silent. Lin Yunhe looked at Fang Jioding with a touch of mockery, his tone certain. Of course it's true. The reason I know all this is because of the incident at the Beast Prison that day. Wen Xiao's gaze tightened, her heartbeat quickening. The Beast Prison incident is also related to Chainer? Exactly, Lin Yunhe said. Did you see Fang Chen's beast companion when you arrived? Fang Jioding nodded. We did. Black and white fur, tail with a golden ringgits, a Qianquan sacred tiger. We didn't probe with spiritual power, but could tell from its appearance alone that its bloodline is extraordinary. Though both had high cultivation levels, they knew not to use spiritual power unnecessarily. Fang Jioding had even directly deployed his magical treasure to capture Yi Xiong rather than taking action himself. This was why they hadn't detected Fang Chen's true aura, they simply hadn't bothered to examine him closely. Lin Yunhe nodded. That's right. It's a demon tiger with an imperial grade bloodline. Wen Xiao first froze, then was so shocked she could barely speak. An imperial-grade bloodline was so rare that even Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment cultivators could hardly match it, known as Heaven and Earth's favored children. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel proud that her son had such a beast companion or secretly envious. Fang Jioding's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded, Lin Yunhe, you don't have an imperial-grade bloodline beast companion, do you? Let me tell you, when I looked at that demon tiger just now. Bang! Before he could finish, Lin Yunhe, seething with anger, smashed a stone table to pieces. Fang Jioding helplessly smiled and replaced it with another table. With an ashen face, Lin Yunhe continued, that demon tiger infiltrated Ingguang Lake Mountain on the very day of the beast prison incident, lying in ambush for true disciple Jiang. He briefly explained the situation that day. At that time, Ling Wanner came to find me, saying Fang Chen was in danger and I had to rush to save him. Lin Yunhe's voice was low, and both their expressions instantly tensed. I was about to leave immediately, but unexpectedly, I was blocked by 3 demon beasts. When Xiao picked up the thread, asking, these 3 demon beasts, are they the ones at the entrance? Lin Yunhe nodded. What happened next? Fang Jioding pressed urgently. Lin Yunhe sighed. Those demon beasts clearly came prepared. Combined with the formation, they trapped me for an entire hour. Even though I exhausted 100 years of my lifespan, I still couldn't break free. As he spoke, his tone was mixed with helplessness and indignation. The fiercer I fought, the colder my heart grew. I knew that with his current cultivation level, facing the demon tiger's ambush, Fang Chen would surely die. However, when I finally repelled those 3 demon beasts and was preparing to go rescue him, Elder Hua came up from the mountainside. At this point, the atmosphere grew even more tense as everyone held their breath, waiting for the truth to unfold. I just found out that Fang Chen not only survived, but also captured that demon tiger. Lin Yunhe recalled the moment with disbelief still etched on his face. Turning to the anxious couple, Fang Jioding and his wife, he spoke candidly, I'm not afraid to offend you, but back then I kept thinking, how could that useless Qi refinement stage 3 guy possibly defeat someone at Foundation Establishment stage 5? It was absolutely impossible. He sighed and smiled wryly. In the end, Elder Hua laid out Fang Chen's true situation in detail. That kid, haha, he really kept everything under wraps, tricking all of us. His laughter carried a trace of admiration. He's not a spoiled rich kid at all. Actually, he's so kind-hearted it nearly makes you feel foolish. Ling Weiner misunderstood him, which led to him being trapped in the Sound Forest. If he hadn't known how to play the Guzheng, the Fang family almost would have lost all their prestige. But he never complained once. When that yin-yang furnace exploded, he repaid evil with kindness and saved both Ling Weiner and Jiang Zhenchuan. He paused, voice lowering. Last month, you guys cut off his supply of spirit stones and sent all his servants away, so he was clearly running low. Yet he still gave the Lingying Jade Scroll and a whole bottle of fragmented jade pills to Shaoqing. Honestly, I was really moved. Suddenly, I felt guilty for having scolded him all these years. Lin Yunhe finished with a long sigh. He had criticized Fang Chen for over a decade, always frustrated at how the boy seemed aimless and unmotivated, speaking harshly. But now he finally understood how much Fang Chen had silently endured. Fang Jioding, and when Xiao stayed silent. Only when Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her mind racing. She suddenly realized how wrong she had been to doubt Fang Chen. Having witnessed so much scheming, she still had suspected such a pure soul with such a filthy mindset. He hadn't been acting at all, was genuinely that innocent and sincere. Suddenly Fang Jioding slammed his hand on the table and sighed deeply. It's all my fault. If I had kept him by my side, he wouldn't have had to face so much alone. Regret marked his face. Lin Yunhe smiled to comfort him. Don't blame yourself. It was the brutal heavenly demon battlefield that tore your family apart. Fang Jioding's eyes brightened with determination, but after a moment's thought he sighed again. No, it's all your fault. Lin Yunhe? But Lin Yunhe immediately interrupted. Don't carry that guilt. We don't blame anyone. Looking back, Fang Chen's so-called useless behavior as an outer disciple made sense. Lin Yunhe explained. Because Fang Chen existed, every outer disciple worked hard to improve. People said there were some who did nothing except make sure their cultivation never fell below Qi refinement stage 3 or else Fang Chen would bully them. Back then I was glad, thinking ID kept Fang Chen around to motivate the outer disciples. But now I realize it was Fang Chen himself sacrificing what should have been his own time to shine in the inner secto, pull everyone forward. When Xiao's eyes reddened with tears, she thought of Fang Chen's words. Those who have been rained on hope most of all for someone to hold an umbrella over them. All these years, Fang Chen had been holding an umbrella for the outer disciples. It's all my fault, Fang Jioding muttered. If I had been smarter, more attentive, I would have seen what he was doing secretly and spared him so much hardship. Lin Yunhe shook his head. It's not that you weren't smart enough, it's that your son is just too clever, smarter than we ever imagined. Fang Jioding blinked in surprise. What do you mean? Isn't he clever? Lin Yunhe stood up excitedly and hit the table. His formations, cultivation, and talent have all been top-notch, and his progress rapid for years. Where did he have time to study sect rules? I used to think he stumbled on all their loopholes by chance. Now I realize that a single glance at the rules was enough for him to spot every flaw precisely. Isn't that brilliant? Fang Jioding gasped. Exactly. Without that cunning, how could he have fooled Yan Hanyun, who's been with him daily? When Xiao hummed softly, her expression layered and deep. They were finally convinced by Lin Yun's explanation, their silence heavy with helplessness and awe. Meanwhile, below Lingyun Peak, Ling Weiner sat in a pavilion beside the Sound Forest, her head resting lightly against the chair's back as she asked Ling Shuyuan across from her, "Father, when are you going back to mine spirit stones this time?" Ling Ziyuan's face was calm, a faint smile in his tone. "Weiner, the spirit mines are resting now. I won't go back to mine for another 3 days. We should rest first." Beside them, Hua Qirong glanced at Ling Shuyuan, wanting to say something, but ultimately staying silent. This ancestral master sure has a thick skin. "Father, you've worked so hard." Ling Weiner sighed softly and said gently, "I'm about to complete my foundation establishment soon. By then, the Spirit Stone's master sends every month will be more than enough for our family to settle at the foot of Ingguang Lake Mountain." Ling Ziyuan's face broke into a warm smile. "Don't worry so much. Mining spirit ores isn't as hard as ordinary mining. The spiritual energy within nourishes the body. I've been feeling that my breakthrough to foundation establishment is near. Your mother is making good progress too. Tending the deep-sea medicinal fields, her breakthrough isn't far off either. But no matter what, none of us compares to you, Weiner. You're truly the best." Ling Weiner sighed quietly, a trace of guilt flashing in her eyes. She had always carried a knot in her heart years ago. Her father sold calligraphy and paintings, and her mother supplemented their income with embroidery, all to support her journey to cultivate a Danran sect. The father, who should have been wearing a scholar's robe and studying, had now risked everything to mine spirit ores. The skillful mother was tending water elemental spirit herbs in underwater fields. She had seen it all and felt the pain deeply in her heart. Though her parents had set out on the path of cultivation together because of her, as their daughter, she found it hard to feel at ease and accept their hardships. Nearby, Hua Kerong's expressionless face nearly gave way to a smile. "Patriarch, one of you is in tribulation crossing stage, the other in the great success stage, and you two are teaming up to fool your own daughter? Does that seem right?" Ling Shuyuan smiled wryly. "There's nothing wrong with it. Now then, didn't you say you wanted to study under Elder Hua? Go on then." Ling Weiner immediately felt guilty, glanced at Hua Qirong, and whispered, "They'll go to the alchemy workshop now to study pill refining. Father, would you like to head back so you don't disturb Elder Hua?" Ling Shuyuan quietly sent a message to Hua Qirong. "I have something to discuss with you." Hua Qirong smiled in response. "No problem." Ling Weiner could only brace herself and say, "Well, all right then." Turning, she left, shooting Hua Qirong a pleading look as she went. After Weiner was out of earshot, Hua Qirong stood and respectfully bowed. "Disciple Hua Qirong greets Patriarch Ling." "No trouble, sit down." Ling Shuyuan smiled faintly, waving his left hand lightly. A soundproof array enclosed the pavilion from outside noises. Curious, he asked, "What's going on with Weiner? Why is she so guilty? Anything unusual?" After sitting, Hua Qirong explained, "I had her copy the pill scriptures." Ling Shuyuan immediately chuckled in disbelief. "I really thought she was so diligent. She came all the way from Chizuan Mountain on her own to study." After leaving Ingguang Lake Mountain, Ling Shuyuan went straight over to Ling Weiner, coaxing her by saying the spirit ore's energy was strong and the mine was resting, so there was a break for now. Then he insisted on accompanying her to Lingyun Peak, where Weiner reluctantly pulled him along, pretending to study alchemy actively. In reality, Weiner was indeed very hardworking most of the time. Hua Qirong laughed and explained, "She just made a little mistake this time." Then she detailed why she had Ling Weiner copy the pill scriptures, and the whole story behind misleading Fang Chen into the Sound Forest. She said Fang Chen didn't assign Weiner any penalty work, so she arranged for her to copy scriptures as a wake-up call. "I see." Ling Shuyuan was surprised, but then laughed. "That Fang Chen actually plays the role of a fake playboy? Didn't see that coming." Hua Qirong was also startled. "Patriarch, you know him?" Fang Chen's reputation had actually reached Ling Shuyuan. They had only just met, but Ling Shuyuan smiled at the thought. Hua Qirong frowned upon hearing this vague remark. She hated it when people talked in riddles and created unnecessary mystery. Yet no matter how brave she was, she dared not press Ling Shuyuan for more and could only guess at his meaning. She spoke softly. "He's a good kid, that's right. Given he's from the demonic abyss Fang family, how could he be bad? But it is strange that he hasn't cultivated the God General armor." Ling Shuyuan paused, a memory flashing through his mind. There was no trace of God General armor aura in Fang Chen's body. Otherwise, Hua Qirong wouldn't have just now learned he was from the Fang family. Maybe he just doesn't like it? Hua Qirong hesitated slightly as she explained. "From my observations, Fang Chen is skilled in poison arts and fire demonic energy. He fights flexibly and doesn't like straightforward clashes, so he probably wouldn't train the God General armor." Ling Shuyuan was stunned. How could someone cultivating an ancient divine physique dislike bold and direct combat? It was ridiculous. Then it suddenly clicked for him. Fang Chen must be an expert at disguise. pretending to excel in poison arts to fool everyone, even Hua Qirong herself, while secretly cultivating the ancient divine physique. Since this technique was extremely rare and precious, it made sense Fang Chen would hide it carefully, afraid others might covet or steal it. Laughing quietly to himself, Ling Shuyuan said, "He's really clever." Haha. Then he turned to Hua Qirong and teased, "I say he doesn't train the god general armor, and you call him smart. You're always liking to guess riddles, aren't you? It's so hard dealing with you ancient monsters who have lived for thousands of years." Hua Qirong was inwardly annoyed but maintained a calm smile on her face. All right, back to the main topic. Ling Shuyuan refocused and asked, "How are things on the beast prison side?" His visit to Lingyun Peak was mainly to accompany his daughter, so it was reasonable for him to ask Hua Qirong about the beast prison. She replied, "It's mostly resolved. The culprit who burned his lifespan and tore open the beast prison seal's elder, Yu Chang, has been completely destroyed," she sighed. Unfortunately, the great monsters above the Huatong stage inside the prison were controlled by Yu Chang and lost all reason. To set up that brutal formation, they were all killed, causing huge losses. "I'm sorry, master, for my incompetence," Ling Shuyuan replied calmly. "No need to apologize if that's not your fault. Yu Chang was already an elder I taught in the past. His betrayal of the Danran sect was unexpected but not entirely surprising. As for the beast prison, the highest level monsters inside have only just reached early harmony Dao and haven't crossed the tribulation yet. They're ultimately insignificant. We can afford the losses." He continued, "We'll go to the fairy demon battlefield and capture some monsters to bring back for you to draw blood from and breed." Hua Qirong nodded quickly, feeling relieved. Her apology was just on the surface. What she truly sought was Ling Ziyuan's help. But since he was the kind of godlike figure focused solely on ascension and indifferent to other matters, she couldn't ask directly, she had to hint at it subtly. Luckily, although the master liked to tease his daughter and speak in riddles, he was willing to help his disciples. Ling Shuyuan asked again, "Tell me exactly what happened then." Hua Qirong explained, "At that time, Yu Chang controlled all the monsters inside the beast prison, making them frenzied and irrational. He used a flesh and blood grinding formation built by burning body shells, lifespans, and essence blood to coat the whole turtle platform, sealing off all paths for the inner gate elders. Wainer then sought help from Elder Lin Yunha. With your divine intent assisting, this intent automatically manifests as a sharp sword to protect against strong monster Orisit prevented 3 monsters near Lin Yunha from attacking." Ling Shuyuan quickly interrupted. "Wainer didn't realize it was my divine intent, did she?" "She didn't. She thought it was Elder Zhang Hifeng's," Hua Qirong answered. "That's good. Continue," Ling Shuyuan said. "But Ningyi suffered heavy losses and couldn't get through to the turtle platform. She had to use the only passage left, a great transfer talisman," Hua Qirong said. "Not only was the treasure damaged, but a lot of essence blood was consumed." Her gaze silently hinted at Ling Shuyuan. Maybe they should get another great transfer talisman for Jiang Ningyi. But Ling Ziyuan's expression darkened and his brow furrowed. What on earth is Jiang's true legacy up to? Ling Shuyuan's face showed clear displeasure, his tone tinged with anger. "I remember that grand teleportation talisman was given to her by the sword old ghost back when she first joined the sect. He painstakingly removed it from the webs inside the sword grave. That talisman is extremely rare enough to guarantee her an instant escape if she ever fell into a desperate situation in the demon realm. How could she use it so recklessly? As a true heir of the sect, didn't she have other treasures to save herself with? To carelessly waste such a priceless relic, that's incredibly disrespectful." For Ling Shuyuan, any item that allowed a lower-ranked cultivator to unleash extraordinary supernatural powers was a precious treasure. The grand teleportation talisman was beyond precious, it was the most valuable of all. The fact that Jiang Jinchuan used it during a completely controlled beast prison disturbance inside the sect was enough to ignite Ling Ziyuan's fury, and hold it down he could not. Hua Qirong's expression changed abruptly, a wave of regret washing over her. She inwardly scolded herself for overthinking things. Although Ling Shuyuan would not truly blame Jiang Jinchuan, this incident undeniably damaged Jiang's image in his eyes, something Hua Qirong was desperate to avoid. She hurriedly said, her voice anxious, "Patriarch, please restrain your anger. It's not Zinchuan's fault, it was my mistake." Ling Ziyuan's gaze darkened, sharp and cutting. "Your mistake? Explain." Cold sweat drenched Hua Qirong's back as her heart leapt to her throat. She quickly explained, "Zinchuan usually treasures the treasures you granted her so much. She nurtures them carefully every day, never daring to let them suffer the slightest damage. You know how fleeting life and death are." When she was about to use the grand teleportation talisman, she hesitated, worried that she'd be wasting your precious gift and miss her chance to escape. "I kept encouraging her, telling her the talisman isn't ordinary and should be used when the time is right, never to be overly frugal. That's what reached her ears, leading to what happened today. It was truly my fault, please punish me, Patriarch." Ling Shuyuan stared at Hua Qirong for a long moment, his gaze like a razor blade causing her to break into a cold sweat. After a pause, he finally shook his head. "Forget it. You're not wrong either. but you'd better talk to her properly later. A priceless treasure must be used with utmost caution. Yes, Patriarch, Hua Qirong breathed a sigh of relief. Then Ling Shuyuan asked, by the way, why did she insist on using the grand teleportation talisman to pass through Turtle Platform? Wouldn't hiding somewhere else to avoid demon beasts be safer? Hua Qirong smiled bitterly, her eyes showing resignation. Jinchuan wasn't afraid of being attacked by demon beasts. She intentionally took the opportunity at Turtle Platform to ask you to rescue Fang Chen, who is trapped inside the yin-yang furnace being cultivated and transformed by Yu Chang. Ling Shuyuan was suddenly stunned. What? At that time Jiang Jinchuan didn't even know Fang Chen had reached Foundation establishment in the way of heaven level, thinking he was just a chi-refining disciple. She feared he'd be killed by the demon tiger and so reluctantly used the grand teleportation talisman. Hua Qirong nodded. No sooner had she spoken than Ling Shuyuan clapped his hands and praised. Ah, that makes perfect sense. Jiang Zinchuan's choice was brilliant. Hua Qirong looked at him in confusion. Patriarch, are you feeling all right? Protecting Fang Chen is completely justifiable. Though he is strong enough to easily slay a demon tiger himself, Jiang Zinchuan's mindset is commendable, Ling Shuyuan said. Once Fang Chen enters Chizuan Mountain, you and the others should follow Jiang Zinchuan's example, understood? Hua Qirong's eyes widened, hardly daring to believe what she was hearing. Could Fang Chen really be the Patriarch's long-lost biological son? This was an astonishing level of concern. Seeing her reaction, Ling Shuyuan glared impatiently. What are you staring at? Pay attention and grasp the meaning, got it? Yes, Patriarch. Hua Qirong nodded earnestly. Ling Shuyuan then asked, so after Jiang Jinchuan crossed Turtle Platform, did you all go to rescue Fang Chen? No, the blood flesh mill array is incredibly powerful. With my strength alone, I simply can't break the formation. That's why I had to ask the sect elders and deputy sect leader Qin Ying to come for backup, Hua Qirong said with a hint of helplessness in her voice. Even so, if the Patriarch at the Tribulation Crossing realm doesn't personally intervene, it would take at least an hour of all our combined efforts just to break the formation. At that moment, Yu Chang was seizing the patrol shift with the fewest strong cultivators inside the sect to secretly release the ferocious beasts rampaging wildly, pushing the situation into a dangerous state. Ling Shuyuan knit his brows tightly and asked sternly, why don't you just use the sect's protective formation to break the array and rescue them? Unless it's a matter of life and death, the Patriarch's power can't be lightly deployed. It's difficult to counter otherwise. Realizing this, he immediately wondered, if that's the case, why not have Deputy Sect Leader Qin activate the protective formation? Hua Qirong gave a bitter smile and shook her head. That's exactly what Ning Yi and I thought at first. But when the Deputy Sect Leader arrived, he first summoned the life lamp C and carefully examined everything. Surprisingly, none of the outer disciples had suffered any injuries, indicating this chaos hadn't resulted in widespread casualties. So he concluded there was no need for a costly effort to activate the protective formation, which consumes vast spiritual resources. Ling Ziyuan's expression darkened sharply, and his tone turned icy. The outer disciples weren't harmed, but what about Fang Chen? He's still trapped inside the yin-yang furnace. He understood that given Fang Chen's true strength, he should be okay despite the dire situation. But that didn't mean Qin Ying could simply stand by and do nothing. A faint, bitter smile tugged at Hua Qirong's lips. Ning Yi begged the deputy sect leader to use the protective formation to split open the blood flesh mill and rescue Fang Chen. But the deputy sect leader took out his life lamp, which indicated Fang Chen had already reached the Foundation establishment stage. Although we didn't know Fang Chen was truly established by the Heavenly Tao at the time, the deputy sect leader judged from the life lamp that Fang Chen was stable, and since he was a Fang family disciple, he should have reliable life-saving talismans. So he thought Fang Chen could hold on and saw no need to waste precious resources on rescue. The harsh truth was, at that moment, many elders and deputy sect leader Qin saw Fang Chen as nothing more than an outrageously reckless and infamous playboy, whose survival mattered little. They preferred to preserve the sect's overall interests rather than expend massive resources for one life. Even Zhang Ninjia's tearful pleas were useless. As long as Fang Chen could stall the deadly opponent and prevent further harm to other disciples, that was enough. Besides considering Fang Chen's life expendable, the deeper reason was Qin Ying's personal grudge against him. Qin's disciple had lost to Jiang Ningyi in the contest for a true inheritance spot, creating a bitter enmity that severed ties with Jiang Ningyi, her master Xianyun Fairy, and Hua Qirong. Now that Jiang Ningyi wanted to save Fang Chen, Qin Ying naturally refused to intervene at all costs. Anyway, he thinks even if Fang Chen dies, he's just an irresponsible playboy who won't cause any waves. Who cares about his life? Ling Ziyuan's anger flared as he shouted, "That's nonsense." Hearing this accusation, Hua Qirong visibly trembled, immediately lowering her head in shame and fear, speechless. But beneath her fear lurked a faint secret joy finally. It was time for the deputy sect leader to be replaced. All the delays and excuses about conserving resources were just selfish schemes. If the one endangered had been any other disciple besides Fang Chen, the decision would have been made without hesitation long ago. Ling Ziyuan's face was ashen and cold as steel as he declared, for a dignified deputy sect leader to stoop this low, there's no need to drag this out any longer. The Great Fairy Demon War is about to erupt, its perfect timing to send him off to fight to the death on that battlefield. As for the other elders present, Ling Ziyuan decided not to punish them for the time being, fearing that Fang Chen might alienate the majority of the elders before even entering the inner sect. He instructed Hua Qirong to find an appropriate moment to quietly warn them, urging them to take the initiative to apologize to Fang Chen and make amends. If they could hear a satisfactory response from Fang Chen, he would let them off. After hearing this, Hua Qirong felt shocked. Ling Ziyuan was clearly going out of his way to look out for Fang Chen. She quickly agreed, saying, "Understood." Then, Ling Ziyuan's expression turned icy, and his gaze sharp as a blade. He reached out and grasped at the empty air, causing a sheet of golden paper to instantly manifest in his palm. He quickly wrote a line of text on it, and the paper burned on its own without needing fire, turning to ash that scattered into the air. At the same time, Ling Ziyuan declared, "From this moment on, Qi Ning is stripped of his position as deputy sect leader." Hua Qirong watched calmly, but a faint smirk flickered in her eyes. She thought to herself, all thanks to Fang Chen. If this young fellow weren't so favored by the sect founder, how could Qi Ning have been removed so easily without lifting a finger? However, Hua Qirong's expression quickly grew serious again as she recalled a strange incident a few days earlier, when Fang Chen's life lamp flickered, erratically, an event that still left her uneasy. At that time, Qi Ning had taken down Fang Chen's life lamp, and as the lamp was about to go out, Zhang Ninjia's face instantly paled. The other elders panicked and hurried to activate the sect's protective formation, fearing Qi Ning's brutal methods and worried that after dealing with Fang Chen, he would turn to kill other outer sect disciples. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Fang Chen's life lamp suddenly lit up again. Everyone was stunned, and it wasn't long before the lamp dimmed once more. Then it repeatedly flickered on and off. Standing atop the sea turtle platform where the blood flesh mill formation was activated, surrounded by swirling demonic energy and raging blood flames, everyone's eyes were fixed on that wavering life lamp. Each person silently vowed they had never seen a life lamp flicker with such an eerie, unsettling pattern. The group concluded that the abnormality in Fang Chen's life lantern was very likely caused by the flesh mill formation. The flesh mill formation is a top-tier deadly trap that severely disrupts the flow of spiritual energy. Anyone entering it would experience a sharp decline in combat effectiveness, while means of seeking help or escape such as magical tools would fail. Unless one possessed a god-level artifact, no attempt at rescue or escape could succeed. Moreover, if a Grand Ascension Stage Master activated the formation, the interference would be even more intense. In that case, even Zhang Ninjia's prized Great Teleportation Talisman would be useless. The problem was, under normal circumstances, a Grand Ascension Master would never sacrifice their lifespan to operate such an energy-draining formation. Therefore, everyone agreed that the issue with Fang Chen's life lantern was indeed the result of this great formation's influence. The flesh mill formation was activated on Turtle Platform. Did any other disciples get hurt? Ling Ziyuan suddenly remembered as the golden paper finished burning, frowning slightly. No, Hua Qirong shook her head. Surprisingly, Yu Chang showed some kindness this time. He took the initiative to disperse the other disciples, so they were hardly affected. Ling Ziyuan frowned, confused. What's going on? Didn't he already betray Danran's sect and sided with the demon clan? Why would he still care about the lives of sect disciples? I always assumed he had completely turned traitor and become a demon collaborator. That's exactly what we find strange, Hua Qirong explained. Actually, there's something more I want to say, though I'm not sure if I should. I don't like beating around the bush. Just say it straight. Ling Ziyuan responded coldly. Hua Qirong smiled wryly. I don't even know who started all these riddles. Fang Chen told me that Wing Xiong claimed this whole incident was orchestrated by an elder in the beast prison to help him escape, and that they guided him to devour Ningyi. But if it was really just to help him break free, there was no need to make such a big commotion. She paused, her eyes flickering with complexity. We suspect Wing Xiong was completely fooled by Yu Chang, the great demon. The real purpose behind the chaos, on the surface, was to help Wing Xiong escape, but in reality it was to use him as a tool to eliminate Ningyi. Yet, something still doesn't add up. Ling Ziyuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly recalling something. We know that Wing Xiong, wielding the yin-yang furnace, truly had the ability to kill Ningyi, Hua Qirong continued. Otherwise, Ningyi wouldn't have used her rare Great Teleportation Talisman to call for help instead of directly rescuing Fang Chen herself. But the disturbance caused by Yu Chang was way too large, far beyond what made sense. At that time, Ningyi faced Wing Xiong, who refused to let her enter the yin-yang furnace, so she had no choice but to leave. She didn't use the Great Teleportation Talisman herself because she feared that once it was depleted, her vital essence would scatter, weakening her power against Wing Xiong and potentially causing her and Fang Chen to be trapped together in the furnace, she said with a hint of helplessness. That's precisely why Ningyi gave up this precious talisman to call for backup. She originally thought the sex experts would arrive quickly, but unexpectedly, they were delayed for a whole hour. This is also the root of her guilt. She feels she almost caused Fang Chen's death, Hua Qirong said solemnly. Ling Shuyuan nodded slowly, approvingly. Yes, Jiang truly made the right judgment. One must have a clear understanding of their own strength. Exactly, Hua Qirong agreed. Hua Qirong nodded and said, ultimately, it would have been safer and more effective if I had sent a single Hida Opki demon beast to attack Ningyi instead of Yuchang. We believe Yuchang must have had some hidden motive this time, though we haven't figured out what it is yet. Ling Ziyuan's lips curved into a slight smile, clearly having caught on. He asked, is Yuchang's body still there? No, it's gone. Hua Qirong glanced at Ling Ziyuan's expression, her heart tightening. Could the Grandmaster have already guessed Yuchang's true intentions? Ling Shuyuan calmly asked again, what about the other demon beast bodies? Are they still there? Most of them have been processed into flesh and blood grinding materials. Only the 3 slain personally by Elder Lin Yunhe remain intact. Hua Qirong replied. Elder Lin said we should wait for the sect leader to return before investigating further. A meaningful glint flashed in Ling Ziyuan's eyes. Then I'll take a look myself. While we're at it, let's check on Yixiong. If I'm right, the truth should be related to that matter. Also, Yu Chang's reason for sparing the ordinary disciples is probably connected. A mysterious smile tugged at his lips. Hua Qirong, you might as well make it clear what exactly is that reason. Stop keeping us in suspense. Though she protested verbally, her mind had already settled. I'll go with you to Elder Lin Yun's place to examine the demon beast carcasses. Good. Let's go now. They'll also check on Weiner's progress copying the alchemy scripture. Ling Shuyuan said, dispelling the soundproof array and preparing to leave. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from outside. Elder Hua, urgent matter. Hua Qirong quickly glanced at Ling Shuyuan, silently seeking his guidance. He nodded calmly. It's fine, let her speak. I'm not in a hurry, take your time. Hua Qirong then called out. Just say it, no need to come in. Xiao Peng anxiously said. Elder Lin sent a message. Family head Fang Jioding and Lady Fang are injured with demonic energy invasion. They urgently need your help. All right. Hua Qirong immediately nodded, muttering to herself, Fang Jioding? Isn't that Fang Chen's father? How did demonic energy enter his body? Ling Ziyuan's expression darkened suddenly. He stood up at once. Let's go see. With a wave of his hand, he vanished and appeared at the shores of Ingguang Lake in an instant. Hua Qirong was a bit stunned. So urgent? Ling Shuyuan stood composed among the crowd and said calmly, go knock on the door. Yes. Hua Qirong snapped back to focus and hurried forward to knock. Lin Yunhe answered promptly and intended to invite them in, but upon seeing Ling Shuyuan behind her, his face instantly turned solemn. He quickly bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Patriarch Ling. Though Lin Yunhe rarely saw the Grandmaster, Ling Shuyuan was an exception. When Ling Weiner first joined the sect, Ling Shuyuan had come specifically to speak with him. No need for formalities. Where's Fang Jioding? Ling Shuyuan asked directly. Just inside. But what exactly happened? Lin Yunhe was stunned. The Patriarch has come to investigate the demonic energy invasion affecting family head Fang. Hua Qirong added at the right moment. What? Lin Yunhe was shocked, speechless. Ling Shuyuan was a Grandmaster hardly summoned except in life or death crises. Why would he personally intervene just because of Fang Jioding's affliction? Ling Shuyuan said calmly, don't be so surprised. Fang Chen is a pillar of our sect, practically half a disciple. When his father is in trouble, I naturally come to see for myself. Let me there. Lin Yunhe was utterly stunned. Half a disciple. Fang Chen really that powerful? Lin Yunhe was still dazed by the sudden turn of events, and he walked over to Fang Jioding together with Ling Shuyuan. When he explained Ling's identity in detail, both Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu's expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed in shock, what? This news is completely unexpected. No one had imagined that behind Fang Chen was such a powerful figure who had already reached the pinnacle of the world. Ling Shuyuan smiled slightly, breaking the stunned silence. There's no need to be so alarmed. What's urgent now is for me to examine the demonic energy inside you. Hu Qirong happened to be nearby and respectfully added, Master Ling's medical skills and alchemy are unparalleled in Danren's sect. With your help, Fang Chen's worries should be greatly eased. Fang Jioding seemed momentarily speechless, but Wen Xiu composed herself and forced a small smile. Master Ling, please, we would be grateful if you could look into it. No trouble at all, Ling Shuyuan replied softly. Before anyone could react, he gestured with a large hand. A dense purple aura of demonic energy instantly peeled away from the bodies of Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu. Accompanied by a sharp, mournful wail, Ling gently crushed the toxic energy in his palm. A crisp snapping sound signaled the complete dispersal of the malevolent force. Suddenly, Fang Jioding and Wen Xiu coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, their faces turning pale. Ling Shuyuan produced a bottle of pills from his storage ring and handed it to them. They quickly swallowed the medicine. Still with blood at the corners of their mouths, they looked at him in stunned gratitude. Thank you so much, Master Ling. In just a few breaths, Ling had eradicated the troublesome demonic energy that had plagued them. The change was astounding. Beside them, Lin Yunhe had no time to regain composure, still reeling from the shocking revelation that Ling Xiyin was the terrifying secret behind Fang Chen. Yet in the blink of an eye, the demonic energy had been removed, the coughing of blood and taking of medicine completed, leaving him once again dumbfounded. Is there anything else troubling you? I can check further if needed, Ling Shuyuan asked. Yes. When Xiao said urgently, Master Ling, we worry that the lingering demonic energy from the Changhen heavenly demon might harm the baby I'm carrying. Could you please examine that for us? Upon hearing this, Ling Ziyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. You have a child? Seeing the sudden spark of excitement flash in Ling Ziyuan's eyes, all four present were taken aback. When Xiao asked nervously, Master Ling, what are you planning to do? Ling Ziyuan's face softened into a gentle smile, his voice filled with confidence. That's right. When the child is about to be born, have Fang Chen send for me. I will personally go to the Fang family to offer my congratulations. In his mind, he calculated quietly. Fang Chen has already grown so powerful. Even if the child's talent is average, it can't be too weak. At this, everyone showed expressions of surprise. Hua Qirong was especially shocked. Fang Chen could contact Ling Shuyuan at any time? That seemed too far-fetched. By all logic, without the Danran sect facing an extinction-level crisis, how could Ling Shuyuan be roused so easily? And for Fang Chen to use the child's imminent birth as a reason to reach out, she found it almost unbelievable. Fang Jioding bowed respectfully, his voice reverent. Thank you, Master Ling, for your care. I am deeply grateful. Ling Shuyuan smiled lightly, his expression softening. It's nothing. They'll take a look at the fetus for you first. When Xiao nodded, and Ling Shuyuan quickly glanced at the child. A purple glow flickered briefly in his eyes. Then he froze, brow furrowing tightly. Seeing this, when Xiao's heart tightened immediately, and she asked anxiously, what's wrong? Ling Ziyuan's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath. There's a problem with the child. Hearing this, when Xiao felt as if her whole body was struck by a thunderclap, panic filled her eyes and her legs weakened. As a mother, who wouldn't be devastated by such news? Ling Shuyuan continued. The child's been infected by demonic energy, and it's hiding very deeply. When Xiao's face went pale, her body stiffened. Fang Juding's expression turned deathly serious. He stood frozen. Lin Yunhe quickly supported Fang Juding's back, his own expression grave. Hua Qirong frowned slightly, letting out a silent sigh, showing a trace of pity. Don't panic, rest assured. Ling Shuyuan waved his hand calmly. I can handle that demonic energy, but it will take time. When Xiao's face brightened with hope, tears welling up. Master Ling, is that really true? Ling Shuyuan smiled confidently. Of course. I'm not boasting. At the Great Ascension stage, only I can save her. Finishing his words, his gaze was firm with a hint of pride. However, because she is still a fetus, if she were already born, I could act directly. But to ensure her safe birth, I've decided to place a seal that delays her arrival. Once I'm ready, I will allow her to be born. When Xiao nearly wept for joy, overcome with emotion. Thank you, Master Ling. Thank you so much. Just now, my whole world was collapsing, filled with self-blame. Fortunately, Chen has great talent and has attracted your favor, so she has your protection. Otherwise, I wouldn't know who else to turn to for help. As Ling Shuyuan was about to reply, Fang Juding suddenly rose without a word, knelt and kowtowed heavily. Juding has no way to repay you. In the future, if Master Ling has any orders, Juding will brave any fire or water without hesitation. Lin Yunhe followed without hesitation, kneeling as well. Me too. Ling Shuyuan accepted their respect calmly, his tone gentle, no need for words. I've said before, Fang Chen is half my disciple, our family. Fang Jioding nodded vigorously, bowing respectfully. Thank you, Master Ling. Ling Xuan stood, his gaze resolute. All right, I will place the seal now. From here on, although you can still fight, try to avoid serious injury. When Xiao gently placed her hand on her slightly rounded belly, her eyes filled with worry. This child may be frail and sickly after birth, Ling Xuan remarked, his gaze falling on her stomach. The corner of his lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile. Only I can take care of her. You and your husband must bring her to Chizuan Mountain. Yes. When Xiao and Fang Jioding responded in unison, gratitude lit up Lin Yun's face. The patriarch is truly kind. He's even thought about what the child will need after she's born. He couldn't help but wonder if the patriarch's gentleness stemmed from having children of his own. Perhaps fatherhood had softened his demeanor. Hua Qirong observed Ling Shuyuan in silence, her brows slightly furrowed. There was something odd about the patriarch's behavior. Even though he was only agreeing to take in a child, why was there such excitement in his eyes? Ling Shuyuan raised his right hand, and in an instant, the spiritual energy of Yingguang Lake Mountain was drained, gathering in his palm. Fix. Countless specks of iridescent light shattered and reformed in his hands, transforming into a stream of light that shot into Wen Xiao's abdomen. It's done. Ling Shuyuan declared as he lowered his hand. Everyone held their breath. There was no roaring force, no deafening sound, yet the understated display of power stunned them all. As Ling Shuyuan turned toward the front courtyard, Hua Qirong followed close behind. His steps were light, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The demonic energy of the Chang'an heaven demon entered her body, and this child still survived? Ling Shuyuan laughed inwardly. Her talent is simply astonishing. Recruiting a disciple ahead of time is a stroke of genius. He pondered to himself. Fang Jioding and Wen Xiao are of average aptitude. How could they give birth to such an extraordinary child? Truly puzzling. Patriarch, the beast's corpse is over here, Lin Yunhe said, pointing ahead. Ling Shuyuan gave it a cursory glance, his lips curling into a mocking smile. As expected, it's that one. There's no need to examine it further. Come with me to confirm this with Fang Chen. At Fang Chen's courtyard, he was staring intently at 2 storage rings in his hands. These were compensation gifts from 8 nascent soul cultivators. But between his tribulation crossing and conversing with Ling Shuyuan, he hadn't had the chance to inspect them. Perfect. That's the plan. Fang Chen patted his knee, his mind made up. When his sister was born, he intended to stage a grand deception with his family. Everyone would play dead. The goal was to fuel his sister's hatred, leading her to break through the demonic energy of the Chang'an heaven demon. Once that hurdle was overcome, and his sister possessed heaven-defying power, he could enjoy a life of leisure and call upon her name when trouble arose. Problem solved. As for the Divine General's bones and the Divine General's armor, of course, he would try them out for a few 100,000 years before handing them over. He needed first-hand experience to ensure they worked well. After all, no brother would want to let his sister down. While overseeing Yixiang's pond-digging efforts, Fang Chen reached to open the storage rings. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in his mind. Ding detected interference with the heaven's favored child, unnamed. Assistance is required from the host. Fang Chen froze mid-motion. Interference? You want me to help? His brows furrowed. Jiang Ningyi, Chu Qiner, and Xiao Qing had all faced their share of challenges, yet the system had never called on him to intervene. Why was it that his sister's first problem required his direct involvement? Does this mean my real sister gets special treatment? The system explained. The host's proactive aid for other heaven's favored children has been noted and appreciated. However, all other favored children are adults with the ability to resolve their issues. Unnamed is still in the womb and incapable of self-reliance, thus requiring the host's direct assistance. It has been detected that Unnamed is being targeted by Ling Shuyuan, a malevolent expert, who has placed a sealing spell on her. The host must remove this seal. Fang Chen stared in disbelief. What? As the system finished speaking, Fang Chen's heart jolted with shock and disbelief. Why would Master Ling suddenly seal his own sister? This once respected elder was now being smeared by the system as an evil cultivator? The system stated coldly, Ling Shuyuan had to forcibly delay the birth of the unnamed child to purge the demonic energy inside her. Because of this, the child lost her natural timing and opportunities for cultivation. Moreover, Ling Shuyuan tried to bind the child as his disciple to prevent her from following the carefully arranged path laid out by the system and host towards ascension. All this is a complete waste of our efforts. Does the host not see that Ling Shuyuan is an evil cultivator? Fang Chen frowned and muttered, System, you talk a big game. But what I really want to know is, does your careful planning and arrangements have anything to do with me? I'm not interested in being toyed with by you. Suddenly, it all made sense to him. Although he didn't know how his parents and Ling Shuyuan met, it was clear Ling Shuyuan was trying to heal his sister and even had the intention of taking a disciple. A supreme cultivator personally treating someone and wanting a disciple, that was a blessing any cultivator would envy. People spend centuries praying and accumulating virtue, yet rarely receive such luck. Yet the system painted Ling Shuyuan as a villain? Fang Chen secretly doubted the system's sanity and scoffed. I don't see Ling Shuyuan as a good person either. The system quickly corrected him. That's incorrect. Host, adopt the right attitude. Recognize friend and foe clearly, and know your own principles. Only by eliminating your own kin and helping the unnamed child ascend is the righteous path. Otherwise, if evil Ling Shuyuan succeeds, the unnamed child will end up as a mediocre supreme cultivator, ascending to the immortal realm as a nobody. Before the system finished, Fang Chen's face twisted in confusion. What? Mediocre supreme cultivator? Ascending the immortal realm is mediocre now? System, you're crazy. He wrote the Chinese character for tragic on his thigh with his finger, cursing loudly. Damn it. You call your ending tragic and mournful? Fine. What do you call it if I end up dying at the hands of the child of destiny? The system was unfazed. My judgment is that your legacy will be forever glorified, advancing all before and illuminating all after. History should record your name with sacred monuments, celebrating your monumental contributions to the world. Fang Chen sneered bitterly, thinking, here comes this same old brainwashing nonsense again. You're just a piece of trash. All you do is try to brainwash me. Seeing this, the system responded excitedly. As long as the host agrees, the system is delighted. But the host need not erect monuments for Mei and merely a tool, unworthy to be compared with the host's perfect nobility and unparalleled character. Fang Chen couldn't help but retort, if I call you fat, you're really going to pant. Taking advantage of his silence, the system continued, to help the unnamed child pursue the path of killing brother to avenge, the system will automatically teach the host an immortal art grade unsealing technique. This immortal art can perfectly break the sealing techniques of the supreme cultivator stage, aiding you in unsealing the child. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up with wild joy. A minor foundation stage cultivator able to wield such an advanced immortal art? The news shocked and thrilled him, as if a bright path had suddenly opened before his eyes. This was truly incredible. A wave of overwhelming satisfaction surged through Fang Chen's heart. He smiled to himself, thinking that he should set up a monument later to properly thank this system. Suddenly, an important question came to mind. He asked, System, how can I learn immortal arts? Can I really use them? These are the spells used by immortals, can I really control them? He furrowed his brow, pondering the tricky sealing technique used by Ling Shiyuan. Clearly, only immortal arts could safely break it. The system's voice sounded, tinged with mystery. That is why the host is to cultivate the great unsealing technique. As for whether you can use it, the host need not worry. The system has already resolved the relevant issues for you. Please begin practicing the great unsealing technique now. Hearing this, warmth immediately spread through Fang Chen's chest. Sure enough, even if this system liked to act a bit temperamental sometimes, when it came to providing cultivation methods, it never held back and even offered thoughtful aftercare. He thought to himself, if only the system would always just give me cultivation methods instead of those strange, bizarre tasks. Just as he silently praised the system, a profound and mysterious stream of information suddenly flooded his mind. It was the inheritance of the immortal art, the great unsealing technique. His body seemed awakened, as if suddenly recalling something vital. Whenever he willed it, he could effortlessly wield this immortal technique. This great unsealing technique granted him the ability to recognize and dissolve all kinds of seals in the mortal realm. Fang Chen muttered proudly, a smile spreading across his face. From now on, all the seals in this world will be as transparent to me as if they were naked. Even if I don't understand sealing techniques or know the usual methods, I can easily break them. He was savoring this newfound power when he suddenly stood up and looked toward Yixiong, who was busy nearby. How's it going on your end? Yixiong responded, all done. Fang Chen leaned over the pond to inspect, but suddenly noticed something unusual on Yixiong's body. Frowning, he detected an eerie black aura subtly flowing beneath Yixiong's black and white fura secretive, sly energy, unlike anything naturally belonging to Yixiong. What's this? Fang Chen stared in shock. Recognizing the aura was extraordinary, it was clear someone had sealed an abnormal black energy inside Yixiong, a dark, sinister force hidden deeply and quietly. Yixiong frowned in protest. I'm telling you, I'm just an ordinary heavenly tiger with the emperor's bloodline. Fang Chen cut him off and quickly pressed the back of Yixiong. Look, Herathir's black energy. Can you feel it? Yixiong froze. What black energy? Tell me, it inside you. Fang Chen said gravely, it's in you. Even if you don't sense it, I do. Someone deliberately sealed it inside your body. I'm going to help clear it out now. Using the great unsealing technique, he discerned the black aura wasn't too strong and hadn't affected Yixiong's activities. But considering they hadn't noticed it before, Fang Chen resolved to remove it quickly. All right. Yixiong nodded nervously, clearly unsettled by Fang Chen's sudden seriousness. Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen began the secret hand seals of the great unsealing technique. His fingers moved swiftly, and profound energy surged forth. He placed both palms on Yixiong's back. Snap! Dark, dense black energy erupted violently from Yixiong's 7 orifices. Panic flashed in Yixiong's eyes as he nearly stumbled backward. When did all this get inside me? The black energy rapidly condensed midair and suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Aya? Then the dark energy slowly dissolved, vanishing without a trace. Yixiong stood stunned, then looked at Fang Chen with deep admiration. Brother Chen, that's amazing. I didn't expect not only your cultivation level, but also your skill in unsealing techniques to be so impressive. You're truly incredible. Hopefully, that's settled now, Fang Chen muttered under his breath. He wasn't exactly confident after all. He knew nothing about sealing techniques, but he could clearly feel that the power had completely dissipated. Yixiong looked up with a flattering smile. Brother Chen, you're amazing. Fang Chen gently placed a finger in front of his nose, hushing him softly. Don't flatter me, or you'll get arrogant. What's wrong with being proud? You're incredible. It's only natural to be proud. Yixiong, acting like a devoted follower, grinned and then asked, since you're so skilled, can you help me figure out how to break the beast slave seal on me? Fang Chen heard this, stroked the tiger head pendant around his neck, and silently stared at Yixiong with a knowing smile. Yixiong's expression immediately changed. He frowned, the smile fading as he turned away to the pond to stir the water wheat. Just as Fang Chen was about to continue examining his spoils, a familiar crisp voice sounded outside the door. Fang Chen, Elder Hua, what brings you here? Fang Chen raised an eyebrow and walked toward the door. Stepping out, he saw Hua Qirong in a flowing scarlet dress. The faint scent of medicinal herbs surrounded her, refreshing the air. The fragrance mingled with the breeze, wrapping the space in a gentle aura. Beside Hua Qirong stood Ling Shuyuan. His attire was plain and unremarkable. Fang Chen barely noticed. Grandmaster Ling, you came too. Fang Chen greeted in surprise. We came to see you and clarify something. Ling Shuyuan replied with a smile. Then come in and have a seat. Fang Chen cheerfully invited them inside. Hearing the invitation, Hua Qirong's face briefly shifted. In her mind, this kid dared to look directly at the Grandmaster without a doubt. Didn't he fear being reprimanded? But seeing Ling Shuyuan enter without concern, she slapped her forehead and thought, oh right, this one's status is different. Grandmaster, what is it you want to confirm? Fang Chen asked quietly as he followed Ling Shuyuan into the courtyard. Ling Shuyuan went straight over to where Yi Xiong was bent down digging a hole, and without looking back said, Elder Hua, explain the whole backstory to him. Right away, Hua Qirong recounted the entire situation but deliberately left out the details of Jiang Ningyi, using the great teleportation talisman and the flickering of Fang Chen's life lamp. Jiang had requested secrecy, and Hua Qirong felt it best not to upset Ling Shuyuan by revealing that previously concealed matter. After hearing how Yi Xiong's escape triggered such a massive uproar and uncovered hidden conspiracies, Fang Chen was stunned. One thought echoed in his mind. Yi Xiong truly was an unrepentant minor boss, worthy of Jiang Ningyi, the chosen fated child. This was a serious drama. Yi Xiong frozen as well. He lifted his head from the hole and stared blankly at the three in front of him, murmuring, so I was deceived? Learning he had been completely manipulated by a great demon controlled by Yu Chang shattered him inside. In the beast prison, the senior demon who had treated him so kindly had actually given him a yin-yang furnace array plate he had researched for 2.5 years and it was all fake? What could possibly be real then? Ling Shuyuan smiled faintly. Yes, you were set up from the start. There was never a chance for you to escape. Hearing this, Yi Xiong's defenses broke entirely. Overcome with sorrow, he began wailing mournfully. Ling Shuyuan cast a silent spell on him to muffle the sounds, then turned to Fang Chen and said, the reason I've come is mainly to investigate Yu Chang's conspiracy. I guessed that all the chaos he caused was actually to activate a forbidden spell called the Blood Sacrifice Demon Body. Fang Chen was stunned. Blood Sacrifice Demon Body. What exactly was that? Hua Qirong felt even more shocked not because of the dark magic itself, but because Ling Shuyuan, such an enigmatic figure, was so openly candid with Fang Chen. Ling Shuyuan spoke calmly. The Blood Sacrifice Demon Body is a forbidden method to resurrect a heavenly demon. The process is to sacrifice a sufficient number of blood demon slaves to form a massive blood demon array. Using the power of this array, the sealed target prepared for revival is awakened, and ultimately a powerful body is forged for it. He paused, his expression grave. The one to be revived is the great cultivation stage shadow heavenly demon that Elder Jian and I jointly slew back then. I sensed the aura of the blood demon array and the shadow of the demon hiding inside the 3 demon beast corpses. Yu Chang's plan is simple. The so-called blood and flesh mill array is a ruse. He actually sacrificed those beasts and secretly used the blood demon array to awaken the shadow heavenly demon. After that, he had Yi Xiong use the yin-yang furnace to perfectly devour Jiang Zhanchuan. If Yi Xiong succeeds, the shadow heavenly demon inside him will consume his body and take over a perfect vessel. Ling Ziyuan's tone slowed. If Yi Xiong fails and is slain by Jiang Zhanchuan, Yu Chang still has a fallback. The shadow heavenly demon is already sealed inside Yixiang's body. It will absorb the purest blood qi from the imperial grade bloodline and silently enter Jiang Zhanchuan's body. With Jiang Zhanchuan's power, he wouldn't even notice. When the time is right, the shadow heavenly demon will completely consume Jiang Zhanchuan and return to the mortal world. After he finished, Fang Chen, Hua Qirong, and Yi Xiong were all stunned. No one had imagined Yu Chang intended to resurrect a great cultivation stage heavenly demon. Hua Qirong furrowed her brow slightly. Elder Hua, you said before that Yu Chang had good intentions when he drove away those disciples. Could it be he wasn't truly kind-hearted? Ling Shuyuan smiled wryly. Precisely because of that. He drove the disciples away because their bloodlines were mixed. If they died, they would contaminate the blood demon array and prevent the shadow heavenly demon's resurrection. The secret of the blood demon array was known even to my master back then. Seeing it again now reveals just how dangerous it truly is. Hua Qirong bowed respectfully. Your disciple understands. But why did Yu Chang conspire with the demon clan to commit such a blasphemous act? Ling Ziyuan's expression remained calm. He is already dead, so I have no way to verify the truth. But most likely, he was manipulated by the demon clan for many years. You must investigate thoroughly after returning to ensure no such dangers remain hidden in the sect. Nearby, Yi Xiong lay silently trapped by a sealing spell, his mouth slightly open and expression dazed. He realized he had not only been used, but turned into a tool to resurrect the shadow heavenly demon. He recalled waking his imperial bloodline upon entering the beast prison, surrounded by praise. Even Elder Yuchong treated him especially well, often personally massaging him. He thought it was recognition and appreciation, but it was all a scheme. Yixiong collapsed weakly, his eyes dim and lifeless, bitterness and despair surging in his heart. This world was truly merciless. Ling Shiyuan continued, Fang Chen, I came today to take away the last fragment of the shadow heavenly demon's divine soul sealed within Yixiang's body. The shadow demon excels at hiding. Even I can't spot it unless I'm fully focused. Otherwise, back at the Millennia Volcano, I would have seen right through it. As for you all, no matter how hard you try, don't even think about capturing such a master of concealment. Now, concentrate and calm your minds. Watch closely how I draw it out. Pay attention and learn carefully. If you can grasp even a little, it will greatly help you deal with demons in the future. Hua Qirong immediately replied yes. But nearby, Fang Chen's expression suddenly changed, as if a troubling thought had struck him, making his face look extremely strange. All right. I'm here to save you, Ling Shuyuan said slowly, lifting the silent spell and stepping beside Yixiong. Yixiong bowed, saying, Thank you, Master Ling. Ling Shuyuan placed one hand gently on Yixiong's head, his gaze deep as the ocean, faint purple light flickering in his eyes. After just a quick look, he froze, his expression shifting rapidly into one of disbelief and shock. He shook his head, took a deep breath, then lowered his eyes again. The purple glow in his pupils flared hotter as he stared intently at Yixiong. After a moment, his pupils suddenly contracted before he slowly closed his eyes. 2 breaths later, he opened them and looked over Yixiong once more. Then, his face went blank, showing a lost, hollow expression unlike anything before. At that moment, Hua Qirong sensed something was wrong. Puzzled, she thought, this isn't right. Why is it taking so long? Seeing Ling Ziyuan's worsening expression, she wisely lowered her head to pretend nothing was amiss. Hua Qirong was smart, but Yixiong was less so. Seeing Ling Shuyuan still without results, Yixiong carefully probed, Master Ling, have you found any clues? Shut up. Ling Shuyuan snapped angrily. What's the rush? The shadow demon is incredibly powerful. It's not that easy to find. If you badger me again, do you believe ITLL just turn around and swallow you? Before finishing, Ling Shuyuan cast another silent spell on Yixiong. Then, taking a deep breath, he abruptly closed his eyes. The next moment, his irises shifted completely to a blazing purple. His hands moved rapidly, forming hand seals as countless afterimages swirled around him. Reveal yourself. With the final seal, Ling Shuyuan shouted. His purple eyes suddenly turned golden as he fixed his gaze tightly on Yixiong's body. Nearby, Fang Chen silently witnessed everything. At that moment, Yixiong was staring straight into Ling Xuan's golden eyes, which were glazed over with a deep, vacant numbness, as if time itself had frozen. The air was unnaturally still, and even the sound of the wind around them seemed swallowed up. Ling Shuyuan remained silent, not uttering a word. For the first time ever, a faint flush appeared on his ears, revealing a rarely seen hint of awkwardness. Nearby, Hua Qirong had long noticed that Ling Shuyuan could not find any trace of the shadow demon. Her gaze turned deeply to the sky, lips pressed tightly together. The tension was so thick that you could almost hear their hearts beating. She shyly avoided looking directly at Ling Shuyuan, fearing that if she smiled even once, the fragile atmosphere would instantly collapse. Just then, Ling Shuyuan slowly closed his eyes, the golden light in them quickly fading. His voice was low and tinged with resignation as he said, If you want to laugh, then laugh. Don't hold it in and cause trouble. Hua Qirong nearly burst out laughing but managed to stifle it, her cheeks quickly reddening. Biting her lip, she hurriedly said, I am not laughing. Master, I'm just thinking of something happy. After speaking, she obediently shut her mouth tight, afraid that saying more might bring trouble. Ling Shuyuan fell silent for a moment, his brow furrowing deeply. Suddenly, there was a chill in his voice. This matter absolutely cannot be leaked. Otherwise, he'll tear down Lingyun Peak. His tone brooked no argument. Yes, master, Hua Qirong replied obediently, nodding. Go on ahead, Ling Shuyuan instructed. Without hesitation, Hua Qirong turned and left, her steps light, but somewhat evasive. Ling Shuyuan immediately set up a soundproof formation and silently fixed his sharp gaze on Fang Chen, his eyes like blades. Speak. Just what happened? He knew in his heart that the shadow demon's disappearance was definitely tied to Fang Chen. After sending Hua Qirong away, he intended to interrogate Fang Chen alone. Fang Chen looked flustered and feigned confusion. Huh? What? Ling Shuyuan sneered. Don't pretend. The shadow demon vanished, and it's bound up with you. At first, Ling Shuyuan had doubted himself, suspecting the shadow demon might not even be nearby. But seeing Fang Chen's guilty expression and restless eyes, his suspicion immediately hardened into certainty. Fang Chen had no choice but to give up the act, forced out an awkward chuckle. Master, Your insight is truly sharp. I admit I carelessly let the shadow demon slip free. But that monster died right after coming out. Shock flashed in Ling Ziyuan's eyes. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his astonishment, and said quietly, "It should have died." "Why?" Fang Chen blinked, puzzled as he looked at Ling Shuyuan. Ling Shuyuan gave no answer. He dispelled the silent spell, and instead asked Yixiong, "Did you use your bloodline power?" Yixiong answered calmly, "Yes, master. Fang Chen almost killed me at that moment, so I had to use my bloodline power to heal." Fang Chen finally understood why Yixiong had been able to recover fully so quickly after suffering the fire punishment attack the use of his imperial-grade bloodline power. Ling Shuyuan pressed on. "After using your bloodline power, how do you feel? Any abnormalities?" Yixiong hesitated briefly before replying, "I don't feel tired at all." Even he was surprised by this. Normally, using bloodline power once would leave someone utterly exhausted, requiring a long time to recover and making it difficult to use again soon after. He had been anxious at the time, worried he wouldn't be able to save his bloodline power as a trump card to escape Danran's sect later. But then he realized he could still use his bloodline power again, with energy to spare and no sign of fatigue. He even considered faking death to trick Fang Chen and then recovering with his bloodline power to break free. Ling Ziyuan's brow tightened as he mulled over the puzzle silently. For now, he kept his thoughts to himself. Unfortunately, by the time Hua Qirong arrived, she immediately bound him tightly, completely cutting off any chance of escape. Ling Shiyin said calmly, "You absorbed all the blood energy that the blood demon array was channeling into the shadow demon, so naturally you didn't get tired." Yixiong was stunned, too surprised to speak. "Really? Is that true?" Ling Shuyuan nodded gently and explained further, "Yes. The blood energy injected by the blood demon array into the shadow demon's body actually entered your own body instead, absorbed unconsciously by you. If it hadn't happened this way, the shadow demon would have easily devoured you with that blood energy. Because you swallowed his blood energy, the shadow demon's remaining power was almost depleted. After Fang Chen released it from your body, it quickly headed for destruction." Even Ling Shuyuan couldn't help but marvel at Yixiong's incredible luck. Unintentionally, he had resolved a life-or-death crisis. This demon beast with imperial bloodline had luck so astonishing it was almost unbelievable. Yixiong was secretly amazed, thinking, "So I almost died at death's gate without realizing it." His eyes flickered as he smiled and asked, "So does that mean in the future I can rely on the blood demon array to restore my bloodline power?" Ling Shuyuan smiled and nodded, "Of course. The blood energy from the blood demon array can even revive a great ascension stage demon, so restoring your bloodline power is easy." With a somewhat pleading tone, Yixiong said, "Then Patriarch, where do I learn how to use this formation?" Ling Shuyuan laughed and asked back, "Guess where? By the way, once you learn it, I can kill you with just a few punches." Yixiong was speechless immediately. "Fine, I won't learn it." Just then, Fang Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully, a pensive look on his face. "The blood demon array not only heals with blood energy, but can revive people?" He quietly considered, "If I master this formation and insert myself into it, then start a cyclic exploit." Ling Shuyuan suddenly fixed his gaze on Fang Chen, voice low and serious. "What are you thinking about?" Fang Chen replied solemnly, "Nothing. I'm not like him." Ling Shuyuan warned sternly, "Don't get any ideas. Absorbing blood energy from the blood demon array is one thing, but personally operating this formation will eventually turn you into a demon. Then, you'll have it worse than a demon cultivator completely losing your rational mind and becoming a mindless monster. Also, the blood demon array isn't perfectly safe. Sometimes it even backfires." He tapped Fang Chen on the shoulder and then looked at Yixiong. "Look at him. After absorbing the blood energy from the blood demon array, his mind is already not very sharp. Do you want to end up like him?" Fang Chen shook his head quickly. "Absolutely not." Yixiong glared internally, feeling deeply humiliated, vowing silently, "Once I become a demon emperor, he'll go to Chizuan Mountain and make Ling Shuyuan pay for this." Ling Shuyuan asked, "There's still one thing I don't understand. How exactly did you discover the shadow demon? And why did you release it?" His gaze showed clear shock as he spoke. The shadow demon was sealed inside Yixiong's body by Yu Chang. Yu Chang's sealing skills are top-notch, so even you, Fang Chen, couldn't easily detect it. Fang Chen cleared his throat lightly and answered tactfully, "I have a secret special skill not known to others." Ling Shuyuan studied him for a moment, then nodded. "All right, I won't ask further. But it seems you have profound expertise in the art of sealing. Not bad. When you're strong enough to keep this secret safe, remember to come talk to me." "Yes." Fang Chen replied respectfully with a nod. Then he remembered he hadn't had a chance to ask Ling Shuyuan a question this morning, and couldn't help but speak up. "Master Ling, I have a question." Ling Shuyuan raised his eyebrows with a faint smile. "Yes? What's on your mind?" Fang Chen hesitated for a moment, then teased, "Did Wainer know you're actually so powerful, so impressive?" To Fang Chen, Ling Weiner's demeanor didn't feel like that of the daughter of a great cultivation master. She seemed more like an ordinary girl from a common family. He guessed that perhaps she just saw herself as a normal spirit miner. Ling Xiuyuan shook his head slightly, giving no clear answer. Suddenly, Fang Chen understood and looked at him with respect. Of course, you're truly exceptional. Your level is just on another plane. You're afraid that because of your status as a grandmaster, you might spoil Wainer, so you choose to hide your identity and let her face more hardships. Ling Xiuyuan's approach impressed Fang Chen deeply. This senior cultivator was not only powerful, but also approachable and humble. He explained things clearly without putting on airs. And his way of raising his daughter was decisive, rather let her endure storms than indulge her. Fang Chen thought to himself, this is real, solid paternal love. But Ling Xiuyuan waved his hand calmly and said, I don't take it to heart. I just worry that if Wainer knew I am so highly accomplished and capable, she'd blame me for not helping Xiaoqing. Fang Chen lightly clapped and complimented him. Well said. After everything was settled, Ling Xiuyuan dismissed the soundproof array and turned to leave. He didn't even bother to say goodbye to Hua Qirong. Seeing this, Fang Chen hurried outside to inform Hua Qirong. Although she wanted to probe deeper into the ultimate fate of the shadow demon, she dared not press while Ling Xiuyuan was so close. Instead, she told Fang Chen to be sure to come to Ling Yun Peak next time for a thorough discussion. Fang Chen nodded seriously. As he watched Hua Qirong's figure dissolve into a streak of light disappearing toward the horizon, he turned back to the small courtyard and looked at Yixiong with a grin. So your bloodline power can heal? Why didn't you say so earlier? Be straight with me, can you help heal my wounds too? Fang Chen remembered how last time Yixiong used his bloodline ability. It felt like a gentle spring breeze, incredibly soothing. He had secretly envied Yixiong's innate talent born strong, when he himself had such a low starting point. It was pitiful. Now, still feeling down after Ling Xiuyuan's blow, Yixiong grumbled unhappily, he'll what? You revive yourself whenever you want. You don't need me. Fang Chen slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing that made sense. If he could revive directly, why would he need healing? Thinking it through, he scoffed. Ha, worthless bloodline. Yixiong immediately exploded, arg. I want to kill someone. Fang Chen sighed helplessly and was about to check what treasures the 8 powerful cultivators had stored in the storage rings left to him, when suddenly, ding, system alert. Fate child detected. Fang Chen froze instantly. Seriously? Another fate child? Are these fate children worthless in this world, or what? He scanned the surroundings eagerly, trying to find out exactly where this fate child was. Just then the system continued. Detection complete. Fate child. Yixiong. Fang Chen's eyes landed on Yixiong's furious, disgruntled face, his gaze going blank, while his mouth instinctively opened. Huh? Only one thought ran through Fang Chen's mind. How on earth did this fool suddenly become the child of destiny? The system then explained, because Yixiong's bloodline was abnormally powerful and had an unusually long awakening period, he was always regarded as useless, treated coldly by others, and even framed by his 9th older brother Imu. After fleeing into the battlefield between immortals and demons, he was captured and taken back to Danran's sect. Eventually, Yuchong schemed against him in the beast prison. According to the original plan, Yixiong was supposed to engage in a life-or-death battle with the Child of Destiny, Jiangmingyi. After a deadly clash where both sides were severely injured, Yixiong would be killed by Jiangmingyi, and his bloodline and divine soul would be devoured by the shadow demon, turning into a demonic tiger. Lastly, the demonic tiger would be slain by Jiangmingyi, who awakened the ultimate sword intent, and absorbed into Jiang Ninjia's flying sword, automatically forming the demonic tiger's sword spirit. After hearing this, Fang Chen widened his eyes and thought, damn, so that's how the story was supposed to go? Without his interference, the one imprisoned in the Yin-Yang furnace should have been Jiang Ningyi. After the brutal fight, Yixiong would be dead. The Child of Destiny's final boss battle could never be just a simple matter of some dumb brute getting wiped out. That would kill all the tension and drama. Sure enough, the shadow demon appeared with an eerie laugh, ferociously ready to devour Jiang Ningyi. At that moment, Jiang Ningyi unleashed a powerful move, instantly killing the just resurrected but weakened shadow demon with one sword strike. Eventually, their souls merged, both becoming Jiang Ninjia's sword spirit. A sword spirit is a rare and wondrous entity born only from the strongest flying swords. Not all powerful flying swords have a sword spirit, but those that do are never weak. This elevated Jiang Ninjia's power to an entirely new level. Reflecting on this, Fang Chen looked at Yixiong with a hint of pity and thought, looks like I was surprisingly merciful to you. Otherwise, you'd be dead long ago. Yixiong, furious, suddenly paused and asked confusedly why? Fang Chen smiled slightly, gently stroking the tiger's head. It's nothing. Just say thank you. Hearing this, Yixiong awkwardly muttered a single word. Thank you. Fang Chen nodded approvingly, then gently pushed Yixiong's head aside. Furious, Yixiong stomped in rage while Fang Chen stepped aside, silently wondering, system, why did Yixiong suddenly become the Child of Destiny? The system answered, because the host assisted Yixiong in expelling the demon. Yixiong reclaimed the fate and was officially recognized as the Child of Destiny. The current mission is to help Yixiong escape Danran's sect, return to the Qian Kuan Sacred Tiger clan, complete his revenge, become the Demon Emperor, and protect the world. Please take the initiative to lead Yixiong out of Danran's sect, dissolve the contract with Yixiong, and feed yourself to him to enhance his power. Detection shows host's flesh is not fresh or beneficial for power growth. Host physique has been upgraded, now transformed into the supreme treasure body, the most nourishing physique among the demon race. Fang Chen froze, stunned. Supreme treasure body? He had heard of it. It was the most useless, worthless physique among humans. No one wanted it. The name itself carried a strong disdain from demons. The supreme treasure body's only use was as tang monk meat to be eaten by demons to extend their lifespan, strength, and bloodline. At the same time, Fang Chen felt his blood boiling within, his tendons strengthening, and his skin transforming as if reshaped by some mysterious power. Yixiong stared wide-eyed beside him, unable to believe his eyes. A strange stirring welled up inside him, as if some instinct was urging him to trust the person standing before him. Next moment, Yixiong couldn't help but swallow nervously and stammered, "Brother Chen, you're so pungent." Fang Chen's brows furrowed sharply, his expression turning dark as he glared at Yixiong and asked coldly, "What did you just say?" Yixiong immediately shrank his neck, awkwardly chuckled, and hurriedly explained, "No, no. I mean your body kind of smells like the scent I once noticed on a little lamb I ate, you know?" Fang Chen instantly burst out with a curse. "That's the mutton smell. Damn it." Quick on his feet, Yixiong corrected himself. "Oh. Oh, so you're very muttony then." Fang Chen flared up in anger, his temper boiling over. "Damn it. I'm not muttony. Say that again, and I swear I'll slap you to death." Yixiong, frightened, immediately shut his mouth and crouched down, but his nostrils twitched involuntarily, filled with confusion. How is that possible? Was Brother Chen always this fragrant and tempting before? Yixiong's mind raced with doubts as he muttered to himself. "No way. Have I really gotten so full of myself that I dare to bite the master? No, I have to control myself." He resolved in his heart. Brother Chen has been too good to me already. No ordinary cultivator would treat a beast pet this well. But how should I deal with this muttony? Fry it? Stir fry it? What's the right way? At this moment, Fang Chen's face was as dark as ink, almost wishing he could pull out the system and give it a good beating. He secretly felt lucky that his supreme treasure body was extremely rare and virtually unknown, otherwise Yixiong would surely have discovered his special constitution by now. Speaking of this rare and largely useless constitution, Fang Chen had his grievance. It was all the original owner's contribution. To understand his body's condition, the original owner had sifted through a lot of worthless old records before finally uncovering this rebellious trait. Just then, the system suddenly beeped with a notification. Ding, friendly reminder. It is recommended that the host feed and used limbs and flesh to Yixiong before removing the beast slave mark. Although inconvenient for the host, this will better help Yixiong enhance his strength. Fang Chen's face was filled with question marks. Damn it, the more this thing talks, the more I want to beat it up. But after his anger cooled, he began to think seriously. Given Yixiong's identity as a child of fate, maybe there was still a way to exploit a bug. He pondered that relying on Shaoqing for cultivation and magic, while his sister's auto-farming of divine general armor steadily raised his power level. If Yixiong had special needs, and he could gain from it, why not try? But after a few minutes, Fang Chen couldn't help but swear, damn. He had assumed the supreme treasure body was useless to him, but potentially beneficial to Yixiong. If that's the case, why not use the system's resurrection bug cut-off flesh to feed Yixiong, then revive himself to strengthen Yixiong? Yet, after carefully considering the system's friendly reminder, Fang Chen sharply realized this route was completely blocked. The flesh and limbs fed to Yixiong would be lost forever and not revive. That meant sacrificing himself, which was very inconvenient. He rubbed his chin, a bright idea suddenly striking him. Wait, if I can't give it to Yixiong, then maybe I can give it to someone else. With that thought, a plan quickly took shape in his mind. Capture another formidable beast pet, feed it flesh, poison it, revive, and repeat in a cycle. Wouldn't that be the ultimate infinite cultivation strategy? Soon enough, demonic saints would be as common as dogs, and demon emperors would run rampant. How glorious! Almost immediately, Fang Chen settled on his bug-exploiting scheme, his heart soaring with glee. But this plan required him to rapidly improve his cultivation. After all, the only reason he could maintain the lingering, bone-deep beast slave mark from Yixiong was thanks to Hua Kerong's help. If he wanted to tame another beast pet, his cultivation had to surpass Yixiong's completely, or else he wouldn't have the upper hand. Fang Chen urged anxiously, keep cultivating, keep cultivating. Yixiong was momentarily stunned at the words. He had just passed through the thunder tribulation, and this kid was already pushing himself so hard to cultivate. Shinji, you're not being reckless, you're just hardworking. Yixiong felt so moved inside, he almost drooled. Fang Chen raised his voice and shouted, Shaoqing, you've got to cultivate faster. Yixiong looked at him in confusion. After that stirring call, a flicker of melancholy crossed Fang Chen's face. Still, he knew they had to avoid any beast stronger than Yixiong in the future. As long as they weren't caught by the Child of Destiny. It wasn't a hopeless situation where even shouting Li Fu or Wangxing wouldn't help and things wouldn't go terribly wrong. But no one wanted to be trapped in the demon realm, turned into living meat to be devoured by wild beasts. The worst part was, his meat could regenerate endlessly. When he grows stronger, maybe he could bargain with the beasts using his flesh. For now, though, he was too weak. If caught in the demon realm, had likely become the first walking Aliocaniate buffet in its history. Not even Tang Sung had it this bad. Fang Chen smiled bitterly and sighed. I just don't know if he'll live long enough to meet my monkey. Hearing this, Yixiong puffed out his chest and said, Fang Chen, what monkey could be better than me? Don't worry, wanting to kill you is all in the past. Now I'll definitely protect you. Fang Chen gave him a sidelong glance. Really? Yixiong nodded firmly, his tiger-like face showing a sincerity that nearly blurred the line between humans and beasts. Moved by this earnestness, Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart and reached out his arm. Yixiong couldn't help but open his big mouth. Boom. Unexpectedly, Yixiong delivered a fierce by dose strike. Fang Chen frowned. Work on your self-control. Next time, resist temptation, or you'll get hit again, understood? He knew the supreme treasure body was incredibly tempting to beasts. To prevent Yixiong from biting him on impulse someday, Fang Chen decided to occasionally bait and enforce the law to train his self-discipline. Of course, this was definitely not an excuse to beat him up just training. Yixiong covered his face, helpless yet unable to argue, feeling quite wronged. Fang Chen turned and headed straight back to check the storage rings of the 8 poor souls trapped in the Huashan stage. Just as he was about to start, the system chimed again. Child of Destiny detected, Shao Qing. The system calmly announced, it has been detected that Shao Qing, the Child of Destiny, is about to fiercely compete for the Fire Sha creatures at the 10,000-year volcano. If he successfully refines 4 Fire Sha, he will complete the Heavenly Tao Foundation and break through to the first rank of Foundation establishment. Considering Shao Qing already possesses numerous Fire Sha, his combat power far surpasses others at the same level under normal circumstances. He can easily defeat second-rank Foundation establishment cultivators, and at full strength, he can even contend with third-rank Foundation establishment. In a life-or-death moment, he could unleash the astounding power of a fourth-rank Foundation establishment cultivator. Fang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. How did Shao Qing suddenly reach Foundation establishment? Originally, Fang Chen had taught him techniques and given him a full bottle of fragmented jade pills, thinking that with these pills and nearly half a month of relentless training, Shao Qing's momentum would soar. Adding the support of the Fire Sha King, Shao Qing was still only a 9th-rank Qi refining stage cultivator. But after Fang Chen took away the Fire Sha King, he was shocked to find that Shao Qing's cultivation hadn't dropped. In fact, it had risen, and his combat power had skyrocketed to a staggering degree. Confused, Fang Chen immediately asked, System, I want to know why Shao Qing's cultivation and combat power suddenly surged? The system replied, this is Shao Qing's fate. What kind of fate? That's unreal, Fang Chen said in disbelief. The system explained, after the Fire Sha tide eruption, many Fire Sha were severely wounded by powerful spirit transformation cultivators. Next, Shao Qing will obtain 4 high-quality Fire Sha, not the very best, but rare nonetheless. With their assistance, Shao Qing will not only break through his cultivation level, but also master more powerful Fire Sha killing techniques. This explosive surge in overall combat power is a normal phenomenon. Fang Chen was stunned again. Is that really how it works? He had assumed that after taking the Fire Sha King away, Shao Qing's cultivation would definitely fall. Instead, Shao Qing gained a set of premium Fire Sha and rose in cultivation. He could only wonder. Then he must have had this type of fate all along. Realizing this, he recalled another question and asked, according to the script, and Rao and the others will force the Fire Sha King to trigger the Fire Sha tide, and many damaged Fire Sha will appear then. Why didn't Shao Qing absorb those earlier? The system explained, the Fire Sha King is an extremely troublesome entity. Once Shao Qing absorbs it, he would fall into a dormant state and cannot use time to refine other injured Fire Sha. The Fire Sha he is absorbing now are less powerful than the Fire Sha King, so his body doesn't enter dormancy, giving him time to refine more Fire Sha. Fang Chen suddenly understood and felt his emotions stirring. So his 9th-rank Qi refining cultivation came from my fragmented jade pills and his constant hard work, combined with absorbing the Fire Sha King, during which he was asleep for a while. He muttered to himself, amazed, this talent is unreal. The gold content of top-tier geniuses never ceases to challenge my understanding of this world. The system continued, assessment shows the host's chance to defeat the Child of Destiny is now 100%. There is no need to increase cultivation further. But to complete the mission, please consciously avoid surpassing Shao Qing's cultivation, assist him fully, and eventually die by his hand. Fang Chen decisively blocked the second half of the system message, stroked his chin, and contemplated. He planned to personally visit the 10,000-year volcano to investigate. The system said Shao Qing obtained the 4 Fire Sha by competing with others, enabling him to reach first-rank Foundation establishment. Fang Chen grew calculating. If I help him fight for the Fire Sha, wouldn't Xiaoqing be able to refine even more? Refining continuously around the clock, if there's a time limit on the battle to the death, he could very well surpass his current power. In that case, wouldn't my cultivation rise too? His gaze turned resolute. He was ready to enter the fray himself, to aid Xiaoqing's breakthrough and secure greater possibilities for his own cultivation. Fang Chen was about to head out, planning to help Xiaoqing with his cultivation. Thinking that a bit of effort on behalf of junior brother Xiao would ultimately benefit them both, he felt a surge of excitement. But suddenly, his brow furrowed, realized he had overlooked a crucial issue. The thought flashed through his mind, and instantly, Fang Chen abandoned the idea of going to the 10,000-year volcano. Instead, he changed direction toward the mountaintop. At the same time, Lin Yunhe was sitting inside his pavilion. Fang Jioding and his wife Wen Xiao had quietly left. Originally, the couple had intended to chat more with Fang Chen, to have a heartfelt conversation, but their conditions were poor. Although Ling Shuyuan had dispelled the demonic energy inside him, he still needed to recuperate at home. Not wanting to worry Fang Chen, they hadn't even stopped to say goodbye in person. Watching their departing figures, Lin Yunhe shook his head helplessly. Returning to the pavilion, Lin Yunhe was surprised to find a single crimson leaf floating silently above the table. The leaf radiated a powerful aura of vitality that invigorated the spirit and brought a refreshing sense of ease. His eyes suddenly widened as he exclaimed, "The immortal longevity leaf?" He knew well this rare and precious natural treasure that could restore lifespan. It was a token left behind by that couple, who had burned through a century of their lives for his sake. They must have feared refusal from him, so Fang Jioding deliberately didn't hand it over directly, leaving it here in secret. Gazing at the immortal longevity leaf, Lin Yunhe sighed deeply. That fool, I wasted 100 years of my lifespan burning it, and yet I can't even make use of something so precious. What a waste. His voice wavered slightly, mixed with both emotion and a touch of sorrow. After decades of cultivation, with countless people coming and going, only Fang Jioding had stood by him unwaveringly, stubborn and sincere as on their very first meeting, seemingly unchanged. Next to the leaf was a jade slip. Wiping away a tear at the corner of his eye, Lin Yunhe reverently took it up and summoned his spiritual energy to access it. At first, the jade slip was silent, but just as he was puzzled, Fang Jioding's voice came through. This immortal longevity leaf is red, matching the color of my son's divine general armor. Only those who awaken the divine general's bone can don this crimson divine general armor. Those words shattered Lin Yun's composure, and he couldn't help but shout out loud, "Ah? Fang Jioding, I will make you pay for this." His tone was a complex mixture of anger and affection. Meanwhile, inside the Do Institute on Yinguang Lake Mountain, four elders lounged in a circle, chatting lazily. The Do Institute held little prestige within Danran sect. This place was mostly the domain for the four old men to slack off. One among them, dressed in elaborate robes, was Chu He. His expression was joyful, shedding the usual gloom. His granddaughter Chu Qiner could finally begin cultivation. The news moved Chu He to the brink of tears, years of waiting and sacrifice finally bearing fruit. As they talked idly, footsteps sounded at the main gate. The four immediately turned their gazes there. Standing outside was Fang Chen, causing their expressions to shift slightly. This young man was not to be trifled with. Chu He sighed inwardly. Despite the difficulty, he had to face him. Rising to greet him with a smile, he said, "Fang Chen, what brings you here?" Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he cleared his throat. "Senior Chu, is it possible to postpone the life and death duel?" Those words startled all four. Postpone? Why postpone? Their first thought was that this kid was trying to exploit some loophole in the rules. After all, when Fang Chen first signed the life and death contract, he had tried to kill Xiaoqing that very night without hesitation. Fang Chen waved his hand, suppressing their doubts. "It's a complicated situation. I'm just asking if a postponement is possible." The elders fell silent. Postponing the life and death duel? The fight was a matter of survival. How could it be delayed? They still vividly recalled Fang Chen's urgency to kill Xiaoqing. Seeing their silence, Fang Chen pressed again. Finally, Chu He gritted his teeth and said, "There's no explicit rule about postponements at the Do Institute, but if both you and Xiaoqing agree, it should be possible. How long are you planning to postpone it?" Excitement gleamed in Fang Chen's eyes, and without hesitation he replied, 10 billion years. The four stared at each other wide-eyed, their faces unreadable, full of question marks. The four elders of the Do Academy all had ringing heads at this moment, their minds consumed by a single thought. Could it be that heaven was punishing them for decades of laziness, deliberately tormenting their twilight years? Fang Chen was clearly looking for trouble. Chu He felt suffocated and sneaked a glance at Fang Chen's cultivation level at his foundation establishment stage. He could only recognize that Fang Chen was still at Qi refining stage, grade 3. Qi refining stage, grade 3. Chu He's heart sank as he guessed. Could it be that this guy somehow found out Xiaoqing's secret about reaching Qi refining stage, grade 4? Is he worried about losing the life or death duel and deliberately stirring up trouble to force an early end? A few days ago, he had coincidentally seen Xiao Qing training intensely at the mountain foot, every move radiating the aura of a grade 4 Qi refining cultivator. This planted the seed of doubt in his mind. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was secretly pleased. He thought, as the chosen one of fate, Xiao Qing would inevitably ascend to a mortal realm. As long as the extension succeeded and the system approved it, he could extract all of Xiao Qing's cultivation power and ascend right then and there. Still, Fang Chen felt a twinge of regret. If the extension worked smoothly, his cultivation would spike to a level capable of slaughtering all enemies. At that point, the divine general armor might stop auto-training, which was a pity. But if he lost the armor, no problem, still had the ancient divine body. Combined with Xiao Qing's power and that divine physique, this dual advantage would make him nearly invincible. However, reality was grim. Even putting aside whether the system would accept an extension due to this loophole, the four elders of the Do Academy all wore dark expressions. There was no way they could agree to extend a life-or-death duel that would last billions of years. Clearing his throat and controlling his emotions, Chu spoke cautiously with a forced smile. Fang Chen, billions of years? That's just too long. Are you joking with us? The Chu family wasn't influential, and with Chu Qiner having just entered the outer sect, he dared not offend Fang Chen. But this request for an extension was simply impossible to accept. The Danran sect had always said a life-or-death duel was no joke, let alone extending it billions of years. That was madness. But Fang Chen refused to back down, his tone sincere. Is it really impossible? Billions of years are but a snap of the fingers in the grand scheme. This concerns my ascension. How could I give up so easily? It's tied to my path to immortality. His words stirred unease on the elders' faces. Some clenched their fists, their gazes sharp as blades. This spoiled brat was usually arrogant and reckless, but today his tone carried a snide edge that made their blood boil. Struggling to keep smiling, he forced polite words. Haha, Fang Chen, you really know how to joke. If you truly want to extend billions of years, why don't we just end this duel here and let you privately challenge Xiao Qing again later? Fang Chen's surprise showed briefly. Not a bad idea. He quickly decided. After the sect's life-or-death duel, he would send someone out to privately invite Xiao Qing to see if the system would react. He immediately replied, Senior Chu, I accept your advice. But this life-or-death duel is a serious matter. It cannot be taken lightly or ended casually. He was so furious his face flushed red, nearly bursting with rage as he retorted, Who's taking this lightly? If you refuse to end it, why bother accepting any advice at all? He had completely figured it out. This bastard had come to the academy today purely to provoke those four old men on purpose. But he still didn't dare to lose his temper recklessly. Forcing a smile, he said, Hey race, what will do? A life-or-death duel is a serious matter, and both you and Xiao Qing need to be present. We have to discuss and agree together. Why don't you go get Xiao Qing first? Fang Chen rubbed his chin and reluctantly nodded. Fine, but be sure to seriously consider the billion years proposal, got it? Everyone agreed one after another. Fang Chen left, ready to take Yi Xiong and find Xiao Qing. But as soon as he left, the four old men's expressions suddenly twisted with rage. Clenching their fists and grinding their teeth, they snarled, Damn it! This bastard has gone way too far. I've never been this furious before. Quick, go report this to Elder Lin. He must come settle this spoiled brat. One shouted. Hearing this, the others immediately sprang into action. The eternal volcano. Flames crackled and roared, filling the air with heat and the sharp smell of scorching smoke. The whole volcano remained wrapped in a constant aura of dryness and heat, as if it endlessly radiated fierce pressure. But for the cultivators here, their moods were decidedly different now. At this moment, the fire core of the volcano had become a treasure trove. Everywhere were injured, broken fire fiends easily collectible. Even if one didn't cultivate the 10,000 fiends heart method like Xiao Qing, obtaining these fire fiends was still greatly beneficial. Whether for cultivation techniques or forging, these fire fiends were incredibly valuable, especially suited for crafting magic treasures. Hence, the eternal volcano was now drawing many cultivators. Yet most did not enter the core, but waited at the outskirts of the fire fiend zone. Because right now, a fight was breaking out in the fire core. Xiao Qing hid among the crowd, conversing with the free and easy venerable. Inside him came a faint, ancient chuckle. Heh, of course not. By the time the divine transformation experts inside finish dividing the fire fiends, the treasure will already be gone. If you want to seize some, you have to strike now. Xiao Qing was startled, frowning deep. But with so many divine transformation experts setting up formations, how am I supposed to get in and collect anything? After the Fire Fiend King disappeared, stronger cultivators above the void returning stage lost interest here. None wanted to get involved personally. Only divine transformation and below still prized the Fire Fiends highly. So once the Fire Fiend tide erupted, the strong from Yinguang City swarmed in to claim their share. However, the core's fiendish power hadn't fully subsided yet and remained extremely violent. So divine transformation experts dared only to hold back, scanning from the edges. It wasn't until Fang Chen began his tribulation, his thunder's pressure scaring everyone, that these experts dared fully enter the fire core, expelling all below divine transformation. This gave divine transformation cultivators first pick of the fire fiends, and Xiaoqing was one of those driven out of the fire core. He waited anxiously for an opening. Hearing Xiaoqing's doubt, the free and easy venerable chuckled, "You can't enter, but that doesn't mean I have no way. Just wait for my order." Xiaoqing's heart raced. "Master, will you intervene to help?" The venerable's expression was calm. "I won't intervene directly. I'm just here to refine you along the way. Besides, why fear a few divine transformation cultivators?" Xiaoqing swallowed hard facing divine transformation experts, and supposedly not afraid. At that moment, a hand gently tapped Xiaoqing's shoulder. Startled, he turned instinctively to see an aged face before him. The elder spoke slowly. "Are you willing to learn my legacy?" The elderly man was clad in a pure white robe, his expression solemn, with eyes deep and inscrutable, as if concealing secrets beyond others' reach. When Xiaoqing saw him, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by hesitation. "Senior, sorry, but I already have a master." Before he could finish, the voice of the free and easy venerable sounded slowly. "Agree to him. Let's see what real skill he has." Xiaoqing froze, uneasy. "Master, how can I?" "To me, once a master, always like a father. Since the free and easy venerable is already my teacher, I can't just switch masters on a whim." The venerable laughed lightly, teasing, "Why be so rigid? There's no law against having two masters. Back in the day, I apprenticed under 123 masters, wherever I went. Nobody cared." He chuckled with ease. Pausing, he then added in a serious tone, "Xiaoqing, there's something strange about that man. I can't quite figure him out. Maybe if you become his disciple, what he teaches could even benefit me." Xiaoqing was shocked. "Master, are you trying to learn secretly?" The venerable dismissed the idea casually. "Secretly? What secret? If his inheritance is valuable, I'd be glad to have the 124th master. If he won't accept me, he'll just learn secretly later." Xiaoqing fell silent, unsettled inside. "Master, no wonder you're just a soul now. Is something wrong with your character?" Before he finished, he hesitated, then respectfully addressed the white-robed elder. "Senior, I have some questions. May I ask you?" The white-robed elder slowly nodded. "All right. He'll ask you, can you regenerate severed limbs?" Xiaoqing was stunned. Can I?" He stammered. With my current cultivation level, certainly not." The elder frowned, speaking harshly. "Then you have no chance to cultivate my technique." With that, he showed a trace of contempt, snorted coldly, and strode off, patting the shoulder of another cultivator. Xiaoqing's heart shook. Suddenly, he recalled a rumor circulating among outer disciples, that in Ryue Valley, there was a madman who was obsessed with asking if others could regenerate lost limbs. This white-robed elder was exactly that madman. The free and easy venerable sighed wearily to himself. "So the thing I couldn't see through wasn't his cultivation, but his mind. Oh well, no need to dwell on it. One more master won't hurt, one less won't help." He pulled back his thoughts and said quietly, "What you need to do now is infiltrate the fire core zone, understand?" Xiaoqing was eager. "Master, what should I do?" As he spoke, he took a warm heart pill from his pouch and swallowed it. For a chi refinement stage cultivator to survive in the fire fiend zone, they must continually take warm heart pills to resist the intense fiery poison or be burnt to ashes. After taking the pill, Xiaoqing looked around and found himself standing at the edge of a deep cliff near the fire core zone, surrounded by many cultivators watching intently as their gazes fixed on the zone sealed off by an array formation. The formation was vast and dense, blocking all entry. Inside, magical lights flashed brightly, the world seeming dyed red by raging flames, accompanied by deafening roars and intermittent screams. Clearly, powerful Paragon stage experts inside were locked in fierce battle, blood and spiritual energy blending into a sea of fire. The free and easy venerable warned solemnly, "First find a gap in the formation and secretly infiltrate the fire core zone. Once inside, while those minor paragons are busy fighting, quickly refine one fire fiend. That way, you won't need to rely on the warm heart pills all the time." In truth, the venerable had planned for Xiaoqing to catch a fire fiend inside the zone and swallow it to break free of his dependence on the pills. Xiaoqing's expression hardened as he clenched his fists, ready to step into the chaos of the blazing inferno. Because the strange thunder tribulation that struck in the early hours was only at the returning Tovoid stage, the fire fiends were all frightened and retreated back into the fire heart zone. With this, Master Xiaoyao could only instruct Xiaoqing to enter the fire heart zone first and then figure out the next steps. Master Xiaoyao said solemnly, "As for a way in, I've already found a secret entrance beneath the cliff. Once the danger passes, just use the spell set I'm teaching you now." "Understood." Xiaoqing was overjoyed at the news and quickly dashed toward the base of the cliff without hesitation. After entering inside the cliff, it didn't take him long to find a deep underground stone path leading into the fire heart zone. Meanwhile, inside the fire heart zone, At the volcano's summit, 5 cultivators of the transformation spirit stage stood silently. Among them, Tu Zhongyu and Yu Hailong had just returned after initially leaving because the fire fiends had gone berserk. Since the fire fiend king perished, and Rao lost interest in the remaining fire fiends. The other 3 transformation spirit cultivators only helped out as a favor to Rao and did not return with her. A few days earlier, those 2 men had tried to re-enter the fire heart zone to clear out the fire fiends, but had to turn back. They found the demonic energy inside unusually intense, and that Fang Chen was still cultivating in place, guarded by the fierce Li Fu. So they had no choice but to retreat. It wasn't until the thunder tribulation ended and they learned Fang Chen had passed through it that they hurried back. Just as they reached the peak, they ran into the other 3 cultivators from Yangwang City. A fierce battle erupted instantly among the 5, violent but restrained, as none really wanted a fatal fight except for one. At this moment, the 5 were taking a brief pause. As soon as the fight stopped, a middle-aged cultivator with a delicate, almost feminine face and dressed in purple robes spoke slowly. I already said, let's split these fire fiends evenly. Each of us takes a batch, no need to fight to the death. Never. Yu Hailong responded coldly. Those fire fiends were crippled by me and that dead fat guy. Why should we share them equally with you? Nearby, a re-drobed old woman sneered mockingly. Crippled? Yu Hailong, don't make me laugh. The aura of the Bibo lantern is thicker than your foot odor. Everyone knows it was Comrade who struck. Don't flatter yourself. Your feet stink. Yu Hailong's anger flared, his voice low and thunderous. Enough. Stop this nonsense. Zhang Yu waved his hand, interrupting their quarrel, then looked toward the bald middle-aged cultivator. Comrade Li, what do you think? Everyone fell silent, casting strange glances. His Wei Li was holding a horse aloft in his hands. Though Mount Mastery is common in battles, brandishing a horse like this seemed odd, causing others to wonder. Li Jina laughed lightly. Haha, it doesn't matter. I'm just here to stretch my limbs and watch the fun. Watch the fun? You're not fighting over the fire fiends? Everyone was stunned. Li Jina shook his head. No, I don't need to. I just want to relax. The group was speechless, their heads aching. Secretly, each thought, sure enough, none of the people from Danran Sec's Injian Peak are normal. Then Yu Hailong spoke coldly. Since Comrade Li won't compete, how about the 4 of us split them evenly? Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. Li Jina laughed heartily. Then do you still want to fight? My horse says it hasn't had enough fun yet. With that, the horse in his hands let out a crisp neigh. Dillalai. Everyone was helpless. The scene was tense but absurd at the same time. Yu Hailong waved his hand decisively, cutting off the argument. No more fighting. Collecting the fire sha is more important. The other 3 immediately agreed. Li Jina showed a hint of regret, his tone tinged with reluctance. All right then. He had been the only one in the group to fight with full intensity. Whichever opponent was stronger, he would face them heat-in. His attack style was unique. His divine beast, a magical horse, unleashed brilliantly colorful spells, delicate yet fiercely powerful. The 4 landed steadily, taking positions to the southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, moving in sync to begin gathering the fire sha. Just as Li Jina planted his feet firmly and raised his divine beast to depart, a calm, yet commanding voice suddenly rang out from behind the man in the purple robe. You want to learn my legacy? The 5 were taken aback, and all turned to look. Standing silently, there was Li Fu, his expression calm, but the air around him instantly growing heavy and tense. The middle-aged man in purple paled, furrowed his brow, stepped back a few paces, and asked warily in a low voice, Who exactly are you? A sudden sense of foreboding swept over him when had this person appeared? He hadn't noticed at all. Li Fu replied coolly, in the one asking the questions. The purple-robed man pressed his lips together and cupped his hands. I already have a master. In his heart, he knew his own fate was limited, so when such an unexpected opportunity arose, caution was best. This could very well be dangerous, so declining politely was wiser. Li Fu snorted coldly, his eyes sharp as knives as he turned to the elderly woman in the red robe. And you? The old woman's face was etched with caution, and she replied in a low voice, Sorry, I also have a master. Li Fu said flatly, No chance then. His words were harsh. His gaze then shifted back to Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong. Excitement immediately lit Zhang Ye's eyes as he quickly called out, Senior, do you remember me? Oh, I remember. You're the ones who rudely offended my disciple, aren't you? Li Fu answered coldly. Zhang Yu smiled ingratiatingly. Yes, it's me. Senior, I deeply yearn for your legacy. Please give this junior a chance. His heart throbbed with excitement. After all, he had witnessed Li Fu's move firsthand. That earth-shattering strike left an unforgettable impression. Seeing such an unparalleled master open the door to disciples, how could he not seize the opportunity? The man in purple and the old woman exchanged a silent glance, their eyes revealing helplessness and regret. They shook their heads. Both understood that the mysterious Li Fu was undoubtedly powerful, but missing this chance meant missing it for good. There were countless opportunities in the cultivation world. Wallowing in regret over one was pointless. Regret flickered and vanished as both turned back to gathering the fire sha. Li Fu's cold voice cut through again. You want to learn my legacy? Then first tell me, what have you comprehended from the microprimordial divine matrix stone I gave you? Microprimordial divine matrix stone? That name struck like a crack through Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong's minds. Yu Hailong immediately realized and hurriedly produced the stone in his hand. Senior, are you referring to this immortal stone from the heaven and earth longevity cliff? Li Fu snorted disdainfully. Longevity cliff? You got it wrong. This is from the microprimordial divine matrix cliff. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong exchanged stunned looks, momentarily frozen. Yu Hailong then spoke tentatively. Senior, didn't you say before it was heaven and earth longevity cliff? They hesitated briefly but chose not to argue when someone stronger speaks. It's best to agree. Zhang Yu promptly smiled obsequiously. Yes, senior. Having obtained this celestial stone, I pondered over it for several breaths and immediately sensed its profound mysteries. My cultivation level then surged noticeably. Compared to a few days ago, my spiritual realm has advanced by a significant step. To preserve the stone's sacred aura, I placed it carefully within my cave that very night to suppress the flow of destiny there. Yu Hailong spoke up eagerly. I feel the same, but I surpassed him by a clear margin and even gained insight into a possible path to the void transcendence realm. In truth, neither of them had made any real progress after receiving the stone left by Li Fu. They didn't think the problem lay with the stone, rather. They assumed their cultivation was too shallow and believed that after 10 days or so of practice, they might have a breakthrough. Just a few days ago, they happened to meet and boasted to each other about their respective achievements from studying the stone. To save face, Zhang Yu claimed his cultivation had improved significantly, while Yu Hailong, not to be outdone, bragged that he had discovered a new kind of technique. Upon hearing their words, Li Fu frowned sharply and said coldly, "What nonsense is this? The micro-spirit celestial stone isn't meant for your kind of interpretation. How dare you lie?" The two froze, then broke into cold sweat as if plunging into an icy well. Senior, you could see through it at a glance? Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong exclaimed in astonishment. This micro-spirit celestial stone is meant to assist your true skill cultivation. Since you have no sincerity and resort to lies, it proves you are not worthy of this opportunity. Li Fu snorted coldly, his tone severe. Cultivators must not speak recklessly. Without a true and sincere heart, how can one walk the right path to the great way? Seeing this, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong lowered their heads in silence, filled with regret. Yes, senior, they responded. Nearby, an old woman in red robes who had already collected 3 fiery talismans smiled scornfully and shook her head. All your efforts are in vain. Heaven always favors those who are diligent and earnest. Finding none among the 4 fit to receive the chance, Li Fu turned his gaze toward Li Jinan. Li Jinan stood calmly beside his colorful 7-spirit divine horse. Li Fu frowned deeply and said coldly, "You again, little horse rider? How is it always you, this madman?" Li Zinan's face darkened as he retorted, "Madman is you. You should have stayed quietly in Ryua Valley instead of stirring up trouble at the 10,000-year volcano." Li Fu sneered. "Of course, it's to benefit the hundreds of millions of mortals under heaven, huh?" Li Jinan responded icily. "Benefit hundreds of millions? Your techniques aren't even worthy of dogs." The moment he said this, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong were dumbfounded. Cold sweat breaking out, this madman dared openly challenge the senior without fear of death. A dangerous glint flashed in Li Fu's eyes as he barked. "Because you are my disciple, I spare you. If you insult my methods again, I will bury you right here." Li Zinan's fury exploded like thunder. "Huh, even if master is here, I must say it. Your techniques are a fraud. You've frightened countless naive outer disciples of Ryua Valley. Now you try to deceive my fellow cultivators. I will never allow it. Fellow cultivators, please help me drive him away." Before he finished, he turned to face the others. The old woman in red and the purple-robed middle-aged man immediately formed hand seals and teleported to a safe distance, ready to keep their faces clean if Li Jinan got into trouble. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong were completely stunned. This madman was known for his odd behavior, but to provoke Li Fu so boldly was truly reckless beyond measure. Li Fu sneered and shook his head. "My technique's a fraud? Huh. I have already accepted a powerful disciple whose cultivation has greatly advanced. If you don't believe me, I can have him come out now." Hearing this, Li Jinan was first stunned. Then his face changed dramatically. "You've taken a disciple? Who is it?" Li Jinan's face turned ashen as he stood under the scorching sun, his hands trembling slightly with rage as he held the horse. How could anyone be so miserable, suffering such cruelty at the hands of these villains? Fang Chen. Li Fu stood tall with his chest out, his gaze sharp. Suddenly sensing something, he glanced behind Li Jinan. "He seems to have arrived as well. Perfect, I'll bring him to meet you and have him fight you. Once he defeats you in seconds, you'll finally understand just how powerful my cultivation method truly is." Li Jinan roared furiously. "Stop your nonsense. Most of the disciples you've deceived are naive children. How could anyone possibly defeat me?" Li Fu paid him no mind, and in a flash, vanished from where he stood. The effeminate middle-aged man and the redrobed old woman exchanged glances, both understanding without words. Couldn't this senior see that Li Jina had completely lost his mind? Why waste time arguing with such a person? Though utterly perplexed, they could only speculate helplessly that perhaps Li Fu was simply too bored. And so, the two silently continued gathering the fire sha. However, when the name Fang Chen reached their ears, Zhang Yu's expression changed dramatically. He quietly transmitted to Hai Long. This is bad that hot-tempered senior has arrived. That fellow just went through his tribulation, and now he's being brought here to face a madman at such a time he's bound to be in a foul mood. Hai Long immediately fell into frantic analysis. If his mood turns sour, we're definitely in trouble. We might even get a beating. Zhang Yu glared at him and reminded in a low voice. Leave? No, focus on collecting fire sha first. Yes, that's why we came here in the first place. Realizing the importance of their mission, the two immediately prepared to act. At that moment, Li Fu reappeared and said, Don't leave yet. I find you two somewhat agreeable. Stay and witness my disciples' battle. Zhang Yu and Hai Long exchanged glances, thinking, very well, witnessing it is witnessing it after all. This senior still showed some patience. Zhang Yu sighed and quietly told Hai Long, after Fang Chen defeats Li Jina in seconds, it won't be too late to collect the fire sha. Hai Long nodded. They looked behind Li Fu and saw a flying vessel with Fang Chen and Yi Xiong sitting aboard. Both man and tiger adopted identical postures, their hands and claws gripping the edge of the vessel, their faces bearing expressions of blank confusion. Earlier, Fang Chen and Yi Xiong had just left the Danran sect and boarded the flying vessel once more. After boarding, Fang Chen carefully practiced all his cultivation techniques and spells. Since he was coming to the 10,000-year volcano, he had to be thoroughly prepared for battle while also readying himself to face old monsters stronger than himself. He repeatedly checked his Xuanwu shield, Danran token, and Shizuan ring, then silently summoned Wangsheng. These were various weapon configurations prepared for different powerful opponents. Finally, after confirming the supply of his 2 poison vials, he felt at ease. Though this preparation took considerable time, a workman must sharpen his tools to do his work well. Since he was venturing out for training, he had to consider everything thoroughly, leaving nothing to chance. After Fang Chen completed all his preparations, the flying vessel had already reached Yingguang City, only a stone's throw from the 10,000-year volcano. It was during this brief flight that he had ample opportunity to carefully examine the 2 rings bestowed upon him by the 2 soul transformation stage benefactors. Fang Chen pulled the ring from his pocket, his heart brimming with joy as he examined this latest trophy. Just as he was about to open the ring, a figure suddenly appeared out of the void. The man wore a pristine white robe, his face stern and serious, radiating a fierce defiance toward heaven and ear than unyielding fighting spirit. It was Li Fu. Senior, Yi Xiong exclaimed in surprise. Master. Fang Chen was equally shocked. Why have you come? Holding 2 rings in his hand, Fang Chen stood frozen for a moment before realization dawned on him. Right. Master has been trapped here by Patriarch Ling all this time. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. But an hour should have passed by now. Why hasn't Master left? What is he doing here? Li Fu spoke calmly. Come with me. Someone has insulted our martial art. But I want you's overwhelming force. I've decided to send you to prove it for me. A sudden chill ran through Fang Chen's chest. This didn't feel good. Go out, prove it. He was confused. Could it mean a duel? Before he could say more, Li Fu waved his hand. The world spun violently around them. Fang Chen and Yi Xiong barely had time to grab the edge of the flying boat. When their vision stabilized, they found themselves in the searing heart of a volcano. Fang Chen gripped the boat's edge tightly, quickly scanning for his opponent. His gaze passed 2 figures in the distance, gathering fiery energy, then rested on 2 advanced tier masters nearby, both staring at him with a mix of fear and respect. Finally, his eyes settled on a bald man waving a 7-colored horse flag, Li Jina. In the sunlight, both Li Zin's flag and his shiny scalp gleamed brilliantly. Fang Chen muttered to himself. That guy looks familiar. Suddenly he recalled. At Rua Valley earlier, it was Li Jina waving that rainbow horse flag to warn him that Li Fu was a madman. Yet Li Jina did not recognize Fang Chen, seemingly forgetting their fleeting encounter. After all, both had fled too quickly to get a clear look. Fang Chen remembered Li Jina more for the flag than his face. Others sized Fang Chen up as well, but Yi Xiong was mostly ignored. After all, it was rare for Li Fu to take beast disciples. A redrobed elderly woman glanced at Fang Chen, puzzled, silently wondering. Foundation establishment, first rank? Is that normal? A soft-spoken middle-aged man wore a similar expression. However, when Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong saw Fang Chen, fear and reverence flashed in their eyes. They exchanged a glance and whispered, this person is no ordinary martial artist. Foundation establishment, first rank, is just a facade. They couldn't believe 2 usually arrogant men were so unsettled. Only Li Fu looked at Li Jina coldly. He is my disciple, Fang Chen. Li Jina glared at Fang Chen and immediately saw his cultivation level. Frowning, he shouted, You madman. How many people do you want to kill? Li Fu said nothing in reply. Instead, he smiled faintly and turned to Fang Chen. Go. He is your opponent. This is your mission. Defeat him with a single punch. His tone left no room for argument. He's only at the advanced stage. Don't be afraid. Still scanning for his opponent, Fang Chen froze, dumbfounded, repeating the words in his mind. Advanced stage? Don't be afraid. At that moment, a scorching volcanic wind roared past, blowing Fang Chen's hair and clothes into a chaotic mess. Nearby, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong exchanged low whispers, unable to hold back their amazement. This senior's temper hasn't changed at all, still as hard to approach as ever, and now he's deliberately ignoring his own master after all. Li Fu had just completed his tribulation. Facing disciples at the nascent spirit stage was like dealing with children, no reason to stay silent. Yu Hailong nodded in agreement. Exactly. Fang Chen is already capable of going toe-to-toe with those nascent spirit cultivators. This is just handing him over as a sitting duck. Even Yi Xiong, who stood beside Fang Chen, was momentarily stunned, looking at Li Fu with puzzlement. Senior Li, what's going on? Does Fang Chen really have what it takes to compete with nascent spirit practitioners? Isn't this a little reckless? Li Fu fixed his gaze on Fang Chen with slight impatience and coldly urged, hurry up. What are you waiting for? Fang Chen coughed twice, his face reddening as his mind cleared. Forcing out a faint smile, he respectfully replied, Master, it's not that I'm unwilling to act, I just don't want to bully him. Besides, I have urgent business. He knew well that if he admitted his power was insufficient, Li Fu would undoubtedly refute it with a firm impossible, so he chose this roundabout excuse. On the riverbank, a redrobed old woman and a soft-spoken middle-aged man quietly exchanged surprised comments. The old woman sighed. He says he doesn't want to bully his opponent. Fang Sr. must truly be formidable. The middle-aged man teased, what do you know? The stronger the cultivator, the more quirks they have. It's normal for their minds to be a bit off. Hearing Fang Chen's answer, Li Fu pressed further, what urgent business? Calmly, Fang Chen replied, I need to collect the fiery Sha energy here for my cultivation. Li Fu's eyebrows rose, revealing approval. Not bad. To continue cultivating hard right after passing the thunder tribulation, just as expected of my disciple. At this, the redrobed woman and the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. So the recent thunder tribulation was triggered by this Fang Senior? The aura truly was extraordinary. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong standing nearby couldn't help but feel respect. Though Fang Chen was eccentric, he was a true model cultivator, doubling down on effort even after the tribulation. Fang Chen cleared his throat and humbly said, Thank you for the praise, Master. I'm only trying to follow your example. Since that's so, please allow me to descend and gather the fiery Sha. As for fighting, let that bay won't bully juveniles. Li Fu waved him off, no need. If you're working so hard, there's no way I'm letting you collect it alone. With that, he raised his hand, and a strong suction force swept the surroundings. With a loud roar, all the fiery Sha from the ancient volcano were drawn into his palm, coalescing into a blazing, chaotic ball of intense energy that surged violently, its aura intimidating everyone. The redrobed woman, the middle-aged man, and the astonished Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong all gaped. You're using our fiery Sha? And you're not even calling it a fight that uses fiery Sha? Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, about to emerge from the tunnel to refine the fiery Sha, stood dumbfounded and confused. At the volcano's edge, the fiery Sha in Li Fu's hand shimmered with dazzling multicolored light, emanating a vast killing intent that inspired dread. Raging energy surged within, as if ready to tear through heaven and earth. But with a slight pinch, Li Fu instantly reined in the violent aura, causing it to vanish without a trace. He glanced at Li Jina with a cold sneer, trash. This scornful mockery left Fang Chen completely baffled. Which side was the master mocking? Li Xin's cultivation? Or some flaw in his bloodline? The atmosphere tightened immediately, such disdain and pride bare in the eyes of a true strong cultivator, causing everyone to silently brace for what would come next. Before Fang Chen could fully understand what was happening, the blazing mass of fire spirits in Li Fu's hands suddenly coalesced, much to everyone's astonishment, into a magnificent, brightly burning, seven-colored fire horse. This fiery steed was noticeably larger than the one Li Jina held, its body wreathed in searing flames that flickered wildly with dazzling, vibrant hues. Fang Chen stared at the fire horse up close, utterly stunned. Nearby, Yi Xiong and 4 other Huanshan cultivators also froze, their eyes wide with disbelief. Li Xin's expression darkened instantly as he shouted angrily, Are you provoking me? Li Fu replied coldly, You're not worth my provocation. Then he turned to Fang Chen and said with a chill, Here, this is for you. With that, he handed over the colossal 7-colored fire horse. Fang Chen gazed at the fiery mount, his pupils reflecting a strange spectrum: 3 parts purple, 3 parts black, 3 parts blazing red, and 91 parts other strange colors, filling him with awe. He had been struggling to figure out how to compete for the fire spirits, but now it seemed they were all his. Even better, this fire horse had been deliberately suppressed by Li Fu. making it especially easy to refine. It felt like a stroke of luck. Yet despite holding such a treasure, Fang Chen's feelings were surprisingly complicated. He couldn't bring himself to celebrate. Hold it tight, Li Fu urged. Fang Chen forced a bitter smile, looking almost more miserable than crying. Got it. He reached out and hugged the enlarged fire horse tightly, nearly covering his entire body. The scene was so absurd that everyone present was momentarily left speechless. After a brief pause, Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong couldn't help but chuckle quietly, sending low whispers to each other. So what if this senior is usually arrogant and domineering? Even a great tribulation cultivator can only bow his head and cling to a fire horse when facing a stronger master. Exactly. Look at that fire horse, it's almost collected all the fire spirits in the volcano, even bigger than Senior Fang's own size. Holding it like that is downright ridiculous. If it were me, where would I put my face? They exchanged knowing laughs. Suddenly, their laughter stopped cold when they heard the words, all the fire spirits of the volcano. Their eyes glazed over, minds blanked, and a deep, sharp pain flooded their hearts. Fire spirits. Those had been their resources all along. Just moments ago, they gave up gathering fire spirits to seize Li Fu's legacy, only to be stopped and unable to claim any at all. Now, they couldn't even find a single fire spirit to take back. Watching the brilliant fire horse, the two felt their hearts shred. This was a colossal loss. Though the redrobed old woman and the gentle middle-aged man were unhappy, they understood the situation well. Facing a tribulation expert claiming the whole volcano's fire spirits, they couldn't even get a scrap. They exchanged glances, relief faintly showing on their faces. They had at least grounded themselves and gathered fire spirits steadily from the start, so their losses weren't as severe. Li Fu watched Fang Chen firmly clutch the fire horse and said, all right, now refine this fire spirit, then go face him in battle. Fang Chen couldn't help but complain, Master, do you really want me to get mercilessly beaten by a Huanshan expert? At this rate, dying 60 times wouldn't be surprising. Li Fu easily dismissed his excuse, and Fang Chen shook his head helplessly, trying to come up with a counter. Suddenly, he frowned and proposed, Master, I'll go, but I'm not used to having an audience. How about you clear the entire volcano first, so there's nobody watching? No spectators? Li Fu frowned but nodded. Fine, then all of you leave. Everyone else, take your leave immediately, understand? Yes, senior. The four Huanshan cultivators forced smiles and agreed. Zhang Yu and Yu Hailong's eyes grew moist when they left, their gazes lingering on the dazzling fire horse long after, unwilling to let go. They want that horse too, one whispered softly. Moments later, under Li Fu's command, everyone in the volcano was asked to leave. Only Fang Chen and a few core members remained. Li Fu withdrew his spiritual sensing that covered the volcano and looked at Fang Chen. All right, now you can start. Fang Chen smiled faintly. I'm ready. Li Jino was about to argue when suddenly a hand appeared behind Li Fu, giving him a light pat. Bang! Li Fu vanished without a trace. Ling Shiyuan slowly stepped out from the void, looking at Fang Chen with a resigned shake of his head. Sorry, I shouldn't have left him here. Fang Chen smiled gratefully, almost wanting to kneel and thank the patriarch. When Li Fu had just forcibly provoked the four Huashan cultivators, Fang Chen had secretly summoned Wang Sheng. He knew his master's mental state was extremely unstable, and only Ling Shiyuan could handle it. There was no way he could step beyond his level to challenge Li Jina himself. After observing the situation, Ling Shiyuan did not rush directly to the 10,000-year volcano. Instead, he quietly approached near Yingguang City and launched a surprise attack on Li Fu. Seeing Fang Chen's gratitude, he shook his head and said, no need to thank me. This is all my fault. After the fire scorching tide, many cultivators would gather. I should have anticipated this. But I let that guy linger here. That was negligence. Fang Chen thought it over carefully and found it reasonable. Li Fu normally only operated within Ryue Valley, so it made sense why he hadn't returned to the sect at the agreed time, but stayed instead. Now with so many suddenly flocking to the 10,000-year volcano, Li Fu naturally needed to ask around more. Fang Chen couldn't help but ask, Patriarch, where did you send my master? Ling Shiyuan smiled and replied, sent him back to Danran's sect. Now I should go pursue others. After speaking, he added, it's fine now. I'll head back first. Once Wainer breaks through her foundation establishment stage, he'll recluse again. Fang Chen nodded reluctantly. Such an important ally hadn't yet been relied on enough, and now he was going to seclude himself so soon? Ling Shiyuan seemed to see through his thoughts and comforted with a laugh. Don't worry, if there's an emergency, you can still call me. Fang Chen obediently agreed. Ling Shiyuan turned and glanced at Li Jina, urging with a hint of insistence. Jina, aren't you going back yet? Li Jina laughed heartily and explained, Master, I want to see this little brother off. That madman forcibly took him as a disciple, and then forced him to compete with me. I'm sure he was terrified. I want to help him. Fang Chen was stunned and widened his eyes. So Li Jina was Ling Ziyuan's disciple? He quickly waved his hand. No need to trouble yourself. I'll go back myself. Ling Shiyuan waved his hand. You'd better go back quickly. With no choice, Li Jina loosened his grip, letting his horse hang suspended in the air, bowed, and said, "Your student takes his leave." He then smiled at Fang Chen. "If anything comes up, come find me at Yingjian Peak." Li Jina. "Thank you, senior." Fang Chen cupped his fists respectfully. "You're welcome." Li Jina laughed heartily, mounted his horse again, which neighed loudly as it stirred up dust and disappeared into the distance. After Li Jina left, Fang Chen was about to speak when Ling Shuyuan suddenly pointed at him and burst into loud laughter. Ha 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 ha! The sudden laugh had a teasing edge that immediately silenced Fang Chen. He couldn't help but ask, "Patriarch, why are you laughing? Did you think of something funny?" "No, I'm laughing at you." Ling Shuyuan patted Fang Chen on the shoulder. "The way you were holding that fire-scorching horse was just too ridiculous. My disciple was here just now. I felt too embarrassed to laugh since he was holding the horse too. I didn't want to hurt his pride. Now that he's gone, I can laugh at you as much as I want." Fang Chen helplessly retorted, "Aren't you afraid of hurting me?" Before he finished, he quickly changed the subject. "Patriarch, what's with that strange thing Senior Li mentioned about lifting the horse?" His question referred to Li Zina's earlier odd action of raising his horse up, clearly still puzzled. "Don't be so formal, just call him Senior Apprentice Brother." Ling Shuyuan corrected Fang Chen with a glance, then said, "I can only tell you that Ji Ness' soul is quite chaotic." Fang Chen immediately understood, so this was another mad cultivator. "All right, give me your horse." Ling Shuyuan waved a hand to summon it. "What for?" Fang Chen froze, instinctively stepping in front of the fireshade horse and whispering protectively. Ling Shuyuan shot him a sharp look. "This 10th Ascendier volcano is where the Danran sect specifically raises the fireshade beasts. Are you seriously planning to take them all away? Without the fireshades, the volcano won't produce any precious materials in at most 20 years. Then how will Yin Guang City survive?" Fang Chen's heart ached, but he had no choice and handed over the fireshade horse to Ling Shuyuan. Yet Ling Shuyuan had no intention of keeping it. With a wave of his hand, the horse's body burst apart into countless fireshade fragments, sparks flying, swirling wildly in the sky. Watching this, Fang Chen's heart felt like it was being Qth had planned to give all these to Xiaoqing. The fireshades spread in the air. Ling Shuyuan said coldly, "Originally, after this wave of fireshade energy subsides, the elders would arrive today to guard and prevent anyone from wiping them out. But because of your tribulation with the thunder lightning just now, I had to come personally this morning, which caused the elders to delay their arrival. It's not my fault. This group of fire shades is too weak. The strong ones were devoured long ago by the Fireshade King. The strongest left is only at the nascent soul stage and badly injured. I can't take any chances." With that, Ling Shuyuan sent the few remaining weak fire shades back into the ancient volcano. Most of the fire shades originally turned into horses by Li Fu were almost all dead by now. All he could do was return these few lucky survivors to restore the residual energy in the volcano, so new fire shades could be born quickly. After finishing, Ling Shuyuan handed Fang Chen a small pearl glowing with 5 colors. "I've extracted the high-quality essence from your fire shades and condensed it into this pearl. You can use it directly from inside. It's easy to carry and absorb." Fang Chen exclaimed excitedly. "Thank you, Patriarch." Ling Shuyuan smiled. "Don't mention it." He then scanned the surroundings, waved his hand lightly, and immediately transferred Fang Chen and Yixiong out of the volcano's core zone. Next, he traced a golden character in the air. Soon the core area trembled noticeably. Head set up a formation to prevent outsiders from disturbing the fire shade's growth. "All right, I'm off now. I still need to prepare materials for my foundational breakthrough." Without looking back, Ling Shuyuan vanished from sight. Fang Chen stood silently, watching the scene replay in his mind, secretly sighing. Advancing directly from the great ascension stage to foundation building truly is a miracle in the cultivation world. Then he smiled bitterly. "Wainer, you really got deceived badly by your father." After Ling Shuyuan left, Fang Chen held the fireshade pearl tightly, his eyes shining with excitement. This trip to the fireshades had fully achieved its core purpose. He took out a jade slip to contact Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing had already escaped the outer regions of the 10th Ascendier volcano. After Li Fu took back all the fireshades, the carefree sovereign sensed something was wrong and urged Xiaoqing to withdraw quickly from the volcano. Ironically, this made him the first cultivator to leave. Because of this, Xiaoqing was now facing ridicule. A cultivator in a blue robe blocked his way, sneering, "Xiaoqing, this is the first time I've seen someone so clueless and overestimated themselves. It's laughable. I told you long ago that chi refinement cultivators have no right to touch the fire shades in the 10th Ascendier volcano. You wasted money buying a pile of warm heart pills to barge in, and ended up fleeing first. What a joke." At that moment, all eyes locked onto the blue-robed cultivator and Xiaoqing. The group had just been forcefully driven out of the 10,000-year volcano by 4 nascent soul cultivators. Except for the elite golden core and nascent soul cultivators who quickly left, those remaining were mostly low-level cultivators curious and eager to watch a fight. As soon as they stepped out of the volcano mouth, everyone saw the blue-robed cultivator mockingly taunting Xiaoqing, naturally drawing all attention and sparking a crowd eager for a spectacle. Behind the blue-robed cultivator stood three men, faces bruised and swollen but wearing scornful smiles, looking down arrogantly at Xiaoqing. These three were Zhang Tian's retainers, the very ones Xiaoqing had defeated at the inn days before. The blue-robed man himself was Zhang Tian, the man who had stolen Xiaoqing's fiancée. Xiaoqing's cold gaze locked onto Zhang Tian as he spoke in a chilling tone. Zhang Tian, what I'm doing here is none of your business. Last time, when Xiaoqing went to buy the warming heart pill, Zhang Tian had mocked him. Now, just emerging from the 10,000-year volcano, Zhang Tian publicly insulted him again. The fury inside Xiaoqing burned to its peak. Zhang Tian remained unfazed, taunting, not your business? This is the Dan Ran sex affair. You escaping the volcano brought shame on us. As an inner disciple, it's my duty to eliminate worthless cowards like you. Plus, Xiaoqing, you're a jinx. You caused your parents' deaths at home, made Chang Wei suffer in the sect. No wonder she called off the engagement. She even told me that ever since breaking off with you, her luck has improved dramatically. Zhang Tian's tone was deliberately provocative and mocking. What did you say? Xiaoqing's face darkened instantly. His anger exploded, and his fist wrapped in violent energy shot toward Zhang Tian's face. Nothing hurt him more than the loss of his parents to monster attacks and the humiliation from his fiancée, Chang Wei. They had grown up close, more like siblings than lovers, and Xiaoqing harbored little affection for her, often hoping for a dignified chance to end the engagement. But Chang Wei publicly shamed him as a jinx and broke the engagement in front of everyone, shattering Xiaoqing's pride and mind completely. Those wounds were his most sensitive pain. How could Zhang Tian's brazen insult not enrage Xiaoqing? Just as his fist was about to land, Zhang Tian suddenly dodged aside. His third-grade foundation establishment cultivation instantly erupted with sharp momentum. Drawing a long sword he had prepared, he thrust it straight at Xiaoqing's dantian. Not dead yet. Zhang Tian sneered coldly, inwardly ecstatic. His deliberate provocation was all to bait Xiaoqing into attacking, so he could cripple him. At that critical moment, a shadow flickered like a ghost from the side, delivering a heavy slap to Zhang Tian's face. With a loud bang, Zhang Tian's face twisted in agony as blood sprayed out. The powerful force sent him flying back several steps, crashing harshly into his three retainers behind him. Sharp screams rang out immediately afterward. Obviously, the sudden blow was too much for them to withstand. That scene froze the breath of everyone present in the arena instantly. What made them despair even more was that before they could even figure out what was happening, a massive shadow suddenly plunged from the sky. A huge tiger slammed down ferociously. Bang! The four were instantly crushed beneath the tiger's heavy body, the snapping of bones crackling one after another, painfully sharp. Just like that, it was over. The demon tiger pressed down steadily on the four, its hoarse voice growling as it addressed the area behind. Xiaoqing's pupils dilated sharply, his head buzzed, almost unable to believe the scene before him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. The man wore a simple, flowing robe, his garment fluttering gently. His face was calm like a still lake, and his posture was upright and commanding, like a spear thrusting toward the sky. It was Fang Chen. Senior brother Fang? How are you here? Xiaoqing's eyes widened, shock flickering across his face. He finally realized that the one who had just intervened was Fang Chen. After several days apart, Fang Chen's cultivation had advanced with astonishing speed. Facing Zhang Tian, he hadn't even used a trace of spiritual energy, yet resolved the situation effortlessly, clearly having reached a realm of divine mastery, where power bends at will. Save your words for later, Fang Chen said with a slight smile, surveying the now stunned gathering crowd. While Xiaoqing and Zhang Tian had been squabbling, the group of cultivators had only come to watch the commotion, thinking, since we're here, let's see who will get hammered and enjoy the show. But the sudden descent of the giant tiger scared them rigid. The tiger's black and white fur radiated daunting energy, enough to stir genuine fear. Everyone had assumed the tiger was attacking the cultivators, but when it pinned down Zhang Tian and his three lackeys, relief washed over the crowd, and excitement bubbled up. Apparently, the tiger was Xiaoqing's ally. Well done. Well done. This is a classic underdog beating the strong, the kind of thing we love to watch. Someone muttered, I hope Zhang Tian can call out an even tougher ally to show this tiger who's boss. Then our watching wasn't wasted. Fang Chen, however, was utterly unimpressed by their expectant gazes and scoffed coldly, break it up. Are you all done training? Finished refining weapons and pills too? What a waste of time. Shame on your parents. Don't you feel ashamed? Those strong practitioners at Golden Core or nascent soul stages, do you think they're as entertained by this nonsense as you are? His words instantly ignited anger throughout the crowd. How dare you insult us for watching a little fun? Are you looking to pick a fight with everyone here? The tension escalated quickly until a man in gray robes suddenly flared with rage, preparing to attack. Fang Chen reached into his sleeves and pulled out a Qizun ring. Well said, the gray-robed man bellowed, then quickly masked his fury with a fawning smile. Everyone exchanged uneasy looks, and with their pride bruised, they grudgingly dispersed. Qizun Mountain is the sacred place of the Danran sect. Anyone bearing a Qizun ring is always a core disciple or even a direct heir. No one dares to oppose Fang Chen openly. Once the crowd had scattered enough, Fang Chen turned to Yixiong and gestured to release the captives. Yixiong immediately leapt up. A deep pit remained on the ground below, Zhang Tian and his 3 lackeys already unconscious. The strength and weight of Yixiong were far beyond what they could withstand. Their clothes and storage rings were stripped away, then they were mercilessly thrown aside. Fang Chen's voice was calm. Clean everything up. Yixiong nodded and began to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing looked at Fang Chen excitedly. Senior brother, what are you doing here? Fang Chen smiled easily in response. I came to collect the fire calamities and didn't expect to run into you. Oh, I tried contacting you just now. Didn't you get my message? Fang Chen explained. He had followed the crowd toward the commotion after failing to reach Xiaoqing, only to arrive just in time to see Zhang Tian bullying Xiaoqing, and naturally, he wasn't pleased. Beating my junior brother? If Xiaoqing gets hurt, how will you, Zhang Tian, help me train? With that, Fang Chen threw a punch, no spells, just pure physical power, and instantly killed Zhang Tian. Truly, his ancient divine body was extraordinary. Sorry, senior brother, Zhang Tian just stopped me, so I didn't get a chance to check earlier, Xiaoqing said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Fang Chen only then realized he had just contacted Xiaoqing. No worries. By the way, what brought you here? Are you collecting the fire Sha as well? Fang Chen asked with a smile. Yes. The fire Sha is connected to my cultivation method, Xiaoqing explained, but a hint of regret showed on his face. However, some great power must have taken all the fire Sha from the Millennium Volcano. I didn't get anything. But senior brother, I know there's still fire Sha hidden somewhere in the eastern region. If you need it, I can take you along next time I set out. How about that? Xiaoqing had heard from the carefree venerable that anyone capable of sweeping away all the fire Sha from a Millennium Volcano must be extraordinarily powerful. For ordinary people, it would be impossible to get any share, so he assumed both he and Fang Chen had come back empty-handed. The carefree venerable also mentioned there was more fire Sha hidden in another part of the eastern region. Since Fang Chen needed it, Xiaoqing suggested going together next time. Hearing this, a confident smile appeared at Fang Chen's lips. No need to bother anymore. The fire Sha from the Millennium Volcano is already in my hands. With that, he pulled out a fire Sha pearl from his bosom. Xiaoqing stared at the pearl, its colors shifting and sparkling so beautifully that he was momentarily stunned. This the volcano's fire Sha was taken by you, senior brother? Fang Chen chuckled and clarified. Not me. It was my master who took it. Oh, right, of course. Xiaoqing realized his slip of the tongue. Beside them, the carefree venerable was also visibly surprised. Wow, your senior brother's master really is strong. At my peak, I could collect the fire Sha of a whole volcano, but to take it so easily without a struggle? If I had the chance, I'd love to meet his master for a duel of ideas. Surely fascinating. Fang Chen then smiled again. If you need it, I can let you practice with it first. I'm not going to use it all right away. Saying so, he handed the fire Sha pearl to Xiaoqing. Looking at the dazzling, radiant pearl in his hands, Xiaoqing was completely stunned and stammered. Thighs, this is how can I accept this? Fang Chen showed a brotherly ease. What's there to worry about between senior brothers? You'll repay me down the line, won't you? Warmth surged in Xiaoqing's heart. He wanted to refuse, but ended up nodding. Yes, senior brother, he'll take it for now. Secretly, he resolved to return the favor somehow. Just then, the carefree venerable suddenly spoke up. One person can't refine this much fire Sha alone. Give him the 10,000 Sha heart method, and see if he's interested in cultivating it. Xiaoqing blinked. Master, really? Absolutely. The carefree venerable nodded. But you have to casually mention it was my idea, not too obviously. Got it. I want to build good relations with your senior brother. His tone carried a deeper meaning. Xiaoqing understood that as his disciple, it was normal for his master to help repay debts of gratitude. He recalled the many times he had borrowed help from 100 masters to repay his own owed favors. The carefree venerable was willing to hand over the 10,000 Sha heart method partly because there was plenty of fire Sha now, and Fang Chen practicing with them would be more effective, partly because he believed only by offering a cultivation technique at that level could he truly forge a sincere bond with Fang Chen and his powerful backer. The whole scene was calm, yet charged with subtle currents beneath the surface. Xiaoqing accepted the fire Sha pearl, filled with anticipation and resolve for his future cultivation and the connections in his sect. Other gifts, in his eyes, all seemed lacking in sincerity and even somewhat inferior. This was the unique cultivation path of the carefree venerable, who built extensive connections and stood apart from others. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately responded with respect. Yes. Thank you, master, for your guidance. Then he turned to Fang Chen with a sincere tone. Senior brother, I have a cultivation method called the Myriad Sha Heart Technique that can absorb the world's killing energies. Would you be interested in practicing it? Saying that, Xiaoqing took out a crystal-clear jade slip from his bosom, gently unfolded it, and clearly inscribed the myriad Sha heart technique spells before handing it to Fang Chen. Fang Chen was stunned, raising an eyebrow. Why are you suddenly offering me a cultivation method? Isn't this a bit abrupt? It feels inappropriate for me to inherit your lineage out of nowhere. There was a trace of doubt and caution in his voice. Xiaoqing hesitated slightly and stammered. Well, actually, the master came to see me a few days ago and said you've taken good care of me. He instructed me to gift you the myriad Sha heart technique as a token of gratitude. So this is perfectly fine. Fang Chen pondered silently. Clearly, this was the carefree venerable's will behind it. Xiaoqing's skill in lying still needed polish. The venerable's personal nod was meant to repay gratitude through Xiaoqing. Thinking this through, Fang Chen finally relaxed his guard and accepted the jade slip without hesitation, quietly thinking, since the elder recognizes it, I want refuse. With this jade slip, he could now openly practice the myriad Sha heart technique in front of Xiaoqing. Soon after, the two, accompanied by a mighty tiger, traveled back to Yangguang City. Xiaoqing planned to cancel the inn reservation, while Fang Chen intended to invite him to extend their life and death duel once the cancellation was done. Along the way, a system notification quietly sounded. Xiaoqing was about to absorb a wave of fire Sha. Due to time constraints, and customarily, Xiaoqing intended to absorb only a few of the fire Sha before returning the fire Sha pearl to Fang Chen. Ultimately, Xiaoqing's cultivation advanced to Foundation Establishment, 4th rank, with combat strength enough to defeat 6th rank Foundation Establishment cultivators, and, with full effort, to somewhat suppress the 7th rank. In life or death moments, he could even unleash the terrifying power of the 8th rank. After evaluation, Fang Chen's own strength had not improved, which left him quite dissatisfied. He murmured inwardly, Xiaoqing isn't greedy enough yet. When he returns the fire Sha pearl to me, he'll seize the chance to slip it back. However, doubts formed in Fang Chen's mind. When Xiaoqing had just reached 1st rank Foundation Establishment, his combat power should only surpass rank 2. How could he now, at rank 4, suppress rank 6? He tried to recall his knowledge about Foundation Establishment cultivation, only to find his memory blank. Suddenly, realization struck him. The original owner's cultivation was limited to Qi refinement stage and had no understanding of Foundation Establishment. Soon after, the system revealed to him the reason. Foundation Establishment is divided into 3 types: heavenly, earthly, and human Foundation Establishment. At first, aside from colors, their combat strengths did not differ much. If the human Foundation Establishment's combat power is 1, then earthly is 2, and heavenly is 3. Ordinary cultivators rarely notice the difference, but in truth, Heavenly Foundation Establishment possesses tremendous potential. As cultivation ranks increase, the combat strength gap among the 3 grows more evident. Take rank 9 Foundation Establishment as an example. Disregarding spells, magical treasures, talismans, and formations, a Heavenly Foundation Establishment cultivator can easily face 3 opponents simultaneously. However, the increase in combat power is not the rarest advantage of Heavenly Foundation Establishment. The reason why Heavenly Dao Foundation Establishment is so precious is that it connects to a much broader future and holds the potential to reach even higher realms. Although some have managed to cultivate from Human Dao Foundation all the way to Tribulation Crossing and Great Completion, such cases are extremely rare. The vast majority of those who reach Tribulation Crossing and Great Completion are at least Earth Dao Foundation, or even Heavenly Dao Foundation level. Generally speaking, those with Heavenly Dao Foundation often possess the ability to fight beyond their rank. Once a sect discovers that one of their disciples has attained the Heavenly Dao Foundation stage, they usually equip them with powerful protective treasures to prevent an untimely demise. The reason Yixiong was especially cautious with Fang Chen was precisely because he was certain that kid must be hiding a powerful treasure from Danran's sect. But no matter what, he never expected that this old 6 would be running on a cheat code. After Fang Chen finished communicating with the system, he made a preliminary assessment of his own strength at least 8th grade Foundation Establishment. Actually quite strong. Fang Chen couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. An ancient divine body, divine general armor, fire Sha King, and the 10,000 Sha heart technique combining all 4, if he still wasn't overpowered, that would be truly unbelievable. Especially the ancient divine body. If anyone else tried to cultivate it, forget about Tribulation Crossing. Even forging the divine body overnight would be an impossible fantasy. Who could endure chopping themselves multiple times in one night? When they arrived at an inn in Yangguang City, Xiaoqing went off to handle checking out, while Fang Chen and Yixiong, who was perched on his shoulder, sat at a table and ordered 2 small dishes. Yixiong spoke with a hint of surprise. Fang Chen, you're way too generous to your junior brother. That fire Sha pearl is a treasure. How could you just give it away so easily? Aren't you worried he won't give it back and ends up refining it all? Yixiong was deeply shocked inside because he hadn't seen Fang Chen's earlier actions of granting Xiaoqing the Gale Step technique, the Peerless Will, and the Jade Shard Pill. Now seeing Fang Chen actually hand over his own fire sha pearl took him by surprise. Fang Chen, how can you be so generous? Yixiong sighed. Honestly, I hope he refines it all. Fang Chen let out a faint sigh. Upon hearing this, Yixiong felt as if something had truly moved him and exclaimed, You now are completely different from the old you. You've become so dazzling it almost makes me dizzy. Fang Chen picked up a peanut and a slice of beef and offered them to Yixiong, then stuffed the rest into his mouth, chewing calmly while saying, That's only natural. Yixiong quickly swallowed the peanut and beef, teasingly pouting. Since you're so generous, how about letting me take a bite? Or even just a lick? I'm craving you. Fang Chen replied expressionlessly, There are too many people around here. They'll slap you when we get back. Consider this a rain check. Yixiong could only mutter helplessly, I really shouldn't have said anything. Just as Yixiong's regret over recklessly tempting Fang Chen to his death had not yet faded, a sudden uproar broke out from the second floor of the inn. Move aside. Xiao Qing's angry roar cut through the air, his voice filled with unquestionable authority. Immediately, a voice dripping with disdain shot back, Move aside for what? You smashed my precious fire jade vase. Now you have to pay up. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Qing snapped. When did I ever break your stuff? Did the vase somehow fall and break all by itself? His voice brimmed with anger and unwillingness to admit fault. Fang Chen raised his brow, his gaze flickering as he followed the voices upstairs. Knowing Xiao Qing as he did, this wasn't the type to recklessly damage others' belongings or stir up trouble without reason. Thoughts racing, he quickly formed a somewhat prejudiced judgment Xiao Qing was being scammed. Unable to hold back, he stood and headed upstairs with Yixiong. As they walked, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh internally. The child of destiny really was a magnet for trouble no matter where he went. Chaos followed. The last time he came alone to Yangguang City, aside from a servant at the apothecary pavilion muttering that the poison was so lethal even dogs wouldn't dare touch it, things had been surprisingly quiet. Well, not entirely, there was some strange trouble with his master. And now, Xiao Qing had just arrived in Yangguang City and was immediately harassed by Zhang Tian's followers. After escaping from the 10,000-year volcano, had been blocked again. Even checking out of an inn could turn into such a mess. Trouble really did stick to him like glue. When Fang Chen reached the second floor, the scene before him made his brow tighten. 3 burly, broad-shouldered men surrounded Xiao Qing, while the ringleader was a frail-looking man, thin as kindling. Scattered around them were dozens of shattered pieces of a jade vase. From the jagged edges of the fragments poured a thick aura of spiritual energy, so intense it was almost suffocating. What a worthless vase, breaking it to reveal rare treasures now. The thin man sneered. Still claiming no one is scamming you? Fang Chen shook his head silently at such a crude act. The so-called fire jade vase was junk, and the spiritual energy seeping from the shards wasn't natural, it had been artificially created. Methods for faking spiritual energy like this were simple enough that even Qi refining stage cultivators could come up with a dozen variations. Having dealt with stage scams at the Qi refining stage himself, Fang Chen knew this trick all too well. As he watched carefully, Xiao Qing's face twisted in rage as he yelled at the thin man, You deliberately bumped me, causing this lousy vase to drop. I was clearly walking left, but you barreled straight into me. How does that make it my fault? The thin man sneered coldly in response. If that's your story, then we won't agree. Let's take this to the city lord's mansion and have them judge fairly. I want to see who's lying. Gradually, a crowd gathered. Fang Chen's sharp eyes recognized a few familiar faces, among them the same people who had spectated when Zhang Tian bullied Xiao Qing at the 10,000-year volcano. He couldn't help but think how much idle time these folks must have. At that moment, the innkeeper appeared, his face dark as he strode forward and fixed the frail man with a fierce glare. The thin man glanced provocatively at Xiao Qing and said coldly, You hear that? Let's go. I'm not leaving. Xiao Qing's face was ashen, his voice resolute and angry. He remembered his master's teachings. Always maintain the initiative and never let others lead you around by the nose. The atmosphere on the second floor grew tense and heavy, every eye fixed on this sudden clash. No one had expected a seemingly ordinary fire jade vase to spark such fierce conflict. The invitation to the city lord's mansion was clearly a trap. He had to resist if he wanted someone to ensure justice. It had to be his own sect stepping in. You're not going? Then I'll take you myself. The skinny man roared, his voice laced with an undeniable threat. No sooner had he spoken than the 3 burly men behind him exploded with fierce momentum, as if poised and ready to strike. Their raised palms whipped the air sharply, fingers gleaming with a blade-like silver light, obviously casting some cruel and cutting technique. The overwhelming aura made it instantly clear. All 3 were Qi refining stage cultivators at 8th grade. Seeing the danger, Xiao Qing, who had just barely reached 5th grade in Qi refining, paled and quickly retreated, kicking out a desperate blow to slow them down. To his shock, the seemingly weak kick landed dead in the leader's abdomen. The man's face instantly drained of color, veins bursting and blood spurting from 7 orifices. With a shudder, he collapsed heavily, lifeless. The body hit the floor with a thunderous thud that plunged the entire inn into stunned silence. The two remaining thugs froze in shock, while the skinny man's face darkened like storm clouds. Even the innkeeper, who had stepped out to shoo people away, widened his eyes in disbelief. Murder on his turf. Xiao Qing stared at the fallen enemy, equally stunned, his heart pounding wildly. Since when had his power grown so great? Fang Chen's eyes went wide with astonishment too. Xiao Qing so strong? No way. He hasn't reached that level yet. In the next moment, Fang Chen narrowed his eyes sharply, sensing something was off. When something's amiss, there must be a demon behind it. The skinny man isn't just provoking troubles, clearly scheming against Xiao Qing. Killer. Murderer. The skinny man bellowed, raising his voice to stir a bigger commotion. He glared furiously at Xiao Qing, teeth clenched. I intended to settle things fairly at the city lord's mansion. As long as you hadn't done anything wrong, I was willing to apologize. But you, abusing your strength to kill my man. Deadly sin. At that moment, the skinny man's body suddenly radiated power at Foundation Establishment, first grade, his skin shimmering faintly. With a fierce swing, a thick wolf-tooth club appeared in his hand, cutting through the air like a thunderstorm as it crashed down towards Xiao Qing's head. Xiao Qing, caught off guard, froze unable to dodge in time. In the nick of time, Fang Chen hastily summoned the Flame King's sword, prepared to leap to his aid. Just as the club was about to strike, a figure flashed out from the side, leaping swiftly between Xiao Qing and the attacker. The man raised his arm and took the heavy blow Heaton. Bang! The sound of impact echoed through the inn. The man's arm trembled painfully, blood seeping through, yet a faint smile played on his lips, and his eyes shone steadfastly. Xiao Qing was speechless with shock. Who was this man, risking everything to save him? Fang Chen too was stunned, thinking, is there still someone like me in this world, ready to draw their sword for justice? The skinny man's face twisted in rage as he glared at the man. Zhao Yuanshan, are you trying to ruin my plans? Zhao Yuanshan looked up with a calm smile. Ruin your plans? Monkey, don't say nonsense. I'm saving your life. The skinny man's expression shifted abruptly, fury flashing in his eyes. What do you mean? Zhao Yuanshan teased. If you dare harm anyone from Chizuan Mountain, they'll stop you. Isn't that me saving you? A faint smile tugged at his lips, but his gaze remained fixed on Xiao Qing. He had seen clearly how Zhang Tian had humiliated him. Just now, how could he stand by while a junior disciple of the Danran sect was bullied? What? Lord Xiao's eyes widened, the color draining from his face. That's impossible. Didn't he say this kid has no backing? No sooner had he spoken than his expression darkened. Damn it, head slipped up. Zhao Yuanshan chuckled and gave a contemptuous kick at the big man pretending to be dead on the ground. Still not getting up? Do you want me to send you off? Yais, the big man scrambled to his feet. Everyone, come with me. Zhao Yuanshan's voice cut through the crowd like steel. Though calm, there was no mistaking the authority behind it. Anyone who attacked the Danran sect, none of you are leaving. Lord Xiao's face turned ashen, his teeth clenched tightly. Run? Where would he go? They'd be dragged back in a heartbeat. The crowd's excitement died down, and people slowly dispersed in small groups. The innkeeper stepped forward to thank Xiao briefly before hurriedly inviting him to drink next time, and then leaving. Xiao Qing hurried over and patted Zhao Yuanshan on the shoulder. What's the matter? Zhao Yuanshan turned, his stern expression instantly softening. Thank you for your help. Xiao Qing bowed deeply. No problem. Zhao waved him off. We both belong to the Danran sect. Helping each other is only right. Zhao Yuanshan from the inner gate, sword peak. Just call me senior brother Zhao. Xiao Qing immediately clasped his fists. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Xiao Qing from the outer gate. Xiao junior brother, your name stuck with me just now. Zhao's gaze shifted back to Lord Xiao, a chill flashing through his eyes. I'm about to question him now. Would you like to come along? Yes. Xiao Qing didn't hesitate. His fists clenched, burning with rage. That strike from Lord Xiao was clearly meant to kill him. As the two prepared to leave, Fang Chen stepped out from the crowd. Thank you for stepping in, senior brother Zhao. Zhao Yuanshan's eyes lit up. That was the one with the Chizuan ring, who single-handedly drove everyone back. May I know your name, junior brother? Fang Chen. Fang Chen bowed. Zhao Yuanshan paused, a strange look passing over his face. Fang Chen, huh? Is there a problem? Oh, no. Zhao waved casually but thought to himself. This must be a coincidence. The outer gate's Fang Chen was only a higher fighting grade 3. There was no way he could be the one who knocked Zhang Tian out in a single punch. Suddenly, Lord Xiao trembled as if struck by lightning. You are Fang Chen. Fang Chen frowned. You know me? Of course. You're my master. Lord Xiao's eyes shone with admiration. Once, when my team was transporting supplies to Danran sect, I was lucky enough to see you from a distance. Fang Chen looked puzzled. When did I take you as a disciple? You didn't. Lord Xiao's voice quivered with excitement. But I have studied your great deeds in the outer gate of Danran sect. To me, you are my forever master. Fang Chen, damn it. Being admired by someone like this didn't bring a shred of joy. The overall strength level in Yingguang City was mediocre at best. Most outer disciples of the Danran sect were ordinary, even amateurs. Because of this, rumors about Fang Chen spread like wildfire, becoming the talk of every corner. Xiao Ho, who spent his days loitering around the streets, heard countless stories about Fang Chen's exploits and couldn't help but feel a grudging admiration. A hooligan at the Qi refining stage achieving such feats that was truly a young prodigy. Unfortunately, it wasn't until Xiao Ho himself advanced to the foundation establishment stage that he suddenly realized Fang Chen's experiences were outdated and limited. Enough. I don't want a shameful disciple like you. Get lost. Fang Chen spat coldly. Standing nearby, Zhao Yuanshan wore a shocked expression, his mind swirling with questions. Could this really be Fang Chen, the rumored outer disciple stuck at third grade Qi refining? Why hadn't he broken through? His thoughts whirled, but he couldn't bring himself to ask. Not long after, Zhao Yuanshan led Xiao Ho and the others away from the bustling inn and into a dark alley. His voice was sharp. Spill it. Explain everything clearly. Fang Chen and Xiao Qing stood silently to the side, watching intently. Under pressure, Xiao Ho finally confessed the full story. I framed Xiao Qing on Zhang Tian's orders. His gaze locked onto Xiao Qing as he continued. A few days ago, Zhang Tian's men approached me, telling me about your cultivation level and that your family was wiped out, leaving you with no support. In Danran sect, your only friend is Ling Weiner, the spirit or miner's daughter. Zhang Tian's demand was clear: cripple your cultivation. If that failed, at least seriously injure you, but you absolutely must not die. He hesitated briefly, his expression complicated. After it's done, he promised me a hefty sum of spirit stones. Fang Chen asked curiously, why didn't Zhang Tian just have you kill Xiao Qing outright? Xiao Ho stammered, showing hesitation. Answer. Zhao Yuanshan stepped forward and kicked him sharply. Xiao Ho glanced at Fang Chen and whispered, Master, before he could finish. Fang Chen shot him a fierce glare, and Xiao Ho immediately lowered his head. In a rush, Xiao Ho explained, Zhang Tian wants Xiao Qing to die by your hand. He demanded that during the few days of the life and death combat, Xiao Qing cannot show strength beyond third grade Qi refining. Zhang Tian is personally involved and sent me to follow up, all to ensure Xiao Qing suffers heavy injuries in Yingguang City. At this, Xiao Qing's face abruptly darkened and he shouted furiously, that bastard, he'll kill him for sure. Fang Chen frowned deeply, thoughtful. Looks like Zhang Tian is really something. He's afraid that if Xiao Qing, humiliated at the 10,000-year volcano, retaliates, it would give him no excuse to strike first. So he made me the lead actor, with Xiao Ho lying in wait at the inn where Xiao Qing once stayed as backup. Still, Fang Chen couldn't understand. If Xiao Qing dies by his hand or Xiao House, wouldn't it be the same to Zhang Tian? Could it be that I've been played too? That thought lingered in his mind, and he resolved to investigate thoroughly once back. Zhao Yuanshan glanced between Xiao Qing and Fang Chen, a hint of confusion flickering across his face. Life and death combat. These two junior brothers always got along. Well, how did things come to this? Shaking his head, he asked, what do you plan to do with Xiao Ho? According to Yingguang City's laws, Xiao Qing replied coldly. The words caused Xiao Hao's face to drain of color. He desperately pleaded, Brother Yuanshan, you have to save me. We used to be acquaintances. This time I was just hot-headed. I won't ever do it again. If punished by law, a nobody thug like him was finished. Zhao Yuanshan responded coldly, spare me the sob story. I only ever used you as an informant. If you're careless, don't blame me. Xiao Ho looked helplessly at Fang Chen. Fang Chen's eye twitched slightly as he asked Zhao Yuanshan, is execution really a punishment in Yingguang City? Yes. Zhao Yuanshan answered without hesitation. Fang Chen said coldly, give him 3 different methods of death. Xiao Ho was silenced by this answer, trembling with fear. He hurriedly admitted guilt. I accept punishment, but can I compensate with spirit stones and ask Xiao Qing for leniency? Zhao Yuanshan said flatly, that's up to Xiao Qing. Silence fell over the alley, as if even the air had frozen. After compensating with spirit stones and gaining Xiao Qing's forgiveness, Xiao Ho was sent on his way. Zhao Yuanshan led the two through the bustling streets and pushed open the carved wooden door of a restaurant. Inside the private room, sandalwood incense curled in the air as they gathered around a round rosewood table. My 2 junior brothers, Zhao Yuanshan poured 3 cups of clear tea and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. I came to Yangguang City mainly to assist the city lord's mansion in maintaining order and to earn merit for our sect. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Fang Chen and Xiao Qing. Xiao Ho is a local ruffian I met when I first arrived. He's well-informed and good at reading the situation, so I kept in contact with him. I didn't expect him to be so ungrateful this time. Fang Chen lifted his teacup, a faint smile on his lips. No worries, senior brother Zhao. I understand it all. He knew exactly what Zhao Yuanshan was implying, but since the man posed no threat at present, there was no need to probe further. The tension visibly eased from Zhao Yuanshan's shoulders. By the way, senior brother Zhao, you said you're from Yinjian Peak? Fang Chen set down his cup. That's right. And senior brother Li Jina, is he from Yinjian Peak as well? Fang junior brother knows senior brother Li? Zhao Yuanshan's eyes brightened. Fang Chen's fingers tapped lightly on the table. You could say that he recalled the eccentric man who constantly carried a wooden horse, and his mouth twitched. Though senior brother Gina behaves oddly, he's a good person. Zhao Yuanshan coughed harshly, nearly choking on his tea. Cough cough, yes, he really is a good man. Xiao Qing sat quietly, his gaze shifting between them, unsure when to join in. But, Zhao Yuanshan chuckled ruefully, shaking his head, everyone from Yingjian Peak is probably a little strange. I've gotten used to it. Fang Chen's face instantly drained of color. The whole mountain of people all carrying horses? What a sight that must be. Fang Junior brother. Zhao Yuanshan saw the expression and quickly waved his hand. Not everyone is like senior brother Gina. I see. Fang Chen chuckled awkwardly, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Zhao Yuanshan opened his mouth as if to say more. Suddenly, a jade slip in his bosom glowed faintly. He took it out and scrutinized it, furrowing his brow, then sighed deeply. My junior brothers, I've already paid the bill. An urgent matter has come up. I must leave first. Rising, he cupped his fists. When I return to the sect, if time permits, we'll share a drink at Yingjian Peak. Thank you, senior brother Zhao. Safe travels. Fang Chen returned the salute. Zhao Yuanshan left in a hurry. Senior brother, shall we head back as well? Fang Chen turned to Xiao Qing. All right. Xiao Qing stood and asked, did senior brother Zhao want to say something earlier? He hesitated several times. Fang Chen pondered for a moment. Probably no matter, there's plenty of time. We can ask next time we meet at the intersect. Xiao Qing nodded. Outside the restaurant, Zhao Yuanshan stood at the foot of the stone steps, gazing at the mist-shrouded peaks in the distance. Forget it. With Chizuan Mountain's prodigy supporting him, Xiao Qing's future is bright. No need to let him suffer at the bottom of Yingjian Peak. Danran sect, Ingguang Lake Mountain. Just say you agree when you get there, Fang Chen said. Yes, senior brother. Xiao Qing replied, but his brow furrowed slightly. I don't understand, why do we need to postpone it? On the way back, Fang Chen suddenly mentioned extending the life and death duel at the Fighting Academy, and Xiao Qing kept puzzling over it. The duel itself was no problem, but why delay it? What secret reason could there be? You don't have to understand, just trust me, Fang Chen admitted, unable to come up with a reasonable explanation and giving up on pretending otherwise. All right, Xiao Qing scratched his head, still uncertain, but following along. As soon as they stepped through the Fighting Academy gates, Zhu He and 3 other elders quickly surrounded them, faces full of suspicion and doubt. For elders, this junior disciple has come with Xiao Qing to discuss postponing the life and death duel. Fang Chen said with a smile tinged with caution. Have you considered the proposal to delay it for billions of years? The faces of Zhu He and the others immediately darkened, their long-buried anger flaring up again. Words of accusation and frustration filled the air, tangling the atmosphere with tension. Zhu He forced a nervous laugh and glanced at Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing, do you agree with the delay? His eyes held hope. He wished Xiao Qing would reject Fang Chen outright. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qing answered calmly, I agree. Why do you agree? Zhu He could hardly believe his ears, and the other 3 stared in shock. You really don't get it. One snapped. Xiao Qing rubbed his head, looking innocent. I'm not really sure myself. The 4 elders exchanged glances, quietly suspecting something was wrong with this kid's brain. Seeing no hope from Xiao Qing, they turned to Fang Chen. If that's the case, wait here a moment. Elder Lin will come shortly. Elder Lin? Fang Chen's expression changed, a flash of tension in his chest. This matter was unprecedented in the academy. Whether postponing was significant or not, it required Elder Lin Yun's personal attention. Ordinary disciples would have had their requests flatly rejected, as the academy wasn't so lenient. But Fang Chen was too troublesome. Zhu He and the others couldn't refuse directly, and instead claimed the matter was serious enough to need Elder Lin's judgment, essentially calling him in to settle things. With Elder Lin Yunhe present, even if he decided to reject Fang Chen, making a scene would be difficult. We're just ordinary disciples. Why drag Elder Lin into this trouble? Fang Chen immediately objected. No reasonable person would agree to delay something for billions of years. No need to bother him. Suddenly from outside came a calm but authoritative voice. Fang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man in a black robe entering steadily, his gaze clearly angry. As soon as he saw Fang Chen, his anger flared even more. Elder Lin. Zhu He and the 3 others visibly relaxed, quickly bowing with clasped fists. You handle this, we'll step back. Yes. The 4 replied respectfully, retreating quickly. Elder Lin Yunhe scanned Fang Chen up and down, then pointed at the red cloud pattern on his robe. Don't wear that outfit anymore. What? Master, you care about this too? Fang Chen was more confused. Why are you suddenly worried about my clothes? Lin Yun's temper flared. I just can't stand it, okay? Fang Chen shook his head helplessly, muttering, do cultivators really go through menopause? He was about to argue and ask why he cared about his clothes, swearing to call on Patriarch Ling if needed. Then Lin Yunhe finally spoke, his tone cold but authoritative. I approve the extension. Fang Chen's face lit up instantly. Giving a thumbs up, he praised repeatedly, Elder Lin, you're really a good person. I've never met such an easygoing elder before. Fang Chen never expected Lin Yunhe to be so easily persuaded. He had assumed Lin Yunhe would oppose him with all his might, but to his surprise, Lin Yunhe nodded in agreement. A cold smile crept onto Fang Chen's face as he thought, "Heh, I really misjudged him." Facing Fang Chen's praise, Lin Yunhe responded with a faint, expressionless smile. Earlier, when Lin Yunhe learned that Fang Chen wanted to postpone the life and death contract by billions of years, his first reaction was an ingrained anger like muscle memory. Like the four elders of the Do Academy, he initially suspected Fang Chen had some hidden scheme. But after calming down and reflecting carefully, he ultimately chose to agree. The first reason was that Lin Yunhe knew Fang Chen was no longer the frivolous figure he once was. Although the request was strange, it carried no ill intent. The second reason was that even if Fang Chen truly intended to harm Xiaoqing, whether or not the billion-year contract had been signed made little difference. Considering their extended lifespans and the slim chance that their sect, Danran, would still exist by then, such a long-term contract was effectively meaningless, almost as if it had already been nullified. In fact, this aligned with Lin Yun's own hope that Fang Chen and Xiaoqing would eventually break their life and death bond. Beyond these, there was a practical cause. If any inner disciples criticized him for agreeing, Lin Yunhe could rely on the prestige of the ancestor Ling Shuyuan to defend his decision. With the ancestor's status, Fang Chen signing a billion-year life and death contract was beyond reproach. After speaking, Lin Yunhe turned to a nearby cabinet and pulled out a thin, blood-colored piece of paper from one compartment. The crimson glow in his hand briefly darkened his expression. Quietly, he said to the Elder Chu he beside him, "Elder Chu, from now on the life and death contracts should use ordinary colored paper." Chu he quickly responded, "Didn't you say the blood color makes disciples truly understand the harshness of the life and death duel? No longer necessary. The blood color makes it harder for me to read the text," Lin Yunhe said firmly through clenched teeth. Seeing his resolve, Chu he said no more, nodding quickly but silently sighing to himself. "I never thought Elder Lin would actually agree to Fang Chen's absurd request to postpone for billions of years. Well, if we get blamed later, it won't be on us." Lin Yunhe then turned back to Fang Chen and Xiaoqing, pointing at the life and death contract with a calm voice. "Take a look. Is this your contract?" The two immediately leaned in to examine it closely. The contract clearly stated the opponent's time, place, and multiple specific conditions. The last clause was especially striking. If Fang Chen wins, he obtains the opponent's corpse. If Xiaoqing wins, she may tear Fang Chen's body to pieces and feed him to pigs. Such terms were allowed at the time of signing. Xiaoqing looked embarrassed and uneasy, while Fang Chen appeared indifferent. "It wasn't like I wrote this. The extension is to billions of years later, right?" Lin Yunhe nodded, "Correct." He pulled out a jade tablet with the contract's image and began modifying the terms, carefully confirming the extension details with both of them to ensure agreement. After successfully revising the contract, Lin Yunhe gestured, "Drip your essence blood again." Fang Chen and Xiaoqing immediately followed procedure, their fresh blood falling onto the contract, causing it to emit a faint, eerie glow. Lin Yunhe then returned the life and death contract to the cabinet. Watching all this, Fang Chen's heart raced with excitement. Could he really extract Xiaoqing's cultivation from billions of years later all at once? Just then, a clear ding sound rang out. Fang Chen's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, joy surging within him. "Am I becoming immortal right here and now?" Lin Yunhe frowned slightly at Fang Chen's excitement, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Why does this guy look like he's about to ascend to a higher realm? Fang Chen completely ignored Lin Yun's helpless expression beside him and kept nervously staring at the system's cultivation updates. Lin Yun's face darkened just moments ago. Fang Chen had called him Elder Hao, but now he kept silent. Was he offended because he felt disrespected? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Fang Chen's mind again. Current detection shows that Xiaoqing, the child of destiny, no longer exists in the life and death battle billions of years from now. The host will be unable to assist him then. The mission is therefore unnecessary and is now officially cancelled. Fang Chen, what the? He almost jumped up. What are you doing? What is this, messing with me? After countless bugs and glitches, Fang Chen was completely stunned, his head throbbing with frustration. He never expected it to turn out this way, was ready to cultivate seriously, only for the mission to get abruptly terminated? Did the system just get tired of playing with him? He hurriedly demanded, "System, why say it's unnecessary? Xiaoqing is the child of destiny. Isn't he supposed to be invincible? You have to keep the mission going so I can personally sacrifice myself in that life or death battle billions of years from now, helping him achieve greatness. You told me life should be like the morning glow, brilliant, but fleeting, and I can't even be the morning glow. What am I supposed to do?" The system's voice carried a faint note of comfort. The system greatly admires the host's spirit of self-sacrifice. But please remember, the child of destiny is not inherently invincible. Only the child of destiny combined with the host can attain invincibility. If Xiaoqing does not unite with the host before the divine tribulation arrives, he will be unable to withstand it. Therefore, although the host cares about helping him billions of years later, That path is blocked, and the mission must be cancelled. The system does not blame the host, but is moved by his determination. Please keep in mind that only by devising a way to aid the child of destiny before the divine tribulation can the host fulfill his greatest potential and protect the world. Fang Chen was stunned, his mind reeling. He finally understood the reason, but found it hard to accept what exactly was he. Why was it only the child of destiny whom he could save the world through? And if he was so powerful, why was he struggling just to advance in cultivation? Could it be that only by truly dying at the child of destiny's hand would he have Mianingto fulfill the destiny of saving the world? A strangely absurd thought flashed through his mind that he really wanted to be like the morning glow, brilliant, but gone in an instant. He quickly shook his head, desperate to dispel the dangerous idea, muttering to himself, I must have been brainwashed. No way will I sacrifice myself. He still wanted to keep exploiting the system's bugs, cultivate his ancient divine body, and become stronger. Immediately he asked, System, when will the divine tribulation arrive? I want to arrange a life-or-death battle with Shao Qing before then, so I can die at his hand and become a noble, great person. Since waiting billions of years isn't possible, I want to lock in this time point before the tribulation and see if Lin Yunhe can adjust the activation time of the life-death contract. The system responded promptly. The timing of the divine tribulation depends on the heavenly Tao and is currently uncertain. But the system deeply respects the host's wish to aid the child of destiny. The host no longer needs to schedule a life-or-death battle. The system has selected the optimal method for assisting Shao Qing. Fang Chen asked in confusion, what method? The system's cold voice came through. Current scan detects that Shao Qing, the child of fate, is progressing too slowly. Host, please assist Shao Qing in devouring Master Xiaoyao. Fang Chen frowned, a shock hitting his heart. Help Shao Qing devour Master Xiaoyao? Wasn't that basically helping Shao Qing commit master slaughter? System, were you deliberately making things difficult for him? Shao Qing's family had long been destroyed, his fate tragic. Now, just as he finally gained a master, the system targeted him. Fang Chen's emotions churned with bitterness and confusion. He knew full well how powerful Master Xiaoyao was. Even with Shao Qing as an ally, they couldn't hope to match him. Even if Shao Qing really dared to kill his master, he would surely be torn to pieces in the process. Fang Chen thought to himself that this path was simply impossible. The system continued. Shao Qing is an upright person, full of justice, and naturally unwilling to devour his master. To assist him, the host must first teach him the soul-swallowing Tao, then weaken Master Xiaoyao's power. For example, guide the demon hunters toward Xiaoyao to approach him, or lead demonic cultivators in attacks. Once Master Xiaoyao's strength is severely reduced, and he is on the brink of death, force Shao Qing to use the soul-swallowing Tao and devour him. After Shao Qing's cultivation greatly increases, the host must reveal the whole truth that Xiaoyao's death is connected with the host, giving Shao Qing reason to avenge his master by killing the host, and thereby inheriting the host's power. Fang Chen's eyes went wide, his face full of shock and disbelief. He had never imagined such a convoluted and twisted plan. A newly born system actually designed something this devious. It was impressively ruthless. Yet in his heart, Fang Chen wondered how many lives he could afford to risk acting as a guide for demon hunters and demonic cultivators. The mission was extremely dangerous. Then the system said, Host has not yet learned the soul-swallowing Tao. Initiating automatic cultivation for Host now. Please be sure to teach Shao Qing. Before the words even finished, a massive flood of information suddenly poured into Fang Chen's mind, instantly giving him a splitting headache. His gaze turned complicated, his face shifted from excitement to pale gloom, then to stunned rigidity, followed by himself clutching his forehead in intense pain. Seeing this, Lin Yunhe beside him tensed with worry. Are you alright? Fang Chen forced a grin and waved weakly. I'm fine, just a bit tired from cultivation. Lin Yunhe hesitated, unsure how to read his expression, but after a moment said, You should go rest. Fang Chen nodded, supporting Shao Qing as they headed out the Do Academy gates. As soon as they stepped outside, Fang Chen told Shao Qing to go ahead first. Yes, senior brother. Shao Qing agreed, but couldn't help asking anxiously, Senior brother, are you really okay? Fang Chen wanted to say more, but stopped himself, patting Shao Qing's shoulder gently instead. Keep working hard. Shao Qing nodded, bowed, and then turned to walk away gradually. At that moment, Yixiong, who had remained perched on Fang Chen's shoulder, whispered, Qing'a, what happened to you just now? Fang Chen shook his head, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Nothing, just nearly resurrected is all. Yixiong looked utterly confused, racking his brain to make sense of those words. Seeing his slow reaction, Fang Chen sighed inwardly and reconnected with the system telepathically. System, I think your plan to help Shao Qing is flawed and wastes too much time. I prefer a direct life-or-death duel. The host need not worry so much about Shao Qing. After all, the task you arranged is already the best option. Though this thought was concealed within Fang Chen's mind, it clearly revealed his deep worry and dissatisfaction with the current situation. And so the story begins to unfold. With Fang Chen and Xiao Qing's intertwined fates tightening step by step, the system's schemes and trials gradually releasing an even darker undercurrent around them. Moreover, Xiao Qing wasn't the only chosen one. The system's voice carried a paradoxically pleasant tone that made Fang Chen want to curse. If the host is in such a hurry, you could also go get yourself killed by someone else to fulfill their destiny that would save the world too. Faced with this absurd suggestion, Fang Chen helplessly reined in his thoughts, then immediately regretted it so much he almost wanted to slap himself this time. He'd really shot himself in the foot. At present, the only cultivation equipment he had left was the divine general armor his sister had given him without naming Ida set, that automatically cultivated around the clock without interruption. As for this soul-devouring technique, Fang Chen glanced at it and thought the name didn't sound too sinister, but its essence was thoroughly demonic. This method was extremely cruel, ruthlessly feeding on souls, especially favoring the extraction of souls from living beings. The fresher the devoured souls, the more powerful the absorbed energy. After brief consideration, Fang Chen figured his aptitude wasn't bad. Surely cultivating this demonic technique would bring some benefits, right? Demonic practices couldn't be so useless they couldn't even save him, could they? He really wanted to find some scumbag to test it on, someone he could kill without feeling guilty. Suddenly, stroking his chin, he called Wing Xiong over. Wing Xiong met Fang Chen's gaze and broke into an honest smile. Brother Chen, you called for me? Fang Chen shook his head. Nothing. I just wanted to see if you're really a scumbag. Wing Xiong looked puzzled and quickly smiled ingratiatingly. Obviously I'm not. I'm just an incredibly ordinary person who happens to possess an imperial-grade bloodline. Before he could finish, Fang Chen cut him off. All right, that's enough. Wing Xiong obediently responded. Okay. The two then returned to their residence. The blow from the temporary postponement of the life and death duel stirred something in Fang Chen's heart, and he redirected all his energy back into cultivating the ancient divine body. At this moment, he urgently needed to gather cultivation materials and study the next cultivation methods. After all, while the system couldn't revoke Fang Chen's cultivation level, it had the authority to stop him from exploiting loopholes and bugs. Once he crossed that line, using the same tricks later would be extremely difficult. Cultivating the ancient divine body was truly the key to mastering his own destiny. However, before committing to this path, Fang Chen still had one important matter to handle. Taking out the 2 rings previously gifted by those 8 deity transformation big suckers, he had tried multiple times to open them, but kept getting interrupted, making him jump with frustration. Let me properly examine these things. Fang Chen slowly opened the first ring. This was the compensation gift those deity transformation big suckers had first given him, which Li Fu had mocked as a pile of garbage. However, as the ring gradually unfolded, a treasure ship glowing with brilliant light appeared before his eyes. Though only palm-sized, the ship's hull was carved with intricate and elaborate patterns. From a jade slip nearby, Fang Chen learned that this ship was called the Great Sun Golden Radiance Ship. One only needed to input spiritual power to freely enlarge or shrink it. It could expand to mountain-like proportions or contract to grain of sand size. The ship's uniqueness lay in having no cultivation level restrictions. As long as there were sufficient spirit stones, it could be activated. Even more remarkable, it possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities and could unleash fierce attacks. In the jade slip, the previous owner noted that the ship had withstood golden core stage attacks with its array patterns completely undamaged, clearly indicating that the golden core realm was far from its limit. Fang Chen silently praised it in his heart, but also understood why Li Fu had cursed this ship as garbage. A treasure given by someone at the deity transformation realm with only golden core stage attack power could hardly be called excellent. Besides this Great Sun Golden Radiance ship, there were 2 more magical treasures and a huge pile of spirit stones. Those stones were practically heaped into a small mountain, their height truly astonishing. The second magical treasure was called Demon Armor, which, as the name suggested, was specifically crafted for demon beasts. Even more thoughtfully, demon beasts at the foundation establishment stage could wear and use it. Fang Chen glanced up at Wing Xiong and raised an eyebrow slightly. Whoever sent this demon armor, what a clever one they were. Thinking with his backside, Fang Chen knew the other party had done this deliberately, figuring that no matter what they gave, it would be hard to satisfy someone at the Tribulation Transcendent stage, so they might as well take a roundabout approach to please Wing Xiong, killing 2 birds with 1 stone without extra effort. He really wanted to know which fellow had sent this demon armor. While muttering to himself, Fang Chen simply tossed the demon armor to Wing Xiong. It's for you. When Xiong saw Fang Chen toss him a piece of bronze armor, he was momentarily stunned, then asked warily, for me. Why are you giving this to me? He quickly added with urgency, just tell me. Do you want me to have it or not? Facing Yixiang's suspicion, Fang Chen snorted coldly, showing no weakness. Seeing Fang Chen's resolute attitude, Xiong immediately understood that this demonic armor was no ordinary piece. He swiftly extended his tiger paw, snatched it up eagerly, and responded with haste, I want it. He couldn't wait to put on the armor. The moment he donned it, Yixiong's body transformed in a strange way. His skin turned blue-green, but his head and tail were striped black and white, resembling a tiger dyed in unusual colors. Suddenly, the armor's surface shimmered like flowing water. Then the bronze demon armor rapidly melted into his body, and his form gradually returned to normal. He carefully sensed the changes within. His brow relaxed, and a broad smile spread across his face. Good stuff. It was clear this demon armor had merged with his spiritual energy, making his body feel reborn stronger and more resilient. His defense skyrocketed to a new level. Even more surprisingly, the armor greatly enhanced his agility. His movements became swift and flowing, as fast as the wind. Fang Chen said calmly, "Given our relationship, do you think I'd give you something useless?" Yixiong immediately rubbed his head against Fang Chen's hand with a hint of embarrassment. "My mistake, Fang Chen. I was being petty and narrow-minded. I'm no match for you. Please forgive this white-eyed tiger." Scram. Fang Chen gently pushed his head away, then pulled out the final treasury of Foundation Establishment stage artifact. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He had finally found something he could actually use. It was a black double-edged axe. The handle was a stone pillar engraved with a black dragon, while the two axe blades were irregular half circles glinting with cold light. Beside the axe lay a jade slip quietly placed, with an inscription. "Senior, my cultivation is shallow, and I'm unable to gather suitable treasures for you. But I accidentally obtained this Foundation Establishment Axe Dragon Dark Axe in my youth. The axe is sharp and fierce, forged from deep-sea iron or an abyssal stone. It's primarily a close combat weapon, but its strongest feature is the killing technique inscribed on the stone pillar. With sufficient spiritual energy, you can unleash poisonous piercing fangs unexpectedly, a devastating long-range attack. This axe is best kept for protecting disciples or descendants. Please accept it with a smile." Clearly, the giver of this axe, like the one who gave the demon armor, didn't want to offend Fang Chen, but also didn't want to lose anything themselves. So they chose a roundabout route, gifting this Foundation Establishment artifact as a gesture somewhat cunningly. If Fang Chen were hot-tempered, that person might have earned a scolding. They didn't even leave their name. Though Fang Chen had no descendants, he was himself at the Foundation Establishment stage. He examined the Dragon Dark Axe with a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. The sixth brother's treasure. The Dragon Dark Axe is full of killing intent. Extremely fierce, it's clearly designed for direct confrontation. But who would have thought it hides a long-range killing move? Close in for battle, then catch the opponent off guard with a volley of poisonous fangs. I like this kind of ruthless tactic. Fang Chen tried launching the piercing fangs. A sharp whoosh sliced through the air, immediately followed by a loud bang. A stone spike, as thick as an adult's finger, suddenly shot out from the hard stone pillar of the Dragon Dark Axe like a precise spear, piercing straight through the pond that Yixiong had just finished repairing that morning. An explosion rang out instantly as the thick water tore apart violently. With a rumble from the cracked ground, thick, purple-black poison seeped slowly through the fissures, starkly contrasting the sizzling, scorched earth beneath. Fragments of rocks scattered wildly like a violent storm, dust billowing in the air. Yixiong, who was still savoring the pleasure of caressing his demon armor, wings trembling slightly and eyes wide open, was stunned by this sudden destruction, his expression filled with shock and confusion. Not bad. Fang Chen curled a satisfied smile on his lips. Using the spiritual energy he had drawn from the two Sons of Destiny, he had improved the Dragon Dark Axe's piercing fangs. Now this weapon could hold firm for much longer, powerful and durable. Fang Chen even secretly imagined it being more than capable if adapted into a Gatling gun. He sheathed the Dragon Dark Axe, his gaze shifting to the still-shocked Yixiong, then began carefully repairing the pond, smoothing out the damage to the water surface and surrounding scars bit by bit. His tone was calm. "Yixiong, this was deliberate retaliation, wasn't it?" After putting away the Dragon Dark Axe and the Great Sun Gilded Ship, Fang Chen eagerly opened the second ring. The first ring, mocked by Li Fuyu as a pile of trash, had unexpectedly yielded great gains, especially the batch of spirit stones that freed him from their scarcity for the near future. Now he hoped this second ring would bring even more valuable discoveries. But the moment the ring opened, Fang Chen's expression froze, leaving him motionless. Slowly, he withdrew 8 items from within. A pink stone with a faint sheen, a branch shaped eerily like a human hand, dry and strange, a colossal pill, radiating overwhelming medicinal power, weighing 1,000 pounds, a pill even larger than Yixiong's true body. Moving the pill was a struggle that nearly damaged the pond, causing Yixiong to shudder nervously, afraid Fang Chen might accidentally smash the water surface. There was also an illusory, flowing mountain hovering and shifting in Fang Chen's palm, a blood-red finger bone, and 3 more bizarre objects: a moldy blue gourd, a tiny ink painting just 1/8 of its original size, and a rusty box lock. These items, clustered together, formed a confusing and weird assortment that made no sense at all. Fang Chen was lost in thought, his mind suddenly filled with countless questions. Each item had a jade slip of explanation attached. Fang Chen picked up some and, after a quick scan, was stunned again. This is an incomplete pill of great ascension stage healing? He murmured, waves stirring in his heart. The slip said this pill used to be a symbol of senior master's power and could rapidly mature into a full pill, but needed a skeleton from a demon emperor as an auxiliary ingredient, greatly raising cost and difficulty. Fang Chen grumbled internally. Where would a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator get such a rare thing? Are they messing with me? Another clue involved a mysterious great ascension-level secret realm, with traces scattered across the demon battlefield and the immortal demon battlefield. If a senior could find 6 powerful figures like Golden Jade Demon Saint and Wind-Pushing Emperor to question, one could quickly gain access to the realm. The pink stone was described as Hahuan Ultimate Treasure Yinsa Jade, a legendary catalyst for desire that worked well both for personal use and for breeding beasts. Its flaw was that it was incomplete and only effective for nascent soul cultivators. The description was signed Yu Hailong, who offered a large sum to help find a complete piece and took the chance to introduce himself. As for the branch resembling a shriveled hand, Fang Chen stared in bafflement and muttered curses. What the heck is this? After a quick round of scanning, Fang Chen found nothing currently useful in any of these items. Reluctantly, he returned them all to the ring. He remained silent for a long moment before sighing deeply and gritting his teeth. I shouldn't have looked. Not looking would have left some hope. But after seeing all this, it's just frustrating and want to blow my top. In his view, if the older generation had just been honest and said they had 100 Foundation Establishment level descendants, the gifts would at least have been Foundation Establishment grade items, things he could actually use. But whatever, since it was all free, he'd take it for now. Maybe someday inspiration would strike, and the things might come in handy. After sorting all the rings, Fang Chen combined all the storage rings except the Red Sovereign ring given by Jiang Ningyi into one, for easier management later. Once done, he opened his ancient divine body and began reviewing his next training plan. Now that Fang Chen had successfully cultivated his divine body foundation, he could naturally unlock the next stage of the cultivation method. He eagerly began leafing through those ancient texts. The method clearly stated that to continue advancing, he must first shatter his own Thunder Tribulation foundation. Unlike those cultivators who primarily focused on their primordial spirits, the ancient divine body emphasized tempering the physical body, so the foundation ultimately had to merge into the flesh. Next, Fang Chen would need to painstakingly refine his Thunder Tribulation foundation using the ancient divine body technique, allowing the foundation's power to gradually integrate into his body. Only after complete fusion could he step into the golden core stage of the ancient divine body. Reading this far, Fang Chen found it quite reasonable that ancient divine body cultivated the physical body, working hard to integrate the foundation into the flesh so that the two could perfectly combine, thereby maximizing control over the power contained within. This path seemed logical and flawless. However, as he continued reading, the next cultivation step left him completely stunned. The method described it in great detail. After the foundation had both shattered and merged, one must focus primarily on tempering the physical body. This tempering process seemed simple on the surface. First, collect all necessary medicinal herbs, then open an alchemy furnace and place oneself inside along with the herbs. Use divine consciousness to ignite the furnace, activate the ancient divine body technique, and begin circulating it. As the technique circulated through the body, after 36 complete cycles, the heat would intensify, causing both flesh and herbs to transform into scorching liquid, melting together. This was the so-called tempering. When one completely became a pool of crimson molten liquid while maintaining a single spark of consciousness, the revival process would begin. If revival succeeded, one would achieve the divine body golden core and prepare to face tribulation. If it failed, one would become a divine body elixir pill, waiting to be consumed by someone else. This divine body elixir pill was an extremely precious treasure for humans, demons, and devils alike, pursued frantically by all. The method even specifically warned that the madly Fu had once left advice stating that if one failed, it was best to have family members guard nearby, so that if revival failed, the pill wouldn't go to waste and could be given to relatives to consume. Hearing this, Fang Chen couldn't help but glance over at Yixiong, just as he felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Wondering if Yixiong had deliberately destroyed the pond with the dragon dark axe, Yixiong suddenly stood up, rubbed his head, and said with a pout, "I'll go fix the pond right now, stop nagging me." Fang Chen withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself that when he practiced this technique, he absolutely must not let this simpleton tag along. Otherwise, the divine body elixir pill made from Supreme Treasure's human body might just end up making Yixiong develop a taste for it. As long as Yixiong didn't come to make trouble, he should have a chance at survival. But what exactly did maintaining a spark of consciousness mean? Could it indicate that insufficient comprehension would lead to failure? With his qualifications, lacking even ordinary spiritual roots, and with comprehension being an even more distant dream, Fang Chen frowned, stroking his chin in deep thought. After a long while, he set these doubts aside and muttered, "Forget it. Let's not worry about all this for now. First, go prepare the medicinal herbs and items needed for tribulation. Last time he had suffered losses, lacking experience, and blindly establishing his foundation, resulting in pitifully few supplies prepared for tribulation. Now with experience, he planned to wait patiently, at least until the divine general armor passively cultivated to the golden core or even nascent soul stage. Then prepare a large stockpile of tribulation supplies before calmly facing it. He even wavered at one point, a thought flashing through his mind. Why not wait until his cultivation became strong enough to annihilate all enemies, and only then begin cultivating the divine body? Playing it safe and waiting couldn't be wrong. Why enter the dangerous cultivation phase prematurely? However, Fang Chen shook his head and rejected his own idea. No way. Because he understood that the intensity of thunder tribulation was determined by the combined cultivation levels of everyone within the tribulation's range. This point absolutely could not be taken lightly. If he waited until the return to void stage to begin forging his divine body, the intensity of the thunder tribulation would undoubtedly increase dramatically. Yet at that time, his divine body would still only be at the golden core stage. In that case, while not necessarily fatal, the challenge would become significantly more difficult. It was better to face the golden core's heavenly tribulation while both his cultivation and divine body were at the golden core stage. Resolving himself, Fang Chen happily made the decision. After gathering the medicinal ingredients in a few days, he would start refining his body. All right, it's settled then. He stood up and clapped his hands. He turned around sharply, her eyes shining with excitement. Is there such a good thing? Fang Chen showed no expression as he pulled out the dark dragon axe, instantly silencing Yi, who grit her teeth and returned to work. The next morning, Fang Chen slept heavily until the sun was high in the sky. The events of the past days had worn him out physically and mentally. Although cultivators could survive without sleep, he was still more accustomed to replenishing his energy through rest. After all, it had only been a few days since his transmigration. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to realize his cultivation had risen to the second rank of foundation establishment. This was the result of the divine general armor being painstakingly reforged with day and night effort. The divine general's bone structure and armor were truly top-tier divine treasures. Fang Chen couldn't help but feel awe and gratitude. He had to admit, although the system divided the immense power capable of wiping out all the Fang family over a 5-year period rather than releasing it all at once, making it seem less thrilling, feeling his cultivation steadily improve every moment was deeply satisfying. After gathering himself, he headed straight for Lingyun Peak. Previously, in his ignorance, he had gone to the Danran pharmacy to buy medicine, only to realize that behind the scenes it was all controlled by Hua Qirong. This time, he went directly to the Sorcedo Hua Qirong herself. Just as he reached the foot of Lingyun Peak, 2 unfamiliar female disciples blocked his path. Stop, they said with serious expressions, barring the way. Good morning, senior sisters. Fang Chen handed over his token. I have business with Elder Hua. She gave me this invitation. The disciples carefully inspected the token before letting him pass. Go ahead. Fang Chen nodded his thanks, pocketed the token, and proceeded up the mountain. This token, which he had received last time when buying tribulation-dispersing pills from Hua Qirong, granted him unrestricted access to Lingyun Peak. He now understood that ordinary outer sect disciples were absolutely forbidden to ascend to the inner peak. Deliveries like medicine were handed off at the foot of the mountain to disciples stationed at the peak. If not for Ling Weiner giving him trouble, Fang Chen would have had no chance to even set foot in the core of Lingyun Peak before. When he reached the summit, he saw Ling Weiner thanking Hua Qirong. Thanks, Elder Hua. My father successfully established his foundation last night. I heard the spiritual veins are preparing to promote him. Maybe he'll get assigned to the outer sect soon. Hua Qirong smiled faintly, waving her hand. I'm just helping because of you. If you work harder, your father can get more resources from the sect. Ling Weiner's face was full of determination. I will definitely try harder. Fang Chen approached with a smile and teased, you old folks are all just as bad as each other. His words just left his mouth when Ling Weiner and Hua Qirong both noticed him. Ling Weiner immediately saluted. Senior brother Fang. Hua Qirong looked slightly embarrassed, glanced sideways at Fang Chen, and quietly whispered, don't say reckless things. Fang Chen signaled back with a grin. Seeing this, she nodded in approval and then asked, what brings you here all of a sudden? I want to buy medicine. I'm looking for Elder Hua. Fang Chen's expression was firm. Now that there are plenty of spirit stones in my ring, I can buy whatever I need. Hua Qirong laughed. Coincidentally, Ning Yi just came by to buy medicine too. You two really ran into each other. Hearing the name Jiang Ning Yi, Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he asked quickly, what's she buying medicine for? Hua Qirong answered, she's preparing to form her core. A few days ago, she felt her cultivation was insufficient and planned to retreat for half a year to train, but unexpectedly, she suddenly sensed signs of core formation. Fang Chen was stunned, murmuring to himself, forming core at 15 does that seem a little too early? Jiang Ninjia's speed was unbelievably fast, almost frightening. Fang Chen finally understood that when the system said Jiang Ningyi was a foundation establishment cultivator, it actually meant she was a ninth-grade foundation establishment. That explained how she could single-handedly defeat Yixiong inside the Yin-Yang furnace. Her power was truly abnormal. Fang Chen was still stunned when Hua Qirong noticed his strange expression and curiously asked, "What's with the look on your face?" Fang Chen shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm just amazed. A genius is a genius. Her strength is really ridiculous." Hua Qirong retorted, "And you talk about others? What about yourself? A first-grade foundation establishment cultivator defeating a fifth-grade foundation establishment with an imperial bloodline, that's even more ridiculous." Fang Chen replied earnestly, "Honestly, I'm pretty average back in my hometown." He paused, then half-jokingly added, "There, all the transmigrators are crazy powerful, especially those with systems. They're just absurd. I don't have a system, so I'm barely surviving by exploiting bugs. I'm far from their level." Hua Qirong frowned, thinking this guy was talking nonsense again. She knew there weren't that many geniuses in Weiqing's Fang clan. Then she waved her hand. "Enough with the nonsense. Tell me what herbs you want. They'll have someone get them for you." Fang Chen respectfully handed her a jade tablet. Hua Qirong glanced at it and clicked her tongue softly. "That's quite a large quantity." Fang Chen nodded. "Yeah, definitely enough. I'm planning to cook myself in an iron pot, so I need plenty of supplies. Luckily, the spirit stones the divine spirit experts gave me are sufficient." Hua Qirong smiled and agreed. "All right, no problem. They'll send people to prepare them. But some herbs have to be collected from the deep-sea herb field. They'll have those delivered to you in a few days." Fang Chen chuckled inwardly. Having spirit stones on hand made things much easier. "All right, I have two more things to say," Hua Qirong said seriously. "First, the matter of the beast prison has been investigated, and I've reported it to the new deputy sect leader. Soon, news of you capturing Yixiong and saving the outer disciples from the demon tiger's deadly claws will spread throughout the Danran sect." She recalled the lies she told the former deputy sect leader, Qining. Back then, she worried the real culprit would harm Fang Chen, so she falsely claimed Fang Chen was hiding inside the Yin-Yang furnace using a Fang family treasure and that Jiang Ningyi subdued the demon beast first. After the truth came out, it turned out the true culprit Yu Chong was already dead. The lies had been unnecessary. Now, the sect must know Fang Chen's true power and contribution. She deserves all the honors. Fang Chen smiled faintly and said, "Elder Hua, I don't care about empty fame. What I'm really concerned about is whether there will be new rewards." Hua Qirong was momentarily surprised. "Didn't you already get the Xuanwu shield and the Danren token?" Fang Chen sighed, his tone light but sincere. "Well then, I suddenly remembered. When I saw that horrifying, grim face of Yixiong during the Yin-Yang furnace battle, I felt no sorrow, only calm. I understood I was sacrificing myself for a great cause. Though I knew it might cost me my life, I felt no fear. I..." Before he could finish, Hua Qirong couldn't help but laugh in disbelief and interrupted, "Enough. Cut the act. I'm telling you, the sect is definitely planning to reward you again." She originally intended to tease Fang Chen, but he ended up teasing himself first. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I think the Xuanwu shield and Danren token are enough." Hua Qirong grew tired of listening and abruptly cut him off. "All right, I'll tell you the second matter. Go ahead." Fang Chen chuckled lightly, his tone casual. "This time it's about you entering the inner sect. With your potential in Heavenly Dao Foundation building, you can practically enter every peak of the inner sect, including Chizuan Mountain." Hua Qirong's gaze turned more serious as she spoke slowly. "But I don't recommend you rush blindly into Chizuan Mountain. It's not that I don't want you there, but as an elder, I have to warn you the environment's influence is far greater than you realize. You'd better learn more first. Find a place that suits you best. Understand?" Fang Chen felt warmth in his heart. Knowing her words came sincerely, he immediately cupped his fists. "Thank you, Elder Hua, for your thoughtful guidance." Hua Qirong nodded. "That's all I wanted to say. You may leave now." With that, she dismissed him. Just as Fang Chen took a few steps away, the usually quiet Ling Weiner suddenly spoke up. "Elder Hua, may I accompany senior brother Fang to the deep-sea herb field to get medicine? I want to see my mother as well." Hua Qirong's voice softened, carrying a note of gentle admonition. "Be good and don't rush. Focus on your cultivation and don't disturb your mother. She's about to build her foundation. If you go, she'll be distracted. Besides, you need to reflect on yourself. Though you started late, your innate talent should be better. Yet you haven't even built your foundation now. Your parents also rose step by step from mortals." Ling Weiner replied quietly, "Yes." Listening to their conversation, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly and strode away. He thought to himself, if the ancestral masters really revealed their hidden identities, I'd love to see their reactions. Back at Ingguang Lake Mountain, Fang Chen went straight home. As he arrived at the gate, he saw Xiao Qing standing there, clearly waiting for him. "Junior brother Xiao, how did you have time to come here?" Fang Chen asked as he approached quickly. Xiao Qing handed over a fiery orb blazing with several flames of fire fiend energy, his expression solemn. "Senior brother Fang, this is a fire fiend pearl. Thanks to your help, I may soon build my foundation." Seeing Xiao Qing's 6th grade qi refining cultivation, Fang Chen couldn't help but draw a sharp breath in shock. Such rapid progress overnight is terrifying. His gaze shifted to the fire fiend pearl, his expression growing serious. After a moment's thought, he tucked the pearl into his cloak. With no more system bugs and the thunder tribulation still ahead, holding on to this fire fiend pearl gave him a sense of security. If the system gave Xiao Qing new tasks in future, he could use it to aid his recovery. By the way, senior brother Fang, have you started cultivating the 10,000 Fiends Heart method? Xiao Qing asked. Fang Chen blinked slightly, then his eyes hardened. I've already begun. Xiao Qing looked surprised, but also somewhat troubled. Could you demonstrate it for me? Lord Xiaoyao wants to see how your cultivation is progressing. The 10,000 Fiends Heart method is notoriously difficult to enter, especially grueling in the cultivation process, and almost no one can easily reach its peak. Were it not for Xiao Qing's exceptional comprehension and favorable conditions, combined with external guidance, had never have entered it so quickly, let alone begun absorbing fire fiend energy. Lord Xiaoyao sending him to check was to make sure Fang Chen hadn't taken a wrong path, ready to step in if necessary. Fang Chen nodded quietly, knowing how critical this was to his future path, and steeled himself internally. Why? Fang Chen was taken aback and hesitated slightly. Because I wanted to help senior brother take a look. After all, Master once instructed that this cultivation method often encounters many unexpected problems during practice. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's face showed a meaningful smile as he readily agreed. All right, that works. No sooner had he spoken than the Wansha heart method inside Fang Chen's body immediately activated. A surge of powerful, yet pure spiritual energy burst forth instantly. Xiao Qing stared intently at the flowing energy, his expression changing drastically, unable to hide his astonishment. Impossible. Meanwhile, the carefree venerable inside him was equally shocked, secretly amazed at the flawless smoothness of this spiritual force. Fang Chen's talent was truly extraordinary. After Fang Chen retracted his energy, he asked, "Is it all right now?" Xiao Qing was still slightly dazed as he replied softly, "Yes. Yes, even after a whole night of cultivation, I never reached this kind of natural and perfect state you just showed." In his heart, he sighed quietly. Fang Chen's genius was truly remarkable, surpassing him on every level. The carefree venerable murmured quietly, "If Fang Chen didn't already have a master, I would certainly take him as my disciple now. His talent is really astonishing." Though spoken softly, his words carried great weight. Although the Wansha heart method Fang Chen practiced emitted no dazzling light or terrifying destructive power, the silky smooth flow of his spiritual energy perfectly displayed the incredible results of just one night of practice. Xiao Qing had thought himself deeply enlightened, but it turned out that Fang Chen was the true expert. Unable to resist teasing, Xiao Qing said, "Master, you've never minded if your disciples take multiple teachers, so why do you suddenly care a bit when it comes to Brother Fang?" The carefree venerable answered calmly, "I truly don't mind, but his master is far stronger than I am. He might not be willing to acknowledge me as a teacher. It's better that you keep nurturing your relationship with him. In the future, Brother Fang will definitely become an important connection for both you and me." Hearing this, Xiao Qing fell silent, his heart filled with complicated emotions. After Xiao Qing left, Fang Chen quietly returned home, carrying the fire Sha pearl. As soon as he opened the door, he began preparing to shatter the Thunder Tribulation Tao base. To advance the ancient divine body to the next cultivation stage, he had to first integrate the Tao base into his body. Without this, he could not proceed with further cultivation or attempt the unusually difficult method of cooking oneself in an iron pot. The anxiety lay in the fact that shattering the Tao base was far trickier than simply cutting off limbs. Cutting off limbs was straightforward and brutal. Sever, refine pills, take poison, commit suicide, then resurrect, a direct 5-step process. But the Tao base shattering technique given by the ancient divine body required boldness and extreme care. It demanded Fang Chen forcibly rupture the Tao base without truly exploding, causing the fragments to scatter throughout his limbs and bones, gradually fusing deep within his body. One misstep could mean instant death and bodily rupture. However, success would mark Fang Chen's official breakthrough into a new realm of the ancient divine body. Even suffering severe injuries for days afterward, he could continue cultivation, with a very promising future ahead. After reading the instructions, he fell into prolonged silence. Initially, he thought shattering the Tao base would be easier than limb amputation, but he soon realized this method was just as challenging as that iron pot cooking oneself nightmare, which weighed heavily on his mind. After all, Fang Chen did not want to risk triggering this self-explosion technique inside his cozy courtyard. Failure would doom his entire home and even the guarding winged beast. After much consideration, he decided to find a remote, open place with few people and carefully begin this life-or-death trial. Just as Fang Chen had left, a faint crawling sound came from behind. A young girl dressed in white robes, with features as delicate as carved jade, hurriedly climbed up from the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing Fang Chen's figure, her eyes brightened, and she called out excitedly, "Senior Fang Chen?" I didn't expect to meet you so soon after arriving at Danran Sect. It feels like heaven is helping me. Fang Chen ignored her and continued westward, eventually reaching the edge of a quiet, desolate bamboo forest. The surrounding area near Guang Lake Mountain was rarely visited, almost entirely deserted all year round. Fang Chen chose a flat cliff within the bamboo grove, sat cross-legged with a stoic expression, and began tapping dozens of acupoints scattered across his body with his fingers. The sharp, rhythmic pat-pat-pat sounds echoed across the cliff. This was a crucial step to control his self-detonation, carefully regulating its intensity to prevent total destruction. He exhaled deeply, eyes growing calm and profound, and slowly mobilized his inner energy, focusing it into the Thunder Tribulation Tao Foundation. Fortunately for him, the ancient godly Buddha self-destruction method relied on energy manipulation and would not harm his heavenly Tao Foundation. Moreover, he hadn't yet practiced the soul energy self-detonation technique, so there was no risk of damage to his heavenly Tao Foundation. This relief was immense. Definitely did not want to see cracks appearing in his solid foundation. As more energy surged into the Thunder Tribulation Tao Foundation, it seemed to swell, and the overwhelmingly powerful lightning tribulation force gradually grew wild and uncontrollable. The destructive energy, like a fierce beast ready to pounce, roared inside him. Witnessing this, Fang Chen felt both awe and fear. No wonder all cultivators considered self-detonation the ultimate last resort. Once unleashed fully, its devastation was terrifying. He mused. In the future, he could use the Dragon Shadow Axe for direct attacks, old SIXS range techniques as a second layer of defense, and for relentless enemies, unleash this self-detonation method. But this had to be kept secret, otherwise no one would dare come near him, and the threat would lose its power. If an enemy survived the blast, he could even resurrect himself, then catch his opponent off guard by summoning the ancestor Yao for surprise counterattacks. This multi-layered plan was carefully designed to strike from unexpected angles. Thinking this, Fang Chen quietly rejoiced would keep cultivating and gradually walk the path of invincibility. When he reached the Great Perfection stage, he wasn't sure whether these tribulation realms could endure the blast's power. Lost in his calculations, he continued strengthening the energy within the Thunder Tribulation Tao Foundation. Finally, when power reached its limit, his gaze sharpened and his hands quickly formed to seal the most critical step to tightly contain the Foundation's blast, or else an out-of-control detonation at this site would cause serious trouble. Suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded behind him, snapping him back to reality. He swiftly turned and immediately saw the jade-like girl. Upon seeing him, she tensed and respectfully bowed, "Senior." Just as Fang Chen was about to respond, the energy running inside him suddenly became chaotic, followed by a violent explosion erupting from within. With a deafening boom, Fang Chen instantly burst into dazzling flesh and blood fireworks, scattering across the desolating Guang Lake Mountain, his crimson flames illuminating the entire valley. At that moment, the girl quickly activated more than a dozen protective shields around her, and a golden lantern floated above her head. Her eyes widened in shock, speechless. All that remained in her mind was a single thought. Senior, why did he just explode? The girl stared blankly at the blood rain splattering everywhere, her heart heavy with shadows. She had been waiting for days, yet all she witnessed was this self-detonation that barely harmed her. This girl was Rao, who years ago had trapped the fiery king with the azure lantern in the 10,000-year volcano. After leaving the volcano, Rao parted ways with the others and went alone to the Danran sect to find Fang Chen. On life's orders, she came to the outer gates seeking Fang Chen, hoping he could enlighten her on the mystery of life and death. The Yunling Celestial Cave and Danran sect had long been allies, and as an elder of Yunling Celestial Cave, Rao's visit to Danran was straightforward. As long as she stayed away from the sect's core areas, she could come and go freely. Besides, she only intended to look for Fang Chen in the outer sect, so no complicated procedures were necessary. However, one thing surprised Rao. She had thought finding a tribulation stage elder like Fang Chen would be extremely difficult. But after just a few circuits surrounding Guang Lake Mountain, she overheard many rumors about Fang Chen. Even without actively asking, she heard frightened children speak of how cruelly Fang Chen treated his fellow disciples. At first, Rao did not believe Itho could a composed, unshaken tribulation stage elder intimidate refining stage children. Which tribulation stage cultivator would be bored enough to do that? After a day of careful investigation, searching through people with the same or similar names, she finally confirmed that this Fang Chen was likely the person from the rumors. Half doubtful, she spent every free moment trying to visit Fang Chen's residence halfway up the mountain, but never caught sight of him. Yesterday, a familiar inner sect member came looking for her, so she paused her search. Today, though, she finally saw Fang Chen appear. Rao thought, good things take time, now she could seek his guidance. But suddenly, without warning, Fang Chen exploded with a loud blast. Senior, what exactly is going on? Rao muttered in confusion. What puzzled her more was that the explosion was weak, roughly the strength of a foundation establishment second-rank cultivator's self-detonation. While she was dazed, Fang Chen slowly emerged from the center of the explosion. Her eyes widened in shock. Is it possible he survived? Fang Chen scratched his head in frustration and muttered to himself, so careless I got distracted the moment I saw someone. My spiritual energy got chaotic, and I just exploded. I should have focused more. Me cultivation method clearly allows stopping a self-detonation. He was annoyed, not wanting news of his resurrection to spread. Turning his gaze to the girl before him, Fang Chen was startled but did not immediately recognize her. The faintly imposing, very familiar golden lantern he saw reminded him that her face somewhat resembled the child he had seen years ago. Suddenly it dawned on him this girl wasn't Rao. As for why she had appeared, even without thinking much, he guessed. This big fool actually believed Life's words and came all the way here personally, asking him for guidance on her predicament. Thinking this over gave Fang Chen a headache. He silently pondered, how on earth am I supposed to handle this? That guy was clearly trying to get me to help him break through to Fanqiu. Yet he himself was completely clueless about how to advance from qi refining to foundation establishment, relying entirely on the system for guidance. What right did someone like him have to instruct others? Just as Fang Chen chuckled to himself, and Rao suddenly turned and spoke up. Senior, I'm very sorry to bother you. I have a request. Recently, my eye condition has worsened, and I've searched everywhere but couldn't find you. May I ask where you are now? After speaking, she bowed respectfully toward a gnarled, strangely humanoid dead tree, her expression solemn. Are you here? She bent forward, her reverence clear as if expecting the tree's branches to respond. Fang Chen couldn't help but laugh at her demeanor. This so-called immortal stage senior was really something else. Then, out of nowhere, Fang Chen felt a sudden chill down his pants, a gentle breeze-like sensation that made him lower his gaze. His smile instantly froze. Once head straightened his clothes, Fang Chen cleared his throat loudly. I'm here. Please turn around. He had to admit, and Rao's tact had saved his face, and he secretly admired her for it. Obediently, and Rao turned and walked toward him, her expression perfectly composed. I am in Rao, paying respects to the senior. Her calmness betrayed no hint of the earlier awkwardness. Cough. Fang Chen coughed twice and nodded slightly, his expression unreadable, and Rao then delivered her formal greeting. I have come to Danran's sect, following instructions, to seek your guidance. If I offend, please forgive me. Fang Chen remained silent, only snorting through his nose. She had expected his reaction. Fang Chen's temper was notorious, dismissive even of a master who could change the world with a wave. She quietly reassured herself she wasn't expecting to persuade him, only hoping for a sliver of hope. Silence fell between them. Yet Rao's gaze stayed fixed on Fang Chen, her heart turbulent. She noticed his aura was complete, far beyond the naivety of a foundation establishment stage. Especially after that catastrophic self-explosion had just survived, his aura showed no anomaly. She was stunned through years of cultivation. She had witnessed countless self-destruct attempts ending in annihilation. No one could emerge unscathed, let alone act as if nothing had happened. Recalling Fang Chen's flawless, seamless wielding of life and death power last time shook her deeply. Could it be that the senior had comprehended life and death force to an extraordinary level, controlling self-destruction at will? That thought filled Rao with ecstatic hope. If she could receive his guidance, her cultivation path would open a wholly new chapter. The earlier sense of loss vanished entirely. After all, the other 7 immortal stage cultivators had exchanged their Tiandi Tong's Ho Cliff immortal stones for guidance. She had only once chance for a face-to-face meeting, making this opportunity infinitely precious. Lost in thought, and Rao's heart brimmed with joy, realizing all her hesitations had been pointless. Meanwhile, Fang Chen grappled with how to tell her the truth that he was merely an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator, so she wouldn't hold false expectations. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.